This audiobook contains 97 censored sentences and 285 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. With no other options left for Iriot, he continued this until there were at least 20 Yuantangs in total. As his stamina was slowly running out, he exited his merged form with his sacred gear. "Attack her," he ordered, and the falcon's sacred gear shot a blast of wind at one of the clones, which then turned into mist again, and Yuantang multiplied. "What's happening? I don't get it," thought Iriot as he grew even more frustrated. But when he blinked, all of them were around him, and the next thing he knew, a bunch of sharp objects had pierced him all over his body. To him, he had just lost instantly and died, but what? The next moment, he was fine, and then there was only one Yuanting left. "Why you so was an illusion," he said loudly, a bit of his confidence coming back to him. Yuanting simply pointed at him, and he looked at his own body. It was still filled with holes from the attack earlier. Panic rose inside of him as confusion took over his mind. However, from the moment they met, Iriot had already lost the fight. He was correct. It was an illusion, but he doesn't know that he's trapped in his own mind, unable to escape, said Yuanting to herself. She sat on a nearby rock as she watched Iriot fight thin air as his body slowly lost blood. The moment they met, she had put him under a powerful illusion, and unless he was as powerful as her, he couldn't break out of it. However, if he were to die in that illusion, he would die in reality too. It's only a time before he dies. "What a fool," she muttered and summoned a book to read. The bookmark she used? A picture of Aaron, the same picture that Layla kept as a treasured keepsake of Aaron. "Fufu, Aaron Sama Faith, what a lovely name. Tell me, would you leave the middleman's side to be with me?" asked the young man. He was the last of the three of the men. Out of the 6, only 3 remained, 1 man and 2 females. This man's name was Votrelo. He also had a turtle artificial independent Longinus. However, unlike the other 2, he had manners and didn't lash out quite easily. Votrelo had long green hair, sharp azure-colored eyes, and had a small goatee. He wore a black and blue skin-tight battlesuit. "Unfortunately, my body, heart, and soul belong to him." "I cannot," replied Faith. "That's unfortunate then." Centuredo counterbalance, boxing turtle king. As it sounds, this turtle isn't slow like its brethren. It's quite fast and skilled in hand-to-hand combat. "Allow us to show you," said Votrelo as he covered his body in tuki and scales. "I am part Komodo dragon, as well as cheetah. Please indulge me, my dearest Faith," he shouted, and both him and his sacred gear appeared beside Faith. Yet, Faith simply smiled and winked at them and created a large blizzard around her and the area they were in. Alerted by this, both of them jumped away, but their speed and movements were slowed down significantly. "Did you know?" asked Faith. "Know what?" replied Votrelo. "Im a dragon, ufufu. Im an ice dragon, to be more specific, a very powerful one at that," she said and smiled at him. "Oh, even better then. I can have a dragon wife. Since I'm a Komodo dragon, I am not that far from your species, no?" he asked and smirked. Well, Faith put her hand toward Votrelo and slowly closed it. As she did, the young man and his sacred gear found it difficult to move as her hand slowly closed. Their ability to move was progressively taken away from them. What is happening?" he shouted in horror and disbelief. "It's a terrible idea to come close to me when fighting, Votrelo-kun. Did you not notice the attack I initiated earlier?" What about it?" he asked, still confused. "I sent nano-sized snowflakes into both your bodies, and from there, they started to slowly freeze you from the inside out," she replied with a sickening smile. The reality had sunk in, and Votrelo tried to struggle, but his body did not move. "It doesn't just freeze your bodily fluids, Votrelo-kun, it also freezes your soul. So if you somehow manage to melt them back, you still couldn't move, ufufu. Please do enjoy your sweet, slow, and agonizing death," she said and smiled at him. The young man, Votrelo, couldn't respond as his heart slowly froze and stopped beating. His brain also froze over, but his body did not have visible ice, but he was still frozen stiff and in a strange position. Faith couldn't help but laugh at the young man. Fufu. At least Aaron Sama can still read your memories this way, right? She asked herself and put a hand on her cheek. He definitely can. Boom. Two large waves of ice collided against each other. Lavinia Rennie and Yashina Lydia Vitalievna glared at each other. The clash of Tempest Extinction and Demon God Manifestation. Demon's Extract was fierce as neither sacred gear faltered. However, TSH, so this replica isn't enough, huh? Shouted Yashina as her ice attack was pushed back. If you want to win, please face me yourself. Otherwise, it is useless, replied Lavinia. However, she knew that even if Yashina faced her in person and not through a clone, she would win, plain and simple. Although Lavinia was tempted to tell the woman in front of her that Aaron had changed her sacred gear, she refrained from doing so. She didn't want to tell the enemy this information. However, she increased her power slightly and completely overwhelmed Yashina, who jumped away on time and avoided being hit. Even when I hold back by quite a large margin, you struggle. You called yourself Tundra Queen, didn't you? You can't be serious, right? Asked Lavinia coldly to Yashina, who gritted her teeth in frustration and rage. Do you expect Jean to love you with this much power? You would be useless to him, she said, further angering Yashina. Lavinia, in the short fight she was in with Yashina, understood the woman's nature quite quickly and decided to use this tactic to win against her. A calm opponent during a battle is more challenging to defeat, whereas an enraged opponent that doesn't use their common sense and tactics is easy to defeat. So Lavinia goaded Yashina on, and it worked. The woman in front of her was using more and more reckless attacks, depleting her stamina and magic power, as she also added regular ice magic using her magic circles. Lavinia smiled on the inside. She would sometimes use this against her friends when they sparred in the pocket dimension. However, once they caught on to this, they stopped entertaining her, and the sparring match resumed as normal. Hey, you did well on trying to make me angry, Ice Princess. But it won't work, so you better STO. Lavinia didn't let Yashina finish her sentence, as multiple ice dragons had appeared and started firing ice beams at her, forcing her to dodge the attacks. However, the attacks were quite fast, and she couldn't dodge them fully. The ice dragons of Lavinia acted independently from her, so from the distance, Lavinia herself stood motionless as she watched her little darlings attack Yashina relentlessly. Both of them were ice users, both in sacred gear, and they were quite skilled at ice magic using their normal magic. Left with no choice, Yashina opened several magic circles in front of her and fired multiple fireballs towards the ice dragons. However, to her shock, the ice dragons simply opened their mouths and ate the fireballs. What? I am possible. That can't. Yashina stopped herself. She gritted her teeth and grinned. No, it is possible. If it's due to my future husband, anything is, she thought, and her clone's power increased several folds. If it's him, anything can happen. Lavinia Rennie, I will steal him from you, announced Yashina. Behind Yashina, however, a large figure emerged. Crack. Oh no, I see, Yashina said as she looked at her own hand. It had cracked and started to crumble away. This body cannot handle that power. How unfortunate, she muttered to herself. The power that Yashina threatened to use, it was beyond the power she had ever displayed before, and whatever she was about to summon, it exceeded the maximum power output of the clone. Thus it started to crumble and wither away. I'd love to fight you again. I know that with you and our husband, Jean, we can reach even further heights, she said happily. My original self is stronger than this. Be ready when you two meet again, Lavinia Rennie. Stay away from him. I know for a fact that he won't accept you. I can say that with the utmost confidence, said Lavinia as she aimed her hand at Yashina. All the ice dragons had gathered behind her as they aimed their breath attacks at Yashina, who simply smirked at all of them. Finally, she unleashed the attack onto her, obliterating everything in her path and leaving no trash of Yashina's clone behind. A scorpion and a crocodile. Huh? It seems like you guys improved your artificial independent sacred gears. Huh? Are they Longinus types, by the way? Asked Aaron. Balance adjust. Both women shouted, and their sacred gears started to transform. The small scorpion that was on one of their shoulders had transformed into a large 30-meter purple scorpion that oozed toxic poison. The crocodile had also been transformed into a creature that stood on two legs, arms crossed, and had sunglasses on itself. Counterbalance, Drakian. Counterbalance, Lalong. Aaron sighed to himself. That's fine. No talking then, he pointed his demon armor. In Curcio at the two ladies in front of him. He then used his observe on them and found out that the one on the left with the scorpion sacred gear was called Annalie, and the one on the right was called Rakilda. Annalie was a woman in her mid-30s. She wore a professional red business suit, had short black hair and red eyes. Rakilda was a young girl in her late teens. She had short curly pink hair and pink eyes. She wore a black and red female school uniform that looked it belonged to a foreign school. In Curcio, Aaron muttered as a large white beast appeared behind him and then dived down onto him, creating a large bright light and shockwave. Once the light and shockwave subsided, what was left was Aaron wearing his new armor. His eyes became blood red, and his pupils had become cross-slit. Above those eyes, a helmet of sorts appeared, and another pair of eyes appeared. His armor was mostly silver with red accents, and behind his armor were red wings. Both Annalie and Rakilda stepped back once they saw the armor that Aaron was wearing. However, due to their mission, they had to press forward and fight their enemy. They looked at each other before nodding at each other. Annalie raised her hands, and multiple red beams fired from all her fingertips. All of them went into the sky before abruptly turning and flying towards Aaron. The scorpion's sacred gear also fired small needle-like spit at Aaron that contained deadly poison. Rakilda covered her body with pink Tuki and then aimed her right hand at Aaron and fired spear-shaped Tuki bullets at him. Her sacred gear unleashed a barrage of its black scales at him. The closer they got to him, the larger they became. Aaron held his hand out towards all the attacks, and from the silver armor he wore, a voice called out crush. All the attacks that were aimed at him suddenly shattered and were destroyed. Suddenly, he pulled his right arm back and punched the air in front of him from it. A crack formed in the air, then multiplied. And quickly it started to multiply even more until the area around them had several cracks in the air. What on earth is that? Asked Rakilda. Run, muttered Annalie. Before they could, the cracks vanished, but everything in front of them had become distorted, as if they were in a different spot. It took both of them a few seconds to realize what had happened. However, when both women looked at the ground that they were standing on was now floating in a different area and was upside down. Maybe it was a bit too much adding both crush magic from Fairy Tale and Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability to this sacred gear, said Aaron as he looked at the destroyed environment around him. He then looked behind him and the area was unaffected. Thankfully. At least I controlled it enough. Hopefully when I give this to someone else, they can control it too. Otherwise, I'll need to keep it myself for the time being, he mumbled to himself. The large land that was forcefully pushed up into the air had started to fall back to the ground. The two women and their sacred gear had managed to avoid being hurt and landed on the ground, albeit a bit shaken up by the attack. Once they did, Aaron rushed towards them and punched the sacred gear called Lalong. He applied some crush magic to his attack, shattering the sacred gear into pieces. Rakilda was angry and shocked when she saw that. Without thinking about her next move and relying on her emotions, she covered her left hand with Tuki and delivered a punch towards Aaron. Aaron used his other free hand and punched and collided with her fist. However, this time he applied some of the powers of Tremor Fruit into it, and with delicacy Aaron aimed to make vibrations and shock waves inside of Rakilda's body. And once their fists collided, it quickly traveled up her arm, and cracks started to form all the way to her right shoulder, and it shattered. Aya! She screamed in pain. However, Aaron didn't let it end there. He grabbed her head and quickly read her memories. Nothing too noteworthy apart from that it was Sadinal who created them, and that they were called Tormentide and were hybrids that owned artificial independent Longinus. Once he got his information from her, he used the last ability he had bestowed on this sacred gear, blood manipulation, and so Aaron instantly drained her of her energy through his hand. He threw the now lifeless body to the side and started walking towards Annalie, who looked terrified. "Go! Stop him!" ordered Annalie as crimson bat-like wings emerged from her back, and she flew up in the air. She raised both her hands into the air and gathered large amounts of a red aura that gradually became larger. Aaron smirked and thought it looked like a red-colored spirit bomb. The scorpion sacred gear tried to attack him with its stinger. Once it missed once, it tried again, but this time it grew 2 extra pairs of tails and attacked with all 3 of its stingers and also spat the poisonous needs at Aaron. Aaron simply dodged them and destroyed them using Crush. "All right, I had my fun," he said and flicked his wrist, destroying the large attack that Annalie had created. Just like Rakilda, he appeared in front of her and grabbed her head, reading through her memories before swiftly defeating her. He hadn't found anything useful because she had the exact information that Rakilda had. Aaron stopped and examined the dimension he was in and concluded that there was no one left but Avetsa, and it appeared that she had woken up. Gene Skyward's soliloquy meet up where Kuntuar and Avetsa are. I ordered and I teleported to the spot where those two were at. Once I got there, Kuntuar stood there waiting patiently as Avetsa's body lay there. "How'd it go?" I asked. "Smoothly. There were no problems, and Avetsa should be born anew," replied Kuntuar. As she finished saying that, her eyes fluttered open and she stared at the sky. She then looked at Kuntuar and then at me. She then sat up and looked around her. Avetsa was a tall woman who wore a tight, wine-red business suit, black and white leggings, and wine-red heels. She had pale skin, red eyes, and purple hair. "Jean, where am I? What happened?" she asked me, sounding confused and tired. "Time to lie then. You were finished with your mission of infiltrating the Cow's order. I made your memories return. How are you feeling?" I asked her. She put a hand on her head and seemingly remembered everything. She nodded her head and sighed. "It was one rough time while I was in there. So many terrible things were done, and I had to go along with all of it. It makes me sick remembering it all," she explained. Just then the rest of the Electa and Nia appeared, looking weary and shaken from their ordeal. "Centuredo, I destroyed the dimension we were in, and we were back in the real world. Why are we here? Where's this place even?" she asked. Whatever memories she had of her past were forgotten. I glanced at the grave that she had been sitting beside, the gravestone named Fausto, the man she was previously in love with and stayed loyal to the very end. A part of me feels guilty, but I don't know. "Before you regained your memories, you came here on a mission or something," I replied, lying to her. "Anyway, let's go back to Grigori, and you can tell us there." The Electa went back into my ring. Kuntuar also came back into my soul. I tapped Avetsa on the shoulder and transported her to Grigori. The ones left were me and Nia. I took one last look at the gravestone and put a strong illusion around it. "Fausto, I never knew you, but rest in peace." "Underworld Gregorio, Azazel," I said, and put my hand up to him. I had teleported all 3 of us to his office, and he looked at me and the woman beside me, confused. "Jean?" WH before he asked. I tapped my head and sent him the relevant information about her. He looked shocked and uneasy. "Hello, Azazel. It's been a while. I take it you're well?" she asked with a smile. "Why, yeah, it's been a while, Avetsa. How was your time in the Cow's order?" "Wait, no, let me call the rest of the cadre, executives and higher-ups," he said, and pulled me out of the room, followed by Lavinia behind us. "Stay there. He'll go get them with Jean and Lavinia." Avetsa agreed, though she looked confused. She decided to sit on a chair as she waited. "You seriously did that, huh? She doesn't even look like the old Avetsa. What on earth do we tell the rest of them?" he asked. "He'll explain. You just say that you agreed to this." "He'll take the blame if I have to," I told him. He took a few seconds to answer, but in the end, he agreed. He contacted everyone relevant and informed them to meet in his office. "Oh, Azazel, by the way, we're engaged now," Nia said happily. He looked at us and sighed and gave us a weary smile. "Congratulations, Lavinia. I better get invited to the wedding then," he said and returned to talking to the magic circle. After around a minute, a lot of fallen angels showed up, including Penemu, Barakil, Tobio, Team/Dog, Shemhazai, Armoros, Sahariel, Tamiel, Rainier, Calawarna, and many others. All of us wouldn't fit in a room, so I expanded it and added a few chairs and stools. And when they saw Avetsa, they became confused. I temporarily put her to sleep, and Azazel explained who it was and what I had done. Safe to say many were shocked. Once the explanation was done, I woke Avetsa up. Did I fall asleep? She asked, a bit confused and embarrassed. Yeah, it seems you were still tired. Anyway, we're all here now, so you can explain at your own pace, I told her. She looked around at her former colleagues and nodded. So around 2 hours later, we left the office of Azazel. Most of them had angry or bitter faces, and many were concerned. SAE left early along with Tobio, as she couldn't take hearing all the inhumane things being done to certain people for the sake of experimentation and research. I said I would send Tobio a recording later so he could listen to the rest. However, we learned very valuable things. Firstly, a few more operations they had planned. Nagendra's plan to attack the Hindu pantheon, the connected harmony hunting down the sacred beasts and killing them, the Halloween attack, the attack on heaven to retrieve a certain item, and many others. Avetsa said she didn't know all of them since she mostly was doing her own research. However, she provided us with some insight into the members of the Seekers of Truth and some members of the newly resurrected Wizards of Oz. Of course, the information we heard about the Wizards of Oz made many of Team/Dog uneasy and angry, especially about them targeting their family members. Anyway, the members of the Seekers of Truth are Leader Promestine, second in command, Oz Nagendra Glinda, Augusta, Mard Gear, Kyoka Leviathan, Original, 10k-15kThis, Nyx, Yashina, Chernabog. Those were the leaders of the Seekers of Truth. I wasn't expecting Chernabog to be part of it, but hey, what can you do? I was also surprised that she wasn't part of the leadership, but she said that she was just a Barado. She also told us their overall goal to take control of Azathoth, defeat me, Ignia, Lapis, Ghidorah, and the Death King, Ghidorah, to create an item to control Azathoth and take over the multiverse. And she told us why Lapis was missing to find Ghidorah and merge with him. She also told us a bit about the Eevee faction and Phantasma. However, I already knew these because I yelled it and Yanuyo shared them with me. I won't let them touch my parents. Kanami exclaimed furiously. Sis, calm down. And don't punch things, scolded Natsum. Shigen also looked uneasy, but I patted her on the head reassuringly and said, I won't let anything happen to any of your parents. I've already sent shadows to them a few weeks back, but I can increase the amount since they plan on attacking on Halloween. It's also a good thing I'm going to the Hindu pantheon soon, maybe in a few days. I intended to visit in around 2 weeks, but who knows when Nagendra plans on attacking that place, I can take him down and get some valuable info out of him too. At least we have a vague idea of certain missions they plan on doing, I said, and pulled Shigen towards me, confusing her. Hindu gods, huh? Anyone want to go there with me? I asked Team/Dog. Me smack. No, you will not, said Calawarna as she smacked Cookie, who looked at her with a frown. Well, you don't need to answer now. They'll ask everyone again tonight, I told them. Anyway, they'll go home with Nia. They'll see you guys tonight. We said our goodbyes and left. Chapter 9, Part 1, To the Hindu Pantheon. Third-person point of view, big sis Yashina, you lost? Asked a young girl. My clone lost to Lavinia Rennie, the Ice Princess. Foo-foo, to think that she was that powerful. However, my clone managed to unlock a power I didn't think was possible. I look forward to training with it, replied Yashina. Even though the one to attack Yashina was Lavinia, she did a lot of damage, including to her soul. The body double she used had been wiped out, and she suffered some damage. Yashina was even more excited to fight the strongest user of absolute demise. But unknown to her, she wasn't aware of the evolution of Lavinia's sacred gear. But you didn't use most of your abilities either? She asked. I didn't, and I doubt she did the same either. I don't think the woman that Glinda told us about is the same Lavinia Rennie. From our short battle, I did not feel any hesitance from her. I told her many things about her parents, about Glinda, but none of them worked. I will report this to them, so they can better prepare. Yashina looked at the little girl and smirked. You will be participating in the Halloween operation, aren't you, Ashtalai? asked Yushina. Ashtalai smiled. She was a few years younger than Yushina. However, she was just as powerful as her. She did not have sacred gear, but she simply was a hybrid. However, she was created by the researchers of the Cow's Order through ancient rituals, formed from Yushina's own power and blood, along with the essence of one of the strongest evil dragons, Azidaka. Ashtalai has access to thousands of magic, 10k draconic abilities, is a master swordswoman, and possesses many other extraordinary skills. Ashtalai has a petite body structure and a pale skin tone. She has ruby red eyes and white long, wavy hair. She is dressed in a sleeveless purple and black kimono, with the bow on the kimono having her dragon emblem on it. She also wore black socks and white high heels. She also wore a flower hairpin. Yes, I wish to clash with the middleman. Father said that the silver-hair Valkyrie was an exceptional fighter too. I may send a clone to join Nagendra, since he plans on attacking the Hindu pantheon, replied Ashtalai. Hindu gods, they boast to be the strongest gods of this universe. However, if we compare them to the 3 mechanical gods of the EV faction and the top 3 eradicators, Ive, and even Fumara, they stand no chance, said Yushina. Yes, they're strong. They can simply live through a different parallel version of themselves, making them essentially immortal. It's quite terrifying when you think about it. Even then, they are capable of some sort of reality manipulation where they can simply undo their death if they choose to do so, added Ashtalai. I wonder if the middleman has that? Asked the young girl. I do not know, but I won't be surprised if he did. Lapis once said the Ouroboros dragon was not infinite. However, its strength was just so high in comparison to most beings in our universe. However, I believe my husband's strength is the definition of infinite, explained Yushina. If he had infinite power, why doesn't he use it? Asked Ashtalai. He may have his reasons. He is an outer god, after all. We mortals cannot comprehend their way of thinking. We could make the argument of, why doesn't Azathoth just not in us right now? Why does she let us do what we do? They're the ruler and creator of everything. So why let us rampage and disturb the peace? Asked Yushina. But didn't they say that the outer gods are the embodiment of chaos and evil? Fumara and the rest of the eradicators are terrified of Magnum Tenebrosum. They don't want to get on his bad side, apparently, answered Ashtalai. I think most outer gods do fit that category. However, there may be some that are the oddballs, don't you think? Jean, my husband should be one of them. He advocates for peace and coexistence, which sounds absurd, don't you think? Asked Yushina. Well, I may get to ask him some questions through my clone if I encounter him. I mean, where trouble is, the middleman is bound to appear, so I'll take that chance to ask him some questions, said Ashtalai as she turned around. I will go train more. See you later. Big Sis Yushina. It seems Avetsa has been captured and changed sides. Sataniel's other team was also wiped out by the dual Dragon Emperor subordinates. We lost a valuable member to our side, but I don't think Avetsa has any memories anymore, so we should be safe from information leaks. But it doesn't matter. She left us her own plans and memories on this, replied Sataniel as he showed the leaders of the Seekers of Truth the item that Avetsa left them. Everything that she worked on and planned to work on is in this, as well as her future plans. Avetsa always knew she would be killed or captured, so she planned ahead. She was always smart. It's unfortunate we lost her, but she's always one step ahead of them, said Promestine with a smile. Let us proceed as normal. Even with her gone, nothing has changed. We have the Eevee and Phantasma researchers. While they're not on the same level as Avetsa yet, Centuredo, we will need to acquire the Pernicalasha to get the Amrita, the elixir of life. We can't afford to fail this mission. It will help us with creating our item, explained Oz. We will send our mass-produced cryptids and divine beasts. The Eevee will also send some of their soldiers and a powerful ally. The same with the Phantasma, as they'll bring over one of the Wayboros, said Promestine. She then made a magic circle appear and showed certain images of their allies that would be joining them in their attack on the Hindu pantheon. So we're expecting loses in this? Asked Nyx. Obviously, Mardgear and Kyoko will send a new hybrid they created as a subgroup of the Monkai Association. His name is apparently Jackal, and they boast he's at least Dragon God class, so we'll have more firepower on our side, said Augusta. This is sounding more and more successful as I hear more of it. But what if we fail? Asked Nyx as she stroked her hair. That dual dragon emperor won't just sit still, you know. Both the Eevee God and Wayboros along with Jackal will be the ones to fight him together. Even if they only buy us time, that is more than enough as we will obtain what we need. We have been unsuccessful with infiltrating since Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma are quite perceptive, explained Promestine. But it won't matter. We will push on with our infinite numbers and distract that naive middleman. What about the artificial super devils? Will they participate soon? And how about the Malebranche? Asked a member. Not yet. They wish to try to improve that previous body of Lilith. However, the Malebranche have made it clear that they will only move once all Longinus wielders have been gathered. And knowing the middleman, he will do that for us. So patience is key, added Chernobog. How about the two kings? Are they close to this universe yet? He asked. No, the Death King is further than the False King. However, Lapis said she may be around halfway to the False King, so we shouldn't need to wait too long. Cinceredo, she had to restrain herself when we woke up, and during the time we had to capture Avetsa. To her, she would have just frozen the entire dimension and gotten it over with, so we could continue our time in Italy. Knowing her, it was very possible. However, a small dilemma is occurring right now. A few girls weren't too happy about this. A sulking Suzaku, Rose and Barato were behind me. Grafia, who was helping me along with Reiko, was fine with it, though their eyes or mouths do twitch on occasion when Lavinia stops me from cooking and talks with me. School had ended for everyone, but the Grimmery group weren't here yet since they were busy doing their devil contracts. It's fine, she replied, and hugged me tighter. Aaron, Suzaku called out my name. I will proceed with what we discussed. You made it already, correct? Yep, it's all ready. I can have my shadow soldiers help with it, if you want. No, it's fine. Everything is in my ring already, replied Suzaku. What are you two talking about? Asked Rose. Is this some kind of secret Naya? Asked Barato. Nya, Grafia Nia. No need to try to freeze me, Naya. I shook my head and explained, Suzaku is moving and starting today. If she has all her things ready, all that's left is to move into the room that's prepared for her. Like Kunu and Yusaka, her room has an extra door connected to her clan's building, so she can come and go as she pleases. Also, Suzaku and the rest of us can use it. No one in her clan can use it unless they have permission. Move, and muttered Lavinia. I felt her turn her head away from my back, and then a strange tension appeared. I turned my head slightly and saw Suzaku and Lavinia staring at each other silently. Kuroka and Rose looked unsure of what to do and also looked at each other with confused expressions. I'm pretty sure these two get along, but a rivalry appeared because they found out they bother were fated ones to you, said Elsha. We could say they have a fated rivalry. Oh no, you like puns, Amorous? Asked Ridra. Oh no, oh yes. I didn't know you liked puns, Amorous. I exclaimed happily. Oh, only occasionally, Well, it's not like anything will change, said Grafia as she chopped more vegetables up. Suzaku joined us during the time we spent in the pocket dimension after all. That's true. So, sleeping arrangements won't really change. It's just that we'll have an extra person living here, added Rose. Speaking of an extra person, Naya, Kunu-chan is going to be in the middle school division of Kuo starting next year. So, she'll be moving into our home permanently, Naya, said Kuroka. As I turned back around to continue working, I heard someone appear in the kitchen. Kunu is moving here? Asked Ophis' voice. Ah, Ophis, Naya. Yes, she's moving here starting next year, well, probably during the summer, but yes, she'll be living here starting then, said Kuroka. I'm good. What about Yusaka? She asked. I don't know, Aranaya. As far as I know, because of the increased activity of the cow's order, she can't afford to visit too often, so we can't expect her to move in yet. However, once everything calms down, then you shall have more time, I explained. Yusaka does text me frequently about it. I also pop into their home when I get time. The last time was a few days after the attack on the Romanian vampires. Unfortunate. We need to kill the cow's order soon, said Ophis. Haha, ve definitely do, he replied. At first, when she started speaking without pausing and with full sentences, it was a bit strange, but she regularly speaks like that now, and we're all used to it. She expresses a lot more emotion now, too, though I can thank everyone for that, especially Yasaka, Kunu, and Gabriel. I was even more surprised when Church Trio became good friends with Ophis, and apparently Irene can't keep up with young girls and their energy. She's like an old hag about him. I looked to my other side and saw a magic circle appear. Can I leave this to you two for now? I asked Reiko and Grafia, and they agreed. Mia, I need to take this privately. We'll try to make it quick. Okay, she said. I was surprised that she agreed. I kissed her on the forehead and left. I arrived at the top section of my home and answered it. Ignia, did you find Lapis yet? I asked. No, but I wanted to tell you something, or more like, ask you something. What did that Comptoir person tell you about reincarnators? Comptoir. Answer. There are no other reincarnators currently, as far as I know. Well, you're wrong. Mother told us about it, and she did help reincarnate some humans and help hide them. Well, they're quite weak, the ones I came across, so I killed them. So, I want to ask, do you want me to keep going? Other reincarnators, huh? I never really thought of the notion, but I'll leave it to your decision. Huh. When you say that, it usually means defeat them. Father, he said with a scoff. They'll let you interpret that however you want. Anyway, where have you been so far? I asked him. Some strange ocean world filled with pirates. I took down a fake dragon and a really powerful swordsman with a massive sword. I also killed some magma weirdo and blew a giant hole in the world, though it won't destroy it. Oh, I fought some red-haired weirdo. He was really strong, so I gave him a pill to restore his other arm. There was also some weirdo with a straw hat that kept shouting something about being the next pirate king or whatever. He was funny, so I didn't do anything, but some green-haired swordsman was really angry with me. I don't know why, though. One Piece Ignia. What on earth did you do to that world? From the sounds of it, you killed Kaido, Mihawk, and Akainu. Well, not like I care since I haven't been to the world yet. He also gave Shanks his arm back. I wonder how messed up that world is now. I also traveled to another world filled with magic. I found a guy that looked like me who started spouting about being a dragon god and son of the Fire Dragon King, Igneal. Anyway, I killed him too. He was extremely annoying. Also, some guy called Acnologia or whatever, I also killed him. He was about to fire a blast at an island or something. Centuredo, does he plan on just going on a rampage on each universe world he goes to? Why am I even asking this? The answer is obvious, of course, he would. He's a battle maniac after all. Ignia, in what world did you meet those reincarnators in? I asked. They were he told me about them, and most of them, save for one, they were mostly original worlds that I had no idea about. The other reincarnator he found was in the world of Arifureta, and he wiped out everyone there. Rest in peace. I don't think him close to Lapis at all. Out here, your perception of time and space is messed up. I left back a few weeks ago. What day or month is it? He asked. I told him what day it was, and he laughed. Only that? I guess Azathoth is being quite generous then. Anyway, that's all I can report to you. I gotta go. See ya. The magic circle then disappeared, and I was left on my own. This was a good opportunity. I opened up my new channel and ordered my double agents to report everything to me. It took them a while, but they all eventually sent me messages through the channel. Most higher-ups from the Monkai Association are in other universes getting stronger. No plans of attack in the near future, but some members may help other factions in the meantime. The Fallen Angel faction will still commence with the attack on Grigori, but it has been postponed for further planning. No signs of the human called Tosca yet. However, we have found other bases and have been slowly destroying them. It seems like they've moved her to a different place in this timeline. I got a few more messages, but it seems most of them aren't on the move yet. However, it seems like something will happen to the Hindu pantheon, like what Avetsa told us. So I really do need to go there quickly. I'll ask Michael about it. I created a new magic circle and connected it to Michael. Dvinkon, how can I help you? He asked happily. Hello, Michael. I assume you're doing well. Anyway, remember before my summer vacation? You said you would speak to the Hindu gods about an alliance. How'd that go? I asked. Yes, that well. It didn't go too well initially. But I've been in talks with them over time, The one who's very against it was Indra, and it became even more so after Chow Chow was killed, apparently. He took him in at some point. He's quite angry at you. But Michael paused for a moment before he spoke again. Shiva and the rest, gods and Buddhas, aren't against you going there. You have quite a few fans among them after all, especially Prithvi Mata, Fufu. She expressed that she wanted to join Team DXD. However, she may instead join the Yexi organization. Indra hates me. Huh? Or just a bit of an annoyance. Well, regardless, I still plan on going to the Hindu Pantheon. I'm planning on going to the Hindu Pantheon soon. Can you tell them that? It should be in a few days, I told him. Oh, okay. So you're finally heading there. Huh? I think it's fine. It's better now than back then. While your name was starting to spread, it shouldn't have been enough yet, but now it's different. You'll definitely be welcome there. Very well. Give me a few days, and I'll set it up. Jean-Kuan, said Michael. Thank you. Also, can you help me with a guide? I feel like that place is going to be extensive, I said. Fufu, of course. I think I know the right candidate. And yes, it's quite large. But for this purpose, you probably won't need to go too far since that pantheon was informed by Zazel around 2 hours ago that there might be an attack happening. So they're on high alert, he explained. You already got into contact with them? I wonder what other factions or pantheons he's called to inform them of potential attacks. We're also on high alert since Avetsa told us about a potential attack on Heaven 2. Layla-san and Altaria-san have increased our defenses here too. The same with the devils. Apparently Kateria Leviathan is conscious again and wants to break out. She heard news of her ancestor being alive and is desperate to leave. Ah, that reminds me. Surzek's wanting Vile to try to speak to her. Would you be okay with that? He asked. Whether I'm fine with it isn't really relevant. In the end, it's up to Ingvild if she wants to, but we'll talk to her about it, I replied. Yes, that is indeed correct, and thank you, Jean-Kuan. I'll go now and start speaking with them, and I'll contact you as soon as I make it official. Yeah, thanks again, Michael. After that, the magic circle disappeared, and I sighed. I'll inform Suzaku about the potential attacks with the 5 clans again. Valid during his stay in the training facility told me how the sacred beasts are connected to their chosen host and where they're currently staying at. Meaning I'll need to at least go to the Chinese pantheon to check on them or speak to them, maybe set up an alliance with them too. I'll ask Azazel about it since Val's been there. Aaron? I turned around and saw Suzaku there. Perfect timing, Suzaku. Sorry, I spoke with Michael and Ignia. I guess it took a bit longer than I expected. Perfect timing, though. I need to speak to you. She nodded, and we moved to one of the benches and sat down on it. I then told her about the potential attack on the clans and the exile members trying to hunt down the sacred beasts, so I wanted to go to the Chinese pantheon. Because of it, I also told her about what Vala found out. That's concerning. I don't know if it's true, but if a sacred beast is killed, there is a possibility that its host may suffer some injuries and possibly death. But I only read this through some old books that my great-uncle Aaron... Please calm down, huh? I was confused by her reaction. She reached up and cupped my cheek. Even though you try to hide it, to me, I can see it clearly. We see a wide range of emotions in you, but sadness and anger are less noticeable. But I know. So please don't be too upset. You said it yourself, didn't you? You'll go to the Chinese pantheon to stop it or protect them, right? Yeah, but I don't want anything happening to you. So come with me, I said to her. ITLL, make it easier if you come, right? You are the Vermilion Bird's host after all. I don't mind, Aaron. I will try to clear up my schedule, replied Suzaku. Me too, said Lavinia's voice. We both turned to see that she had arrived and was puffing her cheeks like a squirrel. What if you have a mission? Asked Suzaku. Fusey-chan will replace me. Azazel texted me about his and Aaron's chat. I think she'll make a fine addition to the team, replied Lavinia. I'm okay with that. And yeah, we spoke about Fusey potentially joining the team if you leave Team/Dog. I thought about Lisa, but I don't know if she would want to. Well, I haven't really said anything to Fusey yet, so I'll bring it up to her too, I explained. We spoke about more things for the next few minutes before we returned to the kitchen dining room, and I helped finish making dinner. However, Kuroka looked like she wanted to speak to me about something, but I more or less knew she was acting like Lavinia after all. Time passed on, and it was currently night. Wanting some peace and quiet, I was currently in my office reading a book. A few of the girls offered to come help me, but I didn't have any documents that need reviewing or signing. The door to the room suddenly opened, and in came Kuroka, Chiron, Rose, and Reiko. "Good evening. How can I help you guys?" I asked and put my book down. Kuroka and Chiron walked over to the couch and started eating from the snacks that were there, while Rose and Reiko came over to my desk. "You informed us during dinner that you're headed to the Hindu pantheon, and I plan on accompanying you. But I can't travel with you since Odin-sama and Brynhildr Senpai contacted me not too long ago. They'll be returning to Asgard for a few days, and I've spoken to Azazel and Rias about this earlier," said Rossweiss. "Is it something serious?" I asked, becoming concerned. "No, just to train some new Valkyries again, just like that one request you had a few months back. They'll also take this time to go home, since apparently my parents want to talk to me as well," she added. "Ah, I see. That's fine then. Good luck, Rose, and if you need help, just contact me." She nodded goodbye and left. Next it was Reiko, who fidgeted a bit, but eventually spoke up. "I was also contacted by Amaterasu-sama. She wishes for me to attend something. I believe she wants to make a small group that consists of former Japanese legends and heroes, and also add that to Team DXD," explained Reiko. "She asked me to be the leader of that group, and our first meeting is tomorrow. I don't know how long it will last, though. I also believe Raijin-sama will also tell me when your match with her will be. A team of old Japanese heroes? So Yoshitsun, Benkei, Yoichi, and Kojiro will in it, won't they? Sounds interesting. I wish I could go to it." I complained a little, and Reiko giggled at me. "Perhaps Amaterasu-sama will also ask others who aren't part of our pantheon to join. There are some that live within Japan after all. They just change their appearance, just like how devils use their demonic power," she added. "But so you want to go with me to the Hindu pantheon too, huh?" I asked, and she nodded. "Yes, it will happen during your visit," she said sadly, almost like an upset puppy. "It's fine. We'll have other chances to go back to it in the future if the alliance goes well." "Ah, and they won't be going too." She said something about going with me back to our pantheon since her father's asked her to train the youth and adults in Shifengu. She's apparently become very well liked and respected there after saving them all. I couldn't stop myself from smiling. Ine wanted this, though I'm still a bit annoyed that an attack was needed to make them accept her. But in the end, I was still happy with it. "Really? That sounds good. I hope it goes well then. It'll add some shadow soldiers to all of you then," I said, and she agreed. We spoke a bit more, and eventually Reiko also left. I looked back to the couch and saw Kuroka trying to shove some snacks into Chiron's mouth. She was resisting quite hard. A strange power struggle was currently happening between the two sisters. "Ne-sama, stop. Nia. Nia. Nia." Kuroka did not, but I walked over to them and lightly hit her head with my book, making her stop her actions. "So, did you two need something from me?" I asked as I stood behind them and the couch. "We want to go with you to the Hindu Pantheonia," said Kuroka. I looked at Chiron, and she nodded in agreement. "I don't mind. The more the merrier." "So, you, Chiron, Suzuku, and Lavinia, an interesting group, I won't lie. Also, we want to meet that snake Yukai. I've contacted Yasaka, but she hasn't heard of him before. The same with Magari, the leader of the Nikomata from the East faction of Yukai in Kyoto. But she also said she hadn't heard of him before," explained Kuroka. "Ne-sama also said that Nurahayan-sama also said that he hadn't heard of that snake Yukai before. Maybe he's from another universe?" added Chiron. "Could be, but we won't be able to find out for sure unless he tells us himself. But yeah, just expect something to happen when we go there, all right?" I said to them, and they happily agreed. Around a day later, I was given something by Griselda. It was apparently from Michael, and it basically said that they wanted an angel to go with me too, so I could choose who to bring. Griselda was quite fidgety about it, but also said I should bring Gabriel since she's also a seraph. The letter basically said that they'd be expecting me soon, and that the one guiding me around would be the mother goddess Prithimata. I kinda expected that, but I'll be meeting a future member of the Yexi. Huh? I wonder if he'll meet Niwa during my visit to the Chinese pantheon? Ikant Kome. Please take Gabriel-sama. But I wish to go with you to the Chinese pantheon, if possible, said Griselda. Sure thing. I'm trying to go there before Halloween happens. Because of the supposed attacks? She asked. Yeah, I'm worried about that, but also don't know when the Connected Harmony faction will act on hunting down the sacred beasts. I replied with concern. It will be fine, Aaron. You worry too much sometimes. Believe in your own abilities and ours, said Griselda as she held my hands. I smirked and snorted, confusing her. You're acting just like Suzaku and me right now. I started holding people's hands when telling them things. Griselda blushed and said, I simply wish to have more contact with you. Is that bad? That was adorable, you know? I said and kissed her. She was a bit surprised, but kissed me back. But yeah, I look forward to spending time with you and Suzaku there. Marin. Oh, Leanne, is something wrong? I asked. It was a day before I go to the Hindu pantheon, and Leanne had approached me. Behind her was the rest of the Starwater. She opened her palm and showed me a magic circle. On it was an image of masked people. They had been lurking around the outskirts of Kuo. I did not know if it's anything serious or just troubled youth. What shall we do? She asked. We have been keeping a close eye on them for the time being. Do that more if they make any suspicious movements. Capture them and bring them to me. I told her, and she agreed. I think they're just stupid kids playing around, but that's just me, added Duvalai. Fufu, of course you do, cute leader-chan, said Enya. Ines nodded along with the teasing. Wow, you both never get tired of teasing me. Snap back, Duvalai. No, they said in unison. Duvalai just shook her head and walked away. They sure do get along, I said to Leanne. Yes, they do, she replied as we watched them. Finally, it was the day of my trip to the Hindu pantheon. Apparently, Prithvi Mata will be meeting us at Mt. Meru in the human world first before we are transported to their realm. Apparently, it's quite a vast place. The ones traveling with me are Lavinia, Suzaku, Kuroka, Chiron, and Gabriel. Everyone was dressed up appropriately well. We were wearing our usual clothes. I wore my usual clothes too. But we did get Barato to wear her obi properly, so that's a plus, I think. Right, to Tanzania then. Yes, Naya. Food Naya. Not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Africa, Tanzania, once we arrived near the base of the mountain, I had made sure to teleport to a spot where we wouldn't be seen by normal humans. While this place is called Anti-Everest, since it's not as known as the famous MT Everest, there are still climbers here as well as tourists coming to just check the mountain out. I felt a short burst of divine energy directed at me. When my group and I turned to our right, we saw a woman there waving her at us. She had gray hair, tiny in a short ponytail, tan brown skin, and red eyes. She wore a black business suit and black heels. While I used observe on her, it was Prithvi Mata. I put my hand up to her and started walking towards her. Both Kuroka and Lavinia hugged my arm as we arrived by her. Hello, Prithvi Mata. I greeted her and put my hand out for a handshake. Hello. Mighty Dragon, no. I should call you Jean, right? She asked and shook my hand. I'm Prithvi Mata and a fan of Mighty Dragon, by the way. Zoom Ian. He anyway. I'm here to guide you into our realm, she explained. I expected goddesses to be stricter or adhere to rules and speak in a more formal manner. But you're so modern, Naya, said Kuroka. I'm not one for traditions, and when I heard Michael tell us that old gods and beings will be left behind if we don't modernize ourselves, it resonated with me. That's why I started dressing like this and becoming more familiar with the modern human world. I also heard that it was you who told him that, she said. She then turned around and glanced at us. Anyway, let's go. The entrance to our realm isn't too far from here. There's a secret passageway into this mountain, and that's where we put a magic circle into our realm. Oh, we also have a bunch of strong barriers and protections on it, so no one unauthorized can just walk in. We agreed with her, and we started to follow after her. She seemingly just walked into a wall, but without hesitation and a bit of screaming from Kuroka, I also walked into it. As expected, we passed through it, and Kuroka blushed. It's normal to panic. Now don't try to play it off. You were literally screaming, I told her. TSK, details, Aaron, details. I'm excited to see this realm. I haven't been there before. I asked Michael to take me, but he refused, said Gabriel, and she crossed her arms looking a bit angry. He was just worried about you, Gabriel-sama, said Suzaku, as she tried to reassure the seraph. Gabriel hugged Suzaku's arm and said, I know, but I still wish he let me go. I had Aaron's protection back then too, so it was fine. She certainly gets along with everyone. I dread the day I come back to life and she hugged me like that, said Elsha. She seems fluffy, so I wouldn't mind, added Amorous. It seems your group gets along well with each other, said Prithvi. Generally, they're usually on good terms around 99 of the time. They do sometimes disagree on things, but they'll talk it out. The only thing that may sometimes get heated is how they schedule their time with Jean. Finished Barato. How do they work that out? Asked Prithvi, as we walked through what seemed to be a cave system with a few magically illuminated lights and candles. The narrow pathway started to change into a more open system. We eventually arrived at a large opening, and beneath us was a large hole with a spiral staircase made out of rocks. Typically, 7 of us share a room with him every night. There's a set schedule for it, and we follow it. However, if there is a special occasion or reason, then we can squeeze in an 8th person or let that person stay with Jean by himself, explained Chiron. It seems like you have your group living arrangements in order, Jean. This may be stepping over my boundaries, but who will you have your first child with? Or is there someone who is already pregnant? Me. All of them said in unison. We were currently walking down the spiral stone staircase, and Prithvi stopped to stare back at us. I gave her a strained smile, while the girls looked at each other silently. Me first. No, Kuro-chan. I'm one of them, so I get to go first, said Lavinia. I am also one of them, so I have every right to go first too. Lavinia added to Phil. Chiron didn't say anything, but simply grabbed the back of my shirt. Well, I don't really care when I do, but I do want to have Jean's children. I'm sure they'll be adorable, said Gabriel. Fufu, they really do love you, huh? We've heard from Indra that you have a close companion, but I guess he was wrong. Though not many really believed what he said Prithvi, and she continued walking down the spiral stone staircase. You try to spread that about me? Now I'm really interested in how hell react to me being in their realm. After a few minutes of walking down the giant hole and talking to Prithvi Mata, we eventually arrived at the bottom. In the middle was a large magic circle, and it was covered by an invisible barrier that was different from the one that covered this area. This part will teleport us to the forest subrealm. Mount Meru won't look like what you think it is. It's also in a different realm from the city we're stopping by, so don't expect to see it right away. Only gods, goddesses, and anyone that has approval may enter it, explained Prithvi. I wasn't sure where Nagindra was, so I ordered my shadows to search multiple places on Earth, especially near this place. I believed that he wouldn't be too far from here, so he could use this place to teleport into the Hindu realm. I looked back at Prithvi Mata as she winked at us and stepped onto the magic circle. We quickly joined her. She asked if we were ready, and we were, so we finally left. Centurato. So don't be startled when boom. She couldn't finish her sentence as a large explosion occurred outside, so we walked towards the window and looked out of it. In the distance, we saw that there were multiple people fighting. However, the expression on their faces told us that they weren't out to kill each other. Those guys, they do this daily, and actually they're quite big fans of yours. See? She said and pointed to one of the males as he had fake cannon blasters on his shoulders. Ex-blaster! He shouted and laughed. Centurato, not including Mount Meru itself, as well as the city below, it where most of our citizens live in. There are a few other subrealms that other gods and goddesses govern, but for the most part, the next area we're going to is the main realm, you can call it, explained Prithvi. Follow me. She started walking away and toward the door. Once we passed through it, there was a small and narrow wooden staircase leading down. One wrong move and you fall, but most of us are part of the supernatural, so it wouldn't matter too much. Below us was what seemed to be a medium-sized lake with a fall trunk of a tree in the water. To our right, I saw some kind of pathway. I'm guessing that's where we're heading next. To our left were the kids that were fighting each other earlier. It didn't seem like they saw us, and we didn't bother calling out to them. Above us were some sort of lanterns hanging from the trees and leaves, and, as Prithvi said, I felt several powerful barriers all around this area. I used a bit of my power to see how big it was, and I theorized that it was around half the size of Ireland. So there was a lot of ground here. Is this place mostly uninhabited? I asked Prithvi. Well, there are a few houses here for the recluse who wants to live here, and a few supernatural animals, but the area should be mostly barren, Prithvi said. Anyway, follow me. We'll pass on the right, and get to the main city. We finally arrived at the ground, and we walked towards our right. When we arrived there, it seemed like there was a small street there, and at the end was a portal of sorts. We walked towards it. Prithimata was the first to pass through with me, Lavinia, and Kuroka, followed by Chiron, Suzaku, and Gabriel. Buloka forget what you know through human text. There are three main realms in our pantheon. Earth, Buloka, Heaven, Svarga, and Hell, Naraka. We're currently in Buloka, or, as we call it, the middle of our realm. The gods reside mostly in Svarga, and sinners are sent to Naraka, our own of Hell, in our pantheon. Lord Yama is the overseer of it. Ah, don't mistake him for Lord Enma. A lot of people do that, explained Prithimata. The city in front of us, the main city, is called Sukista. In front of us was a vast and expansive city. All of the buildings, except for a few, had the traditional building style, but also modern look. However, everything here looked very lavish and expensive. It felt like if I accidentally broke something, I would be paying a lot of money. There was also a large river that circled around the entire city. In that large river, many powerful creatures reside, but they also are very helpful to our people. They tend to help anyone that is unfortunate enough to fall into their waters. The people here also have a deal with them that they can fish there and catch a certain amount of fish per year. It's a lot, so they don't need to worry about food running out. Also, that forest also has many fruits and vegetables. If I remember correctly, in my old world, the few notable creatures that came out of the Hindu mythology was a dragon called Vritra's Saji's partner, a sacred gear, the Vritra's sacred gears. And in this universe, Indra was the one to defeat Vritra and split his soul apart and into those sacred gears. Ismen something strange. Nia, Nesama, please. Chiron put a hand over her face and blushed. This made Prithvi laugh. The place we were headed to will pass by a few food stalls and vendors, as well as some marketplaces, so if you wish to buy some food, we can make time for that. But if you can control yourself, I believe the gods there have a banquet ready for your arrival. Well, at night, said Prithvi. What? Food. Banquet. Onwards. My fellow Nyat Nyopal, shouted Kuroka as she pointed into the distance. What's a Nyat? I wanted to ask her, but held myself back since Kuroka would usually go into elaborate yet useless details. Forward, repeated Gabriel as she pointed in the same direction as Kuroka. Again, Prithvi laughed and started to walk away, quickly followed by Gabriel and Kuroka, who started chatting about the types of food they expect. Even though the seraph wasn't a big eater, she likes supporting everyone with what they do. I'm surprised that she isn't part of the fated ones. She's basically you. Cinchureto Chiron also transformed into her white cat form and went to sleep on my head. We walked through the city of Sukista. Many of the people there greeted Prithimata. Some even offered her food, and she happily accepted. Of course, she didn't eat them, but she passed them back to Kuroka, who ate them happily. She also shared with Gabriel, and here, Aaron, say Anya. She held out a kebab towards me, and I ate some. Not bad, I mumbled and swallowed my food. Kuroka then gave me another pole stick, and I stared at it. I looked to my sides, and both Lavinia and Suzaku looked expectant. I put the kebab towards Suzaku first, and she took a bite, and then towards Lavinia, who was a bit jealous but still ate some. Since moving in, Suzaku has become even more competitive for my affection and attention. No, that's not right. Since the 100 years she had started to become competitive, especially towards Lavinia and recently Rosweiss. Lavinia, for obvious reasons, but a day before I left and at night, Rosweiss announced to the two of them that she would try to join the group as the fifth Barado. She inquired about it with Barado, who gave a very silent yet nervous "I don't know" as an answer to Rose. Aquino, Rias, and a few others who had eavesdropped during that time also started to try to be the fifth or more. I tried asking Kantuar about it, and she was just huffing like the rest, so I didn't get an answer out of her. I looked back at my kebab, and it had disappeared. Both women had eaten all of it, and were squinting at each other. Be kind to each other. I scolded the two, but they tightened their embraces on me. Fufu, troubles of being surrounded by clingy companions. Huh? Asked Prithimata. Tell me about it. I replied and laughed. We passed by several stores, food stands, and vendors earlier, and Kuroka bought as much as she could and even stored some in her ring. Even Prithvi was shocked by the amount she ate, but was also happy to see that we enjoyed the cuisine of her pantheon and country. But we quickly arrived at a large building that seemed to be the center of this town. It took us around 30 minutes of walking at a moderate pace, with a few stops, because Kuroka bought food or Prithvi herself got stopped by the people here. I was also recognized a few times by teens and children who asked me to sign their merchandise. The same goes for Lavinia as the witch princess. There were 2 guards at the front, and even more inside of the building. However, we weren't stopped since Prithvi was with us, and they recognized me. One guard looked wary and skeptical, while the other looked excited. Inside the building was just one medium-sized magic circle. However, the rest of the building was also quite extravagant with all sorts of unique and expensive-looking decor everywhere. "We take this to go to Svarga. Come," said Prithvi as she stepped into the magic circle. We joined her and we left Sukista. Svarga, once we arrived at another building, the walls were as lavish as the ones back in Sukista. There were, however, a number of miniature statues and paintings depicting gods and goddesses. From what I read, Mount Meru was Indra's abode as home. I wonder if this is true in this version of the Draconic Dais, or if it's any different. However, once we stepped out of the building, I was a bit confused but also surprised at the view we got. It seemed like we were on a floating island in a different dimension. In front of us was a small village that had a few people walking around in maid or butler attire. When they saw us, they quickly came over to us and started offering a bunch of different services. No, we're fine. This is the middleman. He's here for business," explained Prithvi. They stopped to look at me and finally understood. They excused themselves and scurried away, confusing us even more. "What was that about?" I asked. "Indra lives here. However, for the sake of making things easier, we will hold the meeting here. Usually, you can pick and choose what island you wish to go to using that magic circle back in Sukista. Indra wants to go to war with Shiva. However, Shiva can still remain calm, while Indra tries to go to Mon. I do worry for the meeting right now, since they're both already there. It's almost like an Asgard. Asgard had their own islands for different uses, and some of Odin's sons lived on them." I mumbled to myself. "Really? Sounds interesting. I haven't been there yet," she said. "I'm heading to Asgard soon to do a few things. If you want, you can come with me, because we're part of that," I said and smirked. "Foo-foo. That does make sense. I'll take you up on that offer, Jean," she replied happily. All the girls that were looking at me, silently asking with their stares, what did she mean by that? Or something along those lines. "They'll explain another time. For now, let's go," I said, and they agreed, although reluctantly. We started walking away towards the large tree. To the right of that tree was a large lake, and one of its branches connected to another tree-like structure with a building on it. To our left were 2 other floating buildings. The one on the left was much smaller than the one on the right, as it resembled a stadium or coliseum of sorts. Those 2 floating islands were also connected by a bridge from the largest tree here. However, near the top there were also 2 short branches that had their own small buildings attached to them. But at the very top, do you see it? That's where we're meeting. Cinchereto, these girls do too. I mean, I love them, so I told them the truth. "Fufu, I see. Outer Godsama," replied Prithvi. We quickly arrived inside the large tree, and it seemed to have a spiral staircase, what's with gods and supernatural beings and spiral staircases. I snapped. "Now that you mention it," muttered Lavinia. "They do have a lot of those, don't they?" added Suzaku. "Isn't there an elevator or something, Naya?" asked Kuroka. "Can we just fly up?" asked Gabriel. I looked at my head, and Chiron was still asleep. I should wake her up soon, or before we step into the meeting room. Prithvi Mata laughed at us and said, "There's a floating platform that brings us up. Look, it's over there." She pointed in the middle, and it seemed to be behind what seemed to be the same magic circle from Sukista. "We take that," she said. "Oh, it looks like the same one from Tir Na Nog," I said, and walked over to it with everyone else behind me. "It's larger, though." "That's an interesting observation, Naya." "Barato, enough with the jokes for now. Barato," said Suzuko, who had Barato at her cheek. With teary eyes, Barato agreed and then rubbed her cheek defeatedly and clung onto me from behind. "Naya, she quietly cackled to herself. She had played Suzaku like a fiddle, and Suzaku's mouth twitched. "Up we go," said Prithvi. The platform suddenly shot up at frighteningly fast speeds. "Nya, why is it so fast?" Kuroka screamed as she tightened her hold on me. "Hee, this is pretty fun. Like when I grabbed Aaron during the sports festival, didn't you pass out, Gabriel-chan?" asked Lavinia, and Gabriel blushed but still nodded her head. However, at the speed we were traveling, we arrived at the top a few seconds later. We stepped off the platform, and immediately we were in front of a golden wooden door. 2 guards were there too, but they saw us and opened the door for us. We stepped inside and found ourselves in a larger room than what it looked from the outside. It seemed like they had used spatial magic to make the room more spacious. All around the room were statues and paintings of Indra, a few replicas of weapons and armor, and a few flowers and vases, and the rest were normal yet lavish furniture. Around a circle table were a bunch of gods, goddesses, and other significant figures. From using Observe, I could tell who was who. Indra, Shiva, Mahabali, Brahma, Vishnu, Varuna, Hanuman, Ganesha, Prahlada, Arjuna, Durga, Parvati, Lakshmi, and Sarasvati, not including Prithvi, who was with us. Indra has the appearance of a man with a buzz-cut hairstyle with greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes. He wears circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and has a jewel around his neck. Shiva had short brown hair tied in a ponytail, golden earrings on his ears, orange-colored eyes, tan skin, a golden black watch on his wrist, and wore a slick black and white suit. He also wore some glasses. Mahabali has the appearance of a handsome man with long black hair and white hair, pale white skin, and a muscular body wearing a native sari dress who had sharp eyes. Brahma, unlike most of the other gods here, had blue skin. He had long blue hair, red eyes, and his third eye was closed. He wore little clothing, but what he wore were parts of sari dress, as well as golden ornaments around his body. Vishnu looked like an old man. He had long gray hair tied in a long ponytail, blue eyes, and a beard. Strangely enough, he wore what looked like a yukata of all things. It had a long black top half, while the rest were white and had gold accents. He also wore glasses like Shiva. Varuna looked quite unique, as he had long red hair, crimson red eyes, elf-like ears, and wore leather black armor, with black sharp gloves with golden accents everywhere. He had a black ball near his right shoulder and a single armor guard on his right shoulder. Hanuman looked like a yokai. He had long flowing black hair, horns on the top of his head. He wore cross-shaped earrings, a long white coat, a blue hakama, and black shoes. He had some kind of oni mask hanging on his hip, as well as weapons. He also had black arm guards that were made of leather. Ganesha, unlike most of the other gods, was a humanoid elephant. He had 4 arms and wore golden pants and various golden ornaments around his body. Prahlada is a tall man with purple eyes and long, straight vermilion hair. His hair is neatly combed to the back while leaving his long fringe combed to the left in a wavy hairstyle. Prahlada's attire consists of a white tunic which is covered by a dark blue shirt with long sleeves and a high collar. Moreover, he wears white trousers and black high boots with a similar design to his shirt. On top of his attire, he wears a long red cape. Arjuna had short black hair and brown eyes. He wore a unique set of clothing that looked like it came out of a laboratory. If I was being honest, he looked like the one from Nasaverse. Durga. She had long white hair, sharp yellow eyes that looked like a serpent's. She had strange-looking ears, had deer-like antlers on her head, wore a set of Japanese clothing, and had a long tail that looked like a snake that was also white. Parvati is a young woman with purple hair and purple eyes. Her clothing is a blue silk sari wrapped upon her waist area and a blue blouse with short sleeves. Both the blouse and sari have a unique golden silk style in them. She also wears a golden circlet and is the wife of Shiva. Lakshmi had long, straight black hair. Her eyes were purple, and she wore a sari that was unique-looking and mostly white. It had a cape attached to it, and the inside of it was blue. Her barato and legs were visible, and she wore long white boots. She also had various ornaments around her body, and had some kind of weapon on her hip. Sarasvati was a woman who had long brown hair that had her hair tied in a ponytail. She had gentle-looking hazel eyes and wore a long white and purple dress. She also held a sitar in her hands. She was the only one who waved at us. "Oh, Dual Dragon Emperor, greetings! And everyone else. I'm glad you could come today. I'm very glad," said Indra. I felt both excitement and a bit of irritation from Indra. Surprisingly, there was no hostility coming from the man. I'm also surprised that Sun Wukong, first Jin, wasn't here along with a few others who became Buddhas. "You seem confused, Big Dragon Koan. Care to share?" asked Indra again. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Gene Skyward, Dual Dragon Emperor, and middleman. As to your question, Indra, I was just wondering where the first generation Sun Wukong was. He wasn't training Team DXD today," I told him. "Drake would have an aneurysm if he heard that moniker," said Elsha. "He speaks. Well, welcome, welcome. I've been convinced. Where are the documents? Let's get this alliance settled already," said Indra with fake enthusiasm. He stared at me the entire time. "Who's that cat?" he asked and pointed at Chiron, who was still asleep on my head. "Ah, sorry, one of my companions who fell asleep. I can wake her up if you want," I replied. "Nah, it's fine," he said and waved me off. I nodded and summoned the documents, which made a loud thud on the table. All of the gods and goddesses there stared at me and the documents in shock. Indra's mouth twitched at the absurd number of documents he had to look through. All the current gods present need to look through it, and before you ask, yes, I've sorted through all of them and found that this is all relevant. Others have been condensed by me, so all in all this is around 1,000 pages to read. If you want a specific number, then it's 1087, I told them. I clicked my fingers and summoned some android fairies. There were 15 gods, so 15 android fairies. I explained how these little guys worked, and it would make their lives easier to handle. One final thing, you may be aware of it, but Nagendra, one of the members of the Cow's Order, and a member of a group called the Seekers of Truth may attack your pantheon in the coming days. So my allies and I will be staying here to help defend against it if it does happen. Ah, Azazel did say something about it. Maybe even some gods from another universe may come too. I look forward to it. Actually, if they fight us, then great. I've been itching to fight. With that said, Dual Dragon Emperor, won't you have a sparring match with me? Asked Indra with a grin. How should I answer this? I could accept and then reschedule it for a different time, or I could accept it after we get into an alliance. I thought about it for a few seconds before coming to an answer. After the alliance, I will accept any request, not including assassinations and the like towards another pantheon. So yes, if you, the king of gods of your pantheon, requests for it, I don't mind fulfilling it. Indra looked a bit annoyed at the start, but an even wider grin spread across his face after my explanation. So you'll accept a duel once we sign these things? He asked. Yes, though you have to make sure to follow through with the agreement, and also any traitor in the alliance will be dealt with accordingly. Yeah, I get it, great. I do want to duel with you, since you killed one of my subordinates, he said happily, and a few gods in the room looked at him. Oh, he's alive by that you mean Chow Chow, right? He's my subordinate now. I told him, and he looked up and gave me a confused look. I clicked my fingers and showed him my small interaction with Chow Chow recently while in Grigori. At the end of it, he laughed. So you took him for yourself, huh? Even gave him a brand new spear. Then again, you really keep surprising our world, Dual Dragon Emperor. Very well, I don't really care now, but I still want to fight you. How about this? If I win, I take Chow Chow back, and if you win, you keep him, and he'll personally do one favor for you. He replied with great confidence. Indra said, Shiva looking annoyed at his fellow god. If I can't have a war with you, Shiva, then I can at least fight the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history. He also killed one of my subordinates. Normally I would just outright kill him, but I'm being fair, you know? He snapped back. If that attack happens, then we deal with it, but after that, I'm asking you to fight me, middleman, announced Indra. The rest of the gods and goddesses there looked at me. I don't mind, but please sort through that, and also focus on the upcoming attack first before you entertain the idea of us having a sparring match duel, I replied. Fair enough. Let's get this done then. He shouted and immediately started reading, but then stopped and added, All right, what will you do? I will tour your realm and see if they have found a way in yet. And if they do, I will repair or seal it up. But that means I may need to leave and go back to the human world if they choose to attack there instead. I explained. Is that so? All right, go ahead. Prithvi, you can go with him since you're already doing that job, said Indra, and he turned back to reading. I expected Indra to throw all this work at the other gods and goddesses. However, I guess me accepting his future fight might have given him more incentive to get all of that read. Well, it's better for me, since I won't have anyone harassing me incessantly while I stay here with the girls. We looked at Prithvi, who shook her head and walked away. I wanted to speak to some of the other gods. However, it seemed like they were already reading, but it did seem like a few of them also wanted to speak to me. They'll just wait then. It shouldn't be too long before they're done. With the help of my android fairies, it should only take a day or two. I mean, there are more documents to read now after all. I looked at the gods one last time before we turned around and left the meeting room. At least the other gods were on board with the alliance, and I didn't need to speak with it too much. They'll ask Michael more about it. Once we got back to the first floor, Lavinia turned to me and asked, "Where to?" In turn, I looked at Prithvi and asked, "Which parts of your realm do you think has a high chance of being infiltrated? Is that why you asked about the forest earlier?" She asked me instead of answering my question. Yeah, basically I replied. She nodded and thought about it. In the meantime, we walked out of the large tree and waited out there instead. Well, the first one should be Naraka, our own version of hell, and Yama is the one overseeing it. If you want to explore it and try to find anything, then go ahead. The forest we teleported into, and finally, I guess the field that we the gods fought on once before. But that's more or less destroyed. I mean, the space, the dimension was destroyed, so there's no way of entering it, explained Prithvi. No way of entering? Huh? Kuntwar, can you locate where that is and double-check? I asked. Kuntwar, answer, right away. It seems like the space has definitely been destroyed, but with the way the current cows order, there are items or individuals that can definitely reverse the destruction, making it a possible entry point. We'll check it out later then. The same with Naraka too. But first, well, we have time, don't we, Naya? Let's go get more food, Naya, said a very hungry cat beside me. You're still hungry? I asked. All that serious talk made me hungry. I also wanted to save the ones I bought for everyone else at home. Shurgu Naya probably wants them too. We're both gluttons after all. Naya haha, she explained. I didn't plan on saying anything to her, but I guess she just explained it to me. But yeah, I guess Shigen would enjoy the food that they have here, but she did eat during the short meeting we had. A few of the gods did look at her with confused expressions. Goodness, Indra looked a bit amused by it. I guess a mischievous cat won't change, huh? Well, I don't see a problem with that. You can probably explore a small portion of that forest today, but I can bring you to a hotel you can stay in. It's quite expensive though, but if I put a word in, you'll get a discount, said Prithvi Mata. Don't worry, I'm rich. I can afford it. Also, I gave Grigori around nearly $1 trillion in money not too long ago. It'll be fine, I explained. Is that so? Then let's go there then, she said and started to walk away. The girls let go of me and trailed behind us as they looked around this realm in curiosity. I walked beside Prithvi and started a conversation. Do you know anything about the other members of EXE? I asked. What do you know? All I know is Team/Dog, a devil of mammon, and a goddess from the Chinese mythology will be part of it. Other than that, I'm in the dark. She glanced at me, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. Fufu. I've met the mammon devil already through Satan Beelzebub, Cinchuredo, and she certainly was amused by it too, you know? Either way, she'll be a key member of EXE. Certain servants of Satan Beelzebub will also be part of it. Multiple people from the Alliance as well. Some not even in the Alliance yet, but if you do go to that pantheon, then so anyone in the DXD Alliance has a chance of being part of it, including ones that aren't part of it either, but are in favor of it, so it's safe to assume there will be gods and goddesses then? I asked. Exactly. But I also heard from Beelzebub that you have your own plans for the Omniverse. This means our presence and jobs will be reduced by a significant amount. So, I look forward to that too. Super God Sama, she said and chuckled to herself. We passed by the town, and the servants tried to have us order them. But food, Naya? Kuroka asked, and she immediately was given a bunch of bags that were filled with various concoctions of regular canned foods, snacks, and street food. Oh, so convenient, she said and started eating them. I heard that you had a gluttonous Nekashu, but to think she was this gluttonous is kind of shocking. This may sound strange, but does she have a job? Asked Prithvi. I glanced back at Kuroka, who happily ate her food and started sharing it with everyone. Each girl took a piece and started eating them too. Chiron also woke up and joined them. Kuroka, she's always wanted peace. Before her life was upended and she was forced to live that life, she wanted nothing more than to protect her sister, Chiron. I think she wants peace as much as I do, since to her the current life she lives is peaceful in its own right. Even if some look at her as being lazy and a freeloading, she's just taking advantage of it, the peace she so desired. Even if her history here is a bit different from her canon counterpart, it's still quite tragic-stricken. She'll have a job once I open my business up. So for now, she's just enjoying her free time. Cinchuredo, I'll maybe be your secretary. Shing. Suddenly a magic circle appeared beside me. And did someone offer to be your secretary? There are way too many already. A.A. Jean. Decline. No will temporarily leave Asgard and come there. Do you hear me? Shouted Rose through it. Prithvi Mata seemed stunned at this and stared at the magic circle in confusion. Rose, calm down, no one is joining it, jeez. Please go back to what you were doing. Everything is fine, I replied. I then had to convince her for a few more seconds before she finally accepted and the magic circle disappeared. Don't offer to do that, I said, and told her about the secretary system, which made her laugh. It seems your group of friends is competing in other ways to stay near you, aren't they? It certainly is a lively household, the Skyward household. Isn't it? You're not wrong. We finally reached the building from before, and we headed back to Sukista. Buloka, Sukista, as we stepped out of the building. Oh, Karna, you're back? Asked Prithvi. In front of us was a young man with long and white, unkempt hair that almost appeared transparent. He has aqua blue eyes and has a sharp gaze. He wore what looked like black skin-tight bodysuit armor that exposed a large portion of his chest. He also had golden-plated armor covering his legs, arms, and knees, as well as his shoes. When I used observe on him, it was Karna. He is the son of the sun god Surya and Princess Kunthi, and thus a demigod of royal birth. Prithvi Mata, good day to you. I see. The middleman has come to our realm. Greetings. I am called Karna. You may have heard of me through human text. A pleasure to meet you, he said and put his hand out, so I shook it. Jean Skyward, middleman. Nice to meet you. Karna, I replied. To answer your question, yes. I just returned with dealing a certain problem father sent me on. He said to Prithvi, Father, so you're a demigod, huh? Sun god Surya and Princess Kunthi are your parents? I asked, and he nodded in confirmation. I am. It's quite rare for a god and a human to join hands, but I am alive because of it. Excuse me. I shall report back to Emma. You're here for an alliance, correct? I look forward to it, he added and stepped inside the building and teleported away. It was a brief meeting, but it wasn't unpleasant. He was a bit stiff, but he was friendly enough. He may act like he is very uptight, but he's quite knowledgeable and down-to-earth. You can practically talk to him about anything since he reads a lot. He also helps around a lot in Sukista, so you might see him a lot, starting tomorrow, said Prithvi. Anyway, let's go get you guys to that hotel. We started walking away from the building and through the streets of Sukista. Like earlier, we were greeted by many of their residents, but I also noticed that the sun was slowly setting for the day. We hadn't been here for that long, so I was a little bit confused. Around 3 in the afternoon, the sun starts to go down, so don't get too alarmed. Around 8 in the evening is when it's usually pitch black. So you have a good few hours left if you wish to explore the forest, explained Prithvi. However, the closer we got to the hotel, what's that? Asked Gabriel. A small event that's happening in a few days. We managed to snag an exclusive deal from the producers of the Lucky Dragon show, and we'll have a premiere of one of the newest movies called Lucky Dragon and the Vermilion Princess, said Prithvi as she winked at Suzaku. You managed to get into that production too? Susaku-niya? Yes, I was contacted because Akino was going to be in it, so they'll be playing a role in the special dragon show in the future as the Vermilion Princess, she explained. And my costume design was changed a bit to be more appropriate. Akino-senpai? What's she going to be? Asked Chiron. Fallen Dragon's goddess. It seems she'll be an antagonist for the future season. It'll be on Brave Dragon's side in the movie, and spoilers Naya. I'm sorry, borrado. It's a bad habit of mine, replied Sisko. I did see my avatar's memories from a couple of shoots they did, but I didn't think it was a movie. I just thought it was a regular episode or season, I said, and looked at the large screen they were setting up. As you saw earlier, the children of our realm also love the Dragon Hero show. It's a miracle they didn't pester you more today. Ah, that's the hotel you're staying at, she said and pointed to another large building. To our surprise, there's a mini statue of Shiva to the left of the entrance, and to the right is that my boosted Gear Queen form? I asked. Yes, you're correct, replied Prithvi as she laughed at my reaction. It's called the Wonder Dragon's Hotel, built and dedicated to the almighty Wonder Dragon. It's dragon and god-themed, explained Prithvi. I felt my mouth twitch at the absurd hotel that was built in my honor. I shook these thoughts out of my mind, and we entered the hotel, but oh my god! The Wonder Dragon, Witch Princess, and Vermilion Princess. One of the guests screamed. After that, we were surrounded by a large crowd of people. Many children, teenagers, and even adults came over to talk to us, get an autograph, or shake our hands. In addition, they took pictures with us. In the end, it turned into a small meet and greet as they were very enthusiastic about the new movie coming out. We're done, Naya, said Kuroka tiredly. She, along with Chiron and Gabriel, were forced to help at the impromptu fan meeting. However, Chiron was also recognized partway through as Hellcat-chan and also had to deal with her fans. Hey, I don't think I would like being that famous, said Gabriel as she clung onto me tiredly. Good job, Gabriel, I said and patted her head. We finally got to walk up to the receptionist, and she gave us a smile. Centurado, 000. This includes many benefits, as they're doing it in yen. That's quite a lot too, considering it's only 2 days. Who on earth can afford this place? 279,000 is around 2,108 or 1,943. I summoned my black credit card and paid that way. Once the transaction was done, we were given a singular key card. We took the liberty of putting all of you in one room. Is that all right? She asked. It's fine. Thank you, I replied, and we left to go to it. The key card showed the number 76Z. It was the first time I saw a Z on a room number, so I was quite curious. Oh, it's one of the most expensive and fancy rooms in the entire hotel. I guess they want Great Dragon Sama to be staying comfortably here, said Prithvi. How big is it? Chiron asked. 7,600 square feet? There are 2 levels of it too. You can technically treat it as an apartment if you want. Cinturado, it took the seraph a little bit to understand, and she also blushed. We arrived at the door, and there were a few others like it, and we entered using the key card. When we entered the room, what we saw immediately in front of us was a large fish tank with aquatic fish, corals, and sand in it. The ground below us was made of polished birch wood, and once we walked around the fish tank, we were in a combined living kitchen dining room combo. The room was as large as my home's living room. There were several windows around it that showed the outside using magic. The area we were in made it impossible to see the outside, so this was an interesting touch by the hotel. In the living room was a large 92-inch flat-screen TV with a few exotic plants near it. We walked past it, but behind us was a short spiral staircase that went up to the second level, and when I walked up, it was a very, very large bedroom with an even larger bed. It had a bunch of expensive-looking bedding sheets and pillows. There was also another fish tank there that was attached to the wall. Above the bed was magma, and it was used to light the place along with a few lamps and lights around the room. I walked back down and saw Kuroka rummaging through the fridge, and it was quite large too, larger than the one we have at home since I could see hundreds, no, probably tens of thousands of pre-cooked foods in there, as well as an overabundance of snacks and beverages. This place is amazing, Naya, said Kuroka as she ate a few snacks. These seats are magic-controlled and come out of the ground. There's also a function where you can use a remote if you can't use magic, said Lavinia as she made the dining room table and chairs come up and down using her magic. Pillows comfy, Nyan, muttered Chiron as she had laid down on the sofa and hugged the pillows. Soft Anna, Zizizi, muttered Gabriel as she slowly fell asleep. It seems that your friends have made themselves comfortable here. Even Suzaku and Lavinia are messing with anything magic-related, said Prithvi beside me. I glanced behind me and saw the two adjusting the table and chair using the remote and magic. I feel like they'll ask me to upgrade my home again to be more like this, I said inside. Before we could continue, the doorbell to our room rang, and I looked at Prithvi looking a bit confused. We went to it and let the girls relax in a room. Once we opened it, it was a barato of the staff. "Oh, hello. How can I help you?" "Great Dragon Sama. Shiva-sama wishes to speak to you," he said. "Shiva?" I repeated, and they nodded. "Yes, and he said to come alone as he wanted to speak to you privately," he said again and left. I looked at Prithvi, and she said, "I will inform your family. Please go ahead." "Shiva did look like he wanted to speak to you." "Thanks. We'll try to get it done as quickly as possible," I said and left. I quickly found Shiva's aura, and he was in the lobby, so when I got there he waved at him and pointed outside. I quickly joined him and we left. "Did you need me for something?" I asked. "Let's have a short chat, Jean. I have to make it quick since I still need to read those documents." I would have done this later at night, but couldn't help it. "Anyway, let's go to a local restaurant I frequent," he said, and I agreed. We walked through a few streets and arrived at a small family-owned restaurant. Once we stepped inside him, "Ah, Shiva-sama, are you here for the usual?" "Oh, the big dragon and middleman is here too. What a lucky day," said a man. "Yes, it is Daksh. We're here for a short meal," said Shiva, and we went over to a small table. The man named Daksh came over and asked us what we would like. Shiva ordered his food, and I just said I'd have whatever he had. "So, what did you want to talk about?" I asked again. Shiva looked at me, then at Daksh, and at a woman and a child. "You're a powerful individual, Jean Skyward. You've done quite a lot of things in nearly a year since you appeared for peace, right?" He asked and smiled. I didn't say anything, and I let him continue. "You look like a cautious and smart young man. So you probably did a lot of homework on me, right? So I won't beat around the bush. When the great Seraph Michael came here to do negotiations of an alliance, Indra didn't take him seriously. However, he came back with an angel called Layla and Altaria. We were shocked. Those two women who were apparently created by you are beyond the two dragon gods I have seen of our world. It makes me wonder what you are. It made me want to meet you. And today, I finally did. But as you know, I have future predication as one of my powers. When I try to look into your future, I didn't know what kind of expression he showed me. But it was a mix of curiosity, dread, and excitement. Not befitting a god, though. He is Shiva. So maybe, no, he is the god of destruction after all. I see nothing but a large void. The sky is jet black and the ground is pure white. Near the end of this long, everlasting void, a young man stood there, who looked just like you, and behind him a singular large eye glaring right back at me. He took a deep breath and sighed. He then looked back at me with a very serious look on his face. "What in the world are you?" Chapter 9, Part 2, Voices of the Past, third-person point of view. In a certain section of the dimensional gap stood a man with a massive smile on his face. He watched as many houses, shops, and various other buildings were constructed in front of him. With a mix of shadow soldiers and his own dragon army, the building process was progressing very smoothly. His name was Antares, and he was building Aaron's new home in the dimensional gap. However, not only will he build a new home here that will resemble a large castle, he will also create a functioning city for fans of his master to live in. The city had two sections, the residential district with multiple homes, shops, and a few businesses, and the entertainment sections. In the middle of this section would be his master's home. Antares wanted to go all out to show his loyalty to his master and knew he would be praised extensively when Aaron saw it. However, only 42 of this section was finished, while the other section was around 10 complete. The other section was where everything else would be. This is where most businesses would be set up, with a few homes as well. However, the main attraction to the other section was the massive building that would house raiding games in the future. The large building would be constructed with both itself and a separate dimension in mind to use as the field. Aaron planned on having this place be a tourist destination and a regular place where international raiding games would be played. Antares, there are a few pests lurking around, but they've been dealt with. It seems like they're just observing us from a distance. Should we start with setting those up? Antares turned to his side and saw a fellow colleague. "Ah, Kokushibo. Indeed, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Let's set up around 12 of them to start. They'll be a mix of my dragons and your demons, he replied. I will leave the design to you. How long do you think all of this will take to complete? Kokushibo asked as he looked around at the current city. With our workforce and my detailed plans, I would say by the time Aaron-sama and everyone else graduate from high school, replied Antares. I wish to attend it, but you won't be able to? Nevertheless, you could ask Aaron-sama to tour this place for his graduation trip. A splendid idea, Kokushibo, screamed Antares. The man beside him simply stared at him in disbelief. All the Electa have respect and loyalty towards Aaron. However, Kokushibo acknowledged that some of them are insanely devoted. He himself is also very devoted. However, if he had to compare himself to Antares, then Kokushibo would be a 500, while Antares would be a 10,000. The difference was quite noticeable. It didn't mean Kokushibo was any less loyal or respectful, but he could do it and show it in moderation. However, the brief interactions he had with Aaron made him realize that the man he called master would take all of this in stride and wouldn't stop this fanaticism. Is that so? I will leave then. Adele should be done with those arrangements in that section too. Cinchureto both had finished their jobs for the moment, and they were having some tea. Adele put a hand on her cheek and sighed. I wish to go back. I miss Aaron-sama. I believe you won't see him until graduation, Adele, answered Celestin. But when he saw his fellow Electa nearly in tears, he regretted telling her how reality was. But Oya, Celestin, and Adele, I see both of you are done with your jobs. Good work, said a male's voice. Both of them looked up to see one of the guardians. In total, there were 8 of them. They were assigned to protect Aaron's new home in the dimensional gap. Unlike the goddess of battle, who were assigned to protect the human realm, and there were 16 of them in total. The man who called out to them was called Inialos, the deputy commander of the Guardians. He had long blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and had elf ears. He wore a long, dark blue, navy and white coat with navy pants and a white and purple cape. Furthermore, he carried a unique-looking book with him, wore a monocle under his right eye, and had a large circular machine floating behind him. Inialos, we had just finished. Adele was a bit troubled because he couldn't see Aaron-sama, Celestin explained. I see. However, construction is taking quite some time because of Antares specifications, so expect to see him when he graduates from high school, said Inialos bluntly. However, your workload will be decreased significantly in the next few days. We received a message from Aaron-sama not too long ago that a certain GOB will be joining us today, said a voice behind them. Fufu, impeccable timing as always, Claudira, said Inialos as he turned around to face the woman. Behind Inialos was a woman with short blue hair. She had heterochromia eyes. The right is blue, and the left is red. She also wore glasses. She wore a long white and blue dress. Behind her were wings that resembled the light wings of divine dividing. All around her were blue screen-like holograms. Claudira sent a blue screen towards all 3 of them, and from them were instructions and how long it would take, her estimation. Those are your current jobs that you must fulfill today. Of course, I've taken into account breaks, so please keep that in mind, she told them. As efficient as always, said Inialos as he sounded a bit irritated at her. Claudira and Inialos are one of the smartest among Electa that Aaron made, hence why they do not get along. Inialos can relax and have a bit of fun while he does his work. He also likes deviating from his plans when the situation calls for it. Meanwhile, Claudira tends to be a stickler for the rules. The only exception is when Aaron overrides them or orders her to do it. Claudira also almost never smiles around people and takes her work very seriously. In Inialos' words, it's like she's wound up so tightly that nothing can relax her, and she just keeps going like that no matter how uncomfortable it makes her. Due to these factors, these two tend not to get along in general, but can put away their differences when they do their work for their master. If you wish to avoid the deadline that everyone has set graduation, then I suggest you follow these. I have left some shadow soldiers in my place in the human world, so I will be here semi-permanently. If we follow my plans, and I've already gotten permission from Antares, then we will finish at least a month early, if not two. So let's get to it, shouted Adele with renewed vigor. Both Celestin and Inialos laughed at Adele as she rushed away, and then both followed after her. Claudira stood there as she looked at her own plans. A sudden, yet rare smile spreads across her face. If all goes well, we can see Aaron Sama soon, she said to herself. In one of the sections of the Cow's Order's base stood a lone figure. However, in this dimly lit room, the door suddenly opened and in came another. Malakota, the figure called out. Barbaricia. Speak, replied Malakota. Malakota, the leader of the Malbranche, and the most powerful out of them, it was said to never unseal him, as even the original Satans feared him and his power. However, he was now free and had been for the last few months. We received reliable information. It seems there will be a new classification for certain sacred gears in the future, said Barbaricia. Apparently, they will be called the New Longinus, as these are sacred gears with the potential to rival the original 13 Longinus. Malakota turned his head and looked at Barbaricia. New Longinus? On par with the original 13? That's quite a thing to say. Who did you hear this from? Sources say from certain devils of Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the current Satans. Furthermore, it seems the middleman and dual dragon emperor is the one who wanted to create the new classification, replied Barbaricia. Malakota squinted his eyes and scowled. Middleman, the man with two sacred gears, just like Mitsuya Kanzaki, two humans who wish to play as gods well. One of them is a god stronger than the god of the Bible. In fact, no, the gods of our universe, added the deputy commander. What shall we do? We will wait. Our original goal was to have a death battle with each Longinus possessor. However, with these new Longinus, we will wait and see. That man has been destroying the rules of our world for far too long. As such, we will also eliminate these new Longinus possessors. We will prove that we, the evil claws, are superior. The aura that Malakota unleashed was enough to shake the base of the Cow's Order, and the small area their base was in. Barbaricia stepped back and gulped. He hadn't felt that power since they were created, and it reminded him just how powerful their leader was. I shall inform the others then, said Barbaricia, and he quickly left the room. Universe Crepuscule Phantasma in the new base of the Wayboros. A new member stood in front of Eleanor, one of the Eradicators. The member of Wayboros was given a briefing of what was going to happen, and then they would go to the Draconic Dais to join the operation. Sira, you're aware of the risks that are involved in this operation, correct? Asked Eleanor. I am. To be able to die this way, I see it as an honor, Lady Eleanor, replied Sira. Rank 6th of the Wayboros, Sira, a man born from power in the universe of the Phantasma. He has long gray hair, yellow eyes, and wears a black general's outfit. On the left side of his chest is a large golden device attached to his heart. It helps regulate his power. Behind him is a multicolored cape. Is that so? Very well then. You will be teaming up with a certain ally from the EV faction, a monster from the Monkai Association, and Nagendra from the Seekers of Truth. However, your role will be to delay the middleman along with the EV and another individual, explained Eleanor. Delay the outer god. Is that even possible? I certainly will try, but I can understand your uneasiness. However, we are there to try to collect an item. If possible, then we will have the upper hand on the DXD Alliance and Team DXD. However, if we fail, well, we have other ways of obtaining another item, but it will take longer, so we wish to obtain this one instead. I will put my life on the line. Lady Eleanor, he answered firmly. Off you go now. It's in a place called Tanzania here. Take this. It will guide you to the location, she said, and handed Sira. Sira nodded and teleported to the Draconic Dais. Universe Evie, it told, the wicked god Saracelbes sat on a chair in her room. She originally wasn't one of the Evie gods. Her original planet was meant to be eradicated, destroyed by the mechanical gods of the Evie faction. However, Saracelbes was one of the few on their planet that was strong enough to oppose the ones invading their world. Melvazoa and Regal Ziva were part of that invasion. However, they saw potential in her and saw that they could become even more powerful if they had her on their side. So they made a deal with her. They would spare their world and even put it under their protection, but she had to join their ranks and become mechanical god. Another part of the deal was that the people of their world were to become their underlings and take part in future invasions of the universe and worlds. Sarah Selby saw this as an opportunity to keep her world and species alive, so she accepted the offer. The other fighters of her world were against it and tried to convince her otherwise, but in the end they had to comply. In the end, she was reborn as a mechanical life form and served as one of the gods of the Eevee faction. She was even named as the younger sister of Melvazoa and Regalziva because of her power. After that, she along with her people started participating in invasions to conquer universes and planets. They did not enjoy it at all, but they had no choice in the matter. If there were any signs of rebellion, their planet and species would be wiped out. No questions asked, and Sarah Selby's would be the one to do it. And unfortunately, Sarah Selby's, who once had a moniker of a god of peace and tranquility, had been changed to that of a wicked god. It pained her, but if it was for the survival of her species, she would do it all over again. However, she saw a light at the end of the tunnel, the middleman, the dual dragon emperor, the outer god. If she could secretly make contact and make an alliance with him, then maybe, just maybe, she and her species could make it out of this predicament. She had tried with the Atoll faction, but none of them would listen to her secret pleas. So she decided to give up on them and wait for a different opportunity. It took a long time. At times she nearly gave up. But how do I go about it? She pondered. If she even messed up in the slightest, it could spell disaster for her species and possibly death for her. Sarah Selby's needed to be even more cautious this time around. Not only did they join the Cows Order, who had many cautious individuals, her species was also slowly dying out because of the neglect of the overseers of the Eevee faction. One of the shepherds was quite abusive to her species, but even she couldn't do anything as she was away for most of the time because of the new alliance. She needed to be quick, but cautious. This left her at a dead end. She just needed something to get in contact with the outer god. Universe Draconic Deus Gregorievets's soliloquy. It's been a few days since I came back from my mission of infiltrating the Cows Order. Many of my colleagues seem to act strangely towards me. However, I just brushed it off because of me being away for so long. A few don't act differently towards me, especially Penemu, as she just calls us purple-haired sisters or something along those lines. The last time I was her, she was a lot less happy than she is now. She was more, I guess you could say, more professional, never showing too much of her emotions, but just enough to not come off as unapproachable or condescending. Back a few thousand years ago, she only did anything to help humans in a non-romantic way. But now Barato-chan, did you ask Aaron out yet? Asked Penemu in the distance. WWW, what are you talking about, Penemu-sama? Rainier asked while a bit panicked. Fufu, hey, how about we just go on a double date with him? Asked Penemu. Double date, I don't mind. Should we ask him when he gets back? Fufu, I knew you'd agree to it. Those two seem to be having fun. But Penemu tends to speak about either work or just her feelings towards Jean or romance in general. To think that such a young man would get very old fallen angels suddenly, these two approached me with terrifying expressions stretched across their faces. It felt like I had said something to them, even though I didn't, and they got offended. Hello, Penemu. Rainier, how can I help you? I asked them. You've only been back for a few days, Avetsa, but what do you think of the new Grigori? She asked me. It's fine. I mean, apart from the newly added sections constructed by the middleman, there hasn't really been any changes. Also, it seems like we lost a few more fallen angels. I can guess they were killed, exiled, or went rogue. I asked. Yeah, Acacius went rogue, though you probably saw him in the Cows Order, right? How was he in it, by the way? Asked Penemu. He was mostly the same. He would sometimes question if this was what he really wanted, but I guess it's nothing too strange from him. I mean, he's always been like that, right? I guess he had a soft spot for Tobio Accuse / Dog San. Acacius always walked the line of good or evil. A part of him liked or even loved humanity, but he was slowly brainwashed by Kokabeel and Azrael. He was the type to be influenced by very powerful people, and in the end he chose to side with them. Acacius saw Tobio as a little brother of sorts. They even bonded with each other to an extent, but I guess he wanted more power rather than keeping a relationship going in the end. He acted like a mentor and even older brother, sometimes to him too bad he was killed. If only he chose Grigori in the end instead of the Cow's order and power. Though I heard Akuzcoin was quite devastated for a couple of days, he was the one to kill him in the end, after all. I heard it was partially a suicide, but I want correct her on that. However, after saying that, Penemu got very close to me and asked, "So how about your love life?" I didn't understand what she was asking. What about my love life? I've been away on a mission. How does she expect me to? Is it Tamiel, Armoros, Sahariel, or Azazel? She asked and grinned. Centurato Rainier. Well, I like this version of you a lot more than the old you. Even while still part of Azrael's faction of fallen angels, she wasn't exactly easy to get along with. However, there were times I caught her looking rather sad, and at the time I wondered if that was the real Rainier or not. I'll never know unless I ask her about it. I believe she had a very troubled history before falling power and jealousy. I've heard Penemu talk about their life in Jean's home, and it seems that they get along with the great Seraph Gabriel, who also lives there. I need to get going. I was about to go share more information on my research that I managed to attain while being a researcher at the Cow's Order. He's been pestering me about it, and I've finally rewritten all my notes on it. I said to them, "Fufu, if you say so, Avetsa. Tell us the details after," said Penemu as I walked away. I shook my head and made my way to one of our research facilities. During my time in the Cow's Order, I made many breakthroughs and even managed to create what I call artificial Longinus. I only had a few ones that I classified as complete, but the rest were still in testing phases. With this and Azazel's current research, we should be able to make a more stable version. It should be a big breakthrough. Well, if we don't include the middleman casually creating Longinus-type sacred gears like their candy, I entered through the door and found a few researchers there too. In the far back, I saw Azazel looking at certain tools and parts, as well as a book. I quickly made my way there while being greeted by a few other fallen angels. Azazel. I finally wrote them all down. I told him as soon as I arrived beside him. Oh, Avetsa. Good timing. I was about to contact you. Show me them, he said, and I handed him one of my notebooks. I also brought the rest out. I stepped closer to him and asked, "Do you think we'll be able to recreate them in a timely manner?" I had a lot of help from Promestine, Satinel, and a few other researchers that were from the EV and Phantasma. I saw his lips twitch, but he shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, I don't know. I've asked Jean if he would help us. However, so far, he said that he may ask one of his subordinates to help us in the future. He said to wait for him to finish his trip and alliance with the Hindu gods first. Also, I can't work if you hold on to my arm like that. Avetsa, he muttered, and I let go. Sorry about that. Let's get started then, I exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yeah, let's do our best, he replied. Third-person point of view in a heavily guarded and inconspicuous spot somewhere in Tanzania. Africa was one of the bases for the Seekers of Truth, Nagendra. He was a snake yokai, a very smart one, and from a very young age, he always sought out power and knowledge. To him, as long as you have both, you would stand above everyone else. He saw many of his friends and family die meaningless deaths or be killed in such idiotic ways that it angered him. To him, they could have chosen a different path in life and would still be alive, yet they decided to make those choices and die. Nagendra didn't like the fact that sacred gears worked through the wielder's will and desires emotions. While he had emotions, he tried to suppress them a lot. To him, it hinders logic and common sense. He does acknowledge it as a powerful tool, but still an idiotic way to gain strength because to him, it's inconsistent. Since he joined the Monkai Association and then the Seekers of Truth, he had slowly started to gather up his own army. Once he found out about the truth, the multiverse, the outer gods, and the many more worlds out there, he wished to travel to them and take anything he thought that was valuable, anything that would increase his knowledge and power. He would prefer to get an immortal body, one that wouldn't be killed through old age and any type of ability or technique, true immortality. Nagendra was making a few last-minute preparations. Soon he would either truly live his dream or be erased from this world's history. He looked at his backups and knew that if the middleman found them, it would be truly over for him. But this was a gamble he was more than willing to take. Soon, he muttered. However, he was quickly brought out of his own thoughts when he felt a magic circle appear from the ground, and out came a gray-haired man. Are you the one called Nagendra? Asked the man. I am. Are you the one from the Eevee or Phantasma? He asked back. I am from the Phantasma. Call Sira. Who else are we waiting for? Asked Sira. The one from the Eevee and another colleague of mine. We only need to wait for one more, answered a voice. A female with white hair stepped out of the shadows. It was Ashtalai, a subordinate of Yashina, and the hybrid born from Azidaka in Yashina. Ashtalai, I see, so you're the one who's helping today? You're a clone, though, said Nagendra. I'm a clone, but that's enough for now. I should be able to help with delaying the other gods, especially a few Hindu gods, replied Ashtalai. I'm here with a big hunk of metal, said an unfamiliar voice. I'm Jackal, by the way. All of them turned to it and saw a 15-meter-tall robot with black-crimson body with orange accents. He had wings behind his back and had glowing red eyes and a man with yellow hair and animal ears. Jackal appears as a young, muscular monster. He had dark blonde hair, reaching down to his shoulders and covering the left side of his face, perpetually hiding his left eye from sight. Jackal wears a striped tank top on his torso. Jackal's pants, reach down below his knees, are noted for being extremely loose and baggy. His outfit is completed by plain black boots with light soles. I am Ungwintum, one of the Eevee gods. I am part of the combat fanatics. I will be helping you today, he explained to them. Ungwintum exuded an unbelievable amount of aura to them. As some of them stepped back, the only one to stand up to him was Sira. Everyone else, as they stared at both Ungwintum and Sira, thought the same thing, that they were beyond the level of dragon gods, the previously strongest of their world. Meanwhile, Ungwintum and Sira were silently staring at each other, sizing each other up, but also curious about each other's strength. However, let us discuss our plan of attack once more, said Sira. He then turned to look at Nagendra, who smirked at him. I have plenty of monsters and Yukai ready. I take it that the Eevee and Phantasma will provide some of their own? He asked the two strongest in the room. Affirmative. We will supply around 1 million of our soldiers that range from Satan class to God class. I am above them according to your world's ranking system. I should be slightly above the 2 dragon gods of your universe, he explained. Can you afford to do that? Asked Ashtalai. Yes. We have an abundance of soldiers. They are quite easy to create with that kind of power level. Anything beyond it will take time. However, this should be enough for this operation. What about the Phantasma? Asked Nagendra. They will be sent over soon. We will provide 1 million shadows too, replied Sira. Then until they arrive, we won't proceed with this mission, Jackal. Was it? How about you? I'm fine. I can just transform into my true form and be on par with at least combat-focused God-class beings. The way I am now, I am at least Satan class, he told them. Very well, that should be fine. All we need now is to set up in key locations to split up the forces of the Hindu gods. I have heard rumors that the middleman is there to add them to the alliance, so it will be a very challenging operation, but we must press forward. We must retrieve what we set out for, said Nagendra. Ashtalai grinned as she looked forward to fighting the middleman, or at least experiencing his power. She had heard too many stories already, and she was eager to see it for herself in person. The earliest we can attack is tomorrow, or near the end of it, explained Nagendra, and they all agreed. Jean's skyward soliloquy after I heard Shiva ask me that particular question, I just stared blankly at him for a few seconds before I sighed. Well, I paused and looked at the table. I then looked back at him and said, would you believe me if I said I know what I am and at the same time I don't? He stared at me for a few seconds with squinted eyes before he let out a soft chuckle and nodded his head. I can easily tell when someone is lying and not telling the truth. I can also read minds. You yourself are sure of what you are, but at the same time you find yourself questioning what you are. You live a very complicated and interesting life, Jean Skyward. However, tell me one more thing. What is your goal? My goal? Do you have any idea how many times I've been asked that? Shiva simply laughed at me when I said that. I understand that many will ask you that question, but I would like to hear the answer from you as well, he said. I paused and surveyed the outside. We sat near a window, and I saw many people caring about their daily lives in this relatively unpopulated part of the realm. I then looked back at the kitchen. I could hear some kind of music being played, the husband and wife talking to each other and laughing about something. Finally, I looked back at Shiva, who smiled at me. My answer and reasons have stayed relatively the same. I want a devoted family, and I want peace. However, it also slightly changed. I met a lot of people, seen a lot of things, experienced a lot of things, even though in my own person, I was also influenced by a single individual in my life so far. I owe a lot to them. It's still for my own selfish reasons, but I want to protect those people's lives, even if I won't be that relevant to theirs. You see a person in the street one day, to you, in that brief moment they're nothing but a stranger, but they too are alive, they have their own problems, dreams, loved ones, and life to live. I don't want the selfishness of evil people or terrorists to take that away, but it'll still protect those near to me most of the time. But if I can help it, it'll lend my hand to those who seek it. I've come to love the life I have and the people around me. To some, life is but a brief flash and then they're gone forever. I try to live life like that as much as I can in a single day, full throttle. Sorry it feels like I'm rambling, but I just want the world I live and the universe I live in to be peaceful. We can't achieve true peace unless we eradicate all evil in the world, but there will always be someone against the peace I seek. Some find it painful. I'm aware of that, but if it's for the overall populace, they'll choose to sacrifice those few for them. Shiva listened to what I had to say carefully and with his full attention. In the end, he let out a small chuckle and then started to laugh. But it wasn't to mock me or anything. He just seemed relieved, I guess. I never thought I'd hear something like that from someone so young. But I'm glad. I was worried that you'd have a naive way of thinking, maybe play hero, but I'm glad I was wrong, Gene. What you strive to achieve is something difficult, but you also have the power to do so. With that said, I made up my mind. I may be called the god of destruction, but you have my support. He then stood up, pointed at me, and declared, I've lived a very long life. Many have said they wanted the same thing, but failed. So, show me, Dual Dragon Emperor. Show me the world you wish to achieve. A child can dream of it, but can you truly make it happen? He then grinned and added, many of the gods around the world are aware of what you did, Miracle Dragon. He then sat back down and stretched his body. Whatever endeavors you have in the future, don't be afraid to contact me. I will give you my full support. The plans I had for the future, I will scrap them, he said casually. If I remember correctly, that happens in the future. But back when not too many Shin volumes were out, many speculated about what Ichi meant by Shiva being the last boss of the book. However, if he scrapped that idea because of me and my speech, then I'm thankful. I like the dude. He's a chill god, and I would rather not kill him if I could help it. Before we could continue, our food finally came out, and the owner placed it in front of us. Oh, thanks, Daksh. You outdid yourself again, but isn't this more portions than usual? Asked Shiva as he looked at the food. Both you and the dragon visited my small shop. Of course I would add extra. Come, eat, he said and gestured to our plates. So both of us thanked him for the food, and we began to eat. I didn't know the name of this dish or whether it was just a unique one made in the supernatural side of things, but it tasted good. It's called biryani. It's pretty popular in this area of our realm. What do you think? Asked Shiva. Biryani, it tastes delicious. I hadn't tasted it before, but I really like it, I replied. After that, we ate our food and had a lighter conversation. Most were about the rumored international rating game. Not too long after, we finished eating our food and we were walking back to the hotel. We hadn't said anything after we left the cozy place where we ate, and I tipped the man around 100,000 in cash, and he nearly fainted. I meant what I said earlier, Gene Skyward. If you come across a situation you need help with, especially with a famous god, contact me, said Shiva as we arrived near the hotel. By the entrance, Lavinia was waiting alone, and when she saw us, she ran over and embraced me. Upon seeing this, Shiva smiled and laughed. I will go back to Indra's abode then, until we meet again, he said and left. I wasn't gone that long, Nia, I said, but she shook her head against my chest. The day is nearly ending. What are you talking about? She asked as I embraced her back. Oh, this and that. Nothing too serious. Anyway, let's go back. We can have dinner later since they have that in the hotel. Anyway, what's everyone doing in the room? I asked as she moved over to hug my arm and we walked back to the hotel. Chiron-chan and Gabriel-chan are still asleep on the couch. We can order food into our room apparently, so we were just waiting for you to come back. Prithvi-san is just chatting with Suzaku. I was too, but got tired of waiting for you. So, I was about to go and look for you, and Kuroka? Still eating. I think she'll have an upset stomach by the time dinner comes, she said worriedly. I doubt it. Kuroka and Shigen literally have the void, as stomachs be nice, she said, and lightly hit my shoulder. We eventually returned to the hotel and found our way back to our room. Once we got there, we saw Kuroka sitting in a seiza position on the floor, a bunch of snacks all over the place, and Suzaku above her lightly scolding her. I can guess what had happened, but this is almost comical. No, this is a semi-regular occurrence back home. It's just that Kuroka tends to behave more because of the presence of Grafia and Reiko. I put my hand out and cleaned up the mess, and we joined them in the dining room. Kuroka, I know you love eating, but let's calm down, all right? I asked her and she agreed. Can you forgive her, Suzaku? She looked at Kuroka and then at me before she sighed. Fine, but please don't go overboard like that again. Kuroka, yes, Naya. Does this happen as a regular occurrence in your home? Asked Prithvi. Kind of Lavinia and I said at the same time. After that little event, we relaxed and enjoyed our time in the hotel room until we had dinner. My plans to explore the forest had been delayed until tomorrow instead. However, I had my shadow soldiers explore it for me instead, and I waited for the results further into the night. Ugh, I feel sick, Naya, said Kuroka as she held back the urge to puke. Both Suzaku and Gabriel were patting her back, trying to comfort her. I warned you not to go overboard, Kuroka. I should report this to Grafia, muttered Suzaku, and Senchureto's face paled even more. Wait, Naya. Didon idon want Spartan med treningenya. But if I don't, I promise I'll behave, New York nya. She looked up at Suzaku, trying to act cute. Suzaku sighed and agreed. Fine, but if you break that promise, I will definitely report your behavior to her. Do you understand? Igriega. Loud in a bathroom. Kuroka ran ahead of us and barged into our room. I had the key card out just in case, and we could hear the retching sounds even from out here. We had just finished eating dinner. It was quite extravagant. We were originally going to eat in our room, but Prithvi convinced us to dine in the dining hall, and there were a few guests there, and it also turned into an impromptu meeting and greet with the large dragon and his companions. Because of that, Barato got free rein to eat whatever she wanted and went overboard. It was both a spectacle and horrifying for many who had seen it happen. It had been a few hours since then, and it was just slightly past midnight, and I was still awake. The rest of the girls I slept with had fallen asleep. Prithvi decided to stay with us, but slept in the living room. She revealed to us that the couch that Gabriel and Chiron fell asleep on was a pull-out bed too, so she's just down there for the night. I felt my shadow soldiers approaching, so I carefully left my bed and walked downstairs. I was surprised to see Prithvi still awake and waved at me. Apparently, she was reading a book. Good evening, Jean. I wasn't expecting to see you still awake. Do you mind telling me why? She asked and put her book down. I stood behind the pull-out bed and sighed. I sent my shadow soldiers out earlier to survey the forest, so they'll have an easier time exploring tomorrow and checking whether or not you have any holes in your realm where the cow's order can easily slip into. I replied. To think you did that. So are they coming back? Yeah, they're here, I said, and 2 shadow soldiers arrived. One looked like an ant from Jeju Island, from the solo leveling world, and the other was a humanoid shadow in knight armor. I glanced back at Prithvi, and she looked a bit shaken and shocked. Report, I said, and they kneeled. We have explored around 97 of the forest, and we have not found any areas that the cow's order will use to enter this realm. However, there are still some others that are exploring the remaining 3. While there are some questionable individuals that are hiding there, they do not pose a threat to this realm, said the knight. There are some supernatural snakes that we are led to believe are connected to the man called Nagendra, so we captured some. However, most have died already. We believe that they were scouting the area, but we still kept some of their bodies, just in case you wish to read their memories, explained the aunt. The rest are just recluses who wish to live their lives in a quiet place and surrounded by nature. Some were willing to speak to us, while the rest were too scared, added the knight. The knight then brought out a snake and put it in front of me. I tried to read the memories of it, but there were none. It's as they said, it was most likely a hollow and empty recon snake. Good work, and no, I can't read anything from it. You can dispose of the rest. If you find anything more in that remaining 3, then report back to me. If not, then just spread out across the forest and stay on guard. Yes, my liege, they said in unison and left. They sure are a loyal bunch, said Prithvi. I did design them like that. I can't afford to have a traitor among my subordinates, I told her, and headed to the kitchen to make some coffee. Prithvi quickly joined me and asked for some coffee too. So you still plan on traveling to the forest tomorrow? The same with heading to Naraka, hell? She asked as I handed her a cup of coffee. Thank you, yes I do. I can't take any chances, but I'm also preparing an army in the human world if they decide to attack that instead. However, I'm still expecting them to break through using other means, so the attack isn't out of the question yet, I replied and took a sip of my coffee. Well, we'll be with you all the way? Yexi, Leader Sama. Prithvi and I spent a few more minutes talking to each other before she headed to bed. After that, I stayed awake for another hour before the 2 shadow soldiers came back and reported to me again. Apparently, they didn't find anything else apart from a small village, but I'll still go and check it out tomorrow. After that, I also went to bed for the night or day. I controlled myself, Naya, said Kuroka. It was the next day, and we had finished eating breakfast. Now we were on our way to the forest again. Kuroka was bragging, I think, about holding back and not eating a lot for breakfast. In fact, she did. She ate half of what she would usually do, but it's still a lot, Ne-sama. You still ate a lot, Chiron details. We passed by the same area where the large projector screen was being put up for the premiere of the new movie. They even had a poster of me in boosted gear scale mail. Lavinia in her witch outfit, Suzuko in her shrine maiden outfit, Chiron in her Hellcat-chan outfit, and a few others doing poses. They did a lot for that poster. It looks like some kind of world-ending arc is happening, I said as I pointed to the poster. I do watch some of the Dragon episodes when I have time. I know a couple of the girls are a big fan of it. Natsum, Kanami, and Shigen to name a few. My outfit was a lot more flashy, but I'm glad I convinced them to let me wear this instead, as I usually do when I go into battle, said Suzaku, as she blushed a little. Well, I would have had to talk to if they refused, so don't worry about that, your eyes look dangerous, Aaron, said Suzaku, and she pinched me on the cheek. We bantered back and forth until we arrived at the same spot as yesterday and teleported back into the forest. Once we arrived, and even this early in the morning, there were already people fighting and training. All around the area, I could feel my shadow soldiers' presence, and I think those kids could feel them since they looked uneasy. When we passed by them, they greeted us in Dragon. Are you shadow subordinates here? One of them asked. They are, but what makes you say that? I asked back. I saw some walking around, but then they disappeared. I thought I was seeing things, though. I see. Well, don't worry about it too much and keep training. But please be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice, all right? Thankfully, they all agreed and went back to training. It's great having kids that take orders without needing too much context, especially if it involves things like this. Where are we going to first, Aaron? Asked Gabriel. There's a small temple in this forest. We'll go there first, but what is it? I answered Gabriel and then asked Prithvi. Well, at one point a rich person in our realm wanted to create a mini pyramid in this place, since it's mostly uninhabited, you know. So he started it, but then he was killed. His children didn't want to continue it, so the project was abandoned. He was an eccentric man, so he probably added a bunch of gimmicks to it to make it fun, explained Prithvi. All right, you guys can go ahead. He'll go and check the corners of the forest, and he'll join you all. They agreed, and I left Suzuku Haimajuma's soliloquy. Aaron quickly disappeared from the spot he was standing on. Lavinia and I were hugging his arm, and when he did that, we felt a bit empty. I hid my feelings a little better than Lavinia, as she audibly sighed in disappointment. Can you lead the way? Prithvi-sama? I asked. Sama? You don't need to add that for me, Suzaku. But sure, he'll lead the way. Actually, let's talk. I have a lot of questions concerning Jean first. Why do you all call him Aaron? She asked as we started to walk away. Before any of us could say anything, Lavinia spoke up. When he moved to Japan, he wanted to have a more Japanese-type name, so he chose Jean. But he wanted to stay true to his parents by being eccentric too, so he chose Skyward. His original name from Ireland is Aaron Toole, she explained. This is what Aaron said to Shuri. An explanation for his name, she told us telepathically. I see. So that's why Annie knew of his name. I'm a little upset that he hadn't told us yet. Though he's been quite busy, so I can understand. Aaron Toole, huh? So which surname are all of you taking once you marry him? She asked. I already call myself Lavinia Rennie Toole. Ma'am, exclaimed Lavinia proudly. Prithvi stared at her briefly before laughing. Is that so? Who else is he engaged to? Actually, I could see you all have rings on your fingers, she asked. Yasaka, Lavinia, me, Grafia, Aquino, and Reiko, I replied and glanced at Kuroka, who looked a little sad. My, that's already a lot, she said, and also looked at Kuroka. Well, he'll eventually get to everyone, so don't rush him too much. I'm guessing he wants to get the mood right. I guess so. I think Yasaka said that he proposed to her in a casual way, that Aaron didn't even realize it himself, said Chiron. We passed through a small river here and walked on a log to cross it. There were various animals everywhere, some of which were normal, and many that were considered supernatural. It was also quite humid here, almost like we were in a rainforest. Nae-sama is upset because Aaron hasn't asked her to marry him yet, she added at the end. And Nia, as Chiron, Barato yelled. It's true, though. You haven't been chosen yet either, and I already am. Maybe he has some grand plan? But we really don't know how his brain works most of the time. Perhaps it's just me and Lavinia. But I think we understand him a little bit more. I think the same could be said for Aquino and Grafia, or perhaps it's because they've been with him longer. Well, I'm in no rush, Naya. I'll do it eventually. So, I'll wait, Naya, she announced, and clenched her fist. After a few more minutes of walking and running, we arrived in front of a relatively large temple. It wasn't finished as there were parts of it missing, and a lot of shrubbery had started to consume it. There were also some nests for birds and other animals in it after taking a quick glance at it. Suddenly, a large white pillar erupted from one of the corners of the forest, but quickly died down. I think Aaron found something? Asked Gabriel. Probably. But let's go ahead with our own investigation. I should tell him once he gets back, but there's probably 2 more spots he would probably want to investigate. That big tree, even though it's not as imposing as many others in Svarga, it's still quite substantial if we compare it to human trees, said Prithvi as she pointed at the largest tree in the forest. We could barely see it from here, but there was definitely a tree that stood out more than the rest. Not just because of its height, but also because it was slightly glowing. However, we quickly entered the temple through the front entrance, which was also in ruins. Once inside, there were no signs of any supernatural activity here. It was just decaying, rotting, and being lived in by creatures of the wild. However, after that, we felt 2 more pillars of light erupt into the sky, meaning there was only 1 more left before Aaron rejoined us. The temple was just 1 room, with what seemed to be an attempt of making another floor above us, and it seems there were plans to make a basement of sorts because there was a rotting staircase leading down. It's pretty barren, right? Everything is mostly rotting or destroyed. It's also mostly occupied by wildlife. Maybe the occasional person may stay here for the night for shelter, but apart from that, there's nothing here, explained Prithvi. What about the basement? Asked Lavinia as she poked her head down into it. It's unfinished, and I think it's not even fully dug out yet, replied Prithvi as she summoned a small ball of light and threw it into the basement. We all made our way there, and it was true. Only a small part of it was dug out. The floor was still dirt, the same with the walls. Again, we felt another pillar of light explode, and suddenly Jean Skyward's soliloquy after one of the corners of this forest. I noticed there were possible places that could be exploited, so I sealed them up. I created invisible pillars that would repair these newly constructed barriers I set, as well as defend this forest against attackers or invaders. I also saw a few notable things while rushing around the forest, such as a tree and a small group that built a small community here. My shadows did inform me of this. Cinchuredo, so we quickly left the temple, and we started walking toward the tree. We made idle chatter until we arrived there. Wait, isn't this a ficus religiosa? I asked Prithvimata. Ficus religiosa? Asked Karoka. Ficus religiosa, or sacred fig, is a species of fig native to the Indian subcontinent and Indochina that belongs to the Moraceae, the fig or mulberry family. It is also known as the Bodhi tree, Pipala tree, peepal tree, peepal tree, Ashvatha tree in India and Nepal, or Asathu in Sinhala. The sacred fig is considered to have a religious significance in three major religions that originated on the Indian subcontinent: Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Hindu and Jain ascetics consider the species to be sacred and often meditate under it. This is the tree species under which Gautama Buddha is believed to have attained enlightenment. The sacred fig is the state tree of the Indian states of Odisha, Bihar, and Haryana, I explained. You seem rather knowledgeable about these things, Aaron. But yes, it is a ficus religiosa. But as you can see, it's more in tune with the powers that lay in this realm. It absorbs it and grows. It may take hundreds of years to grow, but it's become this large since it was planned many years ago. Aaron, how does she? I look at the girls, and they probably told her about the explanation I gave to Shuri. I didn't mind since it was believable enough. If I'm not mistaken, I had some Asian friends who decided to have a more Western name. Okay, so it's influenced more by the supernatural. Does it do anything? Well, it helps heal people and also protects this land. But that's it. However, it is worshipped by, I guess, a tribe here. Though they're just a small community that built itself here. We can speak to them before we leave, she suggested. I plan on doing that, actually. I saw some of them when I was repairing some things and improving the defenses here, I replied. I walked over to the tree and touched it. Hey, Aaron, what are those books you keep on reading and buying? Huh. Oh, hey, Mom. They're called light novels. They're mostly from Japanese authors. The ones I collected are Arifureta, High School DxD, Slashdog, Konosuba, Classroom of the Elite, and a few others. Why do you ask? I've run out of books to read and am off for 2 weeks, so I was just wondering, what do you recommend? You know, I'll read anything. Then how about High School DxD? It's a bit bold, but it's funny and the plot's pretty enjoyable. Some pretty bold artwork, but I'll give it a shot. Can I borrow the first book? Go for it. Aaron? Asked both Lavinia and Suzuku. It's nothing. I just heard something good. Anyway, let's go, I said, and turned around and left with 2 confused ladies beside me. Fufu, you saw or heard something, didn't you? Asked Prithvi. I looked at her, and she continued. Apart from healing and protecting the land, it also sometimes, on rare occasions, show anyone that touches it a fond memory or voice of the past. Yeah, I heard a past conversation of me and my mom. It was nice hearing her again. Anyway, can you tell us anything about this tribe we're traveling to? I asked her. Following my statement, both girls tightened their embraces. Like I said, it's mostly a ragtag kind of group. They either left our society by choice and chose to live out here because it's relatively peaceful, or they were shunned or exiled from their family, or for another reason. But they eventually founded a small community here, she explained. They don't have a real leader, but they do listen to one person. It's a yukai, and I believe in a rare kind of nekashu. Both Chiron and Kuroka froze when they heard that. In Nikushu, we're both nekashinaya. Our species is already near extinction, and even males are even rare in Nicomedes. It's really rare to find one. I suspected that you two were a variant, but I didn't think that you were Nekashu. Well, just wait until you meet him. He's been looking for a companion for a while now, she said and smiled at me. We eventually reached the small village after walking through a lot of forest terrain. The village was quite primitive. It was surrounded by large poles of sharp logs with a few torches and small guard posts at the entrance. There were 2 people on the guard posts, and when they saw us, probably Prithvimata, they left their post, and the door opened with one of them there. Hello, Yaboa. We're here to check out your little community. I'm here with the middleman today, explained Prithvi. Lady Prithvi, welcome. Please come in, you two and middleman, he said nervously, and we entered into their small community. The homes here were mostly wood, but some also included stone and brick. The largest was probably the leader's home, but as Prithvi said earlier, The ones here were from all walks of life. Monsters, yukai, but no devils, but there were some fallen angels. My partner has gone to get the leader. Please wait a moment, said Yaboa. Ah, there he is. We looked towards the place he was pointing to, and we saw a man that was around 59 in height, gray hair with gray cat ears on his head. He also had yellow eyes and wore a plain gray hoodie, blue pants, and gray shoes. But I couldn't feel his presence. I wasn't the only one on alert. The girls were too, but we remained composed. When he reached us with a few others, he greeted us, "Hello there. I'm Kiyoshi, the leader of this small little community. I'm also a Nekashu. I originally came from Japan. It's a pleasure to meet you all." He put his hand, and I shook it. "I'm Jean, the middleman. A pleasure to be acquainted with you." I heard small bits and pieces about this man from my two double agents, Yaku and Kubota. They spoke about a Nikomata in their rankings, and while there were a few others, he stood out from the rest for being quite powerful and brutal towards his opponents. "We've heard of many of your exploits, Jean-san. Are you here to make an alliance with the Hindu gods?" He asked. "Yeah, I am," I replied. "I see. Please enjoy your stay here then. I was in a small meeting, so I will have to leave for now," he said, and left with two of his guards. "Let's explore this village," I told them, and we split up. Chiron and Kuroka went with each other. They looked curious about the man called Kiyoshi, but since he was part of the Cow's order, they lost interest quickly. We'll explore this place to see and find anything that will tell us that they might have anything to help with the invasion that's coming. If not, then we'll just have this place and anyone that's part of the Cow's order in under heavy watch. The other groups were Lavinia and Suzaku, and me, Gabriel, and Prithimata. My group would explore near the home of Kiyoshi. Chiron and Kuroka would cover the south and west, and Lavinia and Suzaku would cover the east. "Why did you guys look so stiff with Kiyoshi?" asked Prithvi. Gabriel and I glanced at her and told her about what we felt, and she became alarmed. "But for now, we'll try to find anything related to the Cow's order in this place, and then we'll go from there, but they won't be able to harm any of the residents here that aren't aware of his or their plan," I replied. "They're nearly done with the documents, right?" I asked. "Very, yes, they are. It should be done near the end of today, if nothing goes wrong." "So you plan on telling them about this? Or whatever you find here?" she asked. "Yeah, but like I said, I already have this place surrounded, and anyone living here won't be in danger of losing their lives." After that, we walked around exploring the place to find anything useful, but in the end there was nothing. I think he was just another scout, so he might just relay information he heard here back to the Cow's order or Nagendra himself. If that's the case, they'll just strike when he makes his move. But I tap my foot and leave a small spell in this place, so if they attempt anything, I asked. "No, Naya. Everything seems normal, Naya," replied Kuroka. "We didn't see anything on our end either, and I believe he's a cautious man," said Lavinia. "Seems like it. Well, I have my shadow soldiers and a spell ready, so we can leave this place for now," I said, and turn around. "If he does join to leave him to us, Naya. I want to ask him a few things," said Kuroka as she looked back at the home of Kiyoshi. Chiron agreed with her older sister, and we left the forest and the small community. Once we were back in Sukista, Prithvi led us to a different part of the city. It was in a secluded and run-down part of the time. I didn't think there was a part of the city like this, but it was either designed like this or a natural part of the town. There are 3 ways of entering Naraka. 1, be one of the gods and goddesses here and know where to teleport to. 2, die and be brought there. And 3, a secret magic circle that had been engraved by Yama himself, explained Prithvi. We arrived at a very run-down and seemingly abandoned building. However, once we stepped inside, it's as if it was an illusion and the inside was any normal, clean, and functioning building. However, there was one thing there, a small staircase that led down. "That's not a spiral staircase, right?" I asked hesitantly. Prithvi laughed at me and shook her head. "No, it's not, so you don't need to worry about that, Aaron." I sighed out of relief, and we descended the stairs. The stairs weren't long, and we arrived in a basement-like area with a magic circle in the middle. We just take this, and we're off to Naraka. Ah, before you ask, no, not just anyone can enter this. They will need permission from any of the gods here, or they need a god to accompany them to enter it, she explained. She then stood on top of it. "Let's go." And we quickly joined her. Naraka, we arrived at a building that was made out of red and black stone. The red of the stones glowed. In front of us was a doorway with no door, and we saw the outside quite clearly. Cinchuredo, why are you sweating? Aren't you a goddess? Just because I'm a goddess doesn't mean I'm immune to the heat. Why are none of you sweating, even in this weather? You're dressed more warmly than me. She snapped back and started fanning herself. Actually, Lavinia then explained why they weren't sweating, and the goddess became irritated. Cinchuredo, I sighed and put a barrier around us and explained what she meant. I didn't want to reveal this yet, but it can't be helped, but I did ask them to keep this a secret for now. Nia, then how are you going to fight, Naya? Asked Kuroka. For the time being, it'll alternate between Abyss Extinction and Demon Armor. In Curcio. I haven't used them much yet, nor have I seen anyone compatible with them yet. I explained and looked around us again. Anyway, where do we find Yama in all of this? I asked. You haven't given me an answer. She complained. I poked her forehead and gave her a spell that would regulate her temperature. That should do for now, right? I asked as she immediately cooled down. As expected of Aaron God King's super champion Sama. Yama actually lives in his own castle here with some servants. He goes on patrol every 6 hours, so he should be resting right now. Follow me, she explained and walked away. Also, what kind of nickname is that? The place was quite barren, as most of our surroundings were the same. They consisted of just rocks, or just lava. This is a lot more barren than what the underworld is, or the netherworld where the Grim Reapers stay at. I also wonder if we'll visit there in the future. I wonder if my ice can freeze lava, muttered Lavinia as she stared at the lava and aimed her hand at it. Please don't, said Suzaku. Are there like lava monsters or something? I was expecting lava snakes, lava golems, and lava dragons. Shouted Kuroka. Nay, Shauma. You've been playing too many RPGs. I think some do exist, but to that extent, it's dwash. Just as Chiron started to say that something came out of the lava, and it was a lava snake. It was around 30 meters tall and had a black body and glowing red scales. It seemed quite hostile and fired a lava ball at us. In spite of its attack, we managed to dodge it, and it slithered towards us. Did I just jinx us? The Black Nekashu asked. Nay-sama, Chiron muttered, sounding very irritated. Should I cut Prithvi off and walked in front of everyone? Maybe these guys can be used for some defense if they do break through here, but I won't kill them. I stared at the lava snake that was coming towards us and then hit it with a blast of Conqueror's Haki. After it was struck by it, the lava snake fell to the ground, looking rather tired and horrified of me. Can you understand me? If so, blink once for yes and blink twice for no. The snake in front of me blinked once. Good, we're just here to visit Yama. If you don't want to die, go back to your home, I said to it, and it left, albeit with a lot of struggle. I didn't know you had future sight, Kuroka. Yeah, laugh it up. She huffed and crossed her arms. We eventually arrived at a castle that looked like it came out of the Middle Ages in Europe. However, the bridge to the castle was suddenly lowered, and out came a man sitting on top of a bull. He had long black hair, bull horns on the side of his head, and had a handlebar mustache. He wore a long fur coat over his body and carried a very large hammer behind him. The bull he was riding was also quite large, and its eyes glowed red. Ah, Yama, you're only heading out now? Asked Prithvi. Oh, little Prithvi. I didn't think you would come here. I have guests, and one of them is the middleman. Now this is interesting, he said, and he hopped off the bull. When he did, it was revealed that he was around 711 in height and towered over the rest of us. He's tall. Shouted Kuroka. Then she covered her mouth. However, the god of hell, Yama, just laughed at Kuroka. A Nekashu, huh? A very rare breed. Why are you here, middleman? You surely aren't here just to make a visit? He asked. I shook my head and told him for the reason of my visit, and he nodded sagely. I see. Well, I have been patrolling this realm for many years and have watched over sinners. To my knowledge, there hasn't been anything like what you saw in that forest. Do you mind if I take a look? I asked. I do not mind. Feel free to explore it. However, activity of certain creatures increase as the day passes, explained Yama. It's fine, I'll make it quick. They'll go ahead, you guys can wait here, I said, and left Suzuko Haimajima's soliloquy. He left us, said Kuroka. He just wants to get this done quickly. Kuroka, I told her, although I did share the same sentiment as her. I wanted to go with him. When I glanced at Lavinia, she puffed her cheeks like a child. Naraka is quite vast. Do you believe you will be able to check the spots he wishes to go to? Asked Yama. He too was unsure. He will, if it's a gene, he can, replied Lavinia with confidence. She didn't hold any doubt when she said those words. Ho ho, you're quite confident in your lover. Little miss, said Yama as he laughed. I think so too, Naya. Me too. The two sister and Seraph readily agreed. Everyone else looked at me for my answer. It's already a given. That's the type of person he is. He doesn't break promises, I said with confidence. Ha! Look at them. So young yet so in love. It makes me jealous. How about you, Prithimata? Asked Yama as he laughed heartily. Fufu, if they believe then, so will I. Shing. 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 Multiple lights at various points suddenly erupted. It illuminated the entire realm from the looks of it. Both Prithimata and Yama were quite shocked to see this. We weren't sure what Aaron did, but he surely was done by now. Gene Skyward's soliloquy, there are way too many places they could use to come in through here. Even if they have to result into using lapis tools in the end to get it. It's better than just letting them waltz into this pantheon and realm. I want to check out the realm of the dead, but I doubt Hades would let me just walk in there, unless he's long since abandoned it too. I also asked Kuntuar about this place, if it was connected to the underworld in any way, but apparently it's not. This place is in its own dimension. I added pillars and repaired the forest earlier, so these places should be harder to break into. And if they do, they won't easily get through those areas with pillars as they have defensive mechanisms in place. That should before I could finish my own sentence, the area around me distorted, and I became alarmed, and I readied myself. But where am I? I asked out loud. The place I was in felt like the same Naraka, but also different, almost as if nothing was alive or real. Everything felt fake. That's the most accurate way I could describe it. Amorous? Kuntuar? Elsha? Rudra? I called out to my companions, but didn't get any answers from them. Please don't tell me I fell asleep or something. I turned around to see a man. It was just a shadow, but it did resemble a man's shape. Riri. I was confused, so I walked toward the figure, and the closer I got, the more I could understand his words. The figure seemed to be talking to itself, or to someone I couldn't see. But as soon as I arrived close enough, the figure turned to me, and I felt a lot of anger and hatred coming from it. Failure, 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 failure. I set you up for life. I had big plans for you. Yet you failed. Failure, failure. It shouted towards me. I was confused. Who on earth was this thing talking to? But for some strange reason, that voice felt familiar to me. But another humanoid shape appeared. This time a white one, a white shadow as strange as that sounds. It's not his fault. The white shadow shouted back. You coddle him. You and that terrible companion made him weak. I was setting him up for success. Now he's dead. Snapped back the black shadow. Don't talk about my child like that. That piece of garbage failed me. I need to find a new successor. If you refuse, I will simply divorce you and find someone more suitable. The black shadow disappeared, and the white shadow remained. For some reason, I could see the white shadow was sad. I had no evidence of this, but my gut told me that it was. I'm sorry. Aaron, I'm a failure of a mother. Ushul? Wait, what, Aaron? Are you okay? You just froze up? Asked Elsha. I looked around me and saw that nothing had changed, whatever happened. I was probably no. I can ask Yam about this. Oh no, I'm fine. I just blanked out just now, I replied. But don't worry. We'll tell you guys later. For now, I'll go back to the rest. I checked my surroundings on last time before I appeared beside Lavinia, who hugged me. Welcome back, she said happily. It seems you were put through it. Young dual dragon emperor, said Yama. Put through it? I asked. I had a hunch on what he meant. I have seen many sinners here over the years I've lived here. They usually live a painful part of their past here through memories of times that they are aware of or not aware of. It seems this place subjected you to a part of your past. This only happens at certain sections of this place for the living that occasionally come here. explained Yama. I see, haha. Yeah, I guess I was. I was confused at first, though, but I wasn't that bothered by it, I replied. Anyway, we're done here, so we can leave now, I said and turned around. Young dragon, do not keep those feelings to yourself. It is better to let them out and let your loved ones known to them, said Yama. I know. By the way, we just got confirmation that they finished with reading through all of those documents, Jean. So we can head straight back to Svarga, said Prithvi. Great, we can get this alliance done and dusted then, I replied, and we left for the teleporter again. The girls looked like they wanted to ask me, but were hesitant because of Prithvi being here. Svarga, we passed through the city of Sukista, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary there. So we quickly made our way to the teleporter, and now we're back in the heavenly realm of Svarga. We quickly made our way to the moving platform, and were shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the gods' meeting room. Once inside, all the gods were there. The majority of them seemed exhausted. Indra especially, since I doubt he liked doing paperwork of all things. Jo, Dragon Emperor. Glad you could join us, said Indra. We're finally done, and those android things you summoned were very useful. Though they vanished as soon as we were done. Yeah, they're designed like that anyway. One last document to sign, I said, and summoned it. A few of them flinched, but after I explained, they also sighed with relief. They all quickly signed it, and so did I. Once that was done, I looked at them and said, Welcome to the DXD Alliance. Then now we can fig. Before I let Indra finish a sentence, I turned around and put my hand out and pulled the guards that were outside the door into the room and created multiple barriers around the building outside and in front of me. Boom. They got through. Cinchuredo, he looked like Jackal from Fairy Tale. So he might be from the Monkai Association. Hello? We're here to start a pardon. Before he could finish his sentence, Indra appeared in front of him and punched him straight in the face, which launched the Yukai far away, but he quickly corrected himself. But Indra didn't let him recover fully as the god flew towards him and started a physical brawl with him in the sky. He's enjoying himself, even though our realm is potentially under attack, muttered Vishnu. Do you guys have valuable items or tools? I asked. Plenty, why do you ask? Asked Brahma. They may be targeting those. These guys won't attack for no reason. I can deal with the attacks myself. Can I leave you the gods to protect those precious artifacts? I asked. Very well. We will see to it that we protect them, Jean. I will leave the protection of the rest of the realm to you, said Shiva authoritatively. All of you, go to those sections and protect those sacred items with your life, he ordered them. The gods quickly agreed, the same with Prithvi. I can leave my feelings and those voices aside for now, but Jean Naya, I'm going to the forest with Chiron. I will go to Naraka with Gabriel, said Suzaku. Then me and Lavinia will defend Bialoka and the city of Sukista. All right, go. I shouted at them, and they disappeared. I also order my shadows to defend all 3 realms of the Hindu pantheon. Indra, the leave is placed to you. I shouted at him. Yeah, I'm enjoying myself. Haha. He replied quite happily, but I could tell he was pissed off too. Chapter 9, Part 3, Counter Technique, and 2 Nekish's third-person point of view. What's wrong? Is that all you got? Shouted Drake at Haru. KH, grunted Haru as she desperately dodged the attack of the heavenly dragon. Both Haru and Yuru were still training with the 2 heavenly dragons. Both Ophis and Irene were taking a break and watched from the distance as they ate some snacks and drank some tea. They're getting better, said Ophis as she ate a cookie. Their technique and powers are getting stronger, but they're still quite stiff with their movements. I believe they will improve with another month of training. After that, we can have Aaron test them to see if they can join on missions for Team DXD. Team DXD, some were sent to Australia because of some attacks, didn't they? Asked Ophis. Indeed they did. Apparently, it was from a different group that want to be known. They go by Tactical Baptism, such a strange name. Apparently, they have been harassing certain parts of the human world and even angering the New South Wales creator god biome, explained Irene. Should we help? Asked Ophis, unsure if they should or not. Aaron told us to train these 2 for the time being, and also Tiamat has been going on some missions for us, so we should be fine for now. The 2 looked back over at Albion, who was training Yuru. The 2 mostly remained, but Yuru would make a face of discomfort from time to time, because she couldn't keep up with the speed of the vanishing dragon. Is this your current limit? asked Albion. No. One more time, pleaded Yoru as she covered her body with a powerful draconic aura. Good. Kulme. The two of them clashed once more, exchanging powerful blows, which created small shockwaves around their surroundings. Yoru was still quite slow, but she was slowly adjusting to Albion's strength. However, every time she did, Albion would increase his own power. This forced Yoru to readapt to his change in power again. Fies! Suddenly a familiar voice called out to the dragon god. The two dragons looked at where the voice was, and they saw Kanu, Yasaka, and Sharon. Ophis smiled and walked over to Kanu, and they hugged. Welcome, Kanu, Yasaka, Sharon. Eren isn't here right now. He's in the Hindu pantheon, explained Ophis. We were told by Lupus Reginae that he's over there, but he should be home in a day or two. But I came here to train and play with you, said Kanu. I'm helping Yoru and Haru train, but I can help you train too, said the dragon god of infinity. Yoru and Haru? Asked Kanu confused. Ophis pointed to the field, and they saw two new people fighting Draig and Albion. She then explained who they were and why they were here. New dragons. Huh. What about the other lady with purple hair? Asked Kanu as she pointed at Medusa, who was training with Afe. She is Medusa. After the attack in the Greek realm, she also asked Eren to train her. She's trained by multiple people. In a month's time, they may be sparring with Eren to see their progress. Kanu nodded happily and entered her fox dragon god form and said, seeing everyone diligently training is getting me excited. Fies, train with me, please. Let's go, Yasaka. Do you want to join? Asked Ophis. I will in a bit. I want to speak with Irene, replied Yasaka. Both Ophis and Kanu left and started to spar in the distance. Yasaka, I'm glad you can make it. I take it that you had some free time? Asked Irene as Yasaka arrived beside her. I did, and I thought I would like to see my husband's face today, but I remembered that he went to the Hindu realm. I wish to move in soon, she said. Husband, huh? Many of you like to refer to Eren as that, said Irene as she looked on at the field. Ada, and you haven't? I thought you said Yasaka-sama, Irene-sama, is what do you call it, Sundara. So she may have told Eren-sama something like I will only accept you if you conquer the world, or something like that. Ufufu, said Sharon. Yasaka looked at Sharon and then at Irene, who did not deny the allegation. I see. That is in line with what you might say, Irene. W what? How in the world is that? Ugh, please do not put words into my mouth. She complained. However, she then looked to her side and added, well, I did say something to him, so he has to do something for me first before things move forward. Fufu, you still can't handle being teased back, can you? Asked Yasaka as she gently nudged Irene on the side. Centuredo, he's immortal, unkillable. He will be here forever, so that's why he's taking his time. Probably, that's just my own theory. Yasaka and Sharon stared at Irene, shocked. They didn't expect her to say such a thing about Eren, but when they thought about it, it made sense. Well, it makes sense for you to know that. You and Ophis are usually in his necklace, right? It makes me wonder who will occupy the third dragon head on his necklace. Asked Yasaka, his son or daughter that he will have with me or Ophis in the future. Tiamat, Haru, or Yoru do not have a desire to stay there, nor will Velgrind. However, if Ophis and Eren's future child resembles the mother at all, then they too would love their own silence, to a certain degree. Fufu, it's not like Ophis wants silence anymore, well, most of the time. She does tend to go back to the necklace from time to time, but apart from that, she's mostly here, isn't she? Even you. The two strongest used to be neats locked up in Eren's necklace, teased Yasaka. I simply enjoy swimming around the dimensional gap. But now Eren's Electa have started construction on a new home there. I can't recklessly fly around, she replied a bit flustered. Irene suddenly stood up and glared at Yasaka. I won't let this teasing go, Vixen. Fufu. Ada. Then how about we play for a little bit? Said Yasaka happily as she also entered her fox dragon god form. The two quickly clashed in the distance and shook the entire area. Yuwa. Two old hags Biko started to say, but quickly stopped himself when both Irene and Yasaka directed their auras at him, shutting him up. You never learn, said Valley as he shook his head. Shut up. Leave me alone. It seems the operation has started. Did you give them items to bypass the outer god's barrier? Asked Oz. We indeed did. Lapis left plenty of those items behind, so we won't run out any time soon, replied Promestine. Also, according to some spies near Grigori in the underworld, it seems the middleman has changed Avetsa. Promestine summoned a screen in front of the Seekers of Truth and showed the new body of Avetsa, and many were amused by it. Apparently, she's acting like she never left that organization. He surely has done something to her memories and brain. If he captures any of us in the future, that may happen to us too, said Promestine. She's being mind-controlled, or something close to it. I suggest we don't try to take her back. We saw how we failed with Medusa. Avetsa is an even bigger asset to us, but she will also be even more heavily protected by the middleman, added Kikate. Agreed, however, there seems to be a new group that emerged. What should we do about them? The leaders have been informed, but they said that they are too weak to oppose us, so we can ignore them and let Team DXD deal with them, a member asked. It's as you say, let the Alliance deal with it. We don't need to lift our fingers, they could do it themselves and save us trouble however. How goes the preparations for the next operation? Asked Promestine. You are that confident in this operation succeeding? Asked Oz as she looked at Promestine questioningly. We either obtain the Amrita or we don't. Regardless, we may have alternatives in either the Phantasma's universe or the Fatter Fedora's universe. The Enrios, we were informed by the EV faction, so we will aim to acquire it if we cannot gain the Amrita, explained Promestine. In Rios, I overheard certain members of the EV faction saying that the outer god Magnum Inominandum once assisted the ones in that universe. Are you sure it's a wise choice? What if that outer god's ideals align with the middleman's? Asked Mardgear. It was confirmed by Lapis that only Nyarlathotep, the middleman, and Azathoth are the only ones awake. The rest of them are in deep slumber. Also, if the phantasm manages to wake Magnum Tenebrosum, then we will also have an outer god as an ally, replied Promestine. I see. Then how about the progress with the Enrios? Are the EV close to obtaining it? Asked Kyoka. The EV gods previously had it in their possession. However, the Resistance FXF did what they called a suicide charge with some of their previous members that were gods and powerful beings. In the ensuing battle, they managed to scatter the Enrios to a random location in the multiverse. They believe it's in the universe of the Fatter Fedora. However, there is no conclusive evidence that it's in there, so they've started looking elsewhere, explained Promestine. Why did Melvizoa not use his reality manipulation? Asked a member. It's only speculation, but they believe that the blessings of Magnum Inominandum or the interference of Azathoth prevented him from using that ability. However, as I said, it's only speculation, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Promestine stood up and looked around the table. She then said, let us wait for the results, and if they request any reinforcements we will provide them, but do not fret if we do not obtain the Amrita, as we will definitely acquire the Enrios. Zayaram and Abiros, have you completed it yet? Asked Malakota. Behind him was the head of the clan of Nabiros of the extra demons of the underworld. He was responsible for unsealing 2 of the Malbranche during the Devil Civil War, and he was the one to fully awaken all of them just a few years ago before he started collaborating with the Cow's Order. I have completed the first prototype, so I would like to have one of you to test it, replied Zayarama. Then you can give it to Rubicant. He has wanted to stretch his legs for some time now, said Malakota. The red-faced terror, huh? Fufu. Well, I can't go against your orders now, can I? Very well. I will adjust it for him and go from there. It should take 2 days at most, replied Zayarama. Malakota did not answer, and Zayarama left. Zayarama, since he disappeared since the Devi Civil War, had been doing his own research on anything he desired. His first few were of nothing significant, but he also started research on how to create artificial transcendentals, as well as how to empower the Malbranche and his future artificial transcendentals. While he hadn't accomplished making or forcing beings into the artificial transcendental state yet, he had created a way to empower the current Malbranche and only them. In theory, and his testings, he should be able to empower them to rival beings beyond Dragon God class. The Malebranche have consumed the Red Vial, and if they take his newly developed drug, they will also be pushed to the levels of the gods of the Phantasma and Eevee faction. Such a thought excited Zayram and Abiros, and he couldn't wait to see the results. He, along with Malakota, had made contingency plans if one of the Malebranche were to lose a battle before the fated day arrived. So while they wouldn't use clones, they had their own way of escaping with a 100 chance of success. Hindu pantheon Sukhista Lavinia and Aaron arrived in the city of Sukhista, and once they saw the city, they were relieved to see that it wasn't too damaged. However, there were still some, but the shadow soldiers of Aaron had stopped most of the invaders. Aaron was stopped as two powerful individuals appeared in front of him and attacked him. He noticed that these two were not from this universe. "Outer God, I shall take your life," said the gray-haired man. "Target acquired. By the word of Melvizoa, I will exterminate you." "Organic life form," said the mecha. Aaron glanced at Lavinia and also saw that she was also dealing with an attack. It was a white-haired young girl. She had a crazed grin on her face as Lavinia frowned back at her. The Ice Princess had blocked the attack using an Ice Knight using their sword. "Hey, Ice Princess. I didn't think you'd be here, and I plan on fighting the Outer God there, but this is great. I can test you on Big Sis Yushina's behalf. I'm Ashtalai, by the way," the white-haired woman shouted. "Aaron, I'm fighting her," shouted Lavinia and disappeared with the woman named Ashtalai. Aaron nodded and pushed the two attackers away. He quickly scanned the entire realm of Buloka and saw that his shadow soldiers were protecting it, so he didn't need to help them. "Boosted gear. Balance break," he shouted. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker," shouted Elsha. Aaron entered his boosted gear queen form and faced the two invaders. When he used his observe, he saw that the gray-haired man was called Sira, and he was one of the Way-Boros, and he was ranked 6th out of the 12. Meanwhile, the Mecha Thing was from the Eevee faction, and he was called Ungwintum, and he was part of the group called Combat Fanatics. A member of the Way-Boros and Combat Fanatics, this should be interesting. "Comptoir, can you analyze them for anything while I fight them? How long will it take?" asked Aaron. "Comptoir. Answer. Your anything is quite vague, but I will presume you mean everything about them, from the moment of their existence and until now, correct? If so, that will take a few minutes, so please hold them off until then." "I'm fine with that. Take your time. I want everything about them." "Comptoir. Answer. Affirmative. ETA, 18 minutes. Dance with me for a while, why don't you?" asked Aaron as he flew towards his two opponents. Exonic Booster. Aaron immediately appeared in front of Sira, who preemptively summoned a barrier in front of him to block any attack from Aaron. Yex Impact Booster. Aaron's right arm was turned into that of his rooks, and he sent a punch towards Sira. To his horror, his barrier shattered, but suddenly a hole appeared in front of him, and Aaron's attack was sent to a different spot and caused a large shockwave that shook the area. Aaron quickly backed away and saw that Ungwintum was the one responsible for using the whole technique. It looks like Keisha's whole clan ability. I wonder how it works. Is it the same? Different? I need to test it out. If it's good, he'll steal it and maybe merge it with Keisha's to make her stronger, he thought. Aaron activated his thrusters one more and appeared in front of Ungwintum and sent another punch in front of him. As Ungwintum was about to use his whole ability, Aaron disappeared again and was now behind him, applying the same technique to his foot. He kicked the back of Ungwintum, sending the Eevee god to the ground. However, Aaron had to dodge the attacks that were sent to him by Sira as blue and black beams flew towards him. He easily dodged them, but noticed that the attacks were also homing onto him. So he applied some draconic aura to his arms and slapped the attacks away. The blue and black homing beams flew into the sky and exploded. However, after the explosion, small stars appeared and created an even larger explosion. And after the explosion, a small black orb was created. Those black orbs then flew back towards Sira and floated beside him. They have interesting and problematic abilities, Aaron. What should we do? Asked Elsha. Punch it, replied Aaron. Both Amorous and Elsha sighed at the young man, but thought it was an answer he would give. Though what Aaron was doing was just delaying them, since he had something to do. But he also felt something and planned on eliminating it along with the rest of the invaders in the next few minutes. Eren grinned under his helmet and flew towards Sierra, who launched the black balls towards him. He effortlessly dodged them, and Sierra frowned. He cocked his arm back and threw it at Sierra, who grinned and disappeared. Eren looked behind him and saw that one of the black balls and Sierra had changed locations. However, the balls suddenly glowed and exploded. Eren put his arm out in time and blocked it, but he frowned at Sierra. I see. So he can swap places with these and can probably create an infinite amount. It won't hurt to try and see if I can pinpoint which one he'll swap places with, right? Thought Eren, and then used his right leg and kicked at Sierra. The attack created a large shockwave of wind that forced his dark orbs to scatter. Eren immediately followed it up by attacking Sierra, who disappeared again. But luckily for him, he could follow his life force and appeared in front of the ball that Sierra chose to swap places with. Eren cocked his arm back and punched in front of him again. Sierra had a look of shock on his face, but TCH, you two sure have good compatibility, said Eren as his attack missed again because of the whole ability of Ungwenum. But in reality, Eren wasn't bothered. Both groups were doing their jobs. Eren was delaying them, and these two were also delaying the Outer God. Well, let's try to be a bit more forceful, then he muttered and immediately kicked Ungwenum on the chin and sent him up into the sky. He followed it up by increasing the gravity around Sierra and forcing him to the ground. Sierra struggled to move because of the increased gravity. What the I've trained in increased gravity before. At least X10, 0, gravity. How am I struggling to move? He thought and kept on trying to move. Unknown to him, Eren had increased the gravity around his body by at least 50,000. Centuredo, but cracks started to form on his whole ability, shocking him. What is this? How come my technique ARG? Once the attack ended, Ungwentum was destroyed, but what was left was a large core. It glowed, and his body parts started to reassemble itself. As long as we have our cores, we can regenerate from all types of attacks. He announced, so you're like Boros? I see what. Eren's speed was beyond what Ungwenum could follow as he appeared right in front of him again and punched him in the face and shouted, well, all I need to do is destroy that core, don't I? He didn't need to destroy it yet, because in his vision, he saw a timer ticking down. Kuntuar had added it for him, so he didn't need to keep asking her about the time. Currently, the timer was at 15 minutes. So Eren still had a lot of time, and he would use this well, but also kept track of certain individuals in another realm through his shadow soldiers. Nya, shouted Barato as she covered her fist in 2k and destroyed another shadow of the phantasma. Chiron, who wasn't too far from Barato, blushed at the silly lines her older sister was saying. Both of these Nekashu sisters were back in the forest that the small tribe were in. They wanted to confront the male Nekashu, as well as find out why he went into hiding. However, they took their time as they had evacuated the children that were here earlier into the treehouse that they teleported into when they first arrived in the realm. They had left a few shadow soldiers that belonged to Eren to guard them, while the rest of them killed the invaders. The community that Kiyoshi had built had been turned into a small forest as the male Nekashu had taken hostages. As he threatened to kill the hostages if the shadow soldiers of Eren tried to set foot into their community. Kuroka-sama, Chiron-sama, I have some news to share with you, said a shadow soldier. Nia, what is it? Asked Kuroka. Chiron sent one more powerful punch in a certain direction and killed more phantasma shadows and joined her sister. The Nekashu called Kiyoshi wishes to speak with both of you. If any of us approach the small village, he will slaughter all the villagers. By our own judgment, we decided to ask both of you will go. I wanted to confront him since I saw him earlier, Kuroka responded, cutting the shadow soldier off. The shadow soldier nodded before disappearing. Let's go, Chiron. Time to confront this weirdo. As both of them approached the camp, the gates to the camp opened, and they stepped inside. Once they did, the gates also closed. Both sisters were on guard, but knew they were safe, and were also curious because they wanted to know what this male Nekashu had to say. Ne-sama, didn't Prithvi-sama tell us earlier that Kiyoshi was looking for a mate? Asked Chiron telepathically. Now that you say that, she did. Wait, don't tell me he welcomed back you too. I'm glad you could make it, said the voice of Kiyoshi. The one that appeared in front of them was none other than the male Nekishu Kiyoshi. Both sisters didn't say anything to them as they silently stared at him. After a few seconds of silence, Kuroka asked, "What do you want from us?" Actually, no. Before that, if you were a Nekishu, a male at that since they're quite rare, why were you in hiding? I'm pretty sure I was advertising myself a lot, trying to find any Nekishu out there. Nei-sama Chiron looked at her with disappointment. That was before I met Aranaya. Don't look at me like that. Huh. I wasn't sure if you were serious or trying to get us both killed. I wasn't strong by any means, so I hid. I'm 99 sure there are more of our species that are in hiding. They just don't want to be found, nothing more, nothing less, explained Kiyoshi. The fact that you were just screaming out your existence like that, especially as a stray, is just stupid. Even if you're a bit strong, there are many other existences out there that are beyond it. He paused and looked up at the sky. Have you heard of a Yukai god? Probably not, right? It just means that a Yukai managed to gain some divinity and ascend to godhood. Whether that was done legitimately or not is besides the point, because the Monkai Association recently achieved it. Kiyoshi then started to laugh maniacally. Both sisters looked at each other, not entirely sure how to respond to this. Certain members of our organization went to the Phantasma and are going to be back even stronger. Do you understand what that means? Well, be beyond the gods. Kuroka didn't wait any longer as she lost her patience. She appeared in front of Kiyoshi and punched him in the stomach. At the same time, she signaled the shadow soldiers to immediately evacuate the other prisoners. They followed her orders without question because Aaron's shadow soldiers also took orders from the girls. However, Aaron's orders usually override theirs. This is also applicable to the Electa. All the innocent bystanders are out of the camp. Nei-sama, should we end this? Asked Chiron. Because he's just spouting nonsense at this point. Well, it's not entirely nonsense. We should let him ramble on a bit more since he's giving us good information. Maybe I was just a bit hasty there. Maybe he's more tolerant and will still keep talking? Questioned Barato as they watched the dust settle, and out came Kiyoshi. I admire a woman who can overpower me, said Kiyoshi as he stumbled out of the debris. Huh, said both Nekishu's sisters. Aaron didn't have any particular quirks. Cinchuredo, is this really the time for this? Chiron thought as she looked at both her sister and Kiyoshi in confusion. All right, Kiyoshi, was it? Why did you join the Cow's Order? I mean, there had to be better job opportunities out there, asked Kuroka. You were part of it too at the start, you know, replied Kiyoshi as he looked at her incredulously. Details. It's the way of life. They needed bodies at the start. However, as soon as I drank that vial, it was as if my true potential was unlocked and my growth rate skyrocketed. So I kept training and getting stronger, drank more of the vials, and took part in experiments. In the end, I am powerful. While I don't measure up to God-class beings, I can at least take on ultimate-class beings and above. He shouted and powered up. A dense amount of 2Ki covered his body, then started to transform. He grew in size. His fingers became large claws. Kiyoshi resembled a werewolf rather than a Nekishu now. This is the result of my training. A radically different form, something beyond a Nekishu, but below a Yukai god. I dub it Nekishu King. What? That sounds horrible, said Chiron. Kuroka clutched her stomach and started laughing at what her little sister said. Kiyoshi stood dumbfounded with his mouth agape. So what if I'm bad at coming up with names for things? When I beat you with this power, Cinchuredo, both sisters had already cocked their heads and were looking at him. Both of them also directed their killing intent at him, and this made Kiyoshi's natural instincts go on high alert and made him back off. Kiyoshi was planning to attack both of them at the same time, but knew in his mind that if he did, he would have instantly died right there. What on earth was that? If I touched either of them, I would be dead right now, he thought and jumped away. So you two aren't just weaklings, huh? You can keep up with this form? So what? I have a trump card. He shouted and brought out a small vial. More blood? Go ahead. Well, wait, said Kuroka as she yawned. Chiron brought out her phone and showed Kuroka a picture on it. It was a message from Kanami, that said they were in Australia for a small mission with Fusey, and it showed them all on a large hill. Natsum and Shigen were doing a peace sign with Poe and Griffin on their shoulders. In the background were Maruam and Middled. Middled had a small flower and looked like she was telling Maruam about it. Fusey was in a corner with a book reading it, and Calawarna had Cookie in a headlock, but both seemed to be enjoying themselves. Doing Yoma, he shouted and launched a ball of Tuki at them. But Chiron simply slapped it away and texted back to Kanami. Hey Nia, tell us something useful before we deal with you. Wait, no. We should bring him to Eren, said Barato. She had gotten bored with going along with Kiyoshi's whims. Kiyoshi gritted his teeth and consumed the strange liquid. His power grew even more and his vision began to sharpen. Yes. This is it. Nya, this B-rated movie villain with every cliché imaginable finally got his final power-up before we, the heroes, beat him. I should become a film director, Naya. You'd suck at it, Ne-sama. Both sisters had stopped caring about the man in front of them. They were already acting like they were back at home. This obviously made Kiyoshi even more angry, and then he made the biggest mistake of his life. This is why the middleman doesn't love you, you terrible person. I overheard it. He hasn't proposed to you, right? Ha ha. Pathetic. A nasty person like you, with a past like you hell never love you, either of you. Shouted Kiyoshi with rage, but also mockingly to try to rub the sisters the wrong way. Both sisters stopped talking to each other and stared silently at Kiyoshi. Ne-sama, can I take care of him myself? Asked Chiron as she put her phone away. No, Sirone. Sibling rules, remember? Sebarato. Shut up before Kiyoshi could finish his sentence. He felt dizzy and confused. He stared at them in shock. Right? I'm pretty sure Yunio-chin said that it would work, Kuroka asked her little sister. She had caught his head and was looking at it. His eyes were still shaking out of shock. I think he did, replied Chiron. Both sisters had instantly appeared in front of Kiyoshi. Both had entered their own new forms, and Chiron struck Kiyoshi with a powerful blow, defeating him, while Barato delivered a palm strike to his upper body, also defeating him. We should ask Eren to fix this place, unless the shadow soldiers can do it? Kuroka asked and turned around to see several shadow soldiers kneeling in front of them. Leave it to us, Kuroka-sama, Chiron-sama. We believe you should join our king in that city of Sukista, said the shadow soldier. We have already taken care of all the invaders here, and we have several others on standby if any decide to appear again. I see Naya. Okay, we'll go. Thank you, Naya, said Kuroka, and they quickly left. Large shockwaves were felt all over the realm of Svarga. Jackal, who was still in his humanoid form, was clashing with Indra in the sky. Both had grins on their faces because they enjoyed the fight. However, Jackal knew he was outmatched. In this form, he was only Satan class after all. Both of their fists collided one more time before Jackal allowed himself to be blown away. However, Indra was confused by Jackal's massive grin. Why are you grinning? As far as I know, I'm the one that's been winning our short fight, asked Indra. Well, you've been landing hits on me the entire time, haven't you? Asked Jackal. Both of Indra's fists and his right leg began to glow yellow. Now you go, boom. Boom. Indra's body erupted into a large and powerful explosion, so large that it shook the entire realm. The ones who stayed behind were Shiva and Parvati, as they wanted to watch the fight between Indra and the unknown young man. Both became shocked after they witnessed the attack done on Indra. Once the explosion and smoke subsided, Indra was left with heavily injured arms and leg. His clothes were badly damaged by the blast, and he had a look of excitement and shock. Ha! Who would have thought that I would be injured to this extent? Indra shouted at Jackal. I knew that I wouldn't really injure you while I'm in this form, but to do some damage, said Jackal. Is this some kind of explosion magic? Interesting. So, I just have to avoid touching you? Well, it doesn't matter. I can just repair my arm later, or ask the middleman for help in this regard, but he'll give you a handicap, boy. Entertain me more. Indra had been holding back by a significant amount and didn't use most of his abilities. He underestimated his opponent and also wanted to enjoy the fight, so that's why he was injured to this extent. It can't be helped then, muttered Jackal, and he began to transform. Jackal's form instantly changed and grew in size. He had become more animal-like. He grew sharp teeth in his mouth and claws on his fingers. In this form, I can rival God-class beings. Bring it, Sakura. Jackal then waved his hand in front of him, and Indra quickly dodged it. At the spot where he once was, a large and powerful explosive occurred. No, not just there, but when he looked behind him, his island was also hit, but a large and powerful barrier was placed by Shiva, so it avoided destroying it. That's my home, you idiot! Indra summoned his dislodged arms and reattached them, doing the same with his leg. Fine, let's dance. Indra began firing powerful divine aura towards Jackal, who tried to counter with his explosions, but was surprised to find out that they didn't stand a chance against Sakura's attacks. But he didn't let himself get hit and avoided the powerful attacks. The two exchanged attacks like this for the next few seconds, with most of Indra's divine aura destroying Jackal's explosions. What's wrong? I thought you could compete with God-class beings in that form. So far, I've seen your attacks get obliterated by mine, asked Indra. Jackal grinned and didn't say anything to Indra. Jackal brought his arm behind him while he gathered energy around him, and then, after a few seconds, swung his other arm forward, swiping it in the direction of Indra. This action created a large explosion in the form of a spiral that covered a large area. Jackal was confident in this attack, as the spiral of explosions only grew more and more, but to his horror and surprise, his attack suddenly shattered. What he saw beyond his attack was Indra holding a club with a ribbed spherical head. That's Vajra, my divine weapon. I thought I might as well save this for my duel with the middleman, but you were getting on my nerves. I would have fought you just like earlier if you didn't involve my home, you know? But while I do enjoy fighting, I also dislike chaos, nor do I tolerate evil deeds like what the Cow's Order is doing, said Indra. Indra didn't let Jackal say another word as he barely moved his Vajra, and an enormous bolt of lightning struck the man. Jackal screamed in pain and started to plummet to the ground. Indra threw some divine aura his way and controlled it in a way that launched Jackal back into the sky. From there, he started to attack Jackal with several more enormous bolts of lightning. When I use this, you instantly die. How boring. I hope the Dual Dragon Emperor won't be the same as you, Indra said with a sigh. Jackal had instantly died after being hit by the first thunderbolt. However, because Indra was petty and angry, he didn't let the invader have an easy death as he continuously struck the man with various thunderbolts over and over again for the next minute. Finally, he stopped and dismissed his Vajra. This time, Shiva and Parvati approached him. You didn't need to do that much, Indra, said Shiva. I do not like people who try to destroy my home, replied Indra. He then glanced back at Shiva and smirked. We rarely get to play together, don't we? First, because of the alliance, and now, during an attack on our realm. Are you sure you shouldn't protect your own home? Asked Indra. It is fine. I have powerful barriers and a few guards there. We should go and inspect the sacred items of our realm to make sure they haven't been taken. I trust our fellow gods, but it would be safer if we went. Indra stared at Shiva for a few seconds before he sighed. Fine. I wanted to go to Buloka to watch the middleman fight, but that can wait. Did we move them all to the same spot, or are they still spread around at different areas? Indra asked. Most have been moved, but the majority are still in one spot. We especially moved the Amrita first, because we had a war because of it, didn't we? If what the gene told us was true, then that snake Yukai, Nagendra may try to take it. If a mortal takes it, they are guaranteed to achieve immortality, replied Shiva. All right, go. I will check on a few things before I join you too, said Indra. Shiva and Parvati nodded and left. Indra then looked at Jackal's dead body and smirked. What can you show me, yeah? I appreciate your assistance, Suzaku Himejima, Seraph Gabriel, said Yama. Yama, Suzaku, and Gabriel, along with several creatures, defended Naraka from the invading forces of the Cow's Order. It's quite all right, Yama-sama, replied Suzaku as she burned another large group of Eevee soldiers. If Jean helps someone, I will too. That's my job as his future wife, proclaimed Gabriel as she vanquished many shadows of the phantasma with her light spears. Yama chuckled to himself before he swung his hammer towards the invaders. This created a shock wave powerful enough to kill most of them. We will need to split up. This place is large. I do not mind if my castle is destroyed, but I cannot let them destroy this place, Yama replied. Of course, I will go southwards, Yama-sama, said Suzaku. North for me then, replied Gabriel. I will cover east. If possible, I will leave west of both of you, he said, and his bull came over and he rode away with it. Gabriel-sama, let's meet in the west once we're done with our sections. And let's make it quick. Suzaku arrived in the southern part of Naraka. On the way there, she eliminated as many enemies as she could. She had changed into her shrine maiden outfit and had the vermilion bird accompany her in eliminating her targets. She arrived at a large open area, and to her surprise, one of Aaron's pillars were eliminating many of the invaders but could not kill them all. So some escaped. However, most of them ran into her. Suzaku chuckled to herself and mused. Aaron said that line, what was it? You shall not pass, or something like that. The vermilion bird beside her grew in size and flew around, killing many of the shadows and mecha soldiers. Suzaku herself put her hand up and created a large ball that resembled the sun. Aaron jokingly called this cruel sun, but I've come to like it, she said to herself. The small ball of flames began to expand and grew larger and larger until it had encompassed the entire area they were in. Both Eevee soldiers and Phantasma shadows looked at the woman that was producing this attack. They looked at her with fear and awe, and then Suzaku dropped the attack on the area while she teleported a great distance away. The miniature sun hit the ground almost instantly, and a very large and powerful explosion occurred. An enormous ball of fire consumed the area. Much of the surroundings was obliterated or melted. Once the attack was over, only a large melted hole was left. The pillar that Aaron made stood there, no longer attacking. Wow, you sure are powerful, big sister, said an unfamiliar voice. Suzaku looked towards the source of the voice and found a small boy who looked like he was around the age of 10 or 12. He had gray-white hair, pointy ears, crimson-red eyes, and wore an old black Japanese middle school uniform. Before you ask, I'm a damper like Gasper, he said playfully. Damper? Why did he call Gasper bro? Are they related somehow? Gasper hasn't ever mentioned having siblings, unless he's Suzaku squinted her eyes at the young youth. Oh, I know that. Look, Nay-san, don't get it wrong, we're not related. I just like calling people bro and sis. Anyway, I think I was meant to try to stop you. I'm also a clone, so take it easy on me, please. The name is Neculai. By the way, he smiled, and his body was covered in a blood-red aura. I'm a damper, but I don't have a sacred gear. But I do have this, he said, and pulled out a small bat-like plushie. Balance adjust. The bat-like blush erupted in a red glow and covered the boy, named Neculai, had his body covered in black and red armor. On his ankles, legs, arms, and side of his head were bat wings. Cinchuredo, even if you're a clone, it will be worthwhile for Aaron and the Alliance. Forgive me, said Suzaku, and she placed her hand on his back, releasing a surge of energy. That hurts, Nay-san, he cried out in pain, surprising Suzaku, who stepped back. Hee, I thrive on challenge, you know? Defeating powerful opponents gives me a rush. So no matter how much power you use, it will always be a barato to me, he announced confidently. Shall we test that then? I know many who are like that, but they always have a limit, replied Suzaku. Suzaku was referring to Akino, as it's widely known that she's both very tough and quite stern. However, during their stay in the pocket dimension, as well as other times, Akino and Aaron would occasionally use her ring's communication function or create a communication circle to contact Suzaku. Suzaku found the interruptions a bit annoying, but also insanely jealous. However, she has always been a calm and caring person, so she never outwardly showed her jealousy in front of anyone. Is that so? Suzaku appeared in front of Neculai and gave him a palm strike to the chin, followed up by a swift kick that made him wince in pain. Cinchuredo, especially family, clan, or the family she has with Aaron, she will become merciless. Neculai was launched away, but Suzaku didn't stop there as she followed it up with her own flame attack, and the vermilion bird fired a large fire breath at the damper. To finish it, she summoned several Shikigami dolls, and they quickly gathered around Nekulai. Suzaku then made some hand signs with her right hand, and the dolls suddenly struck Nekulai with lightning continuously. The Shikigami did not let up as they continued to shock the young man for around 30 seconds. However, they finally stopped, and Nekulai plummeted to the ground and crashed a few seconds later. As Suzaku landed several feet away from Nekulai, his body began to crumble, and the young boy forced himself to turn around and lie on his back. He had been gravely wounded by a blade during the fall. He had a wide smile on his face and laughed. I wasn't meant to take part in this, you know? I just sent a clone because I wanted to see what the fuss was about, but I guess I had some fun with it. Hey, tell the middleman and Alliance that there's a vampire faction in the Cows Order 2, Fufu. Also, I wasn't the only one that came here by myself. A certain fallen angel also came with me, he said before he crumbled away. Someone else? If he meant in Naraka, then either Yamasama or Gabriel will encounter them, she mumbled and looked towards the west. I will check the west side before heading north then. Suzaku quickly eliminated the rest of the invaders that managed to survive her cruel son from earlier. After that, she made her way to the west side of Naraka. Gabriel worked alongside the pillar that Eren had created and killed as many enemies as she could. She found it rather easy as many of the mecha soldiers and shadows of the Phantasma were much weaker than her. However, Gabriel summoned a defensive barrier in front of her and blocked an attack. Gabriel looked at the attack and noticed that it was a light spear. She was confused and looked around and saw someone floating above her. Gabriel was shocked at the person she was looking at. The woman had long flowing blonde hair and yellow eyes. She had black horns on her head, a small black tiara, and she wore a white dress with crimson and golden patterns and accents on it. She wore black boots and carried 2 black and purple swords in both hands. Behind her were jet black feathery wings that totaled 16 wings in total. "See Shazakil?" asked Gabriel. "Hello, Gabriel. It's been many years, hasn't it?" replied the girl with a smile. Life. "But Michael and Father told us that you perished during the Great War." Michael just repeated what Father said. "You should know by now, Gabriel, that Father wasn't some benevolent God. He was selfish and favored angels and humans, even though he was meant to love all, regardless of who or what you were. If we, fallen angels, were just a different color-winged angels, then why did he not let us stay in heaven?" Gabriel wasn't naive. Even though she acts aloof most of the time, she knows many things because she had spent many years with beings from all walks of life. She also had access to the internet and saw many opinions of humans. "I know that, but I believe he still did love us, but he created those rules and the 2 systems, so that's why yet he didn't change them?" asked Shazakil. "He was powerful. He created those 2 systems. He had the power to change them. But he didn't. Why? For what legitimate reason? Unless you can give me a convincing enough answer, I will detest that man until I die," she said with venom. "Don't get me wrong, Gabriel. I joined the fallen angel faction of the Cows Order for one purpose. I do not bear a grudge against sacred gear wielders or any other species, pantheon, or faction. I do have one thing I want to do, and that's to destroy the system our late father created. But Jean already made changes. If you do enough good deeds and repent, and if you want it to happen, you can become a pure angel again, just like how Father's teachings were," shouted Gabriel. "Isn't that convenient? Only when the middleman decides to do something, anything good happens. Yes, I am aware of what he did. Most powerful beings are. But I can't ever rest easy as long as the will of Father lives on in those systems. They need to be destroyed," said Shazakil as she pointed her right sword at Gabriel. "If you try to stop me, I will slash you down." Shazakil was the 8th watcher of the 20 leaders of the 200 fallen angels that are mentioned in an ancient work called the Book of Enoch. The name means Cloud of God, and it was said that Shazakil taught men the knowledge of the clouds, meteorology. She is also known as the shooting star of God. I can't let you do that. I love everyone in heaven, humans, and even fallen angels, devils, and now, because of Jean, I love everyone equally. The system Father created wasn't perfect, Even Father knew that he wasn't perfect, but if you plan to destroy it after Jean made it better, then I will stand against you," said Gabriel as she summoned a whip made of light. The two silently glared at each other. These two were very close when Shazakiel was still a pure angel. She, like Gabriel, loved the God of the Bible very much and got along with everyone in heaven. But like many that fell, she questioned many of the things that their father did, and it came to a breaking point during the Great War. When she fell, God announced, like many others, that she had perished. Because his word was final, none of them questioned it. However, Shazakiel simply fell and was upset that Gabriel or any other angel did not come looking for her. She did not join Grigori even after Azazel offered her his hand. Thus, she simply wandered the earth. She lived among the humans as for many years. Eventually, the wielders of the sacred gears and miracles started to happen less, and she saw that the system that they relied on did not help the humans like her father promised that it would. Thus, she lost faith in heaven even more. Eventually, she joined the Cow's Order after this era, where the most changes were happening to sacred gears occurred. She even saw the middleman as a threat to her own ideals and belief, but she would not waver. Even if he did good and changed many things, she wanted to fulfill her own selfish request from hundreds of thousands of years ago. "I will destroy them. I will protect them." Both of them then clashed. The two swords that were forged by the Cow's Order were imbued with powers from two different universes. One was from Evie Atold, and the other from the Crepuscule Phantasma. Meanwhile, Gabriel relied on her own light powers and other abilities she had learned from Aaron and her friends over the years. Shazakiel's sword sent out glitch-like waves and darkness towards Gabriel, but the Seraph quickly swung her light whip down and destroyed the attacks. The Seraph then summoned several hundred light spears and balls behind her and fired them at Shazakiel. Shazakiel frowned, but hacked and slashed using both her swords through the attack. Some of the light attacks grazed her, but Gabriel had no idea that this Shazakiel was also a clone. She, like Neculi, came here on their own violation and did not plan on taking part in the operation. "Please surrender." No. The inevitable struggle between pure angel and fallen angel was just beginning. "Who are those?" asked Shiva. He and Parvati, who had just arrived at the place where the Amrita and other precious treasures were kept, saw two figures in the distance. These two figures were easily defending the place against hundreds of thousands of foot soldiers of the Cow's Order. One of them was Shala, the energetic young woman who was a master at using magic. The other was one of the Giobi. She wore a black, crimson, white, and gold military-style outfit. Her left shoulder had a black and gold shoulder guard. She also had armor on her legs and shoes. She wore black gloves and had a long black and golden cape, with the inner part being crimson-red. She had red hair and red-orange eyes. She also carried a golden-crimson greatsword that she used to hack and slash through her enemies. Her name was Mishia. Aaron had decided to call in their help since he probably wouldn't arrive there on time to prevent them from trying to take those sacred treasures. So left it to them, but asked them to capture Nagendra if he was among the attackers. Shiva, Parvati, and Indra, who just arrived, flew closer to the two women. "Who are you two?" asked Parvati. "I'm Shaula. I'm Jean Samus' adorable and amazing magician wife," she exclaimed. "Mishia, one of Jean Samus' wife's subordinates. We were tasked with defending this realm, and we saw Nagendra among the ones attacking this area, and we have held them off. Is it safe to assume a powerful item is here?" asked Mishia. "I see. So you're Jean's subordinates, and yes, we are. We will hold them." Before Shiva could finish his sentence, multiple large flashes of thunder occurred in the distance. From the smoke came large 94-meter snakes. All of them varied in color, but all of them were at least low-tier god class. "I've been preparing for this day, Hindu gods. I will keep on reviving until I get my hands on that Amrita. I prepared 20 million backup bodies for me," shouted Nagendra. "Charge!" The Evie soldiers and Phantasma shadows flew towards Shala, Mishia, and the Hindu gods, followed by Nagendra, who was riding on top of one of the snake's heads. Shala flew in front of them and shouted, "You shall not pass." She then spread her arms out and hundreds of millions of magic circles appear behind her. Even the three gods were impressive by this feat. "I've never seen a human create so many magic circles before," said Parvati in shock. As expected of his subordinates, they are full of surprises themselves, added Shiva, who nodded approvingly. "I can't wait until we fight, if his subordinates are this good," said Indra as his own fighting spirit increased. Then, the millions of magic circles fired towards the invaders. The weaker ones were instantly killed as the attack hit them. Meanwhile, the stronger ones took a couple of hits. Some of the attacks were normal magical attacks, while some were elemental ones. Some of Indra's giant snakes were also killed, but as soon as one was killed, another one appeared from a lightning strike. It seemed like he intended to use everything he had to try to acquire the Amrita. Once Shala's attacks were over, she put her left hand on her hip and pointed with her right and shouted, "Well, keep going." And thus, even more magic circles appeared behind her. "Fufu, it seems this Shala woman has near infinite magic to be able to do this," giggled Parvati. Under the large and flashy show of her magic, Mishia killed the others who managed to avoid the attacks of Shala. She covered her greatsword with primordial flames and killed her enemies. Her flames not only burned the bodies, but also the soul of anyone she killed. Mishia is a warrior through and through. If given an order, she would complete it without complaint. She, like the rest of the Electa and Gob, are the protectors of a human world. However, if ordered, they will leave their post and do any job for Aaron. Today wasn't any different. A few of the enormous snakes launched breath attacks and venom towards her. Fire, wind, ice, water. Lightning Mishia put her hand out and muttered, "Extinguish." She created a stream of crimson red, yellow, and jet black flames that devoured all the attacks. Once it was done, it disappeared too, only leaving a shocked Nagendra. Mishia prepared her greatsword and made a powerful horizontal slash towards Nagendra. Sensing immediate danger, multiple large snakes appeared again from lightning strikes and stood in front of the slash, but they could only serve to barely slow down the attack's power and speed, because as soon as the attack hit the snake that he stood on, it was sliced in half, along with the other two snakes beside him. But again, a few more enormous snakes appeared and started charging towards them. It's never ending with his snakes. We should seal any way to teleport here," said Shala through the communication function of their rings. "It should take me around 3 minutes. Can you hold them off, Mishia?" she asked. "Easily. Leave it to me," replied Mishia. "Hold it. I want some action too," said Indra as he summoned his Vajra. He spun it around his hand and then pointed it at the sky. Millions of thunderbolts started to strike down the mecha, soldiers, and shadows. Indra had no problem killing them. However, some of them took more than one hit, but it didn't bother him that much. "I will provide some assistance too." "Parvati, can you watch?" "I will," she replied without hesitation. Shiva smiled and turned to face the minions of the cow's order. He then simply waved his hand, and many more of the soldiers started dropping dead. "TCH, don't go showing off," complained Indra. However, Shiva simply ignored him and did his job. "1 minute," shouted Shala. She started to form a magic circle that covered the entire realm of Svarga, Bhaloka, and Naraka. Originally, it was meant to only take a minute, but she decided to create a seal for all 3 realms and stop any teleportation for the cow's order. This would also prevent Nagendra from using his body backups, meaning he was only tied to the one life he had right now. Shiva started to aim some of his divine aura attacks at the snakes too, and they started to die one by one. With the teamwork of Shiva, Indra, Mishia, and Shala's endless barrage of her magic, the forces of the cow's order couldn't get near the place that held the Amrita and other sacred treasures of the Hindu gods. Even if they did, Parvati was there as a last defense for them, and she was a master at using defensive techniques and spells, so it would take at least someone of Shiva's class to destroy the reinforced barrier behind them. "Done," Shala shouted, and in all 3 realms it briefly glowed, and a symbol of a panda was etched on the sky or floor. "Now you can't bring any more in here. Let's end Thias." Shala summoned millions of elemental creatures of all shapes and sizes. The most notable ones were dinosaurs, dragons, and giant wolves. All of them each had a different element, and they tore through the remaining forces that were barely around 300,000. With Indra's continuous lightning bolts, Shiva's aura attacks, and Mashia killing them with their sword, they quickly whittled down the army that Nagindra had brought with him. Nagindra gritted his teeth. He didn't like how this had turned out. His dream of obtaining the Amrita had failed. He was furious, angry. He wanted to lash out at anyone in his sights right now. So he put his hands together in a prayer and started to chant something under his breath. He was immediately attacked by Shala, Mashia, Shiva, and Indra. Both Hindu gods saw the future and wanted to prevent it from happening. Shala and Mashia had the intuition to kill him. However, they were too late, as when their attacks seemingly hit him, what came out of the explosion and smoke was a very large multi-headed snake with the head of Nagindra in the middle. The beast was at least 2,000 meters tall. "We need to end this quickly. Jean Sama is calling for us," said Shala as her ring stopped glowing. "Why, okay," replied Mashia. She raised her great sword, ignited it with her flames, and swung it down. Everything in front of them was destroyed. Nagindra didn't have time to even think. 1 second, he was preparing to attack them with his new form, a form that he had been slowly mastering and perfecting, a form that was meant to absorb the powers of either Indra or Shiva. The next second, he was erased from existence by a swing of Mashia's greatsword. All 3 Hindu gods who witnessed this frowned. They believed that Aaron's subordinates were strong. They didn't know how strong, though. Both Shiva and Indra compared them to at least combat-class gods, but now they weren't sure. When they looked at the space in front of them, there was nothing left, not even a void. It was just nothing, like a blank canvas on a piece of paper, like if someone took out the hard drive from their computer and smashed it, burned it, and dropped it into a volcano. There was nothing left. "Shiva, can you restore that?" asked Indra. "I don't think so," replied the god of destruction. Shiva put his hand out and tried to repair the damage that Mashia made, but as he suspected, he couldn't reverse it. All 3 gods stared at the woman called Mashia and then at Shala, a bit of unease washing over them. "I think you went a bit overboard there, Mashia. We have to call Aaron Sama to fix that, Mashia silently nodded. However, she heard Shala that they needed to go to his side, so she wanted to finish it instantly. KHHH. Ashtalai was pushed back by another attack from Lavinia's Ice Knight. Lavinia had summoned multiple of them now, and had simply floated in the same spot for the last several minutes. No matter what way Ashtalai tried to attack her, magic circles would appear around her body and absorb or repel the attack. She was getting frustrated. Even her magic that she was proud of could not be compared to Lavinia Rennie's. Every powerful spell she fired was also met with the same power, or with something greater. She also couldn't get close to her anymore, but she managed to do so during their initial confrontation. However, she was countered quite easily by the Ice Princess, as Lavinia had dodged her strike and did a palm strike to her chin, which disorientated her. To add insult to injury after the palm strike, Lavinia kicked her in the lower body and hit her with a Tukey blast. And now, her swordsmanship barely worked against her Ice Knights, and she felt humiliated. She wanted a fair fight against her, but it seemed like to Ashtalai that Lavinia Rennie was using more power now than she did with Yashina. "Darn it! Darn it! Darn it!" screamed Ashtalai in her head. She was getting frustrated, and since she was a newly made clone, she lacked some abilities the original had. However, at the same time, the original told her to analyze the fighting ability of either Aaron or Lavinia, so she was essentially doing her job. However, the clone of Ashtalai was not fond of being beaten. Ashtalai powered up to her maximum power and disappeared from the Ice Knight's sights. She then appeared in front of Lavinia and thrust towards her stomach using her katana. But to her surprise again, some kind of ice armor appeared just as it touched her body. She was then launched away by some kind of invisible force, which confused Ashtalai even further. "Ah, that was a bit too much, you can't do that," yet Lavinia muttered as if she was scolding a child. For a brief second, Ashtalai saw some kind of dress flash around Lavinia's body. The lady in question smiled at Ashtalai. "I'm sorry, you weren't meant to see that yet. It's still incomplete, my new balance breaker. That is, explained Lavinia. New balance breaker. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. Cinchureto, said Lavinia, as she coldly stared at Ashtalai with slit-like pupils. Lavinia didn't know she was doing this right now. Even Aaron had no idea she could do this, but why? Ashtalai looked down at her body. She had been pierced by several Ice Maid swords. She looked around her and saw that the Ice Knights had turned invisible and had sneaked up on her. How? I could detect any and all energy signatures. Ashtalai gritted her teeth and still tried to attack Lavinia. But another Ice Knight appeared and struck her down before she could react. I don't like excessive violence, but if you threaten our livelihood, I won't show you any mercy, said Lavinia tiredly. Can you please grab her head? It may contain something useful for her, but not to her surprise. The body and head of Ashtalai started to decay away, and she just sighed. Never mind. Thank you for helping me. Lavinia then looked towards where Aaron was. Jean skyward's soliloquy. Barato. Answer. I'm finished. You can end this now, Aaron. I nodded and looked at the two half-dead enemies in front of me. Even though I fought them for a little bit longer, I slowly and bit by bit took away their power and stamina, using Divide. Cinchureto were here, Naya said, Kuroka behind me. We killed some more of them before we came here, Aaron added Chiron. I glanced back and saw a few more of the girls, but Gabriel looked quite sad for some reason. My eyes met Suzaku's and Gabriel's, but Suzaku just shook her head. But before I spoke to them, I froze the two enemies in front of me in a place. Lavinia, your eyes, I said to her. She looked confused, and she summoned a mirror in front of her. Igriga, am like you now? She said, rather confused, but was a bit upbeat about it. Ye, said Gabriel, and hugged Lavinia. Cinchureto. Unfortunately, Unguentum didn't have anything, but Sira had something useful for me, so I couldn't help but smile. XBL, wow, this is amazing. Why, you're really enjoying that, aren't you, Mom? Did I say that out loud? Maybe I am. I'm on Shin Volume 7 after all. But I'm a bit sad that Great Red is dead, but there's a lot of speculation that he's still alive within Issei or Ryutaimaru. But we'll see in the future in buying the Blu-rays and DVDs. Season 6 and 7 were pretty entertaining, right? Yeah, the adaptation was well done, but I would have liked them to make more OSTs, you know? By the way, I think combining power with infinity and dreams would be pretty impressive, right? What if ISC creates a technique that combines the energy counters of his allies? Like, for instance, a neutron beam cannon, super wave cannon. Wouldn't it be powerful? I think I get what you mean, but how would that work? Wouldn't he need to attach multiple tails to the girls' outfits? Details, Aaron, details. Ichi will find a way, but for now, just go with it. How about we call it Wavy Beam Cannon? I now know where the Barato I got my terrible naming sense from. Mom Naihaha? Don't laugh like Barato. Oh, I started Konosuba too, the same with the anime. I couldn't stop laughing about W. Why did that even come up now? I asked myself and laughed. This obviously confused everyone, but girls, can you lend me a hand? I asked and grinned at them. Let's end these guys dragon style. They happily agreed, and I turned back to Unguentum and Sira. I didn't have a tail on my queen form like Issei, but I can just will a hook towards them, right? I focused on my back, and my wings came out, but from them came out several round, disc-shaped plates, and then they immediately darted towards the girl. Ashu, W, what is this? Shala said in a panic. Please just deal with it for now. We made a new technique for the new dragon. I shouted. From there, the plates began to pulse as they had attached themselves to Barato, Chiron, Lavinia, Siza Gabriel, Shala, Mishia, and W. What? Why is it attached to me? Exclaimed Elsha. It's on me too, the same with Barato. Added Amorous. All the girls that had been in the pocket dimension with me over the years, they all grew in various ways and not just through their power. So, if I take my mom's suggestion, then physical changes. Kuroka 98, 101 Chiron, 67, 89 Lavinia, 100, 103, Siza 102, 104, Gabriel 98, 102 Shala, 88, 94 Mashia, 100 Elsha, 97 Amorous, 95 Comptoir, 101 add those together, and you get 986. Drake in the books theorized that if the total number reached 3 digits, it would be even more powerful than in Blaster. So with 986, it should be I looked back at the girls, and a number had popped up above their heads, and many of them were wincing since I was drawing out powers from their bodies. What in the world is happening? Asked Parvati from behind me. He said himself, right? A new move based on his inner powers, replied Shiva. Indra the whole time had been laughing at the absurdity of it all. Well, here we go. Your operation failed, and you even lost one of the seekers of truth. Was it really worth it? I asked but got no response. Well, it doesn't matter, Team DXD will keep foiling your plans. I took a deep breath and then shouted, take this. Neutron beam cannon. An enormous pink aura flew out of the muzzle of my cannons. The two of them couldn't defend themselves since they couldn't move. The pink aura kept on getting larger and larger, but thankfully it didn't do any damage to the homes below. Perhaps Kantor also helped regulate it. The two were obliterated away by the blast, and in it I heard Ungwentum core crack and be destroyed. Sira also chuckled in the end. I wasn't sure how he felt though, but he had a bit of relief and regret. What does that even mean? Asked Shala. The armor plates vanished from their chests, and I retracted my cannons after the attack was over and left my balance breaker. Super wave cannon. Not really original, but it's the best I got on the spot, I replied. Anyway, let me clean up Sakura. Can our match wait until tomorrow? I asked. Ha ha ha. That was awesome and stupidly powerful. But yeah, our Pantheon was attacked. I can hold off until tomorrow. Star Dragon, replied Indra. Thanks. A few hours had passed, and we were back in a hotel that we had stayed in. We extended our stay by a night, and we unwinded for the night. Tomorrow will also be filled with a lot of things. Apparently, because we helped defend their realm, they'll have a giant celebration in Buloka. The gods will come down here, and the premiere of the new Dragon movie will also be played. I spoke with Prithvi earlier, and she would be helping me with the signing event after, and maybe playing the role of a friendly dragon character after the movie for the kids. Lavinia, Chiron, and Suzaku will be joining me. I also repaired the damage Mishia did in Svarga. I gave vague answers when they asked me on where I met Mishia and Shala. Shala had returned to my ring, and Mishia went back to her spot in the human world. My duel with Indra will be somewhere after all the festivities, so around the afternoon near sunset. It's being advertised all over the realm, apparently, and many people will come and watch it. I'm not entirely sure if I should entertain them or end it quickly. Well, that's what's going to happen tomorrow. But there are two things I need to do right now or soon. Gabriel had been quite down since the attack, and the two Nekisha sisters have been looking at me from time to time, but every time our eyes meet, they would avert their eyes. Aaron, I think you should speak with Gabriel. I wasn't there for it, but it seems she had a face of fallen angel when we were in Araka. I believe they were close when that fallen angel was still an angel, said Suzaku beside me. On my other side was a sleeping Lavinia on my lap. I had helped her change her pupils back, but according to Kantor, it had something to do with me evolving and them being part of the fated one thing. So, Suzuka may have her own physical changes soon too. Fun Who? I repeated and looked towards the stairs to the bedroom upstairs. She had been up there by herself, and I had been debating on whether or not to talk to her about it. So I guess I'll go up. I nodded, gently moved Nia to a pillow, and walked upstairs. I glanced back at Kuroka and Chiron, indicating I wanted to speak to them later. Both sisters nodded, and I finally went upstairs. When I got there, Gabriel was lying on the bed and hugging a pillow. She felt my presence and sat up immediately. She gave me those cute puppy dog eyes and spread her arms out silently, asking me for a hug. I walked over, sat beside her, and embraced her. Did something happen? I asked. Do you want to talk about it? She nodded her head, and I waited. I don't know how many of my former brothers and sisters survived the Great War. I wonder if many of them decided to live quiet lives, pretending to be humans today. I met one of them. We were really close back then, she said quietly. That's true. I always wondered where most of them went. Did some of them just die? But this universe is different by a very large margin, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were alive here and were in hiding. Shazakil, that was her name, she said. Barakil dad, but female, I muttered. Bonk. Aaron, she said, sounding very upset. She had hit me lightly on the head. I'm sorry. I apologized. Bad taste on my part. It kind of just came out. As I said, I thought she died during the Great War, but today she apparently came here for her own reasons. She never told me why, but I think she was looking for Father's soul. She believes that every being has their own soul, even the gods. Gods that can come back to life after a certain amount of time, and if they still have believers. Father still has a lot, so we always wondered why he never came back. For a period of time, we thought we might have upset him, or we thought that we weren't good enough. However, slowly Michael took over as leader and even managed to activate and operate the system Father left behind. But he only had limited control over it. She wants to destroy the system. Well, more so the original system that controls miracles rather than the one with the sacred gears. She believes Father's will is in it and wants everything about him in this world to be gone, explained Gabriel. That's a problem, I replied. I had fixed a lot of the issues. Improved the sacred gears so it wouldn't severely debilitate anyone that get one when they were born. I knew Dulio took care of children with limited lifespans and had disabilities thanks to sacred gears. I would sometimes go there and help heal some of them, or just bring some food, Cincheredo, so that's why I was brought to the underworld along with Dulio for it, Rudiger Rosenkreutz, also known as the upsetting sorcerer. He basically cried and thanked me. I already knew his story, but I didn't want his only son that he and his wife had been trying to conceive a child and finally did, but only to find out he was being killed by a sacred gear. When I first read that, I found it annoying and unfair for the dude. Hell, I now know that my mom read the series, so she probably got upset when she read that part too. Back then, my mind wasn't straight and doing this probably went under my radar. However, now that it was fine, I just did it along with that miracle I did. I have no idea how this will affect the future. However, I can't really chicken out now, since I've already messed things up completely. It should make it more interesting since Rudiger Rosenkreutz will be supervisor of Team Trump Card of Heaven in the future international rating game. Can we help her? Asked Gabriel. Well, there are two ways. We convince her the conventional way or the Avetsa route, I replied. I looked at Gabriel, and she didn't like the sound of that. I'm glad that Avetsa is on our side, but I know. You were a member of the group that didn't like it, but it was essential, Gabriel. Now, I believe that Shazakiel still has some humanity and good in her. So if we can convince her, then great. But if we want anything else, then okay. But can we keep it as a last resort? Yeah, sure thing. After that, we stayed silent for around a minute. Finally, I felt her pull on my shirt, and I looked back down at Gabriel. Why haven't you proposed to Kuroka and Chiron? She asked. It seemed like she also wanted to ask why not me either, but held herself back. I feel extra pressure with Gabriel too. I was actually planning to ask them tonight. I want to make it a bit more romantic for both of them. However, I guess my blunt and less tacky ways is more my style in a way. Though I'm not against making it more romantic, I explained to her. What ABO, I stopped her by putting my finger on her lips. I have my plans for you, Gabriel. So will you please wait a bit longer? I want to make it a bit special. And this involves hunting down a soul, bringing him back to temporary life, and asking this seraph's hand in marriage in front of him. I won't give a damn about him giving me permission, though I think it would do Gabriel some closure, I guess. But we haven't been together yet. WL, do you not like how I look? She asked, looking a bit upset. No, you look great, but how do I say this? I thought about it for a few seconds and nodded to myself. How about this? We could do all of that after I propose to you. I just thought, since you were brought up with God's way of thinking, that you may want to wait until marriage or something like that. I just said random nonsense there. The real reason was I didn't want to lead this innocent person down the wrong path. Cincheredo. They are able to have children with humans or other races now with mutual consent, so an angel and another race can create a child together. In theory, more miracle children should be born in the future thanks to the changes I made. I haven't heard anything from Layla or Altaria. However, during my visit, I saw a few angels mingling with each other, and they were warm and cheerful together. I'm okay with that, she happily said, and I felt relieved. A few minutes later, Gabriel was back to her old self and had gone back down to the living dining room, and the two Nekasha sisters came up. I waved to them, and they came and sat beside me. In all honesty, I didn't have a plan earlier in the day. I thought of just screaming, "Will you marry me?" Well, I used the neutron beam cannon, but in the end, I didn't. By the way, that Nekashu Kiyoshi. He apparently told us that the Monkai Association, some of its members went to the Phantasma's universe, and they also managed to create a Yukai god. Whatever that means. Oh, and here, the evidence, explained Barato, and she brought out an item from a ring that contained Kiyoshi's preserved remains. Thankfully, it had been properly sealed, so I quickly read through his memories and found a few useful things. As she said, they have some powerful Yukai on their side. However, he himself didn't know anything about him/her, but he also vaguely knew some of the Monkai Association members left for the Phantasma's universe, Black Alice being one of them along with the Nextals. Apart from that, he himself knew that he was just a grunt for them and played his role. However, after being called the leader of the village and reporting to his superiors, he became a bit arrogant and let the power get into his head. Thankfully, he was the only one in the village who was part of the Cow's Order. The rest were innocent and were caught in the crossfire. Thank you, I got everything I needed. Let's all get rid of it, I said, and destroy the head. Anyway, the real reason I brought you two here is, well, I want beat around the bush. Will both of you marry me? I already got permission from Fujima a couple of months back, so when you restored our home? Asked Chiron and I nodded. My will. I smiled at Chiron, and we both glanced at Kuroka. But when we did, it looked like she had been trying to hold herself back from crying, and she looked almost comically as snot was already dripping down her nose. Why did you wait so long? She shouted. I can make all the excuses I want, but I just didn't get the right opportunity. I'm sorry, I replied. I already heard from Grafia and Suzaku that theirs weren't exactly super romantic, but I don't care, of course. They'll say yes, Naya, she said and hugged me. Ah, make me immortal too. I was planning to, I replied and made her immortal. Now both sisters were immortal and engaged to me. The first three who were with me were finally tied to me for life. I wonder what the distant future will be like. Barato then hugged me warmly and said, now that we're engaged, we should celebrate together. I thought Chiron would protest, but to my surprise, she also walked over and gently held onto my arm. But this was stopped when I'm back. I also brought food, shouted Prithvi. She had left earlier for something and just came back with food. Food, muttered Barato as she looked at me and towards the stairs. We haven't eaten dinner yet, so let's go, I suggested. Fine, Naya, but we're having a big celebration tonight. No, we won't. Nay-sama, said Chiron as she pinched Barato on the side. Nya. Ow. Chiron. The two sisters quickly let go of me and started to playfully wrestle as they went back downstairs. I sighed to myself, and Barato, Cinchuredo. He was part of a group called the Combat Fanatics. There are no ranks, but he was just a Barato. As it stands, there are 6 people leading it and many others. Barato. Answer. His Void Gate ability functions more or less like the Abaddon clan's ability Void Gate. However, he was capable of mastering it more than the others and utilized it in a different way, like how you saw the longer you fought those two. Unguentum started using his holes to force me to miss his attacks, after which he solidified those holes and used them as attacks. I avoided them, but also noticed that any object that was hit by them was forcefully teleported to a random spot. But when they teleported to the other spot, they were badly damaged, so I assumed that when going through the hole they were also attacked. He could also make parts of his body or his entire body into a hole. I had tried to attack him a few times, and my hands simply passed through his stomach. However, I quickly changed it up and began attacking him differently, and his holy ability became useless. His whole ability could also transport people or items, as he had summoned creatures I hadn't seen before to fight alongside him. Unguentum also was a master in using magic and controlled some kind of strange energy I hadn't seen before. However, when Kuntuar analyzed it, we learned it was called Impulse. According to Kuntuar, it was equivalent to demonic or holy powers. I believe that it's a common ability that all the Eevee have, well, the ones that are mechanical, since I wasn't sure if all the Eevees were mechanical beings. If I go by Saraselbi's, then I'm not sure if all of them are mechanical beings or not. Kuntuar. Answer. Him being killed will make no difference to the Eevee gods. However, he will most likely be replaced at the end of the day or whenever they receive the news of his death. Like with most of the mechanical gods of the Eevees, they only have chaos, destruction, and conquest in mind. Kuntuar. Answer. New is Sira, one of the Weiboros, ranked 6th out of the 12. In the middle. He was an interesting man. However, let's start with his abilities. He could swap places with the orbs he made, and he could control certain blue and black beams, did he not? That was simply his own darkness, a little different in color. Comptoir. Answer. The black balls you saw were just them condensed and solidified. However, if you didn't have resistance to many types of elements, then that would have attacked your mind. You also avoided most of them, so they did not affect you. Psychological attacks, huh? Comptoir. Answer. It would have worked two ways. It would have shown you nightmares or very enjoyable dreams. You can equate it to the spell that Azidaka cast on Vala Lucifer before their battle. Valley had a very strange vision, as you know. I see. So those are the effects of the spheres, huh? Wait, just the spheres. What about their regular beam forms? I asked. Barato. Answer. It appears that they act differently depending on how he used them, or he simply didn't master it to the point of being able to do the same with his regular darkness. What about that thing in his chest? I'm pretty sure I destroyed it, and it went haywire for a bit, I asked. Comptoir. Answer. That helped regulate his immense power. However, due to you destroying it, he had to actively control his own power, so he wouldn't destroy himself or just explode on the spot. He had very high power. I would even say he had the potential to become one of the highest-ranking members in Weiboros, or even a member of the Eradicators. Well, good thing I removed it after he began to lose control. I thought back on it, and remembered that he was certainly panicking at the time. His movements became sluggish, and he reacted slower. If what she said was true, then he was probably trying to control it. Huh? Comptoir. Answer. I did find something else. It's about the Umbra. 2 are in the universe of the Phantasma, while the other 2 are in the Evi's universe. There isn't much information yet. However, there are 3 males and a single female in their group. They are very loyal toward Ive, and in turn to Fumara and Magnum Tenebrosum. Could they be collaborating more than what they're letting on in the Cow's order? But that doesn't make sense. Also, why would the Evi even collaborate with organic beings if they were trying to eradicate them all? Only reason I can think of is Lapis being much stronger than them. Yunio had no idea about them. Nor did I yell it, since she was just a tool for them. Yunio was kept out of the loop since his past self just didn't care about any of that stuff. Weekend, what are you doing? I looked up to see Lavinia there. She finally woke up, huh? She also had poked me on the forehead. No, I was just talking to Comptoir about some things about the Phantasma and Eevee guys I fought. Just getting some details out, you know? Sorry, they'll come down for dinner now, I replied to her. I got up, but as I tried to walk to the stairs with her, she stopped me and caressed my cheek. As usual, she had that gentle and calming smile on her. It'll be all right, Aaron. It always works out in the end, right? She asked me. I was about to reach out and touch her hand that was on my cheek, but instead I fully embraced her. She was a little surprised, but hugged me back. Every time we have some kind of quiet moment like this, I feel like my soul is being healed, like any type of fatigue I had just melts away. Did you want to hug me that badly? She asked. I pulled away and silently looked at her before reaching up to squish her cheeks. Awen? She asked again, but more confused. God, I love this woman. No, it's nothing. And yeah, I wanted to hug you. Let's go have dinner. Asgard Rossweiss's soliloquy. It's been an entire day since I returned to my homeland. I was brought back here because we had new recruits, and Odin-sama wanted someone close to the middleman to train these newly recruited Valkyries. I wasn't the only one who helped train them for the day. Brynhildur Senpai also accompanied me. We were nearing their training session, and I would be here for one more day before returning home. After a certain call to Aaron, I was a bit embarrassed since I did it in front of so many new Valkyries. They wouldn't take me seriously for that time, since they would tease me. Even remembering about it is embarrassing. I walked around the hall as many of the girls were busy practicing their magic and improving their own magic circles. Brynhildur Senpai was also doing the same thing on the opposite side. She's still as strict as ever, but I have noticed that she's a little kinder with how she speaks to everyone. Did Aaron's trip here and their friendship cause it? I wasn't sure, but they hadn't communicated much as far as I know. If I had to compare, it's on the same level as Sasaki-san. When they first started communication, it was mostly via text messages. You there, if you change this Thank you, Roswai-sensei. Sinchiredo, they've started to think for themselves and how to improve their own magic circles without our help. The previous group that Aaron helped train were also here. I had been staying at Granny's home while I had been working here, but today or tonight, I would see my parents again. It's one of the very few occasions that they would be coming home, or at least checking up on me and Granny. Granny had also been asking me about Aaron a lot, even asking about grandchildren, which was quite embarrassing. I hadn't even slept with him yet, so that's next to impossible. But I Roswais. Igriagajis. I answered back as I looked up a bit startled. It was Brynhilder Senpai, who had been calling out to me. Please focus. It's essential we help these new recruits. Some may even join Team DXD. I've also been asked by Odin-sama to do, meaning he'll need a new bodyguard soon too, hence why I need you to inform Jean that I may need to move to Kuo and find some place to live in. Before I could stop myself, I said, why not come live with us? A few seconds later, I covered my mouth as what I had said had caught up to me. Brynhilder Senpai silently stared at me for a few seconds, but to my surprise, that is also an option. I will text him, then she said, and took her phone out and messaged him. SSS, she accepted. WW, wait a minute, is something wrong? She asked. And no, everything is fine. I replied, but I felt weird. M is Valkyrie. Me? I don't want to share that. B, but if we do have a daughter, then I won't be the only one, right? Or if a son, then he will also become a warrior someday. WW, what am I thinking about? Children, we haven't even been together properly yet, nor have we gotten married. Ugh, all this thinking is giving me a headache. He accepted. Will you show me around his home, then, Roswais? Oh, of course. I live there after all. Leave it to me. I replied, and we continued our work for the evening. Around 2 hours later, we were finished. I was on the bullet train on the way home to Granny's home, and I had parted ways with Brynhilder Senpai. Quite a lot of the other Valkyries that are the same age as me are jealous of me. Just around a year ago, that situation would have been very unthinkable, but now it feels strange. My parents want to speak to me, but I know what they want to talk about. How do I explain it to them? When they met, we weren't dating, but we did already start dating before we left Asgard. So there's that, but you'll sleep on it. With that said, I closed my eyes and waited until I got home. I was walking through my hometown streets. I was greeted as usual. Many of them came to greet me when I first came home, and we even had a small celebration. But most of them wouldn't stop saying I was already engaged to Aaron. I mean, I do have a ring, but mostly everyone he cares for has one. The men just have necklaces instead. As a result of Granny contacting me via Magic Circle to get some ingredients in the town, I came here. So I decided to fly over her house and get them before returning home. Ah, Rose. Welcome back. How was work? Asked Mamma Mia. Good evening, Mamma Mia, and work was fine. I only have tomorrow left, and I'll be going back home to Japan, I replied. Back home to your husband? Huh? Hee hee. I can't wait to meet your children in the future, she exclaimed eagerly. Well, Gene has said that he does want children in the future in response to that. Mamma Mia began giggling at me, and we talked for a little longer. By the way, my husband and I are open to working with Gene's future restaurant and business. Gondol, your grandmother has been very persistent about it, and we eventually caved. We did taste his cooking, and even my husband gave a lot of praise. When did Aaron cook for Granny? He hadn't told me anything about it, but I did notice Granny having more things lately. Don't tell me he. Aros. I'm sorry, Mamma Mia. I have to go. We can talk before I go home. I need to go. I didn't wait for an answer as I ran into the local grocery store, bought what I needed, and flew back to Granny's home. Once I got there, I ran inside and into the kitchen. Good evening. Rose, did you rush back? Is something wrong? She asked me, sounding worried. I put the groceries down on the table and asked, Gee, Granny, did Gene start giving you money? Oh, yes, he did. He gave me a large sum a month ago and hasn't done so since. I asked him if he wanted to give me money. He just needed to send me enough to last me my remaining life. So he did. I just didn't expect him to give me that much, she said and laughed. How much? I believe it was around 150 trillion yen, if I had to base it on the Japanese currency, she said casually and returned to cooking. 1,150 trillion yen. I clutched my head and sat down on a chair. I know we spent 100 years in the pocket dimension, and we never asked how much gold he earned. but to casually hand over 150 trillion. H, how much have you spent? Well, not much. I mostly use it to buy groceries and get some renovations done around the home. I gave some away to Mama Mia since she's always helped us, and I finally convinced her to agree to Jean's offer. Isn't that great? Oh, and your parents will come by in around 2 hours, so you should get dressed. Why, yes, Granny, who else? Who else has he given money to? I'm sure Aaron can earn that much money in barely a day's work in the pocket dimension, and I'm still not used to the amount of money he can casually make. Also, I'm sure that the 150 trillion yen he spent barely dented his savings, either the gold and the money he earned from his jobs as the middleman. As I reached my room, I had a strange thought. Am I gold digger? I asked myself, and my lips twitched. I shook my head and told myself I wasn't. Where in the world did this line of thinking come from? I quickly got dressed and into my normal clothes. I took a glance at myself in the mirror and found myself staring something felled off. But the closer I looked and the harder I thought about it, it dawned on me. I've been mostly wearing more fashionable outfits at night since I wanted Aaron to notice me. I wasn't the only one doing it, as many of the women there did it too. The most daring was Aquino, since she was practically walking around in bold, eye-catching attire. I couldn't do that, well, not unless it's my scheduled time to stay with him, than I usually do. I look back at the mirror and notice my own outfit. It's changed since being in there, and he likes it, so I'm not complaining. However, he tends to pay attention to my appearance more. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about that. I mumbled to myself. What am I doing? I asked myself. I can't believe I'm acting this strangely. I sighed again and walked back downstairs. Do you need help, Granny? I asked. Please help me set the plates, dear. Your parents should come soon. I made everyone's favorites after all, she said happily. I couldn't help but smile and set up the table. We made light chatter as I did, and after it was all set up, we just needed to wait for them to arrive. It was around 2 hours later that my parents finally came home. Of course, Granny only finished cooking around 20 minutes ago, so it was perfect timing. I'm back, Mom, said my mother to Granny. Welcome back, Resi Willermus. I just finished making dinner, so go wash up and come join me in Rose, ordered Granny, and they did so. My mother waved at me as I waited in my seat, and I waved back. I felt nervous. Even though I didn't feel nervous fighting the monsters in the pocket dimension Aaron made, or even when I faced the terrorists, or even when I found out that the multiverse was real and how we're all just tiny specks in the grand scheme of life, I have an amicable relationship with my parents. So why? Apparently, I was like this until my parents came back, and once they did, we started eating. It started with greetings and light chatter between my parents and Granny, but after a while it was just us silently eating. But how have you been, Rossweiss? Asked my mother. I've been well, Mother. I'm currently employed by the middleman, but since Odin-sama asked for my assistance in training the new Valkyrie recruits, I couldn't accompany him to his job, I replied. Working for the middleman? Yes, we've heard of that. You're also part of that new anti-terrorist group for the Alliance, are you not? Yes. It's called Team DXD, and it's led by Jean. The sub-leaders are the Joker of Heaven, Dulio-san, and the first-generation son, Wukong-sama. There are other groups in there from various factions and pantheons that are in the current DXD Alliance. It also includes some of the Valkyries of our realm, and you're part of the Asgardian team for this Team DXD. Rose? Asked my father. No, I'm part of Jean's team, though there are various teams in it and the one he personally leads. You say you're employed by him. What job do you actually do? Asked my mother. I am one of his secretaries. He's planning on opening a business once he graduates. He has mostly everything ready and only needs the construction to be done. Centurado. How do I tell them that I share the role with several others among his staff? I believe one of those Japanese heroes from the old times was one of his secretaries too. I think she was called Minamoto no Reiko. There were several others too, like that adorable devil girl Ravel Phoenix, said Granny. Well, the middleman surely has a lot of documents and paperwork to sign and other things he needs to deal with, so having more than one secretary makes sense. It will lighten the load, said my father, and my mother seemed to agree. Thank you, Granny. By the way, Rossweiss, my mother asked, why, I heard rumors that you are in a romantic relationship with the middleman. Is that true? Yes, I answered without hesitation, though I may have sounded a bit rude there. Both my parents were a little surprised, but they smiled in the end. Is that so? Are you okay with it? I heard he won a large group of partners, asked my father. Why, yes, I'm fine with it. Everyone in his group is quite nice, and I get along with them very well. Both my parents nodded, and we started talking about my life in Japan, how I feel about being a teacher, and things in general. Maybe I was worried about nothing? They seemed to be genuinely curious about my life there. Maybe I'm just paranoid near the end of dinner. My mother spoke up again. Rossweiss, truthfully, we had been thinking of setting up an arranged marriage for you around last year. But it seems like we didn't need to proceed with it. Right, dear? Said my mother, leaving me shocked. W, what do you mean by arranged marriage? I asked. Well, you sacrificed your youth and solely focused on your studies. You had no skills for winning over a man. It was made especially difficult by your rigid personality. Perhaps it was our fault, or my mother might have influenced you. So we had been looking for the right suitor for you, in secret, explained my mother. Please don't take it the wrong way, honey. We only had your best interests in mind. The way we saw it was that you were probably going to stay single for most of your life if we didn't do this. At best, we would have had you come to a marriage interview with him, and after that we would let you decide whether or not you would marry them, added my father. I will admit that I was partially responsible for Rose being like that. However, this child took my words too seriously and avoided interacting with males entirely and focused on her studies. What I meant at the time was to balance it out, Rose. Also, you shouldn't rush into anything serious with just anyone, said Granny. I didn't know how to feel about this, but we're glad. It seems you are genuinely in love with him, and he treats you well, so we'll stop looking for suitors for you, okay? Said my mother. Just tell us if he hurts you, okay? We'll probably beat him. Probably, said my father. You probably won't, but I appreciate the thought. I simply smiled at them and didn't say anything, and that's how dinner concluded. After dinner, it was nearly midnight, so we all retired to our beds. I was lying on my bed, lights off, and thinking about a lot of things. The fact that they thought Aaron would intentionally hurt me sounded wrong to me. Especially after that incident in the underworld, it felt like he wanted to add something else after he declared those words to me, but held himself back. That won't happen. I won't hand you over to them, ever. When they appear again, you'll definitely defeat them. Any of you, whether it be my loved ones or friends, I won't let something like that happen. His words from back then echoed in my head, and I smiled. Would he have said that had sacrificed this universe for me? I mused and closed my eyes. I hope so, I added before going to sleep. In my mind, I wanted to be the fifth Takamagura Minamoto, no Raikos. Soliloquy 8 days has passed since I returned to my realm. However, it hasn't been that long since I was last here. However, I checked up on many of the realms and friends of mine before I headed to the meeting place. Tomorrow should be the last day of our meetings. I became the leader of the Yamajin. Meanwhile, Yoshitsun became the deputy leader of the group and supports me. There were various other members that joined, but quite a lot of them came from all over Japan. I didn't think that many had survived and became part of the supernatural. Many responded to Amaterasu Sema's call, even the more reclusive ones. It shows how significant the threat is, though I didn't say anything about Aaron being able to solve it when he evolves. The ones that came today were Minamoto no Yoshitsun, Yoichi Nazuno, Benkei Musashibu, Sasaki Kajuro, Miyamoto Musashi, Kata Danzu, Ibaraki Doji, Oda Nabinaga, Ryoma Sakamoto, and Date Masamian. Apparently, more are to come in another meeting. However, they can't make it for tomorrow's one. I was staying in the inn of Iwabami because as soon as she heard I was back in the realm, she sought me out and offered me a room in her inn for a large discount. I happily accepted the offer, and I was currently in the bath, along with Yoshitsun, Benkei, Musashi, and Danzu. The males in that meeting have gone out drinking. Ibaraki Doji did not join us, as she opted to go back to the Oni realm and be with Shuten. Her hatred for me is still quite intense, and she cannot stand me being near me for too long. However, if Amaterasu-sama orders it, then she can hold herself back. That's how she was able to go to these meetings. Reiko, how is it living in Jean's home? Asked Musashi. You two are dating, no? Engaged, right? Even after hearing such a thing, I still blush. Why, yes, we are. Living there even before becoming engaged to him was very chaotic, but very fun and welcoming. What do you mean by that? Asked Benkei. Everyone in Jean's home was very welcoming from the day I moved in. I quickly made new friends and comrades there. However, the day-to-day life in his home was very chaotic as many things happened on a daily basis. For example, when I arrived there, Senchurito, have you heard of them being together? Wait, did you get together with him yet? Asked Benkei. She had been drinking her sake all day, and even now, yes, I've heard about it at times, and no, I haven't. Well, it hasn't been that long since he became engaged. You did skip dating and went to being engaged, didn't you? Wait, does that mean the legendary Minamoto no Reiko is a pure maiden who's waiting until marriage? Musashi asked, sounding shocked. Huh, that does sound like it. Musashidano Kukuko, replied Benkei. That's admirable if true. Reiko-san, Senchurito. We haven't done much, since he's been quite busy with his job and other events popping up around the supernatural world, plus he's still in school. We have cuddled a few times, shared a few kisses, but that's it. He's quite busy because of the current world, I told them. That makes sense. You mentioned earlier today that he was in the Hindu pantheon, correct? I wonder if something happened there. Something usually happens if Jean-san travels to certain places. You're right about that. Yoshitsun, well, not all the time, but something did happen when he came back here, didn't he? Said Benkei. Well, as I was about to say something, I felt my phone vibrate in my ring, so I took it out and looked at the messages. I hadn't gotten enough time over the last 2 days to check it. So this is the first time I have. Is something wrong, Reiko-san? I looked up and shook my head. No, it's nothing, but apparently the Cow's order tried to invade the Hindu pantheon and tried to steal something from there. Luckily, A.A. Jean was there with a few others and stopped it. The first things that come to mind are the sacred weapons of the Hindu gods, and after that the Amrita, said Danzu. But it was stopped by Jean Kyun, so everything's fine. I was worried, so I plan on talking to him later. However, for the rest of our time in the bath, we chatted about how the new Yamajin was going to operate. Are you sure you're all okay? I asked through the phone. Yes, we're fine, Reiko. I had Shala and Mishia's help. How about on your end? Did your meeting go well? He asked. Yes, it went well. I became the leader, and the sub-leader is Yoshitsun. I met a few others today, but not all of them could make it. However, I was quite surprised by how young-looking Oda Nobunaga was. However, he was quite easy to talk to and gave insightful knowledge of certain things he may do in the future, I explained. So, this Yamajin group will be part of Team DXD, right? Can I expect to meet them in a meeting in the future? Yes, we are, and yes, you can, I replied. After that, we spoke about what had happened there, and apparently Mishia had killed Nagindra and the snake Yukai. He had tried to see if he could call upon her soul. However, Mishia's attack had burned up her soul too, and he wasn't sure if he could call it up without any repercussions. Also, he finally got engaged to Kuroka and Chiron. Kuroka was also made immortal, and I was happy for her. She had said it many times over when Aaron wasn't home. We all knew that she wanted him to ask her, but we reassured her that it would eventually happen. Kuroka even made a friendly jab at herself, and since I managed to become immortal and engaged before her, I felt bad about it. But she reassured me that she wasn't trying to make me feel like that. So an attack happened in the Hindu pantheon yesterday? Asked Oda Nobunaga. Yes, I received a message from one of Jean's close companions, but they managed to repel it, so the realm is safe for now, I replied. It was a wise choice in creating this group, then. More will show up in the future, but for now we will make do with our numbers. It is also safe to say that our realm may be attacked again in the future, he added. Oda Nobunaga has a long gray hair with a large black streak in it on the front that covers his forehead and is tied into a ponytail and has red eyes. He dresses as a typical Japanese armor with a sword on his back. He wears white pants and long brown boots. Well, it's not like we could have helped, right? The Hindu pantheon wasn't part of the alliance yet, asked Ibaraki. According to Jean, they had finished signing the documents, so in theory the alliance could have sent them aid, I told her. Ibaraki Doji is a rather short. Her hair is light yellow, with 2 curled bangs on the sides of her head and cut straight, reaching a long length past her barato. Her eyes were gold. The ears are pointed, and her horns protrude out of her forehead, going from black to red. Ibaraki's outfit appears to be a casual short yukata in white. She wore a fitted undershirt. Her yukata was yellow with a multicolored floral pattern. Her nails are sharp like beast talons, black by nature. She is barefoot, but black barato are tied around each foot's instep. Then, do they need help with repairs? Though the middleman kept the damage at a minimum here, explained Ryoma Sakamoto. Ryoma Sakamoto had slick black hair with a single strand of hair that was on the left side of his face. He had golden-colored eyes, black and red hakama. It was tied together with a purple cloth, and he had 2 swords on his waist. We can assume that he already repaired everything. Ryoma Dano. I doubt a man of his status and power will have much trouble with things that pertain to that nature, replied Date Masamune. Date Masamune is a young man with medium-length brown hair. He wore an eye patch that covered his right eye and has light gray eyes. He wore a blue coat over a full-body silver armor. His arm guards were of yellow color and had a lightning bolt design. He carried a total of 6 swords and had placed his helmet on the floor beside him. You may be right, replied Ryoma. We have been in this meeting room for the last few hours. We had started around the early morning, and it should be close to noon now. We have been discussing the attack on the Hindu pantheon as I got more information from Aaron last night. Someone knocked on the door, and it opened. To our surprise, it was Amaterasu-sama with Hachiman-sama and Susune-sama. We all immediately stood in front of them and kneeled. How can we be of service to you, Amaterasu-sama? I asked. You may return to your seats. We merely came here to check up on everyone. I take it you received information about the Hindu pantheon? She asked. Yes, in fact we have been discussing it since the start of our meeting, replied Oda Nobunaga. I see. We have been contacted by the Seraph Michael. They wish to send some angels here for some cultural exchanges, and we hoped that some of you would be able to help show them around, she explained. Angels, I have not met many. I wish to do it, replied Ryoma. I will too. I have experience in helping guide someone, replied Yoshitsun. I was about to offer when Hachiman-sama stopped me. Their leader, Altaria, asked if you could go to heaven, Reiko. It seems you two know each other, and she wanted to ask you a few things, he said. Oh, yes, very well. I replied, a bit confused. I've only spoken to Altaria a few times, but they weren't unpleasant. I wonder what she wanted to talk about. Third-person point of view, you were in a pitiful state, said the Azidaka. He was standing in front of Ashtalai as she lay on the floor in pain. After Ashtalai lost to Lavinia Areni, the damage she took was transferred over to the body doubles and then into the original. She had not foreseen Lavinia Areni doing this much damage to her, as she was currently writhing on the ground in pain. She was drenched in sweat and clearly in terrible distress from a serious wound that had been treated with a freezing technique that could not be reversed. She had asked the researchers to undo it, but none of them had succeeded. Even Yoshino was quite surprised by this. Currently, a few of them were working on powerful painkillers to give to her, so she could function normally. Ashtalai responded with pain groans, and Azidaka scoffed. If you wish to be the strongest, something like this wouldn't leave you like this. To call yourself my kin, pathetic, he said and left. Lavinia Areni, I will get you back for this. Ashtalai screamed in her mind. But for now, she had to wait for the painkillers or whatever the scientists gave her. In the distance, Yoshino watched her sister with no change in emotion. They had both lost, but Yoshino had not been left in that kind of state. So she concluded that Lavinia Areni had held back more than she originally had thought. So he failed. Our only other option is to continuously attack them, or rely on the Eevee to be able to find the Enrios somewhere in the multiverse, said Oz. However, most of the members of the Seekers of Truth expected this outcome, and had already sent members of their group and the Cow's Order to help search for the Enrios. I doubt the middleman is aware of the Enrios, as it's a closely guarded secret. Avetsa wasn't aware of it either, so we have the upper hand against him on this. If we're successful, we will still achieve our original goal, added Promestine. So, what will we do from now on? Asked Chernobog. We wait for the Enrios and offering our services to the other factions like we always did. But for now, we go silent. Work on your own projects or missions, but we won't do anything as the Seekers of Truth for the next few months, ordered Promestine. She then looked at Oz and nodded. Next is the Halloween operation. However, the Connected Harmony and Vampire faction will most likely have their own operation, correct? Asked Oz as she turned to look at Kate. Ah, yeah. They wanted to cause more trouble for the new vampire faction that merged together. They're still doing a lot of work and plan to infiltrate, but that probably won't happen, so we'll probably just attack Romania as a whole and bring out those two progenitors, replied Kate. Connected Harmony under Hanazu will go to the Chinese pantheon to scout out the sacred beasts first before they put any plan into action. They will send some members over, but no one notable well at the very least. Maybe send in clones of themselves, but that's it, replied Glenda. What about the Devil's faction? Asked Oz. The Mao branch will do something in a few days. We do not know what, but they may try to attack Kuo to test Zerama's invention. The Red-Faced Terror is going there. They said that they have their own ways of escaping, so we will have to see, replied the Leviathan. We, the original Satans, are focusing on other universes first, and Clippeth, led by Rizavim, is investigating other things, and will most likely launch their own attack around December, she added. What about the evil gods and the Monkai Association? We are still assembling an army, so we have no plans as of yet, replied Nyx as she played with her hair. She had been quite nonchalant about the whole thing. I plan on scheming against my own realm in the future, maybe even put it to ruin, as I don't like how carefree my chief god had been, replied Chernobog. Do you have anyone willing to help you? Asked Oz. I have a few accomplices, Chernobog replied with a smile. We created our first own god, so we plan on experimenting with them for a little while longer. We also got enough data from Jackal's memories, so we need not worry about it, said Mardgeir. Others are over at the Phantasma, getting stronger. So we will wait. However, it seems the fallen angels are beginning to finalize their plans for bringing Grigori down. The one leading it will be Yomiel and MKHL, right? Asked Glenda as she looked at a man. The man had short black hair, black eyes, and wore a professional black business suit. He had a black cape behind him and wore a golden-colored watch. This man was Yomiel, a fallen angel who had become another leader after both Jibrail and Israfil perished during the attacks on 3 different pantheons. Yes, we're near the end of our planning, and we'll time it right with Rizavim's plots. If successful, we may be able to do it while the middleman is preoccupied, he replied. Yomiel fell for many reasons. One of them was to pursue a certain purple-haired fallen angel. Those two had a very close relationship. However, over time, and their conflicting views, they started to distance from each other, and eventually, Yomiel disappeared. Years later, he joined the Cow's Order within the Fallen Angel faction. However, he never forgot about her, and also knew that she was still part of Grigori and close to the middleman, which he detested. Along with the destruction of his former organization, he would also steal her for himself. Yomiel did not believe it was an obsession. He believed that she was meant to be by his side. Yomiel had replaced Nagendra's seat after his passing, so the seats of the Seekers of Truth were still full. Jean Skyward's soliloquy, Gabriel pouted, even though we had spoken about it last time. But I can understand why, darn it. Even Barato said it in a way that made her feel left out. Everyone here, except for Gabriel, is engaged to Aranaya. Now she's just been clinging to me the entire time. We had just finished breakfast, and we're on our way to the premiere of the new movie, The Crimson Dragon and the Vermilion Princess. The streets were even more crowded than earlier, and we even saw a few gods here. It seems I even had gods as fans of the show. Everyone is even more excited today because of what happened recently. The revolutionary move you created has spread like wildfire. Centuredo, it'll try to reduce that the next time I use it. If there's a next time, since Suzaku asked me to tell them in advance if I plan to use it so they can better prepare themselves. Ah, by the way, Jean and anyone else involved with the Dragon Show, we'll be doing that meet and greet after the movie, all right? It would be great if all of you were in costume around 10 minutes before it ended, added Prithvi. Sure thing. We quickly arrived at the venue, and the area was packed with children, teenagers, and their parents. There were a few gods as well, like Shiva and Parvati, who waved at us. We quickly made our way to the staff area and watched the movie from there. You'll get used to it, Suzuka-san, said Chiron as she tried to comfort the older Himejima. Suzaku blushed hard as she was quite embarrassed by what she saw. even though she was wearing her usual shrine maiden outfit in it. She did quite a lot of embarrassing moves and said a few embarrassing lines. So she had shoved her face into my shoulder, trying to drown it all out. The movie was ending soon, I believe in around 15 minutes. So all of us that were part of the dragon show were already dressed in our outfits. According to Prithvi Mata, during the entire duration of the movie, the rest of the realm had quickly prepared for the short celebration for the day, and would be the honored guests for the rest of the day. However, I do suspect that we'll be stuck here for the next hour or two, depending on how long this meet and greet lasts. Aaron, please make an avatar for me, so I want you to go in person in the future, Suzaku asked telepathically. I don't mind. That's what everyone else asked me to do after all. We're all mostly busy, so we can't really make it down for those shoots, I replied. Another thing I found out was Gabriel was a big fan of the show. I guess she mostly watched it in her own room, since I never saw them watching it on the living room's TV. This is the same with Natsum, Shigyun, and Kanami. Not too long after the movie ended, we were once again outside near a booth and met up with our fans. I was in the middle with Suzaku, Vermilion Princess, and Lavinia, Witch Princess, beside me. Chiron was the only other person, as she was Hellcat-chan, while Gabriel and Barato helped us behind the scenes. Dragon May, can you do that move? One of the children asked me. The movie was talking about was a movie-only move called Heart Tinker. In the movie, I used a magnetic power move to disarm the villain. I then created an even bigger cannon behind me and used the X-Blaster to defeat the true villain of the movie. Sure thing, I don't mind, I replied to the child, and the two companions beside me looked relieved. Elsha, please play along. I tapped both Suzaku's and Lavinia's shoulders through their costume, and they both let out a startled sound. I then summoned my cannons behind my back and used my own powers to create the illusion of many items being drawn to my cannons and made it larger. I followed it up by firing a very weak X-Blaster into the sky, but changed its color to orange like in the film. It's a special blaster. The children around us screamed, and I smiled at them. After that, the event carried on like normal. Good work. Making a new move on the spot must have been a bit nerve-wracking, right? Asked Prithvi as she handed me a bottle of water. I was alone in my own room as the girls were in another one. Thanks, and no, it was fine. I'm used to doing stuff like that. It's not like it's my first time doing an event like that where the kids asked me to do a move, I replied, and accepted the bottle of water. I'm surprised you weren't jealous when the kids tried to poke your lover, she added and chuckled at me. Now they're children. Shut up, I replied. That was then, but this is now. I ignored the rest of L's as teasing and sighed. Anyway, where are we off to next? I asked Prithvi. Well, your fight with Indra won't be until near the evening, so you're free to roam around and enjoy the festival. Everyone else in the realm is already enjoying it, after all, she explained. So we have free time until later on tonight then. Hey, where's the ocean of milk, Kshirosagar? I asked. Kshirosagar, or the ocean of milk? That's where the gods of this realm apparently made the Amrita, the thing that the cow's order wanted to steal. Apparently, that's where the Devis and Asuras worked together for a millennium to churn that ocean in order to acquire Amrita, the elixir of immortal life. It's within the realm of Svarga. There were many places in there. The only places you saw was Indra's Mount Meru. But many of the gods' homes are in there like Shiva's Mount Kailash. If you want to visit there, you'll most likely need permission from Indra, she explained. I see. You'll think about it then. Maybe he'll let me go there once I beat him, I muttered to myself. Do you think you can win? She asked. Yeah. Prithvi didn't say anything else to me and agreed. I wasn't sure if she was siding with me or with Indra. However, I do like to think she was on my side since she'd be supporting me in the Yexi organization. After a few more minutes, I left the room with Prithvi and met up with the girls outside. Once we were done, we started touring the city again. Even though it had a lot of people the previous day, there's even more today, which was a bit strange. Where are most of these guys at? We didn't see this many the last day we were here, said Chiron. This city is quite large, Chiron. You didn't see them all in the day you were here. There is also an underground section and multiple other areas of this city you've yet to explore, explained Prithvi Mata. Suddenly we heard loud cheering in the distance, and we followed the noise. When we arrived, we saw a large crowd gathered around a single person. It was a goddess. She was in the meeting yesterday. I'm pretty sure she was called, oh, Sarasvati is at it again. She likes playing her music in the city from time to time, said Prithvi. Right? Sarasvati is the Hindu goddess of knowledge, music, art, speech, wisdom, and learning. She is one of the Tridevi, along with the goddesses Lakshmi and Parvati. Does she have a reason for playing randomly? Asked Gabriel. Not that I know of. When I asked her last time, she said she simply wanted to share her music with our people, and that's it. However, she said she liked telling stories through her songs from time to time. She also gives short speeches from time to time too, explained Prithvi. She's like Kana, but a little more sophisticated. I wonder if I can set the two up to perform together? An Irish goddess who wants to spread her music worldwide, and Sarasvati. It wouldn't be a bad idea, right? You've been staring at her quite intently, Naya. Are you interested in Naya? Asked Kuroka. No, I was just thinking about having her and Kana play together. It would work, right? I asked them. Can, huh? I think it's fine. She played with Shigyun and Ingval during that time, a few times, and they all sounded great. So, she can definitely adapt with her skills, said Lavinia. Kana? Who's that? Asked Prithvi, and we told her about Kana. I see Sarasvati has told us Shed like a duet partner for a future performance here. So I think Shed like it. How about you contact her about it? Actually, let's talk to Sarasvati first. At Prithvi's suggestion, we waited in the crowd as we listened to her play her veena. The veena can be compared to a zither, lute, or arched harp. So having these two work together would be even better. Sarasvati had her eyes closed the entire time as she played, but she eventually opened them and looked around the crowd. Eventually, she stopped by our group and smiled, but that caused the crowd to go wild. I guess having a goddess smile at you makes you feel important or something, though the two women who were already hugging me tightened their squeeze. The witch and the angel, these girls can act very jealous and clingy 1 second, and the next just accept whoever other female I'm talking to unless their gut said otherwise. I don't understand women. After a few more minutes of playing, she finally ended it and the crowd started to cheer for her. Soon enough, they began asking her questions, and she answered them no matter how ludicrous they sounded. Eventually, the crowd started to disperse, and we approached her. Hey, Sarasvati, sounding great as ever, said Prithvi. Prithvi, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for listening to my music, everyone. I'm Sarasvati, a goddess of many things. It's a pleasure to meet you again. She greeted us and put away her veena. Kuroka, Chiron, when did you two leave and get that much food? Sazako asked. I glanced to my side and saw both sisters munching on a lot of food. Again, I was dumbfounded by the amount they had. Nius nia minuta nia nogo, nia lut niof ni oberniera. Sazako looked at Kuroka in confusion, and Chiron shook her head. Let me translate. Just a minute ago, that a lot of food over there is what Naysama said, and to elaborate, it was around that corner with the vendors and food stalls. We also went to some restaurants and bars that had discount for the day, explained Chiron. I glanced back at Prithvi and Sarasvati. Prithvi was used to this, so she didn't have much of a reaction, but the other goddess was a little taken aback by what she was witnessing. Even though Chiron reprimanded her sister, she was also eating a lot. I see, replied Suzaku, and then had Kuroka offer her some food, and she accepted. Ah, right. G wanted to ask you something, Sarasvati. Prithvi then gestured to me. Right. So I know this Irish goddess, and she plays the harp. I told her about what Kana's dream was, and if she was open to playing with her sometime in the future. At the end of my explanation, Sarasvati looked rather excited. Kana Kludmer, I wish to collaborate with her. It sounds rather exciting, she said happily. Music from 2 different countries. I wonder what wonderful sounds we will make. How about if we combine both music and created something new? I'm just thinking about it. Ah, she slipped in her own world, said Prithvi as we watched Sarasvati talk to herself. As you can see, she's quite passionate about it, and she drifts off in her own world once she starts talking about music or art. By the way, do you know anything about the place Indra wants to fight me? I asked Prithvi. It's probably that place. It's in a separate dimension, so he may just broadcast the fight in this realm. While he loves fighting, he doesn't want to endanger his people. Anyway, it's called Vagnuna. It's basically just a large battlefield type area. You can look at it like those raiding game fields made by the devils, she said. I nodded. Now I wonder what Indra will ask me. By that, I mean, will he ask me to fight as the middleman, the Red Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor, or the Dual Dragon Emperor? Since if it's the first, then I'm just going to seal his godlike cheat-like abilities and have a brawl with him. If it's any of the emperors, then he'll use that specific sacred gear. What do you guys think? Both, maybe? Answered Elsha. I think both, agreed Amorous. A few hours had passed, and well, Kuroka and Chiron were still eating food. We had done what Prithvi recommended and walked around the city and enjoyed ourselves. We also bought some food around the place, but we were stopped a lot and had taken some pictures with families and other people. We had arrived in an area where not many would come. Sarasvati was the one who recommended it, since she herself comes here to play her music by herself or practice. The other times were in her own home. However, once we arrived at this particular spot, it resembled a small garden that was surrounded by abandoned buildings, and it seemed like a rough part of the city, but once you went through some buildings, you were greeted by this untouched area. It was almost magical, as there were tall bushes and a few fountains that still had running water. Oh, it's Shiva, Parvati, and Mahabali, said Prithvi. Yes, indeed it was. The three gods were there, and once they felt our presence, they turned around, saw us, and waved us over. Good job on that event earlier, Jean. Sarasvati, said Shiva. Thank you, we both replied. What are you doing here, Shiva? I asked, and looked around the place. It's quite tranquil, so we often come here. We know that Sarasvati also comes here to practice her music, replied Parvati. It's been a while, Jean, said Mahabali, and he put his hand out for a handshake, and I shook it. Yes, I take it that you were okay after the attack? I asked. Yes. The ones who appeared before me and a few other gods were nothing special, so we killed them quite easily. Your match with Indra tonight. Make him suffer, he said seriously. It's not a death match, said Shiva. I was wondering if his hatred for Indra was still here, since he didn't really behave or feel like it yesterday. But it seems like it's still there. Mahabali is the son of the previous king of the Asuras, Vairakana, and stand by Shiva as his loyal subordinate. In the past, Mahabali participated in the Asura war alongside his father Vairakana, his tribe, and the dragon king Vritra against the forces of the god of war Indra. However, they were defeated when Indra successfully killed Vairakana and Vritra. Overcome with grief, Mahabali and his tribe went into hiding, and later Varuna became their current king. I was equally surprised that Varuna was also quite calm during the meeting. Maybe it was due to it being a meeting for joining the alliance that they all decided to put aside their differences. However, now that it's over, they're probably just back to want to take each other down. Whoever harbors a grudge against Indra will be rooting for me later, I know that much. Do you think he'll challenge me as the middleman or dual dragon? I asked him. Is there a difference? Asked Shiva. A big difference, I replied seriously. I'd appreciate it if you could elaborate, he added. I will simply seal his divine powers and the use of his Vajra. It will turn into a simple brawl if he challenges me as the middleman. If it's as the dual dragon emperor, or if he wants the red or white dragon, then it could be a bit more entertaining to watch, I said to them seriously. Shiva nodded and summoned a magic circle. Shiva, what on earth do you want? Asked the voice of Indra through it. Shiva then told Indra about what I had just said, minus the sealing powers part, and he became silent. I haven't really thought about it, but it will be thrilling to fight him as the White Dragon Emperor. I've seen Vala Lucifer, and he's been boasted to be the strongest wielder of it, not including the rival dragon. So I want to fight him with his divine dividing. You heard him, Jean. You're facing him as the White Dragon Emperor, Shiva told me. Huh, he's there? Cool. Then yeah, we're fighting that way. Stormfawn Dragon, shouted Indra, and the magic circle vanished. Stormfawn Dragon? Did he just Jean Storm? A clever new combination, said Elsha. I'm surprised Drake hasn't come up with it yet, added Amorous. Head probably feels self-conscious about it. Probably Jinpei, muttered Kuroka. No, boo. You're no fun, Naya. I ignored Kuroka's protest and looked at the sky. So they'll be fighting him as the White Dragon Emperor. Huh? It's also going to be streamed across the Hindu pantheon. Well, whatever. We'll show them my newest form. We spent the rest of our time there with them and spoke about nothing and everything. It was mostly casual, and we had a peaceful time. We had arrived back in Svarga, and I was speaking with Indra. Everyone else had been transported to a different spot in the realm, probably to a VIP room. Good luck, Jinpei Dragon. Maybe the best person win. They'll be going all out, so you better do the same, he said with a grin. You remember our bet, right? Yes, I do. Good luck to you too, Indra. I look forward to using that favor, I said and laughed. Huh, already seeing yourself as the winner. Huh. Well, that's fine. Since we're in an alliance now, I'm streaming this to our allies too, if you don't mind, right? Your match with the Queen of the Land of Shadows and God of Thunder were only seen by a few people in their respective pantheon. We should make this more widely known, right? He asked with a grin. I don't mind, I replied. I think it's fine. I can show Valley if he's watching a form he can try reaching for, since his own Juggernaut Overdrive was mostly useless against Saya's from the Phantasma. To my surprise, he puts his right fist out for a fist bump. I know you do this a lot, and I want to thank you for defending my pantheon. I may be a real jerk, but I can still show respect when I deem it worthy, said Indra. I shook my head and bumped his fist. Is that so? Good luck then. After that, we were transported away. Third-person point of view, the area that both Indra and Aaron were transported to a wide-open white field. There are no trees, mountains, or even a sky. It was simply a white dimension. The ground beneath them was also just white. You have full control of this dimension, right? Why this place? Asked Aaron. I just felt like any other things obscuring our way would make it more annoying, so I gave us a blank place to brawl. It's fine, isn't it? He asked back. Aaron simply shrugged, and Indra laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the duel between the middleman of the factions and pantheons and our own king of the gods and lord of heaven in Hindu mythology, Lord Indra. An announcer shouted. After the announcer said that Indra's clothing changed and he had changed into some kind of armor. He also summoned his weapon, the Vajra. There it is. Lord Indra's Buddha armor and his divine weapon, the Vajra, shouted the announcer. According to the agreement between the two fighters, the middleman will be fighting using his divine divining, meaning we will see the White Dragon Emperor in action. He added, Your move, skyward, said Indra, and he grinned at him. In a VIP room, there were multiple gods in Aaron's group. All of them were eagerly watching the match, with both the Nekashu sisters still eating. One would wonder if their stomachs were bottomless pits. However, both sisters didn't care too much about what people thought about them, so they kept on eating while watching the match on the screen in front of them. It's about to start. Who do you think will win? Asked Vishnu. Normally we would say Indra, since we all know how powerful he is and how experienced he is in battle. But Gene also has his own feats that are known to the supernatural world, and probably more by his own close companions and friends, right? Asked Shiva as he looked at Aaron's group of ladies. Then why not ask them? Said Parvati. Hey girls, who do you think will win? Gene, they said in unison and without hesitation. Mahabali laughed and agreed with them. Their answer is obvious, Parvati. Even if Gene were weaker than Indra, they would still choose to side with him. We should know that from the few hours we spoke to them for, said Mahabali. Gene will use this match as a teaching moment for Vakuin too. To him, Vakuin is an energetic yet rebellious little brother after all. Vakuin also looks up to Gene too, added Lavinia. Vakuin, asked Brahma. I'm sorry. That's what I call Vala Lucifer Vakuin, explained Lavinia. The Lucifer. Yes, I can see that. He is also a wielder of a divine dividing. A teaching moment, huh? Brahma had more questions, but didn't ask any more as they all fell back into silence and watched the screen. I'm under your care, Amorous. Balance break, said Aaron as his light wings appeared behind him. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Aaron quickly donned his white armor and faced Shiva. It seems both fighters are ready. Let the match begin. As soon as the announcer said that, the two disappeared and clashed in the middle. Indra had used his Vajra and Aaron used his fists. Their initial clash had shaken the dimension, meaning they hadn't taken each other seriously yet. They tested each other, and they both knew that. The two jumped away from each other and stared at each other for a few seconds before Indra started throwing divine aura attacks at Aaron. Aaron dodged or deflected the attacks. However, Indra pointed his Vajra at Aaron, and a large thunderbolt hit him. Reflect. Aaron had reflected the attack away, much to Indra's surprise, but this only made him more excited. Great. Let's see how you deal with continuous thunderbolts as we fight, shouted Indra. Large and dark clouds appeared all over the battlefield, and then thousands of thunderbolts struck into the ground. The closest ones to Aaron also targeted him. Reflect. Reflect. Aaron reflected the ones aimed at him and flew towards Indra. But Indra had already opened several magic circles behind him and fired elemental attacks at Aaron too. He also followed it up with divine aura attacks. However, Aaron avoided them and deflected them. Indra cocked his arm back, and so did Aaron. The two of their fists collided once more, this time much more powerful, as if it created cracks in the space around them. As the power struggle between their fists continued, Aaron became alert and twisted his body to dodge an attack. A large metal spike with lightning coating it emerged from the ground where he once stood. Do you have some kind of future sight too? Unless that's just your instinct saving you? Asked Indra as he sent a kick towards Aaron, who blocked it with his arms and was blown back. As he was blown back, he was also forced to dodge several lightning bolts that came his way. No wonder he wanted a wide open space like this. He wanted to use this strategy, thought Aaron. He shook his head and skipped the chant and entered his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. Oh, there it is, the silvery white armor. You skipped the chant, huh? Come at me then, shouted Indra as he fired even faster divine aura at Aaron. Aaron appeared behind Indra and kicked him in the back. The god hadn't caught up to what had happened and took the hit and was sent away. Indra crashed into the ground a long distance away and laughed. Taking me a bit more seriously now? All right, let's go, he shouted back. The two disappeared once more. They clashed at different locations on the battlefield, creating cracks in space as well as powerful shockwaves that shook the dimension and threatened to destroy it. Aaron had to deal with more than just Indra. He had to physically fight him, dodge or reflect his lightning bolts, as well as the divine aura attacks that were being thrown at him from behind Indra. I hadn't had this much fun in a long time, middleman, announced Indra as he looked like he had a genuine smile on his face. Is that so? Asked Aaron. He then kicked Indra away and half-dimension, shouted Aaron, and the area around Indra began to continuously half. Despite several veins appearing on Indra's head as he attempted to break free, he eventually broke free and sighed a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was tough. I wonder if the Lucifer kid could do the same to me? He asked, and Aaron shrugged. Maybe he's a lot stronger than when I first met him, added Aaron. For the next few minutes, the two exchanged blows like this. Slowly but surely, they were tearing apart the dimension that was made by the Hindu gods. Back at Aaron's home in Kuo, everyone in his household had stopped doing whatever they were doing to watch the match. The one most eager was Vala Lucifer, as after the announcer said he would be using his divine dividing, he wanted to see how his Aniki used it. What do you think, Valley? Asked Biko. We use it relatively the same, but I notice that there is barely any strain in him when he uses his own Imperio Juggernaut overdrive, while mine drains my stamina at a far greater rate, explained Valley. He just has more mastery over it than you. Vala Lucifer, said Albion. You just need to use it more often, and that way your consumption rate will gradually decrease. Valley looked at Albion and nodded. My other self is correct. We just need to train with it more, Valley. The consumption rate is also significantly less since we first unlocked it, so we have made improvements, said his Albion. It's still nothing compared to Aniki. Vala looked back at the screen as both Indra and Aaron clashed. Compress. Compression divider. Indra had increased the amount of attacks that came Aaron's way, so he counted by using Compression Diviner and have the attacks out of existence. Hiya ha ha. Amazing. Let's keep going, shouted Indra through the screen. Do you think he'll use that, Drake? Asked Albion. Probably. I can see it in his eyes, said Drake and chuckled. What do you mean by that? Asked Valley. Everyone else in the room also looked at the two dragons. All right. It's not really known yet, huh? Maybe Team /Dog knows about it, but anyway, it's another form. He can use it for both the boosted gear and divine dividing. For the time being, You can't use it since you haven't done enough training, but you'll eventually get there, said Drake. Vala frowned and glared at the screen. Use it, use it, use it, use it, use it. He started to chant in his head, and he wasn't being subtle about as the ones around him chuckled at him. The little brat is fighting another god again, and a god that's part of the strongest 10 in our universe, said Azazel as he sighed. Even the fallen angels of Grigori were also watching, as well as the rest of Team Slashdog with SAE and Tobio. Do you think you'll win against Indra, Toby? Asked SAE. I'm not sure. Even with my perfected balance breaker, it's still a toss-up. Right now, those two are evenly matched. I doubt they're really going all out. Knowing Gene, he's just playing along with Sakura since he's made it abundantly clear he's bored and wants a good fight from someone, said Tobio. Well, he hasn't used that yet, added Kanami. Everyone looked at her with confused expressions. I think he called it his Dragon God armor. He combined his own powers with Albion's and Ophis Infinity. He'll probably showcase it soon. I mean, he definitely wants to show it to Valley, added Natsum as she grinned. Euclid did mention something about an armor that surpassed gods when Graphia interrogated him, muttered Azazel. That little brat managed to get another form. Huh? When will he stop? Never. Father will keep on evolving past anyone's expectations. That's the kind of man he is, said Maruam. And the son just agrees. Well, that's expected. Azazel shook his head and looked back at the screen. Well then, skyward, show us. He's fighting a god again, said Seraphal as she crossed her arms. Ahaha. Well, it's to be expected at this point, said Surzex. It would make sense that Sakura was the one to challenge him, perhaps under the condition of joining the alliance. If that were the case, Jean would have to accept those conditions, said Ajuka. I wouldn't put it past that god of all gods, shouted Seraphal. Falbium was asleep as he fell asleep before Aaron even equipped his armor. The Satans were eager to see who would win this match. This was being broadcasted all over the supernatural world after all, just like his match with Saror Bale, who was also watching the match. He's either stupid, dumb, or both, said Chernobog. Or he could be sending a message to us, added Yashina. All the leaders looked at her. The current leaders of the Cows Order were in one large hall watching the match after hijacking a channel. Most kept quiet as they watched the match unfold in front of them. In the corner of the hall, a lone match in a black robe watched. The original Satan was also curious about the dual Dragon Emperor. Let's kick it up a notch, Gene, shouted Indra, and several hurricanes appeared in the distance. The realm also started to rain, and several large waves appeared in the distance. Aaron flew back, and with one swift and powerful kick, he ended all the phenomena that occurred around them. There was no shock wave or anything that happened after his kick. He simply erased the attacks that Indra had made. Centurato, rise up from your supremacy. The silver armor that exceeded supremacy gradually formed jet black patterns. The pure, everlasting outer god I possess within me claimed the throne of the beginning in response to amorous chant. The wings of light on Aaron's back became infused with black. Following that, a pair of newly ascended wings extended out from his back. The jet black god of infinity, certain parts of the armor became golden. The mysterious and unfathomable creator of reality's jet black draconic wings grew out of his back. All of the edges of his armor sharpened, and he began to take on an organic form. Aaron's and amorous voices overlapped with each other. We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath. Black, eye-like objects appeared on all of the gems of his armor and unleashed a dazzling brilliance. The final line was chanted by all three of them. Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. All honor, all praise, all glory, all honor, all praise, all glory, all honor and praise forever. All praise and glory to the outer god. Outer drive. Huh. Ha ha ha. What is that? A god, you became a god, didn't you? I can feel it. Divinity is leaking out of that armor, shouted Indra, and he summoned the phenomenon again, but with even more intensity this time. Aaron immediately summoned the dividing wyvern fairy. Around 12 of them appeared and flew all around the dimension. At least 4 of them stayed with him, and from them, half dimension, half dimension, half dimension, Half-dimension. The dividing wyvern fairy started using half-dimension all around them and started to half the attacks of Indra's storms, rain, waves, and lightning. Ooh, 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 ooh. Gua. Aaron's punch connected with Indra's stomach as he appeared immediately in front of him. The punch caused Sakra to cough up blood and broke some of his ribs in his body. When he flew backwards, Aaron followed it up by firing draconic balls towards the god. The god quickly recovered and fired his own divine aura at the attacks. The two attacks canceled each other out, and when he was about to use his Vajra again, Aaron appeared and kicked him in the face. A small crack was heard by him, and he kicked Indra to the ground. However, Indra immediately recovered and flew back towards Aaron. As Sakra used his Vajra to strike Aaron, Aaron used his fist to do the same. He felt it. Aaron knew that Indra was finally becoming serious as the shockwave produced destroyed a large part of the dimension. In response, he also increased his own power. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm still being pushed back. You're amazing. I can see how you defeated the god of thunder, Thor. Indra shouted with excitement. As the two of them clashed more and more, the dimension that was created by the Hindu gods was slowly crumbling away. Large beams of divine auras were being thrown at Aaron, while he countered with his own draconic aura. Sakra pointed his Vajra at Aaron, and gigantic balls of lightning flew towards him. However, several other elements also covered those balls of lightning. Aaron dodged the attacks, but one of them hit the ground, and what occurred was a large explosion. A large ball of electricity kept on expanding in the area, while in the middle a small fire tornado occurred. Around the explosion were several other elements that kept attacking the middle of the explosion. This continued for around 15 seconds before the entire attack exploded and wiped out the area, leaving nothing behind. Indra kept up this attack at Aaron, as he wanted to distract him. Above them was another attack that he was charging up. The lightning strikes that happened around them had stopped temporarily as the thunderclouds above them were charging up for one powerful attack. This attack could be comparable to Akino's Kirin from when she was still around Satan class to low-tier god class. This should destroy the land beneath us if it misses him, but if it hits him, I doubt hell come out of it unscathed, thought Indra, and he kept up his assault. A few seconds later, Indra had finished charging his attack. The sky above them rumbled, and what was unleashed was an enormous single yellow and purple thunderbolt. This thunderbolt was large enough to wipe out the continents of Europe, Africa, and Asia simultaneously. Ooh, 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 ooh. Outer compression divider. Aaron reacted in time and countered the attack as his wings and gems glowed. What Aaron released was the ultimate blast of various energies. Silvery white, jet black, deep blue, and golden streams of light were interwoven with each other, and the thunderbolt released by Indra was instantly compressed over and over again and eventually eliminated. KHHH, you're the best, honestly, shouted Indra as his smile got wider and wider. The crowd who was watching in the Hindu pantheon were also cheering loudly. All of them were excited by the new form of the mighty dragon. They were also in awe that he could fight on par with their god. When Aaron revealed his new armor, Valley Lucifer stood up. A wide grin had spread across his face, and then he asked, "What's it called?" and turned to look at Albion. He called it Diabolo's outer god, combining his own powers as an outer god. Mine, a heavenly dragon, and Ophis Infinity, explained Albion. So theoretically, we need to combine your powers of a devil Lucifer, my own, and Ophis Infinity, Vallis Albion concluded. Correct, Albion replied to Vallis Albion. You have a lot of catching up to do, Valley, said Biko. That makes it even more worthwhile then, said Valley with a fearless smile. In the other part of the room, The two dragons, Yoru and Haru, silently watched the match. Both had different thoughts on the matter. Haru, on the one hand, wanted to get stronger and make her adopted father, Raijin, proud of her, as well as the other gods and goddesses like Inari and Amaterasu. Yoru, on the other hand, didn't know how to feel. She followed along with Haru. She looked up to her, and when she saw that she looked up to someone else other than their adopted father and gods, she wasn't sure what to think. But for the time being, she wanted to get stronger along with her sister, Haru. Anything else she would leave for the future. An hour had passed. Both Indra and Eren were still full of stamina and clashing around an infinite white void now. The ground beneath them had been completely annihilated. The only thing left was the dimension itself, and that too was close to collapsing. Eren increased his power once more and punched Sakura in the face, sending him away. Indra's face was completely swollen, and his armor, his Buddha armor, was destroyed, holes everywhere, and he bled all over. However, Indra enjoyed every single second of it. He who had next to no other enemies except for other gods in his pantheon and a few others in different ones, he was pushed to this extent while at his strongest. His attacks were useless, nullified, destroyed, and deflected. Yet he didn't feel any despair. Is this how people feel when they fight him? A fair fight? Not one where we battle to death, but a fair and square fight in front of millions watching? I didn't feel this good when fighting during the Azura War. This is what I've been looking for, a thrill. Excitement. How about we end this for now, Indra? Asked Eren. Eren, on the other hand, was still quite healthy. His armor did not suffer any damage, nor did his dividing wyvern fairy who had kept Indra's other attacks at bay. Indra laughed, and laughed. I hadn't had this much fun in years, Dual Gene, but I guess we've carried on for too long, he said, and prepared his Vajra. One final attack then. The divine weapon he held started to glow, and lightning, thunder, and multiple other elements covered it. Behind Indra, multiple white balls appeared. It almost resembled the true Longinus balance breaker, Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin, that was Chow Chow's subspecies. All the white balls started to glow brightly, and the power in them started to increase exponentially. Eren also prepared his final move. Eren increased his own power even more. He extended his black and light wings. The armor on his chest and abdomen rattled as they separated and slid open. What appeared, there was the muzzle of a cannon that was ready to fire. It quietly emitted a charging sound as aura gathered at the muzzle of the cannon. Additionally, he gathered all the other dividing wyvern fairy around him, and some attached to his shoulders and under his armpits. They also started to emit a small glow and transformed into cannons like the ones from his boosted gear, Diabolo's Dragon God armor. Ooh, 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 ooh. Take this, Inuviteritan, shouted Indra. All the white balls around Indra exploded and fired enormous beams of light. Each of them was as powerful or even stronger than a blaster. Coupled with the multiple elemental attacks that were carried out by his Vajra, the most prominent was his lightning attack. Ooh, 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 Tergoj. Outer Longinus Smasher Blaster. All three of them shouted. The two attacks collided. Eren's attack was slightly larger than the one produced by Indra, and an enormous explosion consumed the entire dimension. For the rest of the spectators watching, they couldn't see anything. Their screens were also flashing a bright white light. Who won? Mahabali shouted out as he stood up, his heart racing at the conclusion. A few gods looked at Eren's group, and Jean did, said Gabriel. None of them were during the entire match, and even now, after the screen in front of them went white. You all have a lot of confidence in him. Why is that? Asked Durga. She had been quite curious with their trust towards the man. It's difficult to explain, but to me, Eren will always prevail no matter what the situation. That's how much trust one have in him, said Lavinia. Suzaka nodded to what she said. Durga was still skeptical, but accepted both women's answers. Jean Skyward's soliloquy had a nice fight. Jean, let's fight again in the future, said Indra as he fell into the void and then vanished like the retirement from the rating games. We have a winner. It's the dual dragon emperor, the middleman. He won against Lord Indra. The announcer screamed. After that, I heard loud cheering from the crowds. Phew, I sighed, and was also transported out of the dimension. I found myself in a modern room that had a few drinks and snacks on the table. The transition was so fast that I just felt strange. 1 second, I was in a heated fight, the next second, in a boring room with food. After I exited my armor, I took a bottle of water and drank it. "What in the world is blaster?" asked Elsha. In classical Athens, it was used as an abbreviation for the Greek thanatos, death, and as it vaguely resembled a human skull, theta, was used as a warning symbol of death, in the same way that skulls and crossbones are used in modern times. I explained to her. In a way, I called it Theta Blaster or Death Blaster. Death Blaster, it's not too creative sounding, but as Blaster is it, I like it. "I think Albion will too," said Amorous. The doors suddenly slammed, and 2 blonde-haired females crashed into me. Oof. Hey there. I didn't get hit by Indra, but I immediately received damage after coming here, huh? I said and looked at Lavinia and Gabriel. "You won." "I knew you would," said Lavinia. Agreed Gabriel. "Haha, thanks." I told them and hugged them back. The others also joined them with Mahabali, Shiva, and Parvati. It also seemed there were some other gods behind them. Not many people or gods in this world could push Indra to that state, Jean. "Well done," said Shiva. "You beat him. I'm more than satisfied with that for now," added Mahabali, and he then left the room with a massive grin on his face. "So what does the crowd think?" I asked Shiva. They seemed excited and happy with the match. Many were surprised that the middleman managed to win, so they may have even higher expectations of you in the future. However, to think you had another form prepared after your Juggernaut overdrive. "Were you planning to show Vala Lucifer it?" he asked. "Pretty much. I know my little brother can attain it in the future," I replied. "Well, stay the night and go home tomorrow." He nodded and left with Parvati. She left me with some encouraging words, the same with the other gods who gave me praises and even asked for a less spectacular sparring match in the future. I said I would think about it, unless they decided to make it a request which they didn't have a problem with. "All right, let's turn in for the night." I told them, and we left for the hotel. Third-person point of view, we will need to plan accordingly. That form is quite powerful. He hadn't used it previously from what I gathered. However, it's safe to say that he can use something similar with his boosted gear too, said Promestine. It matters not. We, the Malbranche, will exterminate the Longinus wielders once the day comes, said Malakota. We need to focus on Zaorama, Satinal, and my research on sacred gears, artificial transcendentals, and artificially awakening balance breakers. If we do so, we can most likely produce something beyond a sacred gear, she concluded. I will make preparations immediately. Promestine then left. She's quite eager, said Asmodeus. Do you think they'll be able to do it? He asked the rest. Possibly. What do you think, Satan? Asked Leviathan. Everyone turned to the elusive Satan. They had recently found him as he had been in isolation for a very long time. However, he was also aware of the happenings in the world. He didn't verbally answer them, but his eyes simply glowed. Very well. We will allow you to do your own thing, replied Leviathan. In another section of the Cow's orders base, Lilith was slowly achieving her goal. The two she had targeted were going to speak to Aaron soon, since he was starting back to school, and they would definitely mention it to him. This made her excited. She had already planned her escape too, as she had stolen one of Yvette's teleportation items, the same one that Ares was meant to use. Soon, 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 Lapis cheered happily. She had flown through the multiverse, and she felt it. She was nearing the False King, and her plan would be a success. A large and massive grin stretched across her face at the praise and love she thought her daddy would give her. The thought of it is so exciting. I really did it. Chapter 9, Part 5, Episode Barato Tuja Barato S. Soliloquy. I'm tired and full Naya. I said and jumped onto the bed I shared with Aaron and everyone else. Chiron and I ate a lot today, and I felt like my stomach was going to burst open. We ate too much. Naysama, complained Chiron beside me. That's why I told you two not to eat too much, geez. Suzaku was the one to reprimand us. Even though she did that, we couldn't help ourselves. We didn't eat too much the night before since we knew that we were going to have a small event. Chiron and I plan on doing this again when Aaron and everyone else goes on their graduation trip. We'll limit the amount of food we eat the night before, no, the day before. We're returning home tomorrow, right? Asked Gabriel. Everyone was slowly coming into the room. Aaron was talking to Prithvi Mata downstairs. It's been a hectic few days here, but it was fun. I hadn't been with Aaron to one of his outings, so I enjoyed myself, especially the food. This bed isn't as fluffy as Aaron's one at home, mumbled Gabriel as she hugged a pillow. Well, he just tried to give us the best comforts of life after all, replied Lavinia. She started to tie Gabriel's hair into braids with the angel happily allowing her. Sorry for the wait. Let's go to sleep, said Aaron as he came back up. He immediately changed into some black and white pajama shorts. He quickly joined us, and Chiron got up on top of him, and everyone else got comfortable. Val is going to be harassing me starting tomorrow when we get back, he said, and a few of us laughed. Vakoin is just that kind of little brother, replied Lavinia. He hasn't changed too much, but he's a lot more mature now, added Suzaku. A battle maniac will always be a battle maniac, I added. The lights then turned off, making our room dark. The lights downstairs were also turned off with Prithvi going to sleep. I also closed my eyes. I thought on how my life, as well as my sister life, have changed so much since we met all of them. Endless days of peace and fun. I always wanted it. And with him, a world like that is definitely possible. I'm glad we met him. Third-person point of view Fujimai, a Nekishu who belonged to the East Yukai faction. She was a white-haired Nekishu with hazel gold-colored eyes. She was like any Yukai. She lived her life among her kind. She lived most of her days normally. However, as she grew older, she wanted to explore the world. So before she left the faction to go exploring, she asked permission from their leader, Nirera Hyon. Nirera Hyon-sama, I wish to go explore the world. I believe I will gain more knowledge that way, said Fujimai as she kneeled in front of Nirera Hyon. Nirera Hyon had the appearance of an old man with a gourd-shaped head wearing a kimono. He looked at Fujimai as she smoked his pipe and laughed. You wish to explore the supernatural world and human world? To gain knowledge, is it? He asked her. Yes, I do. She replied with enthusiasm. Very well. I will allow it. Once you're finished, come back and tell me about the things you saw. I believe every Yukai needs to experience this at one point in their life, he said and gave her permission. Fujimai was ecstatic and jumped up while thanking her leader. She quickly left the home of Nirera Hyon to tell her friends in the faction. Another person was also there when Fujimai asked for permission. Are you sure it's fine? Asked the Nakomata Magari. Magari primarily had the appearance of a young cat, but with the total number of 5 tails. Her fur is colored white with black spots all over her. She is still young. The experience will be beneficial for her. I let you go and do that, did I not? You did, but I was a lot more mature than her when I was that age. I also had a sound head on me. She looked immature and naive, replied Magari. The most valuable teacher in life is challenging experiences, Magari. It's a final decision for me. If she dies, then you can blame me, said Nirera Hyon. Magari closed her eyes and left the home of Nirera Hyon. Hopefully, she would be able to see this young Nekishu off. As the days drew closer to her departure, Fujimai couldn't help but feel her eyes watching her. She would look around her and would see nothing. However, when the day finally came, she was approached by someone. You are Fujimai, are you not? Asked Magari. Igriegajis? W, who are you? Fujimai asked, a little confused. You have sensed my presence multiple times, have you not? You are the one spying on me. Why? She asked, a bit annoyed. As a fellow Nakomata, and you are a rare variant than Nekishu, I couldn't help but notice you. I will ask you this. Are you sure about this journey? I will say now that I would recommend to you that you wait until you become wiser. Otherwise, you will face very difficult things on this journey, said Magari. Time waits for no one. I wish to experience many things before I find a man and settle down and give birth to the next generation. Also, already 42 years old, replied Fujimai. Magari shook her head. She thought that this young Nekishu was still quite naive and gestured at the gate. I try to warn you, young Nekashu. If you come back with tears, I will only scold you, she told her. I will come back with tears of joy. Oh Magali. Call me Magari. I will come back with tears of joy, Magari-san, repeated Fujimai. She then ran out of the gate, then turned back briefly and waved to Magari, still full of spirit. However, unknown to both of them, this journey of Fujimai would take hundreds of years as she explored the world to its fullest. Her first real stop was Kyoto, as she heard many things about it from her faction. Fujimai's next stop was the human country of the USA. She had heard many things about the place and wished to explore it. She had fun there and met many humans. However, her next stop was the supernatural side of things, and that's when unexpected things started to happen. "Oh, who would have thought a yukai would be here?" said a man's voice. Fujimai turned around and saw a middle-aged man with gelled hair, which was a mixture of red and blue. He had heterochromia. His left eye was blue, while the right was red. Her senses became alerted as she knew what kind of being this was. A devil, she thought, and jumped away. "Fufu, no need to be on guard, little yukai. I am Mephistopheles. You've surely heard of that name, have you not?" asked Mephisto. "And Mephisto, the chairman of the magicians' organization, Grauzauberer?" she asked as she calmed down. "Correct, now come. It will be my honor to show you this part of the USA, as well as the supernatural side. I believe it will be a worthwhile experience for you," he said, and Fujimai went with him. She was a bit too trusting, but in the end, it worked out for her as she learned a bit of English and even learned some magic from the devil. Fujimai stayed with him for at least 5 years before she parted ways with him. To her, those 5 years were valuable, but she had to move on. Her next stops were Canada and South America. Those places had many challenges and trials for her, but with Mephisto's help, Fujimai managed to come out of them all unscathed. "Hi!" Fujimai screamed in horror as a vampire tried to attack her. She was currently in the country of Ireland, as she heard there was some kind of festival called Halloween happening. However, her luck was not favorable that day, as she was attacked by some Irish vampires, but she looked back up as the attack she was bracing for had not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw a lone male figure. On his shoulder was a jet-black puppy with glowing red eyes. At this age, and in this generation, it was a human male who had attained one of the 13 Longinus, Canis Lycaon. The male briefly looked at Fujimai and asked, "Yukai, what are you doing in our country?" Fujimai was confused and used a smell on herself to understand the language the man spoke. Sorry, can you repeat that? Why are you in this country?" asked the male again as he petted the dog on his shoulder. "Oh, I heard a celebration was happening called Halloween, so I came here to experience it. I'm from Japan," she explained herself. "You're here to visit for Halloween? Well, it is getting more famous around the world very well. Come with me. I work for a person called Maeve. She's also called Queen Halloween," said the young man. "Queen Halloween," exclaimed Fujimai in her mind. After that, she was brought back to Queen Halloween's realm and experienced her first even Halloween spooky season, and she enjoyed it very much. After that, Fujimai explored the world. During that time, a world war happened in the human world, so she had to hide herself for quite some time. Centuredo, she became more mature, but at the same time, she was still quite naive. One thing did interest her, though, the topic of love. Everywhere she went, she could always find it. She also met many types of couples, straight, some with the same gender, and even some with large age differences. However, since she was part of the supernatural, some of that didn't matter. But she was always interested in it as it brought many people joy as she had seen over the years. But one day it happened to her. To Fujimai, it was love, true genuine love for that person. It happened in the country of Japan, of all places. It was one of the last places she wanted to visit. However, she decided on a whim to visit it a bit earlier and just explore a small part of it. But she never would have thought of finding her love here. It was a human, but he wasn't ordinary. He was a smart scientist and had already made a pact with a devil. It was a devil from one of the extra clan branch families, Nibirius. They were a branch family of the Nibiru's clan. To Fujimai, it was love. To this man Daisuke, it was purely selfish desire. He was just like any other person. He had his own motivations. and after some time together, she became pregnant. Fujimai was overjoyed, but Daisuke was indifferent to it. Of course, Fujimai was in denial, and thought he felt the same way about her, because he would sometimes reciprocate her actions. Time slowly passed, and eventually, a black-haired and hazel gold-eyed Nekashu was born, and she was named Kuroka. But not too long after that, another was born, and she was named Chiron. Fujimai was happy to have 2 daughters. However, the father, Daisuke, who worked for the Nibirius branch family, did not care. He only cared about his research and helping the clan. However, this is where events diverge. Perhaps it was because of a higher entity playing with this world, or it was just how the world was meant to work. But the events that would soon transpire meant that Fujimai would never meet Magari again, nor would they have that reunion in the East Yukai faction. Kuroka's soliloquy from a young age, Senchuredo, but he would always look at us with such dead and cold eyes, as if he was looking at us like we were some kind of thing or object. How did Mom even fall in love with a guy like that? At the very least, when we were at our home in the underworld, she would treat us normally like a normal mother. She would become that way only if she was near Daisuke. It's like she becomes blind when she was around him. He rarely came home, but when he did, he was usually in the living room reading through his documents and notes, and he would sometimes pet us like we were little kittens. Senchuredo. It wouldn't even register to him that what he was putting us through was cruel and harsh treatment. But I was still quite weak. Even though I secretly trained my own powers, I wouldn't be comparable to anything. Then one day Barato-chan, why don't you become his man's bishop? ITLL give you a big boost in power, is what Daisuke told me. At the time I was shocked, but at the same time my own survival and my own little sisters mattered the most, so I accepted. If I couldn't rely on my mother who was blinded by love, and my supposed father was useless, then I would do it myself. A happy childhood. I only got very brief moments of them over the years. Most of it came from my own little sister, who is the most precious person to me in this messed up world. In the end, I said yes to his suggestion. By being a bishop, I would get increased magical power. I managed to learn magic by myself, by reading books that I found from Daisuke. And my own Yujitsu and Senjutsu would improve a lot. One day, he started to experiment on Chiron. It took me a long time to figure that out, but once I did, I begged him to stop with a promise that I would take Chiron's place as the main subject, and he happily accepted. However, this only lasted for a short time because I found out what he was trying to do to me and Chiron, and I couldn't take it. So one day, Daisuke, where's Chiron? I asked him, but he didn't respond like usual. He was hunched over a table in his lab, writing down on a notepad. Daisuke, I shouted to get his attention. Huh? Oh, Barato-chan, did you need something? He asked, sounding apathetic. Where's my little sister, Chiron? Your daughter with white hair. I shouted at him, trying to get an answer. Shiro, oh, that white cat. I think I sent her somewhere. Hold on a sec before he could finish. I ran away and through a few doorways. I had a vague idea where he kept his work since he always took me to that spot, so I ran towards it. I eventually found it, and my little sister was strapped to the wall, badly hurt. Ow! I clutched my head. I sometimes forget that I'm a reincarnated devil now. Chiron, I shouted, and started to take her off the thing she was hooked up to. Stop! What are you doing? My experiment to create artificial super devils is nearly complete. If I succeed in this, then we can make her know. I can make both of you into super devils like Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. He shouted at me. I don't care. We never cared about any of that. Why can't you just love us like a normal parent? I shouted back and kept pulling on the device, and I finally succeeded and broke it. No, you idiot. He screamed and shoved me, knocking me back. Ack! I groaned, but I quickly got up and pushed him away, then grabbed Chiron. Let's leave, I mumbled and started to walk away with my little sister on my back. No, this isn't happening. I was so close he started talking to himself. Yes, I had this, didn't I? Hee. Let's use it then, he said to himself. I was already halfway up the stairs when Kuroka? Where are you going? My mother suddenly appeared and touched my face. She then fiddled with Chiron's hair before she walked past me and into the lab where Daisuke was. I heard some talking before my mother started to talk louder, and the next second, everything in front of me was white, and I couldn't feel my body. I was so confused. What? What happened? Chiron? Chiron. I tried to move, but noticed something heavy was stopping me from moving. So when I looked behind me, a large piece of the ceiling covered me. What the heck? No, D did that psycho. No, I don't care. Where's Chiron? I shouted in my head before throwing the rubble off me. I frantically looked around and finally saw my little sister buried under some rubble. So I quickly removed it from her, carried her again, and ran. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to be away from this place. When I left the area, I heard some shouting behind me, but I kept moving. I didn't know what would happen to us if we stopped. Would they brand me as a stray? Daisuke wasn't my king. It was some random devil in the clan of Nibirius. Idonkare. I need to leave so we can start over. I can't live without my little sister. She's the only thing I have left in this world I can call family. However, I couldn't keep going. Protecting someone was a lot harder than you would expect. I collapsed near a large castle-like home. I didn't even know which devil family it was, but they were surely rich, right? You said a voice, and I looked up. I knew who it was, and I went back, but couldn't get up and run because Chiron was sleeping. I had to take a gamble. If he did it, she would be safe, right? Kuroka, classified as an SS-class stray devil, said Surzex Lucifer. Why don't please? I don't care if I become a stray. Please take my sister. I don't want her to be a criminal. I shouted at him. He looked taken aback as he looked at Chiron, who I held in my arms. I started to ramble on about my situation, and the eyes he looked at me with were both pity and sympathy. But I doubt he would trust the words of a stray devil. Please, she's innocent. I pleaded again. He finally crouched down and looked me straight in the eyes. Go. This is your only chance. Maybe one day when I have time, I will look into it, but for now, I didn't let him finish as I nodded, turned around, and ran away. Lucifer-sama, we heard that there was a stray here. The SS class, said a voice behind me. Yes, I believe she headed that way, he replied. Who is that? Please leave her to me. I will deal with it. After that, several demonic balls and auras were launched at me, and I finally started my life on the run from the devil's everyone. I had no one now. I was alone, but one day, they'll be reunited with my little sister. I just hope she doesn't hate me, Kyoto. Maybe I can find shelter there? No, they'll see me as a stray devil and at best, turn me away, and at worst, kill me or capture me, I muttered to myself. A few months have passed, and I've been living on the run. I avoid the devils whenever I can, steal, threaten, or break into homes to get food, or take the easy route and transform into a normal-looking black cat and get fed by a random human family. At times, I even thought of just pretending to be a cat for the rest of my life. Since it was easy, those were the only nights I could sleep semi-soundly. Kuroka, the stray, said a voice, and I quickly turned around. The person I saw was the West Yukai leader Yasaka. I jumped away, on high alert. But to my surprise, she showed me a gentle smile and walked over to a nearby stone bench and patted it. Please, tell me about yourself. I believe your mother was called Fujimai. She asked. How do you know that? I asked back, still suspicious of her. Before she left on her journey, I briefly met her here in Japan. After that, when she came back, I also briefly met her again. However, we didn't have much time to talk as I was busy, and she was also quite busy, she explained. I gritted my teeth. I blamed my mom a bit. Why did she fall in love with that man? Why was she blinded by love? What is even love? Is it even necessary? If it causes this much misery, is it even worth it? Before I noticed, my body had already started moving, and I had sat down beside her and told her my story. I had become even more independent. I was hardened by the world and my own experiences, so I didn't shed a tear. Kuroka, if you would like to know. If I stayed in your faction, I would cause you unnecessary trouble. The fact that you listen to me like this is more than enough. Even if one person believes my story, it's enough for me, I said to her and smiled bitterly. If you need some temporary shelter or food, please stay for a few days. We won't inform the devils if they come by. She explained and put a hand on my head. I had to bite my own tongue so I wouldn't cry. But in the end, I thanked her and I would see what would happen in the future. After that, Yasaka left me there, and I watched her walk away and disappear. At some point, around a year later, I stumbled into someone that belonged to the East Yukai faction. Fujimai? She asked, and I jumped back alerted by what she said. No, you resemble her. Who are you? The female asked. I didn't answer, but I simply glared at her. But it seemed like this woman came to a conclusion. I see you're her daughter, aren't you? I never heard from her again. We made a promise before she left our faction to go on a journey around the world. I see, so she fell in love and started a family, didn't she? I'm a stray devil. I don't know anyone called Fujimai, I replied coldly. Before I could try to run away, she had appeared behind me, and everything turned black. When my eyes opened, I stared at an unfamiliar ceiling. No, it was an unfamiliar place. Dang it, what did that woman do to me? I frantically looked around me, but then the door to this room suddenly opened, and I became alarmed and covered my body with Tuki. Oh, you're awake. Calm yourself. Imagari, a Nakomata, she said, and her cat-like ears popped out. Nakomata, I repeated softly and looked at her ears. And it suddenly hit me. When I was around 6 years old and Chiron was still 2, I was snooping around my mom's room because I was young, and I noticed a small box with a bunch of items in it. Years later, I came to the conclusion that it was probably some kind of memory box or something, but it was her diary. It detailed a lot of things. Most were about her journey around the world, the people she met, and the places she journeyed to. In one of the entries, it said that she wanted to reunite with a Nakomata called Magari at some point because of a promise. Are you the one Mom wrote in her diary? I asked. Diary? Fufu. I didn't think Fujimai was one to keep a diary, she said, and put the plate of food and drinks down. So, what did that diary say about me? I was hesitant to discuss it with her, but it did say that she was part of the East Yukai faction at some point, and even if I share it with her, I won't stay here for long afterward. I told Yasaka, and she believed me. If I told her, would she do the same? I took that chance before I might as well. I don't exactly have a choice. I told her my story, just like Yasaka. The Nakomata, called Magari, listened to my story without interrupting me. By the end of it, I was trying my hardest not to cry. But at the same time, it felt relieving telling someone all my burdens after a year. Magari then hugged me. She didn't say anything else. She simply hugged me, and that's when I broke down since no one had done that since my mom passed away. And even then, my own mom hadn't hugged me in at last 6 months at that point in time when she touched my face. After a little bit, I finally calmed down, ate the food, and drank some water. Kuroko, was it? Since you're a stray devil, you can't stay here for too long. However, if you come back periodically, I will teach you how to better utilize your powers, especially your senjutsu and yujitsu. But for now, rest up, she said, and left the room. Maybe she left to let me think about it? Or was she going to inform the leader of this faction? Wait, where am I? It has to be the East Yukai faction, right? Well, regardless of what might happen, I'm going to accept it. I haven't trained or gotten any stronger over the year, since I was mostly focused on surviving. What's wrong? Is that all you have? Magari shouted. It's been a year since I met her. I usually stay here for a week or two before leaving for around 3 or 4 weeks, and then coming back. During that time, I learned a few things. 1. Magari was the leader of the Nakomatas in the East Yukai faction, and the leader was some old guy called Nararahayon. He apparently blamed himself for my own mother's death since he let her leave and should have listened to Magara's suggestion of letting her leave when she was wiser. But after I told him my story, they both concluded that my mom's judgment was clouded because of that man, Daisuke. Right now, I was training with Magari. It's always like this. The day I come back, I get to relax and recuperate. Then the rest is rigorous training. However, during the past year, I have greatly increased my own proficiency in senjutsu and yujitsu. She also helped me train in my tuki and magic. She's my master and teacher, and dare I say, adoptive mother, though we never said those words to each other. But she basically treats me like a daughter. I concluded that she probably felt guilty, just like Nararahayon. So, she's doing this for me, no, they're doing this for me, and I'm thankful. So, they'll take advantage of it. I'm doing my best, Naya. Here. Nia, were you a house cat? She shouted back. We're both cats if you really think about it. I fired back and launched several balls of Tuki at her. You don't call Nakomata that, unless you want a beating, Kuroka-chan, she said menacingly, and she had a strange glint in her eyes. Hi. No, I'm sorry. However, even after my apology and cries, she did not stop. Aya, I messed up and came across some devils. I killed a few and ran away. I think I lost them, so I was just wandering around for a while, but eventually I stepped into a clearing and found people. It's a yukai. I'm pretty sure she's an Akomata. No, a Nekasho. She's a rare one and seems strong. Said some weird monkey yukai. How about we recruit her, Valley? He asked the white-haired boy beside him. The man named Valley turned to look at me and smirked. You're that SS-class stray devil, Barato, aren't you? He asked. My entire body tensed with alarm, and I wrapped myself in a layer of Tuki. So what if I am? Oh, she's not backing down. Okay, let's fight. If I win, you join my team, and if you win, you can leave, he said and crossed his arms. I didn't answer him and fired a bullet of Tuki at him. He simply slapped it away. He was strong. That much was clear. I wasn't even sure I could win. He'll take that as a yes in fighting me. Albion, let's go. Balance break. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. A sacred gear. And he's also the White Dragon Emperor. How am I supposed to win then? Barato, he knew, didn't he? I don't have a choice. I ran towards him as the monkey yukai jumped away. So he wasn't helping him. Huh? Show me what you got, Nekasho. Months have passed, and I joined Vala Lucifer's team, called Vala Team. Very creative of him, but he's also a true descendant of Lucifer, which was shocking. But also the White Dragon Emperor, meaning he was a hybrid since only human and get those when they're born. As I grew older, I started thinking more about my species. I also spoke to Magari about it a lot. Evidently, my species, the Nekashu, was on the brink of extinction. So the remaining Nekashus around the world needed to make new children so that we wouldn't become extinct. I concluded that I needed a strong partner. One that would help me have strong babies, kittens, and the strongest guy I know is Valley. So I tried to win him over. Yeah, that didn't work out well. I tried a lot, even showed up at his place a few times. I even tried to convince him, but Head just kicked me out. It made me think he was focused on his mission, but over time I figured out that he just had other things in mind. To defeat his grandfather rise of him, find his rival, and become the strongest. Love and romance had no place in Vala Lucifer's life. However, we did get a glimpse of a team full of agents from Grigori once. Team /Dog. The women there he opened up to, dare I say, even open his heart to. One particular woman named Lavinia Rennie. She was like an older sister figure to him. She also possessed a Longinus, which was pretty shocking. She would affectionately call him Vakuin, and the rest would call him either Valley or Lucidrago. It was weird seeing him like that, but I guess he spent more time with them than with us at this point in time. Eventually, I stopped trying to win him over since it wouldn't work, and I hate to admit it, but that Lavinia woman was much prettier than me, Centurado. I think the encounter was brief, and when my own sanity returned to me, I was mortified. But at the same time, it's difficult for devils to be affected by such things, so I wasn't too worried. However, I felt like I was robbed of more of my dignity after that night. The next day, I desperately tried to push away the troubling thought he left in my mind, even though it was probably fading by then. I kept trying to distract myself to move past it. I also couldn't share this with anyone. I enjoy being friendly and sociable, but I would never cross serious personal boundaries. Unless you believe that simply being warm with people means something negative. Centurado, at this point, we had already joined a terrorist group called the Cows Brigade. What's wrong with you? Biko asked. Who beat you up? He asked again, and we all looked at our leader. He had some minor injuries. Middleman, he mumbled. Middleman? We repeated, confused. So he told us who this new middleman was and what his deal was. To think he would defeat you so easily. Will you put him on the list of humans you want to defeat? Asked Arthur. Valley only shrugged and sat down. He seemed to be thinking hard about something, so we left him alone. I want to meet this guy. Not many can beat Valley so easily, said Biko as we gathered at a different spot in the room. I'm also interested. However, I doubt we'll see him that easily because of his role, added Arthur. We could also sneak up on him. It won't work if he's skilled at magic or has any detection abilities, then it won't work, said Lu Fei. Leave it to me, Naya. I can get around using my transformation magic. I told them and they agreed. But I didn't get to do that because he would approach me himself one day. One day, I was approached by the rumored middleman. I was training that day, and I was on high alert because he told me he was contracted by the 4 great Satans to capture me. I was prepared to fight him to the death when he said my mother's name and questioned me about my circumstances. It had been years since I said anything about it, and I just unloaded everything on him as a stranger. Yet instead of judging me or not believing a word I said, he threw a book towards me. I recognized the handwriting. It was Daisuke's. Then he said those magical words that he could make it better. He could make it so I could have a chance of meeting my little sister Chiron again. But I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth. So he disappeared and came back with a hair clip. After that, we were brought up in front of the Satans. They read the files and documents that Jean had, and I was formally declassified as a stray devil. However, before I could leave the place, Surzek's Lucifer pulled me to the side and spoke to me. Years ago, I couldn't help you, but I'm glad Jean could. I'm also sorry, but your sister is living a good life now. If you wish to meet her, I can set it up for you. However, she still needs to heal, and I doubt receiving this news so suddenly will instantly remove any anger or hate she has towards you, explained Surzek. I shook my head and said, no, it's fine. I want to slowly repair my relationship with my sister and spend time with her, so please set it up. I bowed to him to emphasize that I want this to happen. I see he'll do that then. He'll contact Jean about it. You spent a night in his home, right? He asked. Yes, I have, and thank you. I thank him again and left with Jean. Good for you, Kuroka. Hopefully you can mend your relationship with Chiron and finally move on with your lives, said Jean. I hugged his arm and said, well, with your help it was definitely possible, Naya. But when I looked up at him, he looked hesitant and awkwardly looked to the side. Oh no, don't tell me he's reserved like Valley. When night came, I tried to approach him. He proudly said he wanted many companions, so I assumed he was a teenager full of energy and would rush to me whenever he had the chance. But even after saving me, Cinchuredo, if you understand what I mean. At the end of the day, it was a job. Now don't get me wrong, I'm happy that you were dismissed as a stray and have a chance to repair your relationship with your sister. But he pulled me off him and sat me down on his bed. You should take better care of yourself. Though I do like to say this to humanity as a whole. Anyway, take your time since what you feel for me isn't love, just gratefulness. I don't mind you staying here since it's close to Chiron, but please don't try that again, he said and pointed to his door. Sorry, Naya. I told him and left his room. Cinchuredo, but what the hell is up with this guy? It frustrated me. The day came, and Jean traveled with me to the underworld. However, he wore his mask since he wanted to act as the middleman and remain anonymous. It feels a bit Shinibu, but I didn't say that out loud. He probably has his own reasons. I walked into the Gremory Manor, and we were escorted into a certain room. In the room with us was Chiron's master, Rias Gremory. By her side was her only knight, Kiba Yudo, and her queen, Akino Himejima. Near the bed was Chiron. No, she calls herself Kaneko Tuja now, doesn't she? Chiron, why are you here? How did you trick the Satans into removing your stray status? She asked with a cold expression. It hurt me, but it made sense. She basically had no memories of the past, or they were skewed up so that she didn't know what was right from wrong. I was the one who helped with her case. I just did a little more research, replied Jean. So she didn't do anything suspicious or shady. I only got the truth out there. Everyone looked at him, but the Queen's gaze was different and lingered on him for a little longer. Chiron frowned, and I explained myself. Jean added the fact that he came to Kuo. Cinchuredo, then how about this? How about we relive that day? He said and looked at me. Okay, I replied. I think I was strong enough to see it. Everyone else was confused, but when Jean touched me, the area around us changed. We are replaying the memories of the past. This is what happened from Kuroka's perspective. He explained, and it showed that day to us clearly. Me asking Daisuke where Chiron was, me running to the different parts of the lab, me taking Chiron off those weird equipment, my mother speaking to me, and then the blast that destroyed that place. Following that, I ran away with Chiron, evading capture until I met Surzex and asked him to take Chiron. After that, it was small flashbacks of the life I lived. Thankfully, Jean didn't include everything in it, so she didn't see too many shameful parts of it, and also kept some of the more private things away from my memories retelling. At the end of it, Chiron cried silently and hugged me. She kept on crying and apologizing to me, but I didn't blame her. It's okay, I'm just glad you're okay. Let's just try to repair our relationship, okay? I asked her gently. I looked back at Aaron, and he gave me a thumbs up while he crossed his arms. Is he trying to act cool or something? I swear he acts like he has Chernobyl-like Valley. But I'm glad he made this happen. I'm glad I could be with my sister again. I see. So the Queen of the Grimmery Peerage was his secret first lover. I said and pointed at Akino Himejima. Fufu. I didn't think Barato, the former stray, would be fawning over Jean like this. She replied. We both stared at each other, a bit unsure of each other, and a growing sense of rivalry over who could stay closer to Jean in the future. However, she was clearly very close to him. That much was certain. She was the first to join his group of companions. But I was just a glorified roommate. I was allowed to stay here. But I understand why he refused me, and I've been slowly working through that, and he was right. It was gratitude and my own need to stop the Nekasho from going instinct. Anytime I try to get close to him romantically, he plays along for a little bit before pulling back. It's clear that he doesn't mind the attention, but won't go further with me. Hey, Akino Niya, what is it? How can I get Jean to spend more time with me? I asked her. I can't really answer that, but in the short time I knew Jean, I think he wants both parties to genuinely like each other. I think he already liked me when he first met me. Maybe it was love at first sight for him? She asked herself and blushed. It irritated me quite a bit, but he was very affectionate with her. He spoiled her a lot. But do you actually have feelings for him, Barato? That doesn't just boil down to I like him because I'm no longer a stray, or I'm just looking for a strong guy to be with. While my romance with him was fast, I did start liking him after spending a week with him. He was the only positive male I had that wasn't stoic or had no interest in the opposite sex like Kiba-kun. I didn't know Akino's past, but I know that she had very difficult experiences with men and only recently repaired her relationship with her father. So for her to fall for Jean this fast, I can sort of understand. The guy seems flawless at face value, almost too perfect at times. That silence tells me your answer then. So for now, just spend time with him and try to stop asking him for kittens all the time or constantly bothering him. That's probably one of the main reasons you have a somewhat strained relationship with him. At most, you constantly want something from him, yet he probably just wants your company and to get to know you better, she explained. Something food, attention, kittens with strong genes. Do I even know anything about Jean after spending the short amount of time with him? I know he likes cooking, reading, and is knowledgeable about the supernatural and wants companionship, but not the reason why. But apart from that, I know nothing about him. But he, on the other hand, has been trying to find out more things about me, but I've brushed it off several times. Now, that I say to myself, I sound like an awful person, Ugh. I need to reevaluate a lot of things on my end. It seems you understand what I mean, Fufu. Well, we need to start somewhere, so go slowly, Barato. Okay, you'll stop bringing up the kittens thing, I told her. I needed to get closer to him. I had just told Aquino and Lavinia about my past and a previous relationship. They offered me encouraging words and explained why I was having difficulty opening up to Jean instead of judging me. Sincerado. When I looked at Lavinia, she was looking away while blushing. If we had to choose which one of us was the maiden, I would definitely choose the Ice Princess of Team/Dog. Honestly, I'm more surprised she didn't gain feelings for /Dogcoin. No, not just her, the other two women in it either, Natsa Managawa and Shigen Nanaru. It's strange, but I guess it had something to do with someone named SEE, since according to Valley, Tobio accused and her childhood friends. What about you, Lavinia? Asked Aquino. Me? What about me? She asked with a small stutter. Aquino gave her a mischievous smile and started asking her questions, and Lavinia was quite flustered answering them. But it was quite clear that she was just as in love with the rest of us. Tomorrow. I get to spend time with him tomorrow. We had a small fight that lasted for a week and a few days, but we finally resolved it. Well, it was me being petty, but I felt guilty, and we finally reconciled. I wonder what my mom would have said, or if I asked Magari about it. Barado. No, no, no. What would happen if I told her? How would she respond? Congratulate me? Scold me? Berate me? Tell me the most efficient way to accomplish this? Kuroka. Nia. I was startled and jumped back. In front of me was Gracie and Naya. What is it? I asked and she sighed at me. I know you're excited about whatever Jean has planned for you, but please concentrate. You asked to be helped with learning how to cook and learn properly, correct? She asked sternly while pulling my cheeks. Aya, yeyish gaifia sama, replied. Fufu. She's just excited, Gracia-san, setting Viled. Regardless if she is or not, she still asked me to help her, and I will do that. Even if she wants to slack off for the day, replied Gracia. She kept watching me cook a dish from a recipe she gave me to replicate. Jean will like this, Naya, and try my best. Naya no complaining. So cruel, nya, my days in his home passed by. I always wanted peace, and he was working towards that. With each new alliance he made, with each new friend he made, the place he worked towards slowly became a reality. However, at the same time, it also meant his circle of close companions steadily grew. Most days I was lazy. I would just sleep, eat, or watch shows on the TV. Gracia would scold me, but I would sometimes help people with training, or if he brought someone new like Asia, I brought her around Kuo and showed her around. Is this fine, Kuroka-san? Asia asked me. Jean-san already gave me some pocket money, but Naya don't worry about it. Jean gives way too much sometimes, you know? He's just showing you that he cares about you. I also got the same benefits when I first became roommates with him, though I never really noticed until he pointed it out. I admitted and laughed. After that, Asia and I shopped around Kuo for clothes or anything we liked. Since Asia wasn't used to living like everybody else, I had to help her a lot and get her used to things, but that was a fun experience on its own. I'm doing Naya, I said as I lay on the ground exhausted. We were brought to Jean's pocket dimension again. This time we were going to be here for 5 years. It was the end of the first week, and I was in the living room with everyone else relaxing. You don't need to be overdramatic, ne-sama, said Chiron. I tried really hard, you know. Chiron, a bit of sympathy goes a long way, Naya. I replied, but she simply kept eating some snacks. My heart aches because of her cruelty, Jean. Please help Naya, I said, and looked up at him. He looked at me, and I began to float, and he carried me. I glanced at the others with us and smirked. When Naya, come on, be nice. We still have quite a lot of time left in here, so we're all stuck with each other until then, he told me. Barado, Sama shall win the big competition, I declared. Why say it in third person? He asked and laughed. Carry me too, Jean. Era, I want to go too. My 3 rivals appeared and asked to join. They gathered around him and began pestering him. But today I won. I lost, I said to myself as I relaxed nearby. Earlier Jean went off with Aquino and I wasn't invited. Normally, Censuredo, how long? I asked and turned to Jean. He looked at me, then at Aquino and then at the sky. 8 or 9 hours. Give or take. We're doubling that for our next session, I declared and crossed my arms proudly. But to my surprise, Aquino wore her usual smug grin. I heard you made a funny mess during your very first try, she asked. I lunged at Aquino and pinched her cheeks, then I started to stretch them playfully. She did the same to me, so we started to splash around the bath while mumbling silly nonsense at each other. Some made sense, while the others were pure gibberish. Mui, mui, we screamed at each other. As we continued this for the next few seconds, we failed to notice that someone else had joined us in the bath. What are they fighting about? Asked a familiar voice. This caused both Aquino and I to stop and stare at the person. It was Lavinia. She was already glued to Jean. This vixen just sneaked in and cozied up to him. Naya, Nia, Rennie, Ia. She was caught off guard when we jumped towards her and started to pull her cheek. However, she didn't fight back and just showed fake tears to appeal to him and bonk. Bonk. Enough G's. What is going on with you two? He asked and chopped us on the head. I declare the second Great War, I shouted. Aquino squinted her eyes at me, and Lavinia just seemed confused. So I forced her and Aquino into a game of rock, paper, and scissors. In the end, I lost. Yay! Lavinia hugged Jean's arm. She won, but had no idea on what we were fighting over. Was this a loss? In the truest of sense? Naya, we've been in Gene's pocket dimension. He took us back again with no room for debate. A recent event even left him a bit paranoid and worried about our safety. No one blamed him, not even Lavinia, Centurato, spoiling myself and trying to cheer him up. I reached up and gently took his hand to get his attention. Want to take a short walk together? I asked. This finally caught his attention, and he looked down at me. He gave me a sad smile, cupped my cheek softly, bent down, and gave me a warm hug. You can keep doing what you want, Kuroka. You'll just enjoy the win for the day, he said, and looked back up. He started to slowly pet me as well. You'll achieve that peace you want. Even if I have to change my methods now, I stopped him. I didn't want him to change the way he did things. It wouldn't be the Gene we know. Even after finding out about his reincarnation and what he is, it didn't change much in how we viewed him. You don't need to do that. Just do what you always did. Even if some won't agree with this, just keep pushing for it. If you change to a tyrant, that wouldn't be you. It would be someone else. Do you get what I mean? I asked, a bit unsure of what I said. Kuroka, I shook my head, got up, and added, I'm not the smartest person around, I realize that. But I have my own feelings and ideas, ideals and experiences. I've known you only for a few months, including the years. And I know that you would hate yourself if you became a person like that. It's not in your nature. That much is obvious. Gene isn't a worthless person. Did you know? Most of the previous Red Dragon Emperors were people that drowned and lost their minds to their power. Even if one has power, if they don't have kindness, they'll definitely go out of control. Gene is a gentle Red Dragon Emperor. With all that power of yours, you never abused it. You used it reasonably. I personally think it's a wonderful thing. You're surely the first among the wielders to be a gentle Red Dragon Emperor. That's why. I already felt tears streaming down my cheeks. I don't like showing weakness, even around the people I care about. But if it's him, I don't mind. He's been blaming himself because of his mistake, so I gave him the brightest smile I could muster. Please become a gentle Welsh dragon, the gentlest of them all. Gene didn't say anything. He looked more shocked than anything. He closed his eyes and pulled me into a hug. I'm sorry. Please don't cry, Kuroka. But I promise you I'll stay the same person as I've ever been, even if it takes me a while to get there, he said to me. You want to try getting a job? Asked Grafia in shock. I know that Gene said he didn't mind, but I feel like I shouldn't always stay in the house, you know? I sometimes go out doing the odd job around the town, but I started to ramble, but Grafia stopped me. She brought out a few job flyers and applications, explained how to go about doing it, and guided me. I submitted a few job applications in Kuo, but they never ended up anywhere. The next ones were online, but most were still jobs that were based in Kuo, but a few were a town or two via train. But those didn't work out well since I didn't get a second interview or got a reply after sending in my application. After a few days of this, I was disheartened. Ugh. None of them are working, I complained while sitting on the couch. Well, if it makes it any better, I don't work, Kuroka, and I don't mind, said Valerie. That doesn't really help, Valerie-chin, I replied. Also, that's not exactly true. You make YouTube and DeviTube videos, don't you? You get help from Aquino, Rias, and Ingvile with the DeviTube side of things. I guess I gain an income that way. But Gasper also helps me with that too, since he manages my accounts on both, she added and giggled. But yes, I do have a job that way. Why don't you do the same thing? You'll surely have something to add since you're both a devil and Yukai, right? I do have a YouTube and DeviTube account. I muttered and pulled my smartphone out and scrolled through my DeviTube app. I also checked the internet of the underworld, questions regarding being a reincarnated devil, and anything about yukais. He'll try it, I said, and ran to my room. I didn't think it would be a good idea to record videos here, so he'll do it in my room. So I started my journey as a YouTuber and DeviTuber. Break its legs, Chiron, I shouted from a distance. I watched my sister fight a monster along with Gabriel Sama and Asia. It doesn't have legs, nay Sama, she shouted back. We were brought back to Gene's pocket dimension for 15 years. We've only been here for around 4 years, but since then Gene started to get better and act like his old self again. Everyone can see it, and we're happy for him. But now you need to stop staring at documents, Naya, I said to him. It's only for a short while longer, Kuroka. It'll spoil you once I'm done. Cinchuredo, though he wasn't alone for too long since others joined him. It's like a stream that never ends for him. Slow. Try again, said Scat My entire body was already covered in 10k, and I was already trying to hit her as fast as possible. However, Scat always waited until the last second to dodge. Cinchuredo, that's a naive way of thinking. It's true that if you managed to land a blow on me, I would be down and you would win. However, I have years of experience over you, decades of training, and have built up natural instincts, Kuro. But what about you? Me? I was sure what to say to her. I mean, at best, I have a few years of experience. Including the time I spent in here, you were trained by an Nakomata, on the run for years as a stray, and a few months as a terrorist. You're self-taught on other things, and had a few years of training in this place. However, most of the other time you're lazing around or eating food. I, on the other hand, constantly train my body and mind. Don't you think there's a stark difference? She asked. If you say it like that, then yeah. I have to agree, I replied, and looked away. We've been here 6 years, Kuroka. We have 9 years left. Keep training. You already know the reason why Jean brought us here, don't you? We're all aware of it, she said, and kind of glared at me. I know that. I'm well aware of that, fine. Try harder from now on, ma'am. Good. Try again. I changed into a stance and cover my entire body with 10k, Cinchuredo, and this had to be one of the biggest events in a while. The both of them had been exchanging blows for a while, and Jean seemed to have the upper hand, but it seemed Sarorg was angry with him, and they were just staring at each other. What is this? Both of them have stopped moving and are just staring at each other. The announcer shouted. But after a few seconds, an enormous pillar of light erupted from Aaron and kept on expanding. I wouldn't be surprised if it consumed the entire underworld. Once the light died down, he was in completely different armor. The light felt warm and comforting, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one to feel that way, because there were a lot of people around me who looked the same way. They were smiling almost in relief, some silently crying. But I smiled brightly at the so. What is this? The dual dragon emperor was suddenly enveloped in a bright pillar of light, and his armor changed. Could this be the rumored queen form? The two of them exchanged a few words before they started a brawl on the battlefield. It looked like it's a fist fight. An incredibly impressive fist fight is occurring in the center of the field. It doesn't have any magnificent tactics. It's not a fight of fine-tuned demonic powers. It's a close-range fight like a children's brawl. It's as the announcer said, it's a children's fist fight. The two exchanged heated and passionate blows. And if certain Jean was smiling like an idiot just like Sarorg right now under that helmet. Sarorg, Dragon King, Dragon Lord. Everyone in the room started to shout and cheer for the both of them too. We were just as excited as the crowd, and I can say for certain whoever Jean met up until now was also cheering for him. Whoever he meets, if they have no ill intent, he will befriend them. I think Jean won a lot of friends too, and we don't know what happened to him in his past life, but I think he wanted friends. And after a short, while Sarorg Bale loses, he retires. The winner from the exhibition match is Jean Skyward, the dual dragon emperor. The final announcement is made, and the stadium became filled with the cheers of the audience. Afterward, he came to our VIP room, and we all jumped on him. I didn't understand what we were saying. Most of it was just a jumble of words asking him if he was okay, or what his plans were after this. But we were all just happy that he was back to his old self. How's the YouTube and DeviTube coming along? Kuroka? Asking Wild and Valerie. Nia? It's actually going pretty well. My first video on DeviTube was basically calling any Nakomata to join me on my quest to unite our race. But in the end, most people just laughed at it, but there were a few Nakomata who contacted me. After that, I just did some videos on how things may change when you reincarnate as a devil, and they're doing decently well, I explained to them. But you haven't stopped putting out applications, right? Asked Grafia. I have. Why? Because Jean said that I can work for him once his restaurant opens. So that's why. I got on all fours and did it to Jiza. Grafia and Aya, please help me get better at whatever skills I need for that job. She didn't answer me right away, but I felt her gaze on me the entire time. I had continued my training under her the entire time, even the pocket dimension, but it wasn't as extreme or was it scheduled every day, so I had a lot of time for myself to relax and slack off, but I did train more thanks to what Scat Hack said to me. I will increase the intensity even more, Kuroka. Are you sure you can handle it? She asked. I will endure it, Naya. Again, silence. I glanced at Valerie and Ingvild who were here with us. Both of them were smiling at me. I don't know what that means. Fine. I will have to help you, Inane. However, Reiko will also help with this training. I will not go easy on you, she declared. Why, yes, Naya, I was beginning to regret my decision now. Jean, Asia, and Rainier came back from Ireland, and now the goddess called Ain was having her trial for betraying the alliance. Knowing Jean, he will try to find a way to give her a second chance, because we heard of her past from Asia and Rainier. While she did it out of grief and her own problems, she still betrayed the alliance, so she will still need to be punished appropriately. However, seeing as how both Asia and Rainier asked Jean to be lenient with him, they're both hopeful. Suddenly, the door opened, and out came Jean, Rainier, Asia, and Ain. The goddess walked away from us and leaned against the wall by herself. But Asia walked over to her and started talking to her. She looked troubled, but seemed to relax when speaking to Asia. Jean teased Rainier a bit and spoke with Aquino. I was curious, so I went over to the goddess and the nun. You're the Irish goddess Naya? And Nia? Why did you meow? The goddess asked. She just speaks like that. Ain-san, explained Asia, and the goddess nodded. I am. Well, I don't feel like one. Well, I haven't felt like one in years. I feel like a sham, she said inside. Ain-san, positive thinking. If you keep thinking like that, you won't ever move on. Also, we have to be optimistic. It seems the leaders and they're a lot more open than I thought, said Asia as she pumped her fists. The goddess with us didn't know how to respond to that. Cinchuredo, but I don't want to be locked up forever, unable to do anything, but if I am, I would understand. Executed? Maybe, though I'm not sure if that's still a thing in the supernatural world in this day and age. But I wouldn't mind dying since I hurt a lot of people over the years. But she scrunched up her face and looked bothered by something. I don't know her past, Asia. Rainier and Jean probably do, but the rest of us don't. But whatever is troubling her, she can move on from it. I mean, even if she's lived more lifetimes than me, I think everyone can move on from whatever is troubling them. However, I think that's just Jean's influence speaking, but at the same time I also really believe it. Dying isn't the solution, Ain. You're older than me and have been alive longer than me. However, I think that the people you truly cared for over the years, I don't think they would want you to die. They'd definitely want you to live your most fulfilling life, even if it starts from now on. If you can't live for yourself right now, then live for Jean. He'll definitely give you a reason. It may not be the healthiest way of coping, but it's a start, right? I told her, and she looked sadly at me. Hey, let's go, Cinchuredo. Hopefully I helped her a little bit. He's traveling to a couple of places, Naya. The Egyptian realm, Ireland, and then to the Slavic gods, so he'll be busy for the next few days, I told Yasaka and Kunu. My day off from Graphia gave me the opportunity to visit the duo, as well as bring Ine along. I see. He's very busy then. I wanted to see him and speak with him, and not just through text. It's also a pleasure seeing you again, Ine, said Yasaka. It's been a while since he came back home, added Kunu as she crossed her arms. She was sitting on Ine's lap as the hybrid patted Kuna's head and played with her ears and tail. Yes, it's nice meeting you again, Yasaka-san and Kunu-chan, replied Ine. They met each other briefly after Ine moved in since they decided to visit. They interacted a little bit, but not by much. In any case, it looked like they got along, so I didn't have to break any ice between them. You can always visit us too, Naya. You do have the door after all, I told them. I know, but running a faction by myself isn't easy, even when Sharon is with us. With all the things happening lately, I only think ITLL start to increase in the coming weeks, she said rather worriedly. Well, we'll just kick their asses when we see them again. We did it back then, and we'll keep doing it once we completely destroy their organization. I declared confidently. The Alliance and Jean will achieve it, and then we'll have peace. Well, not true peace, but close to it. Era, that is absolutely true. By the way, Kuroka, has Jean proposed to you yet? Asked Yasaka. Why do you ask that? I asked her. I heard that he proposed to Aquino recently, but she showed us a magic circle and some memories. He actually proposed to me first, you fufu, she said proudly. Nihat, he asked you first. You old how wonderful faction leader. I flinched back when she gave me that look. Well, Aquino, you, and Lavinia were the first ones he reached out to. So it makes sense he proposes to you three first, right? Even though most of Jean's actions do not seem to have a rhyme or reason. Fufu. I guess you just need to wait for him to propose to you now. Won't you? I just looked at the ground when she said that. Jean loves me, I know he does. So he'll eventually propose to me. But he did make Chiron immortal before me, no. No, I shouldn't be jealous of my own precious little sister. I just need to wait. Kuroka, can we go around Kyoto? I want to see this place. Asked Ine. I will do it for you, Ine, said Kunu as she looked up at her. Kuroka can also be there. We did go around ourselves a few months ago. Naya haha, sure thing. Let's show Ine-chin the wonders of Kyoto. Yeah, why you don't mind, right? I asked Yasaka, who nodded. Fufu, go have fun then, dear. Just make sure to be back before a certain time. Okay? Said Yasaka. What are you doing, Naya? I asked Aaron. We were back in the pocket dimension again, but this time would be here for 100 years. Right now, it was nighttime, and we had been in here for around 30 years. I had come out here to look for Aaron since he wasn't in his home, and I found him near one of the lakes or bodies of water he made for Ingvild to train with. Kuroka. I was just looking at the lake, seeing if I made it a perfect replica or not, and I was debating with the two dragons in comptoir. Fakey, it's real comptoir. Answer. Fufu, his back glowed, and the right of his right hand glowed with the two voices of the heavenly dragon arguing with each other. As you can see, it's mostly these two screaming and comptoir encouraging it, he said tiredly. Well, dinner is ready, Naya. So let's go home, Naya, as I was about to turn around and walk back. Cinchureto, let's head back, he said, and we held hands as we walked back. You're still quite a glutton, though. Yeah, don't bring that up now. We just had a moment. Ruined by your stomach's growl, he added and snickered. Ugh, I sometimes hate my bottomless stomach. The food here is great, Naya, I said as I rolled around the coach. We get to eat more tomorrow, Naya. Is that why you plan on not eating much for dinner? Asked Suzaku. Yes, I want to eat more street food and go to other restaurants and diners here, I replied. Please keep in moderation, Kuroka. If you get food poisoning or get an upset stomach, it would be bad since I know, I won't go overboard, I promise, I replied and waved her off. Suzaku is like Grafia, but a lot more forgiving and less strict. She's just like Aquino too, but I guess less suggestive and has a cuter side. Both Chiron and Gabriel-sama are asleep, so we left them be since Aaron headed out to meet up with someone. It was probably one of the gods, since they were looking at him quite a lot earlier in the day. I looked at Suzaku, who had sat down with Gabriel-sama, and started to stroke her hair. It makes me wonder how she'll be when she's a mother. I met Shuri a few times, and she's a strong woman, even if she's not powerful. She can control a lot of people, her husband, Aquino, Suzaku, Lavinia, Asia, and even Aaron at times. Though he's probably like that to her, since he lacks a mother figure, no, probably a parental figure most of his life. Though, I would be the same, but I guess I became more independent as time passed on, and maybe I saw Magari as more of a mother figure than Shuri. In a way, Shuri is probably like an aunt to me. She does treat us nicely, though, especially Chiron. Suzaku, can I ask you a question? I asked. Of course, Kuroka, she replied and smiled at me. Aaron likes you, and Lavinia smiles the most, I replied bluntly. That wasn't even what I wanted to say, but it just came out. She looked at me confused, and I shook my head. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to say. In any case, how did Aaron propose to you? I asked, but to my surprise, Suzaku giggled at herself. He did it so randomly. There was no build-up or romantic atmosphere. However, maybe Lavinia shared the same sentiment as me, though we can't ask her since she's waiting outside for Aaron. But we simply don't care how he does it. We just want to be with him. You feel that way too, right? If you don't, then it's normal since most women want a romantic proposal, she said. Ugh, if you say it like that. It makes me feel shallow. Suzaku waved her hands in front of her and said, No, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I'm Sully. Despite the fact that we're that, we may not see the necessity for things of that nature to be magical, but you, who he met naturally without having that attached to them, may feel differently. I'm sorry, That's the best way I can explain it, she apologized. No, Naya, I think I get what you mean. Because those two are the fated ones, and they just want to be with him, maybe like on a fundamental level or something. While me and the other girls want it to be more romantic, or I guess have more meaning since we're just normal romances or something like that. Arg, this is getting complicated. We'll just wait, I said and closed my eyes. This is why the middleman doesn't love you, you absolute disgrace. I overheard it. He hasn't proposed to you yet, right? Ha ha. Pathetic. Someone like you with a past like yours, hell, never love you, either of you, shouted Kiyoshi with rage, but also mockingly, trying to get under our skin. Both of us stopped talking to each other and stared silently at Kiyoshi. Ne-sama, can I take care of it myself? Asked Chiron as she put her phone away. No, Shironi. Older sibling privilege, right? I replied. Excuse you. Like you would know anything about romance. You're such a hopeless case, especially emotionally clueless. We both know that Aaron loves us. Get lost. Unable to contain our anger, we quickly dealt with him. Hearing an idiot like him spout nonsense like that really fouled my mood, and I think it did the same thing to Chiron. Don't listen to him. He's just spouting nonsense. I told my little sister. The shadow soldiers then told us to go meet up with Aaron, and we did just that. When we got back to Sukista, there weren't too many enemies here, since most were being killed by Aaron's shadow soldiers and the other women who had already arrived here. Chiron entered her Chiron mode and flew away and started to take down a bunch of mecha soldiers from the EV faction. I might as well join too, I thought, and changed into my new form. I hadn't given it a name, but Magnia mode. It sounds horrible, but it's the best I can come up with. Maybe I should ask the others first. Okay, fine. Magnia mode is a temporary name. Who am I even arguing with? My hair turned white, and my eyes turned red. Summoning my 16 wings, I flew away and quickly dealt with the other half of the enemies that Chiron left for me. In the distance, it looked like Lavinia finished her own fight and flew towards us. Are you two okay? She asked. We should be asking you that, Naya. I shouted back and pointed at her eyes. However, she smiled and tilted her head and didn't check. Let's get rid of the rest and join Aaron, said Lavinia, and we agreed and killed the rest of the invaders. Nyo? Nia? Nye? I woke up, but to my surprise, everyone else was missing. But I could smell a delicious aroma that was coming from downstairs. We're still in the Hindu realm, right? It felt like I had a very long dream there. I mumbled to myself and got up. I quickly got into the shower that was in the same floor as me and took one. Once done, I left for downstairs. When I got there, Suzaku and Aaron were making breakfast for everyone, so I sat down beside Chiron and hugged her. She played with a handheld gaming console. When did you get that? I asked, still sleepy. Aaron brought it for me a few weeks ago, she replied. I glanced at the game, and it was Jerry Kart. What a strange choice. There are better racing games, Chiron, I see. Aaron, Naya, are we returning home immediately after breakfast? I asked. Depending on the answer of a god, we'll leave immediately or stay for a few hours or a few minutes, he replied. Prithvi Mata, who was with us, added, he probably wants to ask to go to the ocean of milk. I don't know why he's obsessed with it, though. But if he does get permission, we may spend a few minutes or however long he wants to stay there for today. I'm sorry, Aaron, said Lavinia as she gently embraced him. Huh, he replied. I'm sorry we aren't able to set things up just yet, said Lavinia, holding him close. W, what in the world are you talking about? He asked, shocked. That's why you want to go there, right? Lavinia asked, confused. No, I just wanted to see it for myself. Geez, Nia, how in the world did you come to that conclusion? He asked as he kept on cooking. Suzaku was silently giggling to herself after she heard Lavinia ask that. Oh, but when I have a baby someday, they'll let you know right away, and you can visit any time you like, Lavinia declared to him. Aaron just looked troubled and shook his head. Me too, added Gabriel. You're a bad influence on her, Lavinia, I shouted and pointed at the seraph who just smiled at us. As chaotic as ever, said Prithvi as she watched the scene in front of her. Fufu, well, it's always been like this. Come visit our home in Kuo if you can, said Gabriel. I might. We arrived at the meeting place again. But this time it was only Shiva, Indra, Vishnu, and Brahma there. The Tremordi were here along with the King of Heaven. Even though they were there for the meeting, it felt a little more tense today, since it was just them and Sakura. Yo, Mighty Dragon of Justice. I had a blast last night. Anyway, Prithvi-chan said you wanted to ask me for something? Is it a favor? Are you already asking to use it? He asked. Well, whatever. Izil honor our bet. But go ahead, shoot. I was curious about the Kshirosagar or Ocean of Milk. Is it possible to go there? Aaron asked Indra. You want to go there, huh? Makes sense. You're the Mystic Dragon. I wonder what would happen if you consumed a special elixir? He asked himself and looked up at the ceiling. He may gain new powers, added Vishnu. Is it possible for evolution to occur? Asked Brahma. Maybe even an entirely different form? The dragon armor form? Added Shiva. However, as they said that, Aaron's barato twitched. I don't think anything too drastic will happen if he drank the milk, but you never know, it might have some kind of profound effect on him like those Chinese cultivation novels. His abilities might evolve from the ancient techniques to the nursing techniques, mumbled Gabriel, as if she had just reached enlightenment. Oh, the Seraph might have cracked the code there, exclaimed Indra. But you visited, but not for today. I need to check over it for something. We the Hindu gods nearly started another war over that technique, you know? It's a place of neutrality now, not including, well, everywhere now, since we signed that contract for the Alliance, he added. Is that so? They'll come back another time, then well, we'll return home then. Thanks for having us, said Aaron. Sure thing. I want to fight you again in the future, shouted Indra. For a moment, Aaron gained a thoughtful look and turned back to them. He then told them that there was the possibility of an international raiding game tournament, and at the end of it, he would grant the winner a single wish, as well as let them fight him and his own team. Anyone can enter? Asked Shiva. There will be rules, limits, and regulations, but yes, anyone can enter, and there are also rules on the wishes I can grant, so no world destruction or anything like that. Nice. All right, they'll participate in it then. I can't wait for it, said Indra, his excitement rising. Right anyway, goodbye for now, and take care, Aaron said again, and turned to leave. The gods there also saw us off. Once we left the room and were down on the ground, we said our goodbyes to Prithvi. Fufu. Well, they'll see Jean here soon, she said, winked and disappeared. Aaron shook his head, and we finally left for home. Chapter 10, Part 1, Drug Dealer Skyward and School Memories Japan. Kuo Skyward, Household Jean Skyward soliloquy when we arrived home. It was quiet, too quiet, that I became suspicious. Why is it so quiet? Asked Kuroka. It's usually a lot louder than this. Even on calmer days, it's a lot noisier, added Suzuku. As I was about to take the first step, Annie Kiki, the voice of a screeching valley erupted from the elevator as he ran towards me. I sighed and put my hand up. I'll spar with you later. Can you give me some time to unwind? I asked. However, before he could answer me, Lavinia lunged at him and hugged him. Vala looked very uncomfortable. Vakuin, we just came back from a trip. Can you give us some time to get used to the pace here? She asked in a gentle way. Vala's lips twitched, but he agreed in the end, and Lavinia let go of him. He muttered something about seeing me down in the training facility. Niachin can neutralize Lucidrago very quickly. Nyahaha. Kuroka then started looking around the place, trying to detect Akino. Vera Kinoniya? I want to brag to her about my engagement, she said, and skipped away. Well dismissed. We can meet up later and discuss this in a meeting room with Team DXD, and then inform the rest of the Alliance. I told them, and everyone left except for Suzuku, who stayed by my side. Is something wrong? I asked her. Can I stay with you? You'll be going back to my clan later on, so sure thing. I was just planning on going to my office for a bit and sort through the things the Hindu gods might add. They'll just remove anything that isn't relevant. It may be boring, though, I said, but Suzaku insisted on going. So we arrived in my office, and instead of heading to my desk like usual, I moved over to the couch. However, what I found on my desk was an explanation on why everyone was mostly missing, and the one to write it was Grafia. Team/Dog was at an assignment with Fusey again. Something apparently happened in Australia, so Team DXD went to it. The Grimmery Peerage were back in the underworld with her, since they were asked by Surzex and Astery to help with Millicash training. Graphia also went back there to interrogate Euclid more. Reiko and Rose were still apparently in their homeland, and they were coming home a day late. The rest were either in my home doing their usual things or in the training facility. I read this note with Suzaku as I had gone back over to the couch. "Will you be fighting Vala Lucifer?" asked Suzaku. Yeah. I mean, he won't leave me alone otherwise, so he'll have to. But ITL'll be better than being stuck doing this all the time. Though, we'll try to get it done as quickly as possible, I replied and summoned some android fairies. "Do you want help?" She offered. "You'll be doing your own work soon. I don't want to burden you with more work, Suzaku. If anything, Cinchuredo then Valley, and whatever other drama happens after I showed the world, I have another form beyond Juggernaut Overdrive and potentially my queen for my boosted gear," I told her. "I need someone right now. Normally Nia would be attached to me, but she's gone to be with Valley. So are you jealous?" she asked, interrupting me. What? No, she wants to spoil Valley, and she's within her right. You know? You could always leave and spend time with everyone else. It'll be fine you're mopping now, Fufu. I didn't know how to respond, so I simply turned back to the documents that the Hindu gods had made up. I wasn't jealous, that would be weird. Valley and Lavinia have a sibling-type relationship, and I'm pretty sure Valley will have 2 wives, that vampire lady and his team, and Jinba Duman from the Duman clan. Well, if they meet up again, I mean. As I continue to read through them, Suzaku gently grabs my other arm and hugs it. I glanced at her, and she was still smiling at me. "You won't drop this, will you?" I asked. Suzaku simply smiled at me in response. Even though she is very mature, responsible, and kind, she can be very playful or mischievous at times. I'm not jealous, I can tell you that. But at times I wish I was born around the same time as Lavinia and had helped her. We have talked about possibly changing the past, but we don't know if she or anyone else here will stay relatively the same or undergo a drastic change. So, when I evolve, it'll only do minor changes to this world. But everywhere else, well, you already know. But if you have access to everything at that point, can't you just prevent or simply not have anything change? Force a change on something else, but not have the rippling effect that theoretically be possible, right? She asked me. My chest suddenly shines in comptoir. Answer: it should be possible, yes. He will have control of everything at that point. Add, remove, change laws, concepts, and anything you can think of. Nothing will be beyond him at that point. And what about now? I asked Comptoir. She goes silent for a few seconds before she spoke again. Comptoir. Answer: it seems I'm allowed to say this then. You have always had access to it, but your evolution will just change your body to be able to handle it. If you were to use it right now, you would essentially destroy yourself. Just like how you change from a hybrid to an outer god. The abilities are there, but they're locked so you won't hurt yourself. This is because Azathoth knew your character very well and how most of your earlier jobs were just a reckless charge for you. What? I asked, a bit confused. Barato. No, it's nothing. You still don't have that part of your memories. Anyway, certain things you can't do because your body can't handle them. Compare it to Midoriya and his use of Wefe. His body needed to slowly get used to it, but if he went past a certain threshold, he'd just injure himself. It's times a million for you. You just outright die if you tried it. And you know the state of Azathoth right now. I slightly sighed. So let me get this straight. When I evolved, my body changed, enabling me to use my powers, except certain ones since it would kill me. But since I reached my first requirement, I've had more access to them. And now, since I'm nearing my second requirement, Cinchuredo, even doing something small, will kill me. I asked. Yes. What part will kill you did you not understand? Aaron muttered Suzaku, as she looked at me with an upset expression too. Okay, I want. The doors suddenly swung open and Lavinia barged in and jumped towards me. Don't, she shouted, and I caught her. She was already crying for some reason, and I started to comfort her. What happened to staying with Valley? I asked. He started to avoid me, which upset me, so I came up here, but then I heard you might die, making me more upset, she said and buried her head in my chest. I'm not dying, though. You were close to it, snapped Comptoir. Comptoir then told Lavinia what we talked about, and she started to lightly hit me on the chest. No, you can't die also. I've been meaning to ask again. Did he die during his first evolution? She asked Comptoir. However, Kuntor simply closed her eyes and left. That wasn't really encouraging, you know? I said to her, but also got no response. Lavinia, no. Both of them looked at me worriedly. It'll be fine, even if I die. It's only temporary, I told them. But that wasn't the right answer, as they seemed to get even more upset. It's probably going to happen, and we can't do anything about it, so I can't really say anything about it without me sounding like an asshole. So let's just leave it at that, okay? I asked them. You weren't awake for your first evolution, right? Asked Lavinia. I wasn't. I, along with Drake and Albion, were put to sleep, and by the time we woke up, I had finished evolving, I replied. Did you suspect anything at the time? Asked Suzaku. Honestly? No. I was too excited with evolving and began exploring our universe. However, I found no other life here, so we might be the only ones in our universe that's alive, which was a bit disappointing. Well, it's not like this universe was anywhere near what I knew, since a lot of things have been different, so my knowledge was only useful in certain instances. But when I look back at both of them, they seem to be in deep thought, so I went back to reading and sorting through the documents. As I picked up another one, it was one of Indra's suggestions, and it said have a fighting tournament every year. That would be very expensive, and I doubt everyone would want to fight every year. Some would probably want to get stronger first, right? Now that I think about it, how often will this international rating game occur? Every year? Every 2, 3, 4, 5, 10? You'll need to speak to the other organizers about this. I guess Tiamat, Azazel, and Ajuka should be the first ones he'll speak to. I mean, at that point in time, I can just conjure any amount of money I want, so it's not about the lack of finances, but I do wonder what wishes the winners will want. I think ID suggests every 5 years. I think that's more than reasonable. ITLL also give any teams that want to participate enough time to train and get stronger so they'll have a better chance of winning or finding new teammates for this team. The International Rating Game Tournament will happen in the future, probably after Rias, Aquino, Ingvild, Sona, Tsubaki, Kyoheim, and I graduate. The idea of implementing tryouts for my team in the future has crossed my mind. I can pick from a lot of people, so I was thinking of having tryouts for members in the future. I know the spot for Queen will be sought after by a lot. So you haven't picked your teammates yet? Asked Suzaku. No, Aurelia also wants to make her own team. I think as I was about to continue, the door opened and the woman of the hour appeared. It was Aurelia. I didn't think you would be talking about me, Aaron Sama, but I do have a list of potential candidates. I just finished training a few of the Alliance members down there. Will you look through the list? She asked and sat down on the opposite couch. Sure thing, and good job, I replied, and she pulled out a piece of paper and gave it to me. I looked through it, and it was a fascinating lineup. Team Golden Rakshasa, Centuredo Dragon, in talks, can be put as a rook. I thought Uria might try to get into my team, but I assumed that you spoke with Tiamat about this already? I asked her. The possible candidates of her team were quite interesting. I'm even more surprised that Rossweiss wants to be queen in her team, even I thought she might ask to be in mine. Also, she already has Kuroka, Ravel, and Akaza as definite team members. I have, since I'm essentially playing for you. Just like Chow Chow, she saw no problem with it. I also asked Uryu Nakiri about it, and he didn't mind. In fact, he said it would be an honor. The Dragon Fufu. I do hope he accepts, seeing as how he essentially wants to be a subordinate of yours, said Aurelia. I had a sneaking suspicion on who it is, but I won't say it yet. I'm surprised you didn't ask more of the Electa to be on your team. Also, did you approach Ravel, or did she approach you? I asked. She approached me after she heard I was recruiting a team for a future event. She accepted the bishop position and will be the one that creates the plans and strategies for the team. I am capable of it, but I wish to see her grow in that aspect, she explained. What about Akaza and Kuroka? Kuroka, she has her own reasons, but she wanted to fight her previous team, Team Valley, if given the opportunity. Akaza wanted to join since we would have the opportunity to fight strong opponents during it, said Aurelia. Since Team Red Dragon Emperor of Blazing Truth won't exist in this universe, Rias will essentially have the same team, right? Or will she still try to recruit Vasco Strata and Crumcrutch in her team? There is no limit, and she can swap out reserve members after all Comptoir. Answer. Don't forget about Valerie not being on her team. All right, she became the designated healer once Asia left her peerage too. But now, I'm really curious to know how the new team will perform. It would essentially be full of powerhouses. If we laid out Team Rias Gremory, King Rias Gremory, Queen Aquino Himajima Knight, Zenobia Corda Knight, Kiba Yudo Rook Vasco Strata Rook Chiron Tishu, Bishop Asia, Argento Bishop Gasper Vladi Pawn. 8. Krom Kruch Reserve Members. Lint Selza Knight Pawn, she's still missing a rook, and all 8 pawns are peerage after all. So her team for the tournament should be set for that. What about you, Aaron Sama? Do you have your team ready yet? She asked. No, I replied and told her my plans. I see. Well, whoever they may be, it will surely be the strongest team in the tournament to face the last exhibition match, Fufu. If we do win, I do look forward to fighting you. What wish do you want? I asked. I do not have one. However, I will leave it to the others, so essentially Rosweiss, Skathack, Afe, Kuroka, Ravel, Uryu, and the Dragon. The other Electa have said they do not have anything they want since we can just ask you directly. She explained and chuckled. Well, they're right about that. They could just ask me, but those guys, huh? Kuroka might ask for food or something serious. The rest I'm unsure about. But Rose might ask for something specific. I would like to say that I don't aim to win everything. The same with the other Electa that are joining me. What we aim to do is let these young ones experience a various number of things. Skathack and Afe will also be part of that group, but also wish to win since they also want to wish for something, said Aurelia. So you won't be constantly aiming to win? Well, at least hold back to make it entertaining for the ones watching, I told her. Of course, that was the plan from the start. The other Electa already knew that. However, if we come across teams that have been to your pocket dimension or training facility, we want hold back and treat them like proper opponents. The same with some God class teams. Well, that's to be expected. If you didn't, they'd probably feel insulted, and it'd make this entire event even better. So you better do that, I told her. Apart from having a team, what about your team's name? You surely have that, right? She asked. Team name, I muttered. I hadn't thought about that, but I guess having a team name wouldn't be bad. But I wasn't sure what it would be. I know Issei had Team Red Dragon Emperor of Blazing Truth, and Valley would surely follow the same path with Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star. I haven't, but it'll cross that line when I need to. I still need members after all, I replied, and she accepted my answer. I will get moving then. Sorry for interrupting you, she said and left. While I looked back at the 2 women with me, they were still in deep thought. I want to participate in the tryouts, both of them said at the same time. They then looked at each other silently, and an even bigger rivalry was brewing. I know the 5 principal clans have relaxed a bit, but is it fine? You are the head of the Himajima clan. We'll be okay? I asked Izuku. Yes, it should be fine. I will make arrangements for it. But it's as you said, your team will essentially be the last team that's going to play in the tournament. I believe I can spare a day, Aaron. I nodded. That makes sense, though. Depending on the type of raiding game we'll play, it may last more than a day. Especially the one-day-long war raiding game. I will talk to Fusey about taking my place in Team/Dog, and will soon retire from the team. But I won't mind doing future missions with them if they require my help, said Lavinia. So she's finally going to leave, huh? The Ice Princess departure from Team/Dog. As for her future career, I'll assume she wants to be involved in my work. So I'll think of something other than being a personal assistant since there are way too many people competing for that already. And if she refuses? I don't think she will. Fusey may be a bit quiet, but she's like any other girl in person, Aaron. She'll enjoy spending time with others, even without voicing it. As we continue to talk to each other, another person knocked on my office's door. I told them to come in, and it was valid to our surprise. Are you coming down? He asked. How long has it been? I asked back. He gave me a confused look and said, It's been around 2 hours since you came back. I didn't think we had been in here for 2 hours. I looked at the clock on the wall and saw that 2 hours did really pass. I sighed and shook my head and summoned an avatar. Can you finish these for me? I asked him, and he nodded. All right, Valen, let's go, I told him, and we left for the training facility. Third-person point of view once in the training facility, Aaron noticed that there were multiple groups there. They were hard at work. He also noticed that Drake and Albion were busy training Haru and Yuru. Once he was done with Valley, he would go over there and check on them. Valley led them to a different spot near his team that were being trained by Aurelia and the first-generation Sun Wukong. Gene boy, I heard you went to my gods. How was it? I also saw the match. Good work on the win over Sakura, said first-gen Wukong. It was fine. They were all quite nice and thank you, replied Aaron. Come on. I can't wait forever, said Valley impatiently. All right, I'm coming, replied Aaron as he walked over to him. So, same rules as when we first fought? He asked and smiled at remembering their first fight. Yeah, but I'm going all out as soon as it starts. Fight me with your own divine dividing, replied Valley. How troublesome. Very well. Aaron didn't mind and went along with his little brother's request. He glanced to his side and Lavinia seemed troubled. Who do I cheer for? Vakuin or Aaron? She asked herself and put a hand on her cheek. Why not both of them? It's just a sparring match and there are no stakes, replied Shizuka. As they spoke to each other, a crowd started to gather near them, as they also wanted to watch the sparring match between Aaron and Valley. Okay, go Vakuin, go Gene, shouted Lavinia and waved to the two. He'll be the arbiter then, said first-gen Wukong. Are you two ready? He asked them. Yeah, they both replied. Sun Wukong nodded. Begin, he shouted. Valley quickly entered his balance breaker and started chanting. I, who is about to awaken the shallow thoughts of the past wielders of divine, dividing flowered out of valid gems. What we strengthen is the height of the heavenly dragon. The path we go is the road of the domination of the white dragon emperor. We stop the infinite and devour the dream. The past wielders did not have any grudges or hatred anymore. They were simply filled with an overwhelming sense of fighting spirit. It was due to Vala subduing them with his own fighting spirit and dreams of surpassing both Great Red and Aaron. I am the white dragon emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure emperor of white dragon, and I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut Overdrive. Valley donned the silvery white armor, different to the one that Aaron possessed. This was his Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. He retracted his helmet and smiled confidently at Aaron. Now bring yours out, he said. Geoveaken, shouted Lavinia, which made Vala blush. You certainly worked hard, replied Aaron as he entered his own balance breaker and his own Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive without chanting. Are you not going to use the new armor? Asked Valley. Baby steps, Valley. Let's see how much you improved, all right? Valley smirked and flew towards Aaron. When he arrived in front of him, he did a few feints and threw an uppercut his way, yet Aaron calmly dodged it and threw his own punch at Valley, who barely managed to block it and was blown away. This did not deter Valley, as he immediately flew back and exchanged blows with Aaron. A giant grin plastered across his face. However, after a few seconds of that, he jumped back and put his hand out. Aaron did the same thing, and divide. Both Albion and Amorous voice shouted. But only one of them worked, and Valley grimaced. That's just unfair, he said and frowned at Aaron. Your divine dividing abilities still won't work on me. Valley, it's better to compress. Compression divider. Aaron also countered with his own compression divider, and the two canceled each other out. He shook his head at Valley disappointedly. There are no rules in a real fight, shouted Valley, and he flew towards Aaron again. Well, this isn't exactly a death battle, replied Aaron as he dodged Valley's attempts at punching him. Valley continued his assault, as he mixed in some martial arts which surprised Aaron. He hadn't thought Valley would try to learn a fighting style. Martial arts? Aaron asked as he dodged a powerful punch from Valley. I didn't think you'd learn that, Valley. Because of my loss to that Phantasma member, I wanted to expand my knowledge even more and learn some, replied Valley, and both his and Aaron's fists collided, forcing them away from each other. Valley fired several powerful demonic balls at Aaron, and he got rid of them using Compression Divider. He'll admit, you have gotten stronger, Valley. But you need to be stronger for whatever future opponents show up that will challenge Team DXD. I know that, so use that armor. Valley demanded, and Aaron chuckled. Aaron knew that he didn't need to use it, but still decided to respect his little brother's wishes. Fine, you asked for it, replied Aaron. He put his right hand on his heart and started to chant. The pure white dragon dwelling within me. Rise up from your supremacy, the pure, everlasting outer God I possess within me. Claim the throne of the beginning, the jet-black God of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable creator of realities. We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath thou shalt bow before our bright and glorious existence. Behold, the heavens tremble, the cosmos shudders, the infinite expanse resounds with divine power. Aaron entered his Diablo's outer god form and faced Valley. Valley took down his helmet again and grinned. Let's go. The young Lucifer shouted and flew towards him. Valley cocked his arm back and covered his fist with demonic energy. He then threw his punch at Aaron, who also met his punch, but to his surprise and horror, once their fists collided, Valley's entire armor was shattered. Aaron had barely put any power into his punch, but he still shattered Valley's juggernaut overdrive armor. What? Aaron followed it up by kicking Valley in the chest and launching him away. Valley, Albion shouted with concern. I'm fine, he replied and coughed up some blood. Jean, Lavinia shouted from the sidelines. Aaron retracted his helmet and gave her a troubled look. He wasn't trying to hurt him, but injuries were still going to happen while they fought, so this was inevitable. Lavinia knew that, but was still a bit upset at her fiancé. She sighed and went back to silently cheering for the both of them. Not yet, shouted Valley as his armor was re-equipped, and he flew back at Aaron. Both of them clashed for the next few minutes until Valley's timer on his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive started to run out, and the young Lucifer was breathing hard. I can keep going, he said with difficulty. You're clearly exhausted. We could spar another time, Valley. Let's stop for now, said Aaron as he looked at Valley with concern. Everyone else in the room had gone back to their own training, motivated to continue after seeing the short exchange between Aaron and Valley. Aaron walked over to the still panting Valley and put a hand on his shoulder. Rest, he said, and Valley's armor disappeared, and he fell unconscious. Aaron caught him and shook his head. Geez, you really are troublesome, muttered Aaron and smiled. He was just excited to fight you, said the other Albion. Oh, I know, he replied and exited his armor and placed Valley in one of the resting areas. Jean Skyward's soliloquy. I looked at the sleeping Valley and sighed again. I know he wants to get stronger, kill Rise of him, and also protect his biological mother. I also knew that he had been checking up on her, so I'd been helping them too. Last time I sent them a relatively large check and had around 20 shadow soldiers protecting them. Valley's mother's memories had been completely wiped after the death of his father. Rise of him probably didn't want to deal with her and just erased her memories and left her to fend for herself. Fortunately, Valley's mother started a new life for her, and he has half-siblings. The only thing that Valley wanted was a normal family. That's the illusion that was shown to him during his death match with Azidaka. He really wants to catch up to you, huh? Asked Lavinia as she arrived beside me and started stroking Valley's hair. I mean, don't most younger siblings look up to their older siblings when they were younger? I just see it as that, I replied as I looked at Valley. Well, if they aren't jerks to each other, then what I said still holds true. Vako and I stopped her and said, I know, that's why I'm helping her out, but I doubt he knows that I am, and that's fine. But if he asks me in the future, then I'll tell him. Lissa Drago-sama just wants a family after all, even if he won't admit it himself. Lavinia stopped stroking his hair, grabbed my arm, and kissed me. I was a little taken aback, but I still kissed her back. She said nothing and went back to stroking Valley's hair. What in the world was that? You know, I'm wondering if you're really not dense or not, said Elsha. Huh? Hell learn. They all do, added Amorous. Cool Academy, what's wrong with you two idiots? I asked. It had been a few days since, and I was back in school. It was early morning, and I found Kuda and Najima in the classroom already. Both looked exhausted, though, like they hadn't slept at all. Can't sleep nightmares, or I'm just hallucinating, replied Kuda. Same, I can't sleep. Some woman that calls herself Lilith keeps appearing in my dreams or room. It's like sleep paralysis or something, added Najima. I had noticed some demonic bats and other creatures trying to spy on me before, but I simply killed them. But the name Lilith caught my attention. Did they mean the mother of all devils from the 72 pillars? If so, can you tell me more about these dreams? I asked. Here, eat these. They'll make you energetic, I said, and gave them the pills I gave Azazel from the start of summer break. They looked skeptical and both ate them, but they immediately perked up. Holy wow, what is this? It feels like I just slept for an entire month, shouted Kuda as he started to jump up and down. Right. Holy cow. I want more, demanded Najima. I'll give you both one more if you tell me about those dreams of yours, I told them, and they agreed. First, Kuda started. It started around a week ago or something. I started seeing shadows from the corner of my eyes, but when I looked at them, there was nothing there. From there, it escalated. I put it off as me stressing about upcoming tests and us graduating, but now I'm not sure. Anyway, the dreams were as weird. All I kept seeing were creatures and some lady just talking to herself, something about some kind of game or whatever the heck she says. Oh, something about some kind of dragon, right? Added Najima. Yeah, like some dragon show or whatever. She keeps saying she wants to meet him or something, exclaimed Kuda. Yeah, Censuredo, otherwise they won't be able to sleep for 2 months straight. It was a lie, it won't have that effect, but I didn't want them abusing it, so they store it somewhere safe, but I wasn't expecting Lilith of all people to try to contact me. No, maybe she had been trying to, and I had just been killing all the creatures she made if I look at it from that angle. Then I'm the one who's been delaying this. But why? Well, we know that the original Lucifer treated her terribly, and now her current body is being controlled by Hades, presumably, said Drake. The 2 heavenly dragons had joined me today since they left the training for the next few days to Ophis and Irene. She may have a new body, and they are still using her old body to mass-produce Satan-class to super devil-class artificial devils. She may want to side with the Alliance as to why. I wouldn't know. It's better to ask her ourselves, added Albion. I walked out of the classroom and made my way to the rooftop. On the way there, I came across Sona and Sabaki. Where are you going? Sona asked me. Rooftop. That's prohibited, she replied and looked at me unamused. Even better, they'll see you guys when class starts, I said and walked up the stairs, but to my surprise, they followed me. They didn't speak, though, so when I arrived at the rooftop, they just stood there and I moved near the fence. I think Lilith, Lucifer's wife, is alive and is trying to contact me, I replied after looking at the students coming to school. What? She's Lilith? She's alive? Sona asked, a bit shocked. I told them about what Kuda and Najima had told me. At first, they were skeptical, but as soon as I mentioned them saying the dragon, they began to believe them. What do you plan on doing? Asked Tsubaki. Well, they'll confront her. If she really wants to switch sides, then we'll have even more information on the enemy. We know where their base is now, and Velgrind is searching the multiverse for me. So if Lilith has anything useful or information that Avetsa didn't have, then we can be better prepared for the upcoming attacks. We know that there will be attacks, but not on the locations, only vague estimates. Grigori, Heaven, the Underworld, the 5 principal clans, and the Sacred Beasts. Sona listed out the possible locations of the attacks. Well, the Halloween operation is coming up. We know they'll target the families of the 5 principal clans, maybe even the Sacred Beasts, so they'll try to get in contact with the Chinese Pantheon, but if not, they'll just do a quick visit and explain the situation, I told them. I didn't know when to go to the Chinese Pantheon. However, seeing as how this operation may be 2 parts, I didn't want to risk it for the safety of Suzaku and the other inheritors of the Sacred Beasts. Do you need any help with it? I can contact the Satans, offered Sona. No, it's fine. While we know the original Satans are back, the majority of the Alliance and Supernatural don't know that Lilith is alive. Heck, not even the girls at home. You 2 are probably the first to know, but I do plan on telling them tonight. Anyway, just leave this small issue to me for now. When I need help, I'll ask you, okay? All right, I understand. But it's strange that she didn't hurt those 2, said Sona. Well, maybe she really did have a change of heart. I'm mused. If she was trapped in that giant flesh for years on end, then finally found by his own son, but only to be used by Hades when he dies, I would also have a lot of things going through my head, though. This is merely speculation on my part. I wouldn't know why wants to change sides until I talk to her. I find it hard to believe. If the original Satans didn't, why would Lilith Sama of all devils change so suddenly? asked Sona. I have some information that may change that line of thinking, but I'll tell you later tonight. If you have time, bring your peers to my home, all right? Very well. We'll go back to the classroom then, Aaron. Also, come down as soon as you can, she told me. Sure, I replied. However, I didn't hear them leave. When I turned back to glance at Sona, she was waiting there rather impatiently. Haha, sorry. I guess I'm spoiling you out too, huh? I said and walked over to her. She didn't deny it, and I greeted her warmly. Satisfied with that, she left with Tsubaki, who gave me a strange look. So, what do we do now? Asked Drake. They'll go to both of their houses and check if there's anything strange. This town is under my barrier, so it's generally impossible to get in unless they use lapis items. I'm guessing Lilith has some item of that nature. I replied to the dragon. After school then, huh? Yeah. When I arrived back in the classroom, it was chaos as usual. The two that I gave the snack to were full of energy and were basically bouncing off the walls of the classroom. The students there looked at me with annoyance, Sona, or amusement. The rest of them, because I'm assuming those two told them. Our mystery gift giver is back. Both of them shouted. Don't call me that. I replied as I sat back down in my seat. How much? A few other guys approached me and asked me. What? I looked at them in confusion, and they went on to ask for the pills that I gave Najima and Kuda. 1,000,000 yen per pill, I told them, and they became speechless. That's too expensive, you bastard. They shouted. But the two idiots I call friend started snickering to themselves. Fu-fu-fu. Hoo-hoo-hoo. We each have one more from Skyward Sama. We are gods, they announced, and then immediately got jumped. A small brawl started as they started to hit and grab at Kuda and Najima. Should I help? I asked myself. I was technically the reason this started, but what on earth are you idiots doing so early in the morning? Asked Azazel as he popped his head into our classroom. He yawned to emphasize that he was tired. They then started telling him about the legendary pill I gave my two friends, and Azazel snickered. Ah, that. Yeah, Gene gave me that since I'm the Occult Research Club supervisor. They're pretty good. I ran out, though, so they'll ask for more from him, he said and left. You didn't know you only ever got that once during summer, right? He's trying to get a rise out of them, and it worked as they started screaming louder at each other. But they stopped hitting my friends, and they ran away, probably to Griselda to get patched up. 1,000 yen. 2,000 yen. A few of them gathered around me again, but before I could continue, another teacher came in and calmed them down. They also asked if I was dealing drugs, to which I denied. Though they were skeptical, they accepted my answer. Lunch, I was back on the school's rooftop. The rumor spread about me having magical pills that energize you, so people were hounding me about it, so I escaped to here. Most wouldn't come here since they'll get in trouble with Sona, so it's one of my safe havens. Right now, I was scanning all of Kuo, but there were no signs of Lilith or her monsters. However, is that the group Leanne told me about before I left for the Hindu Pantheon? I asked myself. I saw a group that had around 6 members. They all wore skin-tight black bodysuits and masks. It looked like they were trying to be ninjas, but failing at it. Then Leanne and the stalwarter appeared in front of them, and they threw a smoke bomb to the ground and ran away. One of them tripped and was dragged away by his group. I was just confused, but I'll ask Leanne about it now. Leanne, I just saw that. Can you come to the school's rooftop and tell me more about it? I asked her. After that, she appeared behind me along with the stalwarter. That stalking, Aaron-chan, Fufu, teased Enya. You have this kind of strange habit, I didn't know. I will take it into account, said Ines. What the heck are you two talking about? Duvalai asked confused. Ignoring the trio, Leanne came to my side and looked down at the students. They've been doing that quite recently. However, they are humans, perhaps magicians, very new and immature magicians. Nevertheless, some like playing ninja and always fled that way, she said. Human magicians that want to play ninjas, huh? Let's assume they only found out about the supernatural. Why choose to go here? Maybe they found out about a few devils here and wanted to get into contact with them, or they know of your status and want to meet you. You're quite well known now, said Leanne. That's also an option. But in the end, I wouldn't know until I asked them. So, if they come back, they'll confront them. But for now, they'll focus on Lilith and whatever may come after that. I glanced back at Leanne, who had been staring at me, and said, when they come back, let me handle it. If you want to accompany them, feel free. But I want to get to the bottom of this. Very well, she replied and turned around. I stopped her and asked, by the way, why didn't you make a team for the future tournament? I do not see the need to make one. However, I want to stop those three if they wish to participate. Aurelia has tried to recruit Duvalai, and she is thinking about it. However, if she does, she will need to fight for that spot, as there are two others, correct? She asked. Yeah, Era and Yuru, I replied and looked at the trio. Duvalai was still getting teased back and forth between the two, and she was getting quite angry. Meanwhile, Aif and Haru will compete for the other night position. Leanne came back over and gave me a peck on the lips before she left with a starter. I may as well rest up before I confront both Lilith and whatever the hell those ninja magicians are doing. As I passed by a certain part of the school on my way to my classroom, I came across a certain scene. Hi, Majima-san. Are you really engaged, Eugene? A male's voice asked Akino. Oh, juicy drama. Shup'm? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Asked Akino. Why? He asked. Why? Repeated Akino, sounding confused. Why did you pick him? Didn't he say he had a foreign girlfriend? Isn't that two-timing? The guy asked. Well, he wasn't joking about having many admirers, though, said Akino nonchalantly. Were you being serious? He asked, shocked. Yes, I am. In part of the circle. Is it a problem to you? She asked. However, the guy didn't answer, and I eventually saw him as he walked past me, and he angrily looked at me. I finally rounded the corner and saw Akino, who looked confused but walked over and embraced me. What was that about? I asked. Maybe they were jealous of Lord Sama, she said and giggled. I didn't know him, but he asked me out earlier before you arrived. Though it's not the first time that happened this year, she said and sighed. As popular as always, Great One-sama. So many girls in this school would kill to have that kind of popularity, you know? I pointed out to her. It's tiring, though, having to act a certain way in school. I'd rather be myself like when we're at home. But you're also quite popular yourself, you know? For all the wrong reasons, I added and we laughed. Well, I guess I'm popular with the sport clubs, but apart from that, it varies not that I care, though. As long as I have my friends here, and you guys, my remaining school life is fulfilling enough. Remaining school life, muttered Akino. She then looked up at me, a mischievous smile on her face. Hey, come with me. I think Griselda-sensei will be okay with it. Akino didn't let me answer as she pulled me away towards the infirmary. Once we arrived in front of it, she told me to stay outside while she spoke with Griselda inside. After around 2 minutes, she came back out and pulled me in. Sincerado, a lot of things have been happening lately. We rarely have time for this, I replied and put a barrier around the infirmary. How did you even get Griselda to agree to this? Akino smiled and said, so she could listen to us and learn? She added a cute head tilt at the end, and I chuckled at her. Sincerado, they held me close in a warm embrace. Every time she moved, I held her tighter. Did you just? I asked as I stepped back from her. Why, yeah, are you okay? She replied, you're wonderful when you're like this. You make me so happy, I told her. Sincerado right now. At school, with a few minutes left of lunch, I was spending time with my fiancée, playfully teasing her as she laughed and let one of my friends overhear it all. The thought of it was actually pretty exciting. Sincerado. I felt the curtains move, and someone was watching us. It was probably Griselda. However, we were interrupted when the door to the infirmary room opened. Excuse me. Griselda-sensei, what are you doing? Asked a female student. I was just checking on a student who was sick. Please don't disturb them. Sincerado, I leaned back down and whispered into her ear, you are quite the troublemaker. Does the idea of someone unexpected showing up make you nervous? In response, she smiled and gave me a barato on the cheek before we stepped away from the table together. In reaching my limit, Akino shouted at me telepathically. Why is there a squeaking sound? Asked the female student. I've asked the school about it. There may be some rats here, and they apparently are going to try to exterminate them today after school. So just stay away from that spot. I did set up traps over there, replied Griselda. I didn't think the school would be that kind of place. Everywhere I've been to has been quite clean. There are some spots that get overlooked, but don't worry, it should be fixed by the end of the day, she reassured the student. That makes sense. Senchurado, let's have a family, she whispered into my ear after briefly separating from me. I was overwhelmed with emotion, and I didn't expect Aquino to say that to me. The moment felt incredibly bravado and unforgettable, and she laughed softly, saying it was so exciting. Senchurado, but Aquino and Aaron had mysteriously disappeared after lunch. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find them, nor could I detect them. I asked my other servants, but they also didn't know. But Chiron did say if it's those two, they're probably off somewhere together being lovey-dovey. I mean, Aquino Senpai does want to make memories here, though we're all guilty of that. I even asked Yudo Yumi about it, and she likewise didn't know where they had disappeared to, but also agreed with Chiron's theory. If I did believe that, where would they go to? I waited for the rest of the humans to leave and asked the remaining devils here with me. I also told them what Chiron had said. Ingvild, you seem to have an idea of where it might be at, I said. Well, Aquino did say she wanted to gather everyone at the school's infirmary during our 100-year stay. I wasn't sure if she was being serious or not, and knowing Griselda-sen, she may humor them as if she does want to be a good wife to him, said Ingvild. We immediately ran towards the infirmary, with Ingvild behind us, shouting, "It's just a theory, though." No, Senchurado. Oh, hey, it's already after school, huh? Sorry about that. We kind of got carried away, said Aaron as he awkwardly chuckled. No one said anything, apart from Aquino, who muttered something rude under her breath about the situation. Senchurado, she then shook her head and said, "Pete put some clothes on." As she looked away, he was still in a state of undress after all. Haha, sorry. He clicked his fingers and put some clothes on. He also cleaned Aquino up and tucked her in properly. I do have some business after this, so Najima and Kuda should be looking for me, he mumbled. They did approach us earlier and said that if you showed up to see him at Najima's bakery, said Ingvild, who was patting a sleeping Aquino's head. Aquino, wake up. I walked over to my queen and gently shook her. Thankfully, she woke up, and I told her, "We still have contracts to do tonight. Are you up for it?" Riasa Fufu, I'm very refreshed and ready to fight Trihexa. So contracts won't be a problem, she said and got up. My baby is here after all, she said happily. I haven't him just joking. Aaron, geez, you're no fun sometimes, she said and kissed him on the cheek. Let's get moving then, President. She then got up and walked towards the door. She really lives life at her own pace. I shook my head and parted ways with everyone. We'll be back by tonight. See you then, I said and left. Jean's skyward soliloquy, well, it'll get going then, I said, and turned away, but was stopped by Ingvild. I'm coming with you. Apparently Yuasan is going there since she's dating Najima-kun, explained Ingvild. Sure, I don't mind. See you later tonight, Sona. You will be punished later, Aaron, said Sona as she left, still looking a bit flustered. Finally, we walked over to Griselda, who had her hand on her heart. Sorry about that, Griselda. I wasn't expecting the session with Aquino to take so long. And no, it's fine. It was a learning experience. I believe I know you a little bit more and can prepare, she said, and looked away. Is that so? Well, we'll see you tonight then, I said, and kissed her, which made her blush even more. Yes, take care and return home safe. You too, Ingvild. Yes, Griselda-sensei. Ingvild and I made our way to the Najima bakery. We had been there before while we hung out with her friend group along with mine. It was an interesting experience. It was the first time Ingvild acted jealous, since she's usually supportive and open. Have you been here since that one visit we did? Asked Ingvild. Yeah, a few times, mostly to buy their bread and say hello. I mean, most of the time we're pretty busy, right? How's your music career coming along, by the way? I asked back. It's fine. I recorded my second album and plan to release it soon. Shigeon also helped, and so well get credit for that. But I released a teaser on my YouTube and DeviTube channel yesterday. What's it called? They'll listen to it later, I asked. Pride Kakumii. When I heard that, I froze on the inside. How did Ingvild write up a Honeywork song? I swear, if Azathoth is the one feeding her this, then I'm seriously going to scold her once I save her. Of course, I'll have a few things to say to her once we finally talk to. Wait a minute. Is that why you asked me to say those lines? I snapped my head at her and asked in semi-horror, which made Ingvild laugh. You finally caught on, huh? She asked. and whipped a tear from her eye. Yep, that's why I asked you to say those words very dramatically. Wait, so I remembered back and started to say the lyrics of that section. We'll keep on fighting. I'm not afraid. You are here. Ingvald stopped me and said the next line. I am here. She looked at me, and I continued. Please wait for me. It's all right. I will not lose. And she finished it off. They'll believe in that. I smirked and said, I really like that part. It was such a strange section to post. I'm guessing it's near the end of the song, right? It is. You really sound like you know about it already, she said and squinted her eyes at me. Skyward-sama, censurado. He left, saying he had a sudden date with Hashimoto-san, his girlfriend TSH. He explained and clicked his teeth. Don't complain. We spent some time together with him earlier, Higuro, said Yua in a scolding manner to Najima. It's been a while, Jean-san Ingvald. Yua then went up to Ingvald and they high-fived. Najima Higuro, or Higuro Najima. I'll mostly call these guys by their family names. The same with Kuda Kikiho, or Kikiho Kuda. I never really called them by their first name. I never knew why, but it just stuck. It would feel weird if I started now, but maybe you'll surprise them at graduation. Who knows, I brought some food too, if that makes any better, I said to him. Well, whatever you make is delicious, so I won't complain. My parents will also like them too, answered Najima. We stood beside each other and watched Yua and Ingvald speak to each other. So, how far are you with Yua-san? I asked. What's it to you? He asked back a bit flustered. I was just curious, man. You don't need to tell me either, I replied. Nothing. We're really close, though. We started talking about what college we're going to. Thankfully, she's also attending Kuo Academy College Division, so we'll be together even there. But no, we haven't gone past just kissing, he said while blushing. Good for you, man. You better invite me to the wedding, I replied. What the hell, yin? That's years in the future. He half shouted and smacked me on the shoulder. I just laughed at him as he kept on muttering himself. After a few more minutes of speaking to each other, the two girls finally finished and walked over to us. Najima became flustered when Yua peered at his face, but Ingvald just came to my side and hugged my arm. Do you really know all these people, man? He asked a bit incredulous. I'm also curious about that, Jean-san, said Yua, while I was about to answer them, when Ingvald turned my head and kissed me, shocking the both of them. As if that wasn't convincing enough. Ah, giant. The familiar voice of Lavinia rang out, and she ran over to us. Immediately, she bear-hugged me as soon as she arrived. TTT, the foreigner girlfriend, shouted Najima. She's real. It would be stranger if she wasn't real, Najima, I replied and gave him a strange look. Why are you here, Lavinia? Asked Ingvald. I was out with Kanami-chan and Natsum-chan to get some ingredients for dinner. I spotted you, so I came over. They should be coming over too, replied Lavinia, and on cue, Natsum and Kanami appeared a few seconds later. Oh, Jean, I didn't think we'd see you in this part of town, said Kanami. You did buy things from here before, sis. Are you going to buy something in there? Asked Natsum as she pointed to the bakery shop. Yeah, let's go, I said and turned around. Everyone here lives together with him. If that's your next question, Najima-kun. We all live with Jean too, explaining Ingvald. Both Najima and Yua became speechless. Once we entered the shop, I ordered my shadow soldiers to investigate the entire home and report back anything they find suspicious. I also had some canvass the entire neighborhood. We walked up to the counter, and Najima's dad finally turned around. Vel, oh, Jin, it's been a while since you came back. Are you here for something? He asked. I just wanted to visit and buy some stuff, I replied. I turned to the girls and said, go ahead and buy anything you want. They agreed and walked away to pick up what they want. See, can you afford all that? Asked Najima nervously. Yeah, I make money on the side, and it wouldn't be a stretch to say that I'm a millionaire. Millionaire, he says, do we even have a word that's beyond a billionaire? Are there trillionaires? Comptoir. Answer. There are no trillionaires in the human world or population, but there are in supernatural society. At most, there are billionaires among the humans. Millionaire. Jean, what on earth have you been doing after school? Asked Najima's dad. Business. Oh, and it's nothing illegal. I can assure you of that, I told them. Though I can't guarantee to them that it's something they're aware of. I'm also here for another reason. I heard Najima, Higuro, and Kuda had been having weird dreams and nightmares, so I was wondering if you had them too? I asked. Najima's dad looked at me, then at Najima. He then put a thumb under his chin and thought about it. He really seemed to be thinking about it. Bueno, Jean-chan, I'm glad you're here. Oh, more company. His group grew, said Najima's mom. Are you here to visit? Will you try my new bread? I am, and I don't mind, I replied to her. Happy with my answer, she left to get her experimental bread, and the father and son duo looked horrified. Man, how can you eat my mom's bread? We tried even after you gave her advice, but it's still questionable. I smiled at him and said, my stomach has been subjected to a lot of questionable cooking over the years. 100. I think I can handle it. I thought back to Sona and a few girls who were terrible at it, but they did improve, so that's a plus. Jean, to your question, my wife mentioned having a strange dream about a strange man in red armor singing some strange song about the human heart, and also another about a woman named Lilith wanting help. He explained to him. As for me, I haven't, but if she did, then Higuro definitely did. My mouth twitched, but I nodded in the end. I see. I took out my phone and texted Kuda. I doubt I would get to go to his home today, so I might as well ask via text. And it didn't take long for him to reply. He'll ask my parents later. I guess he was busy with whatever he was doing with Sakura. After that, the girls came back, as well as Najima's mom with blue and purple bread with a chicken's leg sticking out of it. She smiled brightly and said, please enjoy. Yes, I will. But may I ask what these two are? I pointed to the very strange-looking bread. The blue bread is what I call chiried, chicken bread, but not by conventional means. I think the flavor is fine. The other one is red bean, spinach, and tuna bread. I don't know why it's purple, though, she said, and looked at her creations. Your group is here, too. Why not let them have a taste? She asked and looked at the girls behind me. It was strange for her to be so nonchalant about me having a large group of close friends. However, I wouldn't be surprised if the entire town knew at this point. I mean, when I do go out with some of them, they usually enjoy staying close by. So, some should start to question who on earth I'm dating, right? We don't mind, replied Ingvild, and the others agreed with her. I think their stomachs are used to it, so I also agreed. I took the blue chiried and took a bite. It tasted like normal bread. It wasn't crunchy or super soft, but it just tasted like a normal chicken sandwich. The only strange thing was the chicken's foot sticking out of it. It's good. You really improved, ma'am, I told her and took another bite and quickly finished it. The father and son duo stared at me dumbfounded before they reluctantly took small pieces of another one and ate it. They paused, chewed, and then swallowed them whole, and then ate more. The girls did the same thing. Natsum and Lavinia took the purple bread, while Kanami and Ingvild ate the blue one. This is delicious. I like tuna, so that's me probably being biased, said Natsum. This blue bread is like an ordinary chicken sandwich. I like it, added Kanami. In the corner, Yua was feeding Higuro, and they were trying to be secretive about it, but he froze when he saw me looking at him. I just grinned at him and continued eating my portion. This lasted for a few more minutes, and I gave her some pointers. She was happy and skipped back to their home. You guys got everything? I asked the girls. They did. I paid for it all, was thanked profusely by Najima's dad after I gave a 730,000 tip, to which he nearly had a heart attack and made Higuro speechless. You're welcome into this establishment anytime. You hear me? His dad shouted at me as we left. So, are you going to tell us why you were there? Asked Natsum. I nodded and gestured for them to join me at a small park play area. We sat down near the benches, and I covered the park with a barrier, and my shadow soldiers appeared in front of us. I told them about what Najima and Kuda had told me, and the real reason for my visit to his home. We found nothing suspicious in the neighborhood. My liege, however, the shadow soldier looked at the other one, and they nodded. Lilith's creatures have been teleporting into your classmates' homes via a small magic circle in one of their parents' personal belongings, Najima's father and Kuda's mother. It seems that they left the town for some business and came back with an invisible magic circle in their luggage. However, from our findings, it seems that she is merely putting strange dreams in them at night to try to contact you. However, it did not say why she wanted to. Your own speculation is as good as ours. They explained. Hold on, Lilith? Like the original creator of the devils? Like the original Lucifer? Asked Kanami. Yes, that Lilith, Kanami-sama, replied the shadow soldier. You didn't believe me when I told you? I asked and looked at her strangely. I just thought you meant someone named Lilith, she said awkwardly and rubbed the back of her head. But it seems like Lilith does want to switch sides for whatever reason. I just need to wait until tonight, then, and confront her summons. Hopefully after that, I can forcefully teleport her from wherever she was at. Or at least have her leave the base and be somewhere in the human world, and I can find her that way, Aaron. They're back, said Leanne through the ring's communication function. The ninja magicians? Where? East of Kuo. We haven't moved, but are simply watching them. All right, they'll be there. I turned to everyone who had heard and said, I'm heading east. You guys can return home or join me. I then turned to the shadows, thanked them, and dismissed them. We can't keep Grafio waiting for too long, otherwise she'll get upset, said Natsum as she shivered. Angry Grafia is scary, added Kanami. Lavinia puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms. She wanted to come with me, but in the end, she went back home with them, so it was just me and Ingvald again. Let's go then. When we arrived at the east side of Kuo, we spotted Leanne, the Stalwarter, and Brynhilder-san and Rossweiss are there too, muttered Ingvald. Yeah, Brynhilder, or Zelma, moved into my home since she was going to be part of the Norse's group for Team DXD. The other Valkyries from her squad were still thinking about joining her or not, but she did move in when Rose came back. She surprisingly got on well with everyone, though she did tell off a few of the girls for being lazy, especially Kuroka, but most of them were used to that kind of scolding from Grafia, Yuri Alpha, and Reiko, so they weren't that bothered by it. We quickly joined them as they were standing on top of a small hill that was covered in trees. There are still 6 of them, but they seem to be even more cautious than ever, said Leanne as we arrived. What do you plan on doing? Interrogate them. If they give up the information by themselves, I won't need to read their memories, I replied. Zelma looked at me questioningly, but I didn't elaborate since I meant what I said. Enya, come here, I told the archer of the Stalwarter. She trotted over to me happily, and I pointed to the group's area. Aim, and we'll trap them. Leave the rest to me. Just fire an arrow. She nodded. Censuredo, but the arrow suddenly glowed and trapped them in a small square barrier. They panicked and tried to break out of the barrier, but they were weak, so they couldn't do anything to the barrier. One of them even started to cry, Ufufu. One of them is crying. How cute, said Enya in my arms. I'm not sure if I should feel guilty or not, I said, and let go of her. I, along with everyone else, jumped down and walked towards the barrier. One of the 6, as I said, was crying. The other 3 were talking to each other, making a plan to escape, and the last 2 were attacking the barrier with magic in their fists. As we got closer to the barrier, they saw us and backed away while dragging the crying one with them. We entered the barrier and stared at them. You sure have balls. You've been trying to sneak into my town for the last few days. Why is that? I asked them, but they didn't answer me, so I sighed and added, it can't be helped them. I summoned the boosted gear. Now, I did this to alert them to who I was. Since they were still new to the whole supernatural thing, they made WWW wait. You're the middleman. We've been trying to reach you. One of them screams and goes on all 4s. Reach me? I asked and dismissed the boosted gear. Oh, come on. I thought I was going to get some action. I am the leader of this group. I'm Daiki Kimura. I'm a cousin of Hirokazu Miller. He shouted again. Hirokazu? The leader of Team Jichi Stars? Why, yes, that Hirokazu. I, along with my friends here, have been together for a long time. So when we found out about the supernatural, we started to talk about it. But like we thought no normal person would believe us. So I went to my cousin Hirokazu. He had always been open about this kind of thing. One thing led to another, and we're like an unofficial part of his team. He suggested that we gain experience, he explained. And you thought the best way was to sneak into one of the most active places of the Alliance? This is Kuo Town, the place where the alliance of the 3 great factions occurred, you know? It's almost a central hub of events over the last few months, I told them. We only heard that it was where 2 devils governed over the town, and that the middleman lived here. We didn't know that this is where the alliance for them was made. Said Daiki, what exactly do you want from me? I asked. Test us like you did with my cousin Hirokazu. We haven't been at this for long, but we want to see where we are in terms of power. We're all budding magicians after all. Do any of you have a sacred gear? I asked him, but he shook his head. Any unique powers or abilities? He thought about it for a few seconds, then looked at the one crying and said he can manipulate water without needing to use a magic circle. He only found out once we started to get into the supernatural. He's Yawanaku. Ice manipulation, huh? I looked at the guy called Yawanaku and used observe on him. Name, Yawanaku Shima. Age, 24. Potential, Satan class SSS rank. Low class BBB. Gender, male. Race, human. Spirit hybrid. Titles, Crybaby. Naku sacred gear. None. You're a hybrid, I told him, and he looked at me in shock. One of your parents was a spirit, which probably explains the water manipulation. They must have been a water spirit. Which one of your parents do you think it was? I asked him. Yawanako looked at the ground and contemplated for a moment. I think it was my mom. She always seemed, I guess, magical or mystical at times. They had always been secretive, but I thought it was just them being, well, them. They've always acted like that all my life. So I was always part of it, huh? The supernatural, I mean, he said to himself. Test well, it's night, so let's make it quick, Jean-sama. If I may, let us, the starter, deal with this, said Duvalai, who stepped forward. My lord, please deal with these humans too, she said to Leanne. Ara. Duvalai is raring to go, Afufu, said Enya. I do not mind, I need to stretch my legs after all, added Ines. Leanne, who was beside me, agreed and stepped back. I will join if I am to be part of Team DXD. Taking part in real combat with its members will be valuable, Brynhilder said, and stepped forward. Rose said nothing, but didn't join in either. All right, these guys are my subordinates, so it should be an excellent chance for your test. Will you say? I asked them. Please. They all shouted. I nodded, and everyone got ready. I expanded the area a bit and reinforced the surroundings. I didn't want to damage the place. Third-person point of view. Duvalai summoned her shield and sword and faced the team of Daiki. Ines and Enya also joined her. Let's go with that formation, ordered Daiki, and they formed a spear-like formation. Daiki was at the tip of the spear, the other two were on his left and right. In the middle of this triangle spear tip was Yawanaku, while the last two were the handle. The starter looked at them silently without any change in expression. Do the usual, ordered Duvalai, and the other two agreed. Enya jumped back and made the ground beneath her raise up high in the sky. Ines summoned her halberd and pointed it at the group of new magicians. Then silence. The two groups stared at each other silently. Daiki's group was clearly nervous. Whichever team broke first would Aya. Yawanaku screamed and summoned a large magic circle above him, and a large fireball was launched towards Duvalai. Duvalai held her shield up, and the attack hit the shield, but it was still quite weak, so it didn't do any damage to her shield. The two magicians to the left of Yawanaku summoned large barriers that protected him and the two behind them. Daiki summoned a katana and quickly dashed towards Ines. He already had sweat pouring down his head as he slashed at Ines, but she simply moved her body slightly to dodge it. I see. He's using magic to enchant his physical abilities. Enchantment magic, huh? You could call Daiki a magic swordsman, said Aaron. Daiki had enchanted his body to at least twice his physical limit. However, to his frustration, he couldn't land a blow on the pastel red-haired woman. To add insult to injury, the woman he was trying to land a blow on wasn't even fighting back. He only saw her unchanging eyes gazing into his soul. Damn it, we managed to kill some monsters and even those stray devils, but we can't do anything against them, thought Daiki with frustration. The others started firing magic attacks at Duvalai and Enya. Duvalai dodged the attacks or blocked them with her shield, while Enya shot down the attacks that came her way. Nothing they did worked, and they as a team felt the frustration. How do they compare? Asked Ingvild. Well, they're definitely cousins since when I fought Team Jichi Stars, they did make a formation that's almost similar. Unless Hirokazu told them to make one. Well, it wouldn't be out of the question since they wanted to join the team, said Aaron. Senchurito Brynhilder's magic circles then launched countless elemental attacks that broke through their defenses and hit the ground around the team. A small explosion followed, and Daiki's team was thrown away in various directions. The only one who wasn't hit was Iwanaku, who looked on in horror. After the attack, it seemed like the 4 members of his team were knocked out. Both Iwanaku and Daiki grimaced as they continued to fight the Stahlritter and Brynhilder. However, the difference in their strength and experience was noticeable. "Step aside," said Duvalai, and Ines jumped away, and Daiki looked at Duvalai in confusion. Duvalai simply pointed her sword at Daiki, and a young man charged her. Daiki used powerful strikes to attack Duvalai, but she simply parried or blocked the attacks with her sword. She didn't even use her shield. With each strike, Daiki felt his arms and hands slowly lose their grip on his katana. He got even moved nervous as the thought hit him that if the young lady in front of him were to truly strike back, he would be dead. "Well, keep on training," said Duvalai as she disappeared from his sight. "What?" Daiki was shocked and frantically looked around, but he couldn't find the young woman. But strange wounds started to appear all over his body, and then eventually he was soaring through the air. Daiki was obviously confused, but his eyes locked onto the young woman again who had reappeared. He felt a bitter smile spread across his face as he closed his eyes. If his subordinates are like this, then what about the middleman himself? "Darn, how did you even fight him, hero?" thought Daiki as he crashed into the ground and lost consciousness. At the same time, Iwanaku was defeated by Brynhilder as he tried to match her in magic. However, he was still inexperienced, so he resorted to using his water manipulation, which was also easily dealt with by Brynhilder. Jean Skyward's soliloquium. "They did okay, I think." They held back, but they weren't exactly letting them show off too much. "I guess that's tough love from them." I held my hand out and healed them back up. A few seconds later, they started to get up and groan in pain. "To start, you need to train even harder than Hirokazu and his group. I think they're training hard even now. They also have Kita to help them too. Anyway, you can visit one of the Alliance bases to use the hyperbolic regenerative chamber to get stronger. You'll inform them that you're potential subordinates of mine." I told them, and they seemed excited. "Oh, really?" "Thank you. Jean, call me Jean." "Jean-san," shouted Daiki, though he still looked like he was in pain. Duvalai then walked in front of him and said, "You have potential. Keep training, and when you get stronger, join a certain event in the future, and well, fight seriously then." She then turned around and walked away. "Fufu, Duvalai is trying to sound cool," teased Enya. She was trying too hard, but she's learning," added Ines. Duvalai closed her eyes and blushed. She was also getting more pissed off at them. I summoned a small card and threw it to Daiki, and he caught it. That'll inform them. There are various bases across Japan that have them, but there isn't one here, so just go around and check them out, I informed them. They got up, bowed, and left the place after thanking me again. "How was it?" I asked Brynhilder. "That Iwanaku, like Daiki, has potential, and this was a good opportunity for me to get used to other members' fighting styles," said Brynhilder. She hadn't gotten time to train since she had been moving her things into my home. I had offered to help her, but she declined, saying something about wanting to do it herself and not rely on me too much. She's clearly independent, so I didn't try to stop her. Last night, she finally finished and started training today. "I see. Well, let's go home." I had to tell them about the Lilith situation. After that, I'll contact the other leaders and inform them Chapter 10. Part 2, Lilith, Rubicant, and the Crimson Moon third-person point of view in the Abenaki realm. A team of young men were training in the hyperbolic regenerative chamber. A lone lady overlooked their training as they worked on their magic, and their leader trained his sacred gear in his balance breaker, Frost Male Freedom Guard. "Come on, is that all you got?" shouted Kita at her teammates. She had created a creature for her team to fight, even though this was her weakest ability. However, the creature she summoned was still quite formidable for them. Hirokazu had used enchantment magic to increase his physical abilities while in his balance breaker. He also used its ability to make him even more powerful than normal. He dashed towards the creature that was around 18 meters tall and was made out of obsidian and was shaped like a golem. Hirokazu did a few feints as magic attacks flew above him and hit the golem. However, the attacks didn't faze the golem at all, so he cocked his arm back and punched the golem in the chest. It was a powerful blow as it created a small shockwave, but dang it, he shouted and jumped back. The golem had fired black-purple lasers from its eyes at him, and he was forced to dodge them. But to all of their surprise, the lasers zigzagged through the air and were aimed at his teammates. Dodge! He shouted at them. Some did, but the few who couldn't decided to use defensive magic circles to block the attack. Nevertheless, when the attack struck the magic circles, the magic shield shattered and the group members were struck down. The two members of his group collapsed and were badly wounded. However, due to the effects of the chamber, the two of them were quickly healed and they got up again. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and they got up again. Again, they shouted at Kita, who smiled. She then ordered her golem to attack them again. This scenario has been on repeat since the chambers were built into the realm. There were a lot of people in this realm, but not all of them were fighters. Around 40 were fighters while the rest were just regular civilians. The team fought the golem for the next few minutes. They struggled to defeat it, but they eventually knocked it down and achieved victory. "Good work," said Kita as she handed them all drinks. They all accepted it and started to unwind. "Thanks," replied Hirokazu as Kita sat beside him. "By the way, who were you talking to a few days ago?" asked Kita. "Ah, that was my cousin from Japan. He and his friends contacted me a few weeks ago because they found out about the supernatural, and they started using magic. Anyway, they asked if I knew, and I told them the truth," he explained. "So what happened to them?" she asked. "Well, they've been doing the same thing we did while in Japan, but on a smaller scale since they're inexperienced. But they also said they wanted to find Jin-san because I kind of hyped him up," he said sheepishly and scratched his cheek. "If they look him up themselves, then whatever hype you gave them would be justified." "Is there anything special about them?" she asked again. "My cousin Daiki can use magic pretty well, and he uses it to mainly enchant himself. And they have another guy who can use water manipulation without needing to use magic, which is pretty rare." "Water manipulation? Huh? Could they be a hybrid?" "I've noticed that hybrids typically have those perks, a union between other species, so he may be a human and something else. If they do meet Jean, then he'd probably tell them," said Kita. "No doubt about it. Jin-san is the few people in this world who's really honest about what he wants. Heck, I'd almost say he's like a child at times because of how honest he is. But that's why I want to be his subordinate. We all will, right?" he asked Kita back. Perhaps. But I guess so. But I wasn't aware of him for a few months, but what he wants is very ambitious, yet he's achieving it. It may have started out for selfish reasons, but you heard him, right? When we were walking around that part of the realm, he told us that he wanted to see our world flourish and be a better place. "Most people can't be as selfless as that," interrupted Hirokazu. But he also added that he would put his immediate friends and lovers' safety before others. "In a way, he's not that selfless, Hiro. He has a balance. Do you want to replicate that, or something? To be a hero of justice?" asked Kita. Jin-san isn't a hero of justice. The fact that he prioritizes those closest to him means that he isn't totally selfless, as you said yourself. He's done a lot of selfish things. He said it himself, but didn't go into detail. He may help people, but he's still gaining something from it anyway. Let's go back to training. "I want to fight him soon," said Hirokazu as he stood up. "Let's get back to it, all of you." He shouted to his team, who groaned in displeasure, but were also eager in getting stronger. Kita looked at the ground and at the sky. "I want to stay here. This world is beautiful, unlike the one I was born in." She then looked at Hirokazu and blushed. "I also want to protect things too. They'll happily be a subordinate if it means I can live in a world like this. Are you coming, Kita?" Yeah, I'm coming," she replied and ran towards them. A certain individual had arrived in Japan. He was also known as the Red-Faced Terror, won the Malbranche. He was tasked of using Zayorama's new projects and see how far it would take him. He also had a guaranteed escape if things went south. However, they have discussed that if he were to lose, he would try to destroy everything around him and not give their enemy anything. In simpler terms, a kamikaze or deliberate suicide. The Malbranche wished to fight the Longinus wielders, but did not want to die before them. "So Kuo, where are you?" "I want to fight him," the middleman, who Rubicant hummed to himself. He was standing on top of a large spire as he looked down at a certain town. Rubicant was a humanoid-shaped demon. His entire body was mostly pale white-gray, while certain parts were red and had blue leaf-like patterns. He also had a cape that was fused into his body, which he uses to cover his body from time to time. He also had blank, glowing yellow eyes and red horns on his head. So, it must be that way, but Cuckoo, why do I feel a familiar aura coming from it? Cuckoo, Lilith-chan, why might you be doing over there? Rubicant mused and disappeared from his spot. Jean's skyward soliloquy, and that's everything. Anyway, he'll be confronting her in a few hours, assuming that she shows up in their rooms again. I told everyone in the meeting room. Are you sure of not informing the Alliance yet? Asked Latia. I nodded. Yeah, she's trying to contact me discreetly. She doesn't want her allies or enemies to know. I don't know what she wants out of this. However, she wants to switch sides for whatever reason, and it'll work out for us in the long run. So I'll approach her by myself for now. A few hours had passed, and we had finished having dinner not too long ago. So everyone was here, and a few groups that are part of Team DXD were also attending. I just finished telling them about Lilith possibly trying to change sides. I also got a text from Kuda during dinner, and he basically told me more in detail about his dreams. He also said that his dad went out of town for a few days in the last month, and that he also had strange dreams about me being in my boosted gear scale male dancing and singing to the Big-Hearted Dragon song. I'm really confused as to why Lilith wanted to show them that. I would expect her to show them images of herself or something. Not that in any case, we will be prepared if anything were to happen, added Sona. It wouldn't hurt to be ready, right? She asked me. Right, I agreed with her. It wouldn't be strange for someone in the cow's order to find out about her plans and try to use her to attack Kuo or any one of our allies, so we should be ready for that. We show I was about to continue when I was alerted by my shadow soldiers that were in Tokyo. Apparently, they heard and saw someone that was standing on top of the sky tree over there, and they were exuding a powerful aura, even if they did their best to try to hide it. I guess we don't need to wait too long. Just have everyone on alert since someone is coming our way. I'll order my shadows to try to intercept them. But if not, then well, just get Kuo to be another battleground, I said inside. Someone? Asked Saji. No details, but apparently they're strong, so just keep that in mind, I replied, and he nodded. That's all for now, so you're all dismissed. Once I said that, everyone got up and started leaving the meeting room. I scratched the back of my head and sighed. The Hindu pantheon and now this. I can't catch a break. That's a pretty long sigh, Aaron. I looked up and saw Danu. She had come over to my home to watch over the Irish group down in the training facility. A few others also stayed, like the secretary group who were discussing some things with each other. Oh, hey, Danu. It should be morning in Ireland right now. Is your internal clock okay? I asked. I'm fine. We gods and goddesses can choose not to sleep or not. So going to other countries with time differences doesn't affect us too much, she replied, but then started to fidget. Is something wrong? I asked, and gestured for her to come to my side. She did so, but said nothing, so I waited for her. See, can I move in with you? She asked timidly. I expected this to happen down the line, but wasn't expecting it so soon. My silence made her nervous, and she looked even more worried. Sure thing. Do you need help moving things? I asked. She shook her head and said, No, I'm already packed up. Everything I need is in my ring. So you're quite eager, aren't you? I asked and chuckled. I then called Rosette, told her to help Danu pick a room. There, we got you set up. Anything else? No, we'll be fine. Thank you, she replied, and leaned down to give me a peck on the cheek before leaving. Eren-sama. This time it was Ravel who came over and gave me a clipboard, and I read through it. Apparently, from a few connections I have in the underworld, as well as my mother, they told me that unknown devils have been appearing in closed-off sections of the underworld, she explained. I wasn't expecting it to start so soon, no, I shouldn't have. Everything is a mess after all, unless Hades is just experimenting with these artificial super devils. I reached over and patted Ravel on the head. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on this too. Why, yes, thank you very much. She stuttered out and awkwardly walked away. Looking at the clipboard again, a few of these were accounts from Reiser and his peerage, a few from Ruvel and other devil families, both noble and common. Ravel said a few connections, but these are at least 30 families. I wonder what she considers a lot then. Jean. I looked up to see Brynhilde. Oh, Zelma, what's up? I asked. I received some messages from my Valkyrie Corp. A few of them will officially join the Norse group. And I would like to know if they can move into your home too, she said. Helmwide, Ortlind, Grimjord, and Schwartlight, right? I asked and she nodded. Well, I don't mind, and it wouldn't be a bad idea for Rose to have some of her former teammates here, right? Thank you, she said and left. I glanced at Rose as she looked horrified at me. Once Selma had left, she power-walked to me and grabbed my shoulders and started to shake me. Why? Why do you want more than one Valkyrie in your life? She whisper-shouted at me with teary-filled eyes. She's jealous Valkyrie, ufufu. Raswai-sensei, Aaron has more than one devil woman, you know, said Akino as she came over to us and hugged my head. Well, Rose became flustered and stuttered. I see Fufu. It seems Raswai-sensei felt threatened by Brynhilderson coming to your home, and now her former teammates are also coming, meaning she won't be the only Valkyrie here, explained Akino. She then let go of me and walked over to Rose. She then whispered something to Rose, which made her blush. However, once Rose looked back at me, her eyes were filled with strange determination. No, I'm sorry. Please forget my outburst. Just now I have made peace with it, said Rose as she turned around and left. I looked at Akino and asked, what in the world did you say to her? With a smile on her face, she winked and responded, Centuredo. Are you leaving now? Asked Lavinia. I looked up to see her beside me, peering down at my face. I checked the time and saw that I still had a few hours left before I went sneaking back to Najima's and Kuta's homes. No, not yet. I have a few hours to spare. Why? Do you want to be spoiled? I asked. Without answering me, she simply jumped onto my lap and snuggled into me. They'll take that as a yes. Then I chuckled and went back to looking through some documents while still there. I feel like this is going to be my life in the future. Sounds exhausting in its own right. An hour before I left, I was walking around my home with Lavinia attached to me. I was trying to relax when I came across Valerie and Gasper talking in hushed whispers in the entertainment room. There were others here too, but it was mostly the church trio with Rainier screaming at a TV screen while they played a game. Both Dampiers spotted me and gestured for me to join them, so I did so. What's up? I asked and sat down beside them. I wanted to get Tomo-san and Coriolis gifts. Even though we spent around 100 years together, I didn't have much opportunity to take them out on dates or give them gifts. Now that we're out here, I want to spoil them as much as I can, explained Gasper. So he approached me along with several others about what he should get for them. Valerie was the first person he asked, and after that, everyone else. He apparently held off asking me because he didn't want to rely too much on me, but I see. Well, it depends on what they like, I think. How about a large pillow with a portrait of yourself for Tomo-chan? Suggested Lavinia. A blush appeared on Gasper's face at the suggestion. Why? He asked, confused. Layla-chan apparently has one with a portrait of Aaron, she said happily. I'm painfully aware of that. When I visited heaven to do those changes to the systems, Layla invited me to her room and I saw it. When I asked what it was, she told me with no shame and begged me not to order her to destroy it. I did agree, but under the condition of never letting anyone else see it. However, she had already shown it to Altaria, Griselda, Irina, and Gabriel when she went back up there with me. So I had to find them and have them swear not to ever leak it. It was an exhausting day. Gasper, I put a hand on his shoulder and looked at him seriously. No, refuse. It will save your sanity, I told him. I didn't plan on doing it, Aaron Senpai. He replied, looking a bit scared. Good. Very good anyway. Just get them what they like, and if they say you, then spend the day with them. It depends on the woman, really. Some are more materialist than others. Some just want to spend time with you. And others have different things they want. So, just I guess go with your gut. I'm thankful that the girls don't ask for much. However, that's probably because I'm filthy rich and they can buy most things they want since I give them an allowance. Well, Kuroka and Shigen are gluttons, so there's that, so food is a priority for them, though Shigen does buy a lot of instrumental items. Gasper thought about it and nodded. I think I have an idea now, but I'm not sure if they'll like it, but he'll go with it. He announced excitedly. Thank you, Valerie, Aaron Senpai, Lavinia-san, he said and dashed out of the room. So can I get a body? No, but no in protest. Lavinia squeezed my arm more tightly, and Valerie joined us as we wandered around my home again until I had to leave. Ninin, said Ophis quietly. For some reason, the dragon god wanted to come with me on my nightly excursion, so I let her, and now she's pretending to be a ninja. She even wore a costume for it. We were outside of Najima Bakery, and like on cue, we both felt some kind of magic circle open up inside. I turned both of us invisible, and we teleported into that specific room. When we arrived, we saw a floating eye with bat wings on its side. It stared at us, and I gestured with my head to go outside. The eye bat thing blinked a few times before it nodded, and I teleported us to the same park as before. So, why do you want to make contact with me? I asked the bat. It didn't answer verbally. Instead, a bunch of devil letters started to appear in front of it. I want to be free. I've been trapped in agony. Save your backstory for another time. Just answer me this. How? I asked again. Hatchage Island. I have sent my creatures there to create a magic circle that will serve as a way for me to teleport to you. However, it will need another party to provide power. I will only have one chance, otherwise I will be held prisoner or killed. Hatchage Island, a volcanic Japanese island in the Philippine Sea. It is about 287 kilometers south of the special wards of Tokyo. It is part of the Izu archipelago and within the Fuji-Hakone-Izu National Park. When? I will be finished in a few days, so until then, I will leave a shadow soldier here. Contact me via that when you're ready, but until then, stop harassing my classmates, I told her. The bat nodded and was about to disappear when I decided to ask her a question. My shadow soldiers felt something near Tokyo. They may be part of the cow's order. Do you have any idea about it? The eye looked at me for a few seconds before it shook its head. Finally, it disappeared and I sighed. I felt Ophis tug on my sleeve, and she pointed to the sky. Toward the moon? The moon? I asked her. However, before she could answer me, her stomach growled. I'm hungry. The moon looks like a cookie, she said, and I laughed. Is that so? You're still hungry, huh? Well, there aren't any shops open right now, but let's go home and it'll make you something, I told her, and we went back home. But it made me curious as to why Lilith chose Hatchage Island to create her magic circle. Well, whatever the reason is, hopefully this will go smoothly. Dude, it stopped. I'm a free man, shouted Kuda. Same. Whoa. Najima joined him. It had been 2 days since the short meeting with Lilith, and I hadn't received word from her yet, so she probably wasn't ready yet. So I had been waiting like everyone else for her. Other than that, my shadow soldiers hadn't seen the person that appeared in Tokyo since, so I had all of them on high alert all around Japan. Any glimpse of him, I ordered them to capture that person and wait for me to get there. Is that so? Good for you too, I replied and yawned. I was sick of waiting and wanted to go there already, but instead I stationed a few shadow soldiers there instead. The most notable one was Ellen Trechand, the three-headed dragon or Draig killed back in Ireland. So we'll get updates on them, and they found the place that Lilith was using, so all I needed to do was swap places with that shadow or teleport there myself. We still have those pills too, Cinchuredo, and looked up to see Penemu gesturing for me to go over to her, so I did. I closed the door behind me and asked, "Did you need something from me? How about an early morning school date?" She asked. What? I asked back, but instead I was dragged away by her. What did that even mean? I was brought to a room with several other teachers, Ross Weiss, Griselda, Lisa, and herself, Penemu. They were sitting around, and once we stepped inside the room, they looked up and smirked. I feel like I was brought into a den of lions, I told them. The gossip den, said Lisa, and she winked. What? I replied and gave her a strange look. However, Lisa pouted her bravado at me, and I sighed at her. Penemu shoved me towards the middle seat, and I was pulled by Lisa towards it and forced to sit down. So why am I here? Aren't classes starting soon? I asked them. Cinchuredo wa. PP Penemu? A scream erupted from Rose out of shock. Penemu then pushed Rose towards me, and I caught her. We had been in more unusual situations before, especially in the pocket dimension, so this shouldn't cause a reaction from Rose. But before I could react to the situation, the door to the room opened. Oi, where on earth are all of you? What on earth is happening here? It was Azazel. He had opened the door while yawning and then saw this. He just looked at us with a confused and questioning look. Do that in your boom. Jaya. He couldn't finish his sentence when all of them blasted him away with their magic attacks. I don't think that was a good idea, but since I saw a lot of cliches back in my previous life, I had covered this part of the school building with a barrier as soon as I noticed their emotions change. I also created a portal for Azazel to be blasted through and teleported him back to Grigori and his office, so no collateral damage was done to the school. No normal human students would know what happened today. You guys use a bit too much power, I mumbled. However, they just stared coldly at me, and I shook my head. Never mind. So, what did you guys need from me that was so important? I asked again. We have started the Slow Errands Association. We have our grievances of you being slow with us, declared Lisa. I blinked a few times before looking at Rose, who turned away, and then at Griselda, who gave me an apologetic smile. I see. So it's Penemu and Lisa's idea, and they dragged these two with them. Well, for starters, put your top back on, Rose, I told her, and she did. Secondly, I haven't really done much with my relationships because of the ongoings of the world. I mean, I would take all of you out and move forward with my relationships if I could, but I can't exactly control when the Chaos Order shows up and attacks. Didn't some weird group show up in Australia and attack the country? Team DXD had to respond, you know. I pointed out to them. I hate your logic, but fine, can you at least tell us the order? Asked Penemu, and Lisa nodded her head in agreement. There really isn't an order, but Penemu, Lisa, and Griselda, you guys should be coming up next. After that, Irina and Zenobia, then Barato, something like that. But as I said, things happen and they can change, so I'm fine with that, said Penemu as she skipped over to me and hugged me tightly. Let me spoil you, hoo-hoo, she said, and gave me a warm embrace. Finally, my fate is coming to an end, Lisa said, and giggled to herself. Griselda didn't say anything, but even when my face was resting close to Penemu, I could tell she was nervous and excited. The only one left was Rose. It's been a while since we last went out, but it'll fit you and Rose. You can count on that. I pulled my head out of Penemu's chest and told the Valkyrie. She smiled at me and nodded her head. We should wrap this up. Classes are going to start soon, said Griselda. The rest of them agreed, and they slowly left the room. They really just did that? Huh? Asked Elsha. The two heavenly dragons were missing in action again since they were training Yoru and Haru for me. I plan on testing them soon too, maybe in around a month, the same with Medusa to see where they're all at. But for now, I'll let them train, and I'll instruct them when we go to the pocket dimension again for another 100 years. Lunch arrived, and I was in the club room with everyone else. For the most part, it was normal. Even the other teachers were there, and everyone was just chatting with each other when one of my shadow soldiers contacted me. My liege, she is here, and she said that everything will be ready by tonight, so you should make your way to Hatchet Island near midnight. I see. Thank you for telling me. Tell her I'll do that, I replied. At once. After that, there was nothing. Well, the soldier told me she was content with it and left. Once I came back to reality, a few of them were staring at me, but in front of me was Kiba, Yuma's face, and she was dangerously close. Eren Senpai, who are you talking to? She asked. One of my shadows. They'll be going to that place tonight, I replied. Shadow? Place? Tonight? What did you get yourself into, Jean? Asked Azazel. They'll tell you once it's settled, but for now, just leave it to me, I replied to him. He looked incredulous, but, in the end, left it to me. Ah, we're coming with you, the ones with you this morning, added Penemu. I looked at the fallen angel, and then at the other women with me earlier in the morning. I didn't mind. Well, with the exception of Lisa, I was worried, but it'll just give her more protection. So I gestured for her to come over to me, and she obliged. What can I help you with? She asked. I looked at her and summoned a ring and gave it to her. She seemed stunned and showed a rare and genuinely blush. This is a bit early. Jean, she said in a fluster, even calling me by Jean, even when she usually called me Aaron. I didn't say anything and simply sent her the relevant information after tapping my head. After that, she became huffy. It's not special then. She then turned around and walked back to Griselda, who awkwardly comforted the upset woman. By the way, Jean Senpai, said Yumi. I responded and looked at her. Would it be possible to make mine into a ring as well? I'd rather have that than a necklace, she said and leaned forward toward me. Take it off and I'll change it. Even if I refused, she'd pester me about it. so I might as well humor her for now. Yumi took her necklace off, and I changed it into a ring. I handed it back to her, and she looked at it like some kind of family heirloom. "Thank you," she said, and tried to kiss me, but I stopped her. TCH. She just clicked her tongue at me. Yumi then walked back to her seat, a bit annoyed from the rejection. I feel like Yumi was a bit more aggressive since becoming female. I still don't know how to respond to Kiba. Zeno and Silva haven't found any clues to Tosca yet. Unless the cow's order found her and did something to her, then God love them, since he'll make them suffer. She's the only other potential surviving member of Kiba's group after all school ended, and I was asked by Sona to help with a few things concerning the student council since Saji had to go home and look after little brother Django since he apparently was sick, so I was taking over his role today. I arrived by the student council and knocked on the door, then entered. I was immediately greeted by everyone there. "So I'm doing Saji's job today. What does that entail?" I asked. "You'll be the manpower for today. As you know, even if we're part of the supernatural, we still have to pretend to be weak girls so we don't raise suspicion. It would be strange if we suddenly started to be able to lift heavy objects. We leave that to Saji usually," explained Sona. She then walked over to a whiteboard, and everyone else in the room became serious, and a very serious meeting for them started. My group left the room after around 30 minutes. I was with Ruruko and Yura. "Eren Senpai, please work hard and seriously today. Even if you're a bit more reliable than Jin-chan, please take this seriously since you're part of the student council for today," said Ruruko. "I plan on doing that." "Ruruko," I replied, and she nodded approvingly. "First stop is moving a few miscellaneous items and boxes from place to place." "That would be your job, Eren Senpai," said Yura. I gave her a thumbs up, and we headed to a certain storage room in the school and moved a few times from there to the teacher's lounge and other classrooms. The weight of those boxes were nothing, and they could easily do it themselves, but as Sona said, they had to keep up appearances to the normal humans. On our last excursion to the teacher's lounge, a few of the teachers that we were well acquainted with were there. However, surprisingly enough, the normal human teachers were already gone, or at least not in the room. Student council member Jean. "Huh? It doesn't suit you, honestly," said Azazel as he took a sip from his cup of coffee. I put the box down and replied, "Well, I'm just a temporary member. Also, I'm not trying to appeal to you." Weirdo Azazel just scoffed at me and turned back to whatever he was doing. We finished our task and were about to leave when I felt someone embrace me from behind. I glanced back and saw Lisa. "Lisa, how can I help you?" I asked. "Are you the student council's helper today?" She asked. "Saji did leave early today, so I'm filling his shoes. Also, it's not like I do any club activities for my club, since it's mostly devil business, you know? Then since I'm done for the day, I'll accompany you guys," she said and hugged my arm. "There's still teachers and students here, you know," I told her. But she wasn't going to let go of me, so I just left it at that as we started working on our other jobs. Yura seemed a bit jealous, but said nothing. Ruruko was teasing me and Lisa, but we just took it in stride, with Lisa teasing her back about Saji, which made her flustered. Our next jobs were checking on suspicious activities at certain clubs. I was there just in case something happened, to act as a physical guard. This was to keep the male students from intimidating or bothering the female members of the student council. Though, if it's Ruruko and Yura, Cinchuredo TH, there's a reason for this. One of their members said in a panic, "If you're gay, then there are other ways of expressing it, guys," I said to them. "We're not gay, eh?" They shouted back at me, and then looked confused. "Wait, Jean, where's Saji?" "The student council got an upgrade for today," Lisa said with a wink, and they also looked at her in confusion. Who cares? Go. We've been waiting for this." "Use Formation B," the president shouted to his club members. They all gathered in front of the table they were playing at, Cinchuredo. We were obviously not fazed by this, and I calmly caught all the chess pieces being thrown at us. This is idiotic, I thought, and kept catching them. The ones I caught, I handed them to Ruruko, who inspected them, and then I caught more. This repeated for at least a full minute until they ran out of ammo. What the heck? This isn't a manga or American movie. You can't just catch all of them, shouted one of their members. "Maybe it is. Try finding the cameras," I told them, and they started looking around. "Okay, that's enough playing around," said Lisa in a low tone. Everyone looked at her, and the club members of the chess club's faces paled. "Straighten up and behave," she said, and they quickly nodded their heads. We finally left after both Yura and Ruruko gave them a thorough scolding, and they took note of it. Yura, Lisa, Ruruko, and I made surprise visits to each of the various cultural clubs. The bad rumors of each club were exposed by us one after the other well. Investigating further, it wasn't just the chess club at the start. The groups who secretly broke the school rules were really everywhere. I was in no position to talk about others, but all of the other clubs were really audacious. Centuredo, most of the students understood that resisting the student council was useless, so there were a lot of people who instantly sank into despair and gave up as soon as they saw Yura and Ruruko. Well, there were occasionally a few people who tried to resist or escape. Of course, there were a lot of people who could only exclaim, "It's not Saji," when they saw me. It got a bit annoying by the fifth one, so I just glared at them, shutting them up. Lisa also provided the cutesy yet terrifying teacher too, who you fuffed her way to victory. This kind of inspection didn't seem like it could be done on a fixed date. It was most effective only when it was sudden. If the inspection was scheduled only to occur on the first day of the week or the first day of the month, those guys would only act differently on the day of the inspection, and would act as they liked on the other days, giving these people the impression that they were subjected to a sudden inspection by the student council was very important. Yura and Ruruko explained this to me afterward, but I was able to understand more or less why Yura enjoyed this. I also enjoyed it. Being able to expose some of the club's suspicious activities and bring them justice just felt good. Being part of the student council was just a bonus for me. We eventually reached the manga research club. The rumors were that students were reading inappropriate material. It seems like they also secretly held an exhibition at last year's school festival, because I heard that those manga were sold out in the blink of an eye. I had a sneaking suspicion on what kind of manga they might be selling, but a lot has changed, so I'm not entirely sure either. This was naturally targeted by the student council as they pondered, would they also engage in that this year? Yura was about to open the door when I stopped her. "Allow me," I said, and kicked the door off its hinges. "Police, put your hands up now." "Down. It's a student council," shouted a male who quickly hid something. "Not good. Hide it quickly. It's the group leader Skyward. Hide your girlfriends too. We're all single here, you idiot." After that last comment, a few of the guys there fell to their knees and sobbed. However, Yura approached the bespectacled boy and shouted, "Where are they?" "We're from a student council, and we heard you were making suspicious manga and selling it to students. So we came here." "Hee hee. We need to inspect your manga. Please hand it over, okay?" said Lisa with a frightening smile that made the members of the club freeze up. Centuredo, but they were par for the course with this type of manga. I knew this wasn't it, and I had one of the members near the computer, and they became nervous. "WY's Harem King Skyward here?" one of them asked. "When in the world did I get that nickname?" Also, there have been so many, both in the supernatural and in school, that I can't keep track of it all. Saji had personal business to attend to, so I'm here to fill in for him. The Occult Research Club and Student Council are on good terms after all, so we may do things like this from time to time, I told them, and they sighed. "I'd prefer Kiba no, Kira-chan," mumbled one of the female members. "SC? There's nothing suspicious in here." So can we go back to our club activities?" asked another. "Yura, Ruruko, Lisa computer, suspicious go," I said in almost a robotic way, and they turned to look at it, which made the club members freeze again. "Let's check it out." Gene, block them for us," said Yura, and I did that. I got in between Yura, Ruruko, Lisa, and the other club members, though none of them tried to get past me as I towered over them. The large object was a bit overwhelming for them. "Hey, wait. Stop that," the manga club president exclaimed. Yura had moved the computer around to see some kind of booklet and examined it carefully. However, she looked surprised after a few seconds of looking through it. "I see, so this is what you were hiding," she announced loudly and showed it to the club. I became speechless at what I saw, too. The cover was something I didn't want to see, but I had, and I already wanted to erase it from my memory. It was an embarrassing photo of me that I never wanted anyone to find. And both of us had those really handsome faces in shoujo comics, all sparkly and with roses. Anyway, this was clearly some kind of romantic fantasy manga between me and Kiba. The title was The Beastly Prince and Prince Kiba 14. After Yura showed that to them, Ruruko pulled out another one. However, this was a lot different as the cover was of me on top of Yumi. This time Kiba had turned into a girl. Barato King X Princess Yumi. 15 Volume 14 is clearly a manga with romantic themes that is in violation of the school's rules. Also, Volume 15 is also just an unofficial fan-made work, which is also against the school's rules, pointed out Lisa. I don't have any opinions about your work, but you cannot hand these out to the students, added Ruruko, who looked a bit uncomfortable. But there are so many girls in this academy that want to see the continuation of this work. The love story of the prince and beast that turned into the love story between the beastly prince and princess, shouted the president of the club. The other members nodded in agreement. I don't want to hear that also. It's in Volume 15? Meaning there were 14 other volumes before it. How long has this been going on? The thought made me genuinely shiver at what might be contained within. I was aware that some girls shipped me and Kiba for some strange reason. However, I didn't think they'd go this far, but now they changed it in Volume 15. In any case, these are going to be confiscated and you will need to report to your supervising teacher, said Yura as she started to put the booklets into a black bag. Darn it, we finally have been caught, but it was bound to be exposed and take away at least we got a Volume 15, said the president in defeat. The president then turned to me and asked, please, there is one thing I want to ask you, Jean. If you answer this, I won't have any regrets in life. So please answer my question. What is it? I asked back. Please, in reality, in the real world, who's the leader and who's the follower between you and Kira-chan? How am I supposed to know? I shouted back and walked out. I didn't want to know either. The other three stayed in that club room, and I went to the bathroom near the student council room. Once I was outside, I sighed. I didn't want to hear something like that. I'm still uncertain about Yumi. Though I just noticed that I tend to call Kiba as Yumi instead of just Kira when he's Yumi. Is this me distancing myself from him? I also felt like I was avoiding her lately. I need to— Oh, Aaron. Oh, hey, Tsubaki. Senchurado, is that so? She replied, and then looked at the ground in front of her. She then walked down the stairs and stood in front of me. She looked a bit shy, if I'm being honest. Hey, Aaron. She called out my name. Yes? Pre-CS Sona said that I should ask you to help with a certain thing on the weekend. So, I was wondering if you would accompany me? Certain thing? I asked. I will be going back to Kyoto and meeting with the current head of the clan, she said seriously. Kyoto and Shinra clan head. Huh. Sure thing, I don't mind. I'll assume that this is a request then. Yes, please do. We parted ways soon after, and I joined up with everyone else since they were finished with the manga research club, who had very broken-spirited members after the inspection. Fufu, Tsubaki-senpai, asked you out on a date on the pretext of it being a request for the middleman. She has mellowed out after spending 100 years together, but she's still quite strict. However, like I said, she has a soft spot now especially for you. Aaron-senpai? Said Ruruko. She, like President Sona, was hesitant at first, because of a few reasons, one of them being how attached some of the women in your close circle are. Akino-senpai and Lavinia-san are examples. But we were given their permission to pursue you, so well do so, added Yura. I see, wait. Senchurado, said Yura and laughed. I wasn't that bad, was I? I wasn't sure, but I'll take their word for it, I guess. Jin-chan is still looking for more attention from girls, when he already has me, complained Ruruko. Well, Gasper-kun did get 2 girls before him, so he's probably jealous because of that too, she added. From the stories I've been told, it seems impossible for Gasper to achieve something like that just a year ago. He really changed a lot, didn't he? Asked Yura. I had to agree, he has changed a lot, and comparing the Gasper of a few months ago to the Gasper now, it's almost like a different person. By the way, Senchurado will get going then, and thank for the assistance, Kanami. No problema. Hee. I like taking charge after all. Anyway, Team DXD and everyone else is left to defend the town, while the Slash Dog team will be ready around Tokyo. I nodded and bumped fists with Kanami. My group consisted of me, Lisa, Penemu, Rose, Griselda, and Lavinia. While the paperwork wasn't done yet, She basically left the team and Fusey has taken her place, though she both looked happy and a bit, I guess, hesitant in accepting it. Probably because she felt inferior or not up to par with Lavinia herself. I should talk to her about it soon. Anyway, let's get this started. They'll send you guys to Tokyo, I told them, and we went to Tokyo first. I teleported us to the top of the sky tree, and we had a magnificent view of the place. Since it was night, the sea of lights beneath us was Tokyo. I only had been here once before, but it was something. All right, team, let's split up with the prior plan. Middle stay close with Marom, all right? Fusey and Natsu with them. The rest are in pairs. Kalawarna and Cookie, Middled and Marum, Shigyun and Ajamu, and then Kanami, Natsum, and Fusey together. Good luck on your end. You're planning on meeting the goddess of the seas of the Philippines first, right? I heard Amaterasu-sama was able to inform her of your visit, said Natsum. Yeah, it's the goddess Amon Sanaya, the goddess of the seas and protector of the fishermen of the Philippines pantheon. It's better to have her permission than getting on the bad side of a pantheon I've yet to make contact with. And hey, if we get along, I might have a ticket to go to the Philippines pantheon. You never know. If you say so, Aaron. Anyway, good luck, shouted Natsum as they all left the spot we were at. Once we got to the water, I summoned a small but high-powered boat, and we used that to go to the island. According to Amaterasu, she will meet us somewhere in the sea, and right now I could feel her aura and headed in that direction. So I increased the boat speed with a bit of magic. We eventually arrived at the location where she waited for us rather quickly. We saw a woman with black hair, with blue ball-like ornaments tied to them and hazel-colored eyes. She wore a mostly white and black top with her back exposed. She had a gold-type accessory on her shoulders, golden earrings, and strange arm handguards. She wore a short blue skirt, knee-high white boots, and exuded divinity. She looked over at us, waved her hand, and floated towards us. Aman Sinaya. Imjin, the middleman, so I introduced myself and explained that the cow's order may be somewhere in the Hatchage Island and that we would take care of it, so she and any other gods in the Philippines wouldn't need to worry about it. I see. Very well. Please try to get rid of them as soon as you can, and please be careful, she said and flew away. We got the goddess permission. Let's get to it, I said, and we immediately turned toward the island and got there quickly. Once on shore, I put the boat in my inventory and turned all of us invisible. The island was like any other. However, tonight it felt eerie, like something was going to happen, so I was on guard and told the rest to be as well. Hatchage Island. The island and the surrounding oceans support a wide variety of sea life, birds, mammals, plants, and other life. The tallest peak within the Izu Islands, a Class C active volcano, is found there. Transportation to the island is either by air or ferry. There are many Japanese-style inns, hot spring resorts, and hotels to accommodate tourists and visitors. The island is a popular destination for surfers, divers, and hikers. It has several local variations on Japanese foods, including shimazushi and kasaya. In addition, it has many dishes that include the local plant ashitaba. According to my shadow soldiers, the magic circle that Lilith has been preparing is at the peak of the Izu Islands, where the active volcano is, so we need to make our way there. We need to go to the Class C active volcano. That's where Lilith set up her magic circle. Once near, be on guard. We don't know where that other member of the Cow's Order went, and I doubt they would let Lilith switch sides so easily, I told them. This is an active volcano. I think that thing last erupted in 1605. Back in 2002, there was some activity that was recorded, but it's been mostly silent since, explained Penemu. Grigori records these types of things? I asked. The fallen angels of Grigori keep records of many things that happened in human history purely because Azazel may need to check over them, and then theorize that a potential sacred gear may have caused it. You're aware of Telos Karma, right? She asked. Yeah. It's also known as History Breaker because it might have been involved in certain events in human history, I replied. Correct. So, if there are unnamed or undiscovered sacred gears that might tie into human history and events, he can just go over those documents in the future. And also, this generation, this time in our lives, is the most active in terms of sacred gears. not including the ones you created or evolved. More and more are evolving and appearing out of nowhere. Who knows which ones may be labeled as the new Longinus by you and him, she said and chuckled. A sacred gear that involves magma and volcanoes or something. That would certainly be interesting, something like a kindness magma fruit. Well, we can leave that discussion for another time. Let's go, I told them, and teleported us closer to the active volcano. As we arrived, I covered the area in a barrier and prevented any inhabitants of this island from approaching it until the barrier is broken. As we walked up the incline, we started to feel the eeriness of the island come back, but stronger. Whatever was here or was about to happen, it might be disastrous for the entire island as a whole. So I contacted 2 of the GOB and had more shadow soldiers surround the island, Tokyo, and other places. As we arrived at the top, and in the middle was lava. However, it was still quite far below us as it hadn't risen in many years. However, near where the lava was the magic circle that was prepared by Lilith. I was confused by her decision to create it down there. However, she may have had limited use of her powers, so she needed even more cover to create it with her creatures. Mia, Rose, can both of you stay up here? They'll go down with the rest. I asked them, and they agreed. I grabbed Lisa, who let out a cute yelp, but hugged me in the end. Penemu looked annoyed, but didn't say anything. I, along with Penemu and Griselda, went down to the magic circle, with the 2 ladies flying and me plummeting towards it. I landed with a loud thud and looked around us. The place we arrived at was quite spacious for being inside of an active volcano. The entire area was mostly red-orange because of the lava, and it also illuminated the place. There were several volcanic rocks and other debris around us. We suddenly saw one of the bats of Lilith go over to the magic circle, and it quickly glowed before stopping. It spotted us and blinked a few times. I didn't know what they meant, but I looked around and noticed more creatures that I saw in the past. These are creatures she had used to try to communicate with me, but I killed them pretty quickly. After a few more minutes of waiting, one of the bat creatures approached us and letters started to appear in front of it. It is done. All it needs now is for you to power it up and I can teleport here. All right, let's get this over this, I replied, and the bat nodded before flying back to the magic circle. The other creatures also joined it. They suddenly turned into balls of jet black shadow wisps and merged with the bat I spoke to. It then landed on the magic circle and closed its eyes. That was probably my cue to start, so I did. I touched the magic circle and channeled some power into it, and it glowed brightly. A few seconds later, the entire area started to shake and the lava behind the magic circle began to violently bubble. However, large and powerful explosions started to occur above us, alerting us. We're being attacked. It seems there were already Cow's order members here. If you didn't detect them that they drank Nyarnyar's blood, said Lavinia over the ring's communication system. Nyarnyar, I haven't heard her call Nyarlathotep that at all, but all right. I see. Keep them at bay for now, and let us finish here, I replied, and she agreed. I decided to increase the output and get this done faster, and the entire area began to shake even more violently. It felt like the entire volcano was going to erupt or collapse in itself. However, eventually a person emerged from the magic circle. Lilith had long gray hair, glowing purple-orange eyes, black horns on her head, elf-like ears. She wore a long purple dress adorned with pink and golden accents. Beside her was a floating and glowing skull. But before I could say a single word to her, we heard a loud and powerful explosion that was followed by hysterical laughter. We're done with your part. We're going up, tell us anything about it. I told her, and she agreed. I grabbed her along with Lisa and jumped back up to the surface. But as we left the inside of the volcano, and as if responding to that strange and hysterical laughter, the lava began to rise slowly. Once we arrived at the surface again, we saw a figure floating in the sky. He mostly had a red body, glowing eyes, and horns. While I used Observe on him, I was surprised to find out that it was Rubikint, one of the Malbranche. Rubikint of the Malbranche. I didn't think I would see him so soon, I said out loud, and everyone there looked at him in surprise. So the rumored Malbranche was real. To think one of their members would attack us like this, muttered Rose, as she defended against another one of his attacks. You bastard, he shouted. I'm so glad we could finally meet. the legendary Dual Dragon Emperor. But the time to fight isn't here yet, he announced and pulled out a fan. That pattern, it's the fan that they took from Shiryuki, I shouted as I let go of Lilith and instantly appeared in front of him. Too slow, he snickered, and the sea around us and multiple other islands erupted into a sea of flames. But it was my turn to smirk at him and punch him in the gut. He coughed up blood and was blown away. I knew something shady was going to happen. I shouted in my mind and followed after him. My shadow soldiers were ready to block any incoming attack, and had spells ready the same with both the GOB, so any kind of large AoE attack would be neutralized. At several points around us appeared numerous magic circles as well as purple shadows. Damage should be non-existent or very little thanks to that paranoia of mine. Hiya ha ha ha, you're awesome. I didn't think you'd be able to counter it that fast. Well, this is only a replica after all, cool, right? Those humans in our organization are getting better at this sort of thing. Especially those notes Vetsa left behind before you made her boring, he explained. Well, whatever, let's fight. Let's see how well this new item that Zayorama made can perform. Third-person point of view, Lisa-san. Please stay close to me, Rossweiss told her fellow teacher. Ada, am I the weakest here? Yufufu said Lisa nonchalantly. Lisa knew that she was the weakest of them all. She also knew about Aaron's pocket dimension, as she and Fusey had been informed by it. He'll provide support instead. She added and enchanted everyone else except for Rossweiss. After she did so, many enemies that followed Rubicant started attacking them again. In the distance, Aaron and Rubicant started their own fight. They were surprised that Aaron didn't end it quickly, but they also concluded that he may be trying to get information from him. Then let's get started, everyone. I will cover the north. Griselda, can you go west? Penem, you can cover the south, and Rose and Lisa can handle here in east, ordered Lavinia. Everyone agreed to her orders, and they left for their respective locations. However, Rossweiss slightly frowned to them. The fated ones usually have more authority than others. However, it wasn't Aaron or Contour that told them this. It just naturally happened once they found out about it. Although it only ever happened if it involved them as a whole group. Otherwise, the leaders of their own group would give out their own orders and join operations or events. Rossweiss didn't hate it or anything. She just felt slight jealously, but still did her part. Lisa-san, I think that move of yours would be useful here. I will increase its power, so please use it, said Rossweiss. Fufu, very well, replied Lisa as she summoned a purple lantern above them, and it flew into the sky. A few seconds later, a large purple ring appeared around them, and any enemy that flew or walked past the circle was zapped by lightning and died instantly. However, since Lisa was much weaker than the enemies, it didn't do enough damage. However, once Rossweiss increased its power output with her own magic circle, it became strong enough to be able to overcome at least up to middle-tier god-class beings. Rossweiss sensed and saw through her ring that they were at least Satan-class enemies. Lisa herself was just at the peak of ultimate class. She was very close to reaching Satan class. She only needed a small push. Well, they've stopped trying to come to us, and your magic circles are also absorbing the attacks, so we're at a stalemate. What now? Asked Lisa. The monsters outside, the purple ring had stopped flying towards them as they saw the others being struck down. We take them out, Rossweiss said with a smile, and summoned her Mistiltine wand. Oh dear, you have a Mistiltine wand? When did you get such a gift from the Norse gods? Asked Lisa in surprise. The man I love gifted it to me. He created it himself. That's why I want to use it as much as I can. I even asked him to make a small change to my ring, she explained. She then showed Lisa her ring. The design had changed slightly as it resembled her Mistiltine wand color scheme, and had a small design of a wand engraved on it. Rossweiss waved her wand in front of her, and millions of magic circles instantly appeared all around them. The monsters panicked and tried to fly away or attack the magic circles too, but their magic did no damage. Rossweiss muttered something under her breath, and the magic circles fired their attacks at the monsters. This caused small explosions all around them, as she had changed the attacks to not cause unnecessary damage. Rossweiss also targeted the eastern side and killed the monsters on that side too. Lisa watched in awe at the spectacle, but at the same time she smiled bitterly. She had been praised as a genius. However, upon seeing this, she started to question herself. She knew that Rosweiss had probably trained very extensively to be able to achieve something like this. Genius. Can I even call myself that? I never even thought of it until now. But seeing Rosweiss like this, she must have gotten to this level of strength when spending time in Aaron's pocket dimension. But now I'm even more interested in going there, she thought, and watch her finish all the monsters off. Now we wait. I doubt any of those creatures had anything useful for Aaron, said Rosweiss as she turned to look at Lisa. Is something the matter? She asked. Oh no, I was just wondering how powerful you were, Fufu. Maybe I can reach something like this when I train in Cutie's little dimension, she said playfully. Anyone that goes in there will come out strong, but you still must work hard for it. There will come instances where you may be close to death or close to an injury, but you need to keep pushing yourself, said Rosweiss. Lisa stared at Rosweiss in a bit of shock, but she smiled in the end. Is that so? They'll keep that in mind then, Rosweiss replied Lisa. Near them, Lilith silently watched what just happened around her. She herself had heard of the rumors, but was enthralled by what she had just witnessed. Lilith herself could see hundreds of thousands of meters in front of her. So she was also looking at the other women with Aaron, and she became excited to see them fight, especially Lavinia Rennie. She didn't know why, but she felt something strange about her, just like with Aaron. I have to wait so long for my own date. Well, I shouldn't have expected this little trip to turn romantic, Penemu mumbled to herself as she killed more monsters that came at her. She also had created monsters of her own, and they were made of light. 2 were like Aaron's boosted gear scale male, and the other 2 were a T-Rex and Spinosaurus. The 2 scale males flew around, punching, kicking, and firing light shots, dragon shots, but using holy light powers instead, while the 2 dinosaurs bit, ripped and slammed their tails at their enemies, while also occasionally firing powerful holy energy breaths. Ada, who might you be? She asked. To her left was a figure. It was a carbon copy of Rubicant, but weaker. This was one of his abilities, to be able to make clones of himself, albeit weaker than him. They all had his powers and could do anything. The clone of Rubicant flew towards Penemu, laughing hysterically, but he missed as she dodged the charge. To her surprise, the charge that the clone of Rubicant did had left a trail of fire behind him. You use fire magic or have fire manipulation. Interesting. I wonder how powerful you are compared to the clone? She asked but didn't get an answer. The clone of Rubicant started to dart around. The longer he did, the faster he became. Slowly a circle of flames were surrounded Penemu as she watched all of this happen. However, she did not try to prevent it or attack him. She was merely amused by his efforts. The clone of Rubicant screamed, and the flame circle immediately turned into a large pillar and seemingly incinerating Penemu. As this happened, the clone of Rubicant started to laugh hysterically again. Ha ha ha! Weak! Weak! So weak! The women of the middleman are so weak. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a large and powerful light spear through his chest. What? You were probably too busy laughing to notice that I escaped, but that's besides the point. From my ring, it says you're at least God class. Honestly, it's a disappointment. I'm not really a fighter, and the only reason I trained and got stronger was to put Aaron at peace. However, it's worth it. Honestly, said Penemu behind the clone of Rubicant. Wow. Penemu sighed again. You didn't see that small beam of light leaving the circle, didn't you? Well, you would need very good eyesight to see it, but I just let it hover behind you, and when your attack finished, I teleported to it. That's it, she explained and yawned. ID imagine you're at least Dragon God class? Aaron shouldn't have a problem then, though I think hell will just capture you and prod that brain of yours. Fufu, said Penemu as she laughed. She then finished the clone off by killing it with her light powers. She then watched the rest of her light monsters kill the other monsters around them. ID like to go to France? Maybe Spain for a date? A place where it's very sunny. How about the Mediterranean? So many choices. I should ask the other women in his group. She pondered while occasionally firing a light spear. Millions of spears of light pierced the monsters that Griselda herself was hunting down. She didn't want to waste too much time here, as she wanted to go meet up with everyone else. She sensed that Lavinia also felt the same way, so she felt large surges of magic in the distance. She also saw that Penemu had made strange creatures with her own powers. Would the God of the Bible ever approve of that? She wondered. However, she tilted her head to the right side, and a spear made of stone missed her. She turned around to see some kind of unique creature. It was small, but had the same patterns as Rubicant. However, it had a brown skin tone and looked more feral. "Who are you?" asked Griselda, but she did not get an answer. The creature in front of her simply screeched an unholy screech and started throwing more spear-like objects at her. Griselda stopped them using a barrier made of light. She then used her ring to check what this thing in front of her was. To her surprise, it was a clone of Rubicant, but looked a lot different from the original. How did this happen? She asked herself. It's at least God class, but very different from him. Did he do this on purpose? Again, the small Rubicant created another spear, but this time he ignited it with flames and threw it at Griselda. The flaming spear gradually increased in size to her surprise, but again she used a light barrier to stop it. The small Rubicant shouted as he had appear behind her and thrust another flaming spear towards Griselda's chest. However, Griselda's body moved on its own and dodged the attack. She turned around and covered her right leg with light and kicked the clone of Rubicant, and it crashed to the ground. She then unleashed several more light spears towards the place that he crashed into. However, to her surprise, the clone of Rubicant also shot back with his own. However, they were much weaker, and her attacks overwhelmed them and defeated them. Griselda heard cries from below, and she quietly prayed for them. "Kahaha, not bad, woman. I may have underestimated her. I thought the reports were exaggerated, but I now think that they weren't," said the clone of Rubicant. Aaron's companions weren't always the center stage, as they were usually told to the media through his companions and did not have much written about them, unless they were already quite well known. An example is Rhea's Gremory, as she's the heir of the Gremory, which made the famous Surzex Lucifer. Most did not care, as most did not want that kind of spotlight on them. Aaron also shares the same opinion. If he can help it, he'll try to not have them in constant spotlight, as it may affect their families, the ones that have living relatives, since they may be targeted by his enemies. Griselda did not answer Rubicant's clone, as she simply created a bow made of light and pulled the light string back, which also made an arrow made of light. "Not much of a talker, are we?" asked Rubicant's clone. "Haha. Well, it doesn't matter, all of this was a good nah. I want to say it," he said with a grin. He then created another spear with his remaining power and inflamed it. As Rubicant's clone was about to send his attack towards Griselda, his vision suddenly became strange. His head began to slide to the side in the time he had used to create his final attack. Just like Penemu, Griselda sent an almost invisible beam of light behind him, and she masked her own presence. Cinchuredo, was that an underhanded tactic? I don't know, but it got the job done. I wonder how everyone else is doing? She asked herself. But as soon as she finished the entire area, they were in the volcanic area, it instantly froze, and a very cold blizzard began to appear. Lavinia, I wonder why she started her previous balance breaker? Did she come across a powerful foe? Griselda surveyed the area and where Lavinia Rennie was at. She couldn't locate any aura, so she concluded whoever her friend was facing was someone who had taken Nyarlathotep's blood. "I should go to her," she whispered to herself, and flew in that direction. The closer she got, the colder it became. Lavinia Rennie left most of the killing to her ice dragons that she created with her Tempest Extinction, during the time that she isn't with Aaron or her previous team. She was trying to perfect her new balance breaker. She had some problems trying to master it, as it was a bit more complicated than she would have liked. However, all she needed now was to tweak it more for her own uses. Another clone of Rubicant also appeared, but they were dealt with by the Ice Dragon and also her magic. Any attack that bypassed the Ice Dragons would be simply absorbed by her magic circles, just like Rossweiss's. Doinyoma. The clone screeched as he desperately fought off the Ice Dragons that were targeting him. But since he was much weaker than them, so he couldn't break through them, and this made him angrier. However, Lavinia ignored him and took out her phone and started to text her. These two were very competitive with each other. While they didn't actively show it like many of the others, it was more like a silent competition between them. They both also knew that Valgrind would eventually join this competition, as well as the last fated one, the unknown goddess. Yet even with this, these two had grown even closer over time since they loved the same man and wanted to make him happy, but also acknowledge many of his problems. These two would regularly text each other or speak to one another. They also did the same thing with Valgrind, but they were saddened when she decided to search the multiverse for the cow's order's base. "You're a nuisance," Lavinia said icily as she looked up. Her eyes were like Aaron's. They had turned into like a snake's pupils, which made Rubik's clone freeze. That was the end of his clone, as the ice dragons that had been playing with him obliterated him with simple ice breath attacks. However, what Lavinia didn't notice was that when she said those words, the entire area she was in and beyond had frozen over and started a very chilly blizzard. As she finished texting on her phone, she looked up to see a very confused Griselda beside her. "Oh, hello, Griselda. How can I help you?" she asked with a friendly smile. Her pupils had returned to normal after her ice dragons had killed their enemies. "Were you aware of what you did?" she asked and pointed below them.